Tonight, the makers of Anacin, for the fast, prolonged relief of headache pain, bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Anacin's guest armchair detective, who is here with us in the studio, is Jose Ferrer. And now, here's your Anacin host, Ellery Queen.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case is about one of the toughest kid gangs I have ever met. I call it The Adventure of the Green Gorillas.
Jeep. The coast clear?
Yeah, Nux.
Big guy in his flop, Nux?
His lights on, Shimmy. Let's go. Yeah, this is it. Here goes.
Maybe Johnny Rack's on the lam.
Rack ain't scared of lousy cops.
Freeze.
Hey!
Bunch of kids. Scram.
Johnny, wait a minute.
What do you want?
We're a committee from the Green Gorillas.
Our gang runs this neighborhood, Mr. Rack.
We got 'em all scared stiff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm impressed. Come on, what do you want?
Well, could you listen to a business proposition, Johnny?
Sure. Inside.
Chief.
Thanks, Mr. Rack.
Hey, Shimmy, this is something, huh?
Chief, look at his rod.
Hands off, kid.
Hey, Mr. Rack, you killed 4 guys, didn't you?
Did I? All right, make your pitch, kids, and fade. What's on your mind?
Well, Johnny, my name is Nuxarelli.
I'm Jeep Williams.
And I'm Shimmy Odess.
Up to now, Johnny, we've been pulling kid stuff.
But we got a secret leader, the main gorilla.
We get our orders from him, see?
And now he wants us to go in and swiping cars.
We just lifted one, Mr. Rack. A brand new bus.
Mm-hmm.
There ought to be heavy sugar in that racket.
We lift the cars, you dispose them for us, Johnny, on a 50-50 split with the organization.
How's it set, Mr. Rack?
Would you do it?
Come here.
Huh?
The 3 of you. Any right guy that pals up with Johnny Rack's got to be able to take it, see?
Take what?
This.
Hey, what you want to sack Nux for? Oh.
No, Mr. Rack, not me. Oh.
Well, congratulations. Come on, get up off the floor. Now, about this stolen car operation. Nix on those new cars. They're too hot these days. Pick up good used ones, and maybe I'll help you out.
Hey, did you hear that, Shimmy?
We're in, Jeep, with Johnny Rack.
Well, thanks, Johnny. What do we do with the new car we just swiped?
What do you do with it? Where is it?
Parked right outside your house.
Oh, you stupid little... Get it away from there. Ditch that heap uptown, quick. And then come back. Little punks.
So you're Bobby Brown.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why, Inspector, he's just a child.
I'm 16.
Yeah, Bob is small for his age, Miss Porter. He's an orphan. Supports himself selling papers. Lives at the Y. Knows Groove Street inside out. And he's plenty tough. Huh, Bobby?
I can handle myself, Sarge.
That sounds okay to me, Ellery.
Bob, juvenile delinquency's on the rise. Gangs of street kids are mugging, breaking into stores, stealing cars. They've even got guns.
We're especially worried about the Green Gorillas, Bob.
Yeah, I know him, Inspector.
And if they ain't straightened out now, they'll wind up like that Groove Street hero of theirs, Johnny Rack.
Who's Johnny Rack? A gangster?
Yes, Nicky. A cheap rat who's about 2 jumps ahead of the chair.
In fact, lately, Rack's been showing some interest in this Green Gorilla gang.
I didn't know that, Billy.
Dad, that makes the assignment dangerous.
I'll be okay, Mr. Queen. I want this job.
You want it? Why, Bobby?
I got my reasons.
Maybe Bob's father dying in the chair for killing a cop during the robbery has something to do with it, huh, kid?
Just give me a shot at it.
You know what we want you to do, Bob?
Join the Green Guerrillas and find out who's giving them their orders. The secret head of the gang.
That's it. Grab their leader and they'll fold. We've got to. They're headed for a lot of trouble.
Oh, there must be some other way to find out.
Nicky, there isn't a member of that gang older than 15. No, this has to be an inside job, and only a kid from the streets can get in.
I'll be okay.
All right, Bob. Now, look. I'll stick as close to you as I can. But the first time you feel the heat's on and I'm not within call, don't go to the Y. Don't go to any of the places you usually go. Come to my apartment. Understand, Bob?
Yes, sir.
I had a duplicate key made today, in case you come when nobody's home. Carry it with you at all times, Bob. Here, take it.
All right, sir.
Getting you into the guerrillas won't be hard if you follow orders.
Well, what's my orders?
Well, Bob, tonight you're going to be on Grue Street committing a crime.
Committing a crime?
That's right, Nicky. Bob's going to roll a drunk.
Who, Mr. Queen?
Me.
Hey, kid, where is that bar, huh?
It's right there, mister. This alley, Mr. Queen?
Yes, Bob.
But this is an alley, kid. It's a dark alley.
Well, the joint's at the other end. Come on, mister.
Where? I don't see a thing.
Well, it's further in the alley, mister.
Okay, Bob. You think they fell for it?
I think so, Mr. Queen. They spotted us.
Jeep, Jimmy, over here. They went in this alley.
There they are. Sock me with this rubber hose. In the shoulder, Bob. Hard.
Hey, let go of me.
Now, Bobby, hit me.
Ow. Oh.
Now roll me, Bobby. Take my money away.
Okay. Yeah, where's this sucker's roll? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh.
All right, guys, jump.
Hold him. Give me back my dough.
Shut up. Oh, your dough.
It's his dough, ain't it?
No, it's odd, though. $150.
Oh, wow. Hey, chump, you know who we are?
The Green Guerrillas.
And you're operating in our territory. Jimmy, how's the lush?
How cold?
Hey, this punk used a rubber hose. He's half nuts.
Yeah. So what's your name?
Brown. Bob Brown.
Bob, your mama wants you, Bobby.
Shut up, Jimmy. Where you from, Brown?
Stucker Street. Look, that's my roll. I rolled him.
The Green Guerrillas only split with the Green Guerrillas. Bobby.
You kid around with my name once more, I'll shove your teeth right down your throat.
Why, Bobby?
You stop hitting him, Brown, or I'll plug you.
Let me at him. I'll mobilize him nuts. I'll tear him apart.
Stop blowing, Jimmy. Socked you with your eyes open. Jeep, store the heater.
Huh?
Brown, I'm gonna do something for you.
You can give me back that dough.
Okay, I will.
What?
I'll give you back half of it if you join the Green Guerrillas. That's our bylaws. Every guerrilla splits 50-50 with the organization. What do you say?
If I play lone wolf, I get it all.
Like tonight? Look, Mug, it's better to run with a smart mob. You're protected.
And you don't have to figure out your jobs. They're figured out for us. Oh, yeah? By who?
You don't believe we got a secret leader? The head gorilla. That's by who?
He's the brains. Not even Nux knows who he is. We get written orders left in a hideout spot.
Button up, Jeep. Well, Brown, you with us?
I don't see what you want to take him in for.
Ah, pipe down, Shimmy. This guy's okay. We can use a guy like him. Be smart, Bob. Okay, I'll join. That's better.
Sure.
What do I do?
Come to the empty warehouse in the corner of Dockery and Kessler Street tomorrow night. 8:30.
It's going to be an important meeting. A real big shot's coming to talk to us. What a break.
What big shot? He don't believe nothing. Johnny Rack. Oh, hey, the drunk's coming out of it.
Yeah. Jeep.
Huh?
Give me the rod.
The rod? Here. Nux, what are you going to do?
Plug him.
You going to let him have it, Nux?
What's the matter, you yell at Jeep? You know what Johnny Rack said.
Stand back, fellas.
Oh, he's stinko. He didn't see nothing. Come on, let's blow. What do you say?
Okay. Scatter.
Right. Come on.
Sergeant, Nicky, you can come out now.
Ellery. Oh, I thought that little gangster was going to shoot you.
So did I, Maestro. I'm still shaking.
Oh, it was just a bluff to impress the other kids. He's trying to act like Johnny Rack.
And Rack's going to be in that warehouse tomorrow night.
Not so good.
No.
Oh, gosh, I hope nothing happens to Bobby Brown.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. And now, back to our story. It's the following night in an abandoned warehouse on the east side.
What are they doing in there now, Ellery?
They're still swearing in new members. Here, Nicky, look through this peephole.
Need to get that amplifier working.
Yeah, I'm trying, Inspector.
Oh, where's Johnny Rack, Ellery? They're just boys in there.
Apparently their hero hasn't arrived yet. Sergeant, fix that amplifier. They're going to swear in Bobby Brown.
Yeah, I think I got it.
There it is.
All right, gorillas.
That's friend Nux, aged 15.
We gotta vote on one more candidate. This guy here. Take a good look at him, boys. Hiya, fellas.
That's my Bubby.
Shut up, Billy.
What's his name, Nut? What did he ever do?
He's Bob Brown from Stucker Street.
Whoa.
Wait. Last night he rolled a drunk $150 worth.
150.
Yeah. He can handle himself, too. Shimmy Odess can tell you. Huh, Shimmy?
He slapped me when I wasn't looking.
Okay, we vote. All against? All in favor?
Yeah, they took him.
Quiet, Nicky.
Quiet. Chief Williams, swear in Bob Brown.
Bob Brown. Roll up your right sleeve.
Ellery, that boy Jeep has a knife.
It's part of their mumbo-jumbo.
Brown, you gotta swear in your own blood. Like this. Oh, hey.
Oh, the little brutes.
Dip your finger in it, Brown. Now, say after me. I swear to follow the orders of our secret leader.
I swear to follow the orders of our secret leader.
I will never snitch on another gorilla.
I will never snitch on another gorilla.
The penalty for rats is death.
The penalty for rats is death. Everybody! The penalty for rats is death. Bob, you're in.
And we're all set, Billy.
Yes, he's over the hump. There shouldn't be any danger now.
Hold it. You little punch.
It's Johnny Rack. Give him a hand, fellas.
Oh, that's their hero.
An ovation.
Look at Rack eat it up.
Okay.
Something's wrong. Look at Rack's face.
Ellery.
So you think you're a smart mob?
What's the matter, Johnny?
I Nux, you're just plain stupid. You gotta use your noggin in this racket. What do you think you're doing, playing posse?
You done something wrong, Mr. Rack?
Yeah. You just took a stoolie into your gang.
Henry, hold it, Dad.
A stoolie? For the cops, Johnny?
He ain't stooling for the YMCA.
Yeah.
Billy, get set. Necessary fire.
Gotcha, Inspector.
Wait.
Quiet! We swore in 4 guys tonight, Johnny. Which one's the canary?
Yeah, Mr. Rack, tell us who it is.
Yeah.
This kid calls himself Bob Brown.
I know it.
Hey, Brown, huh? Jimmy, grab him.
Yeah, let's go.
Do something. They'll hurt him.
Inspector, we better show.
Keep covering him, Billy.
Just a bit longer. This may smoke out that secret leader
Hold
of
it,
theirs.
Jimmy. Johnny, where'd you get your information?
Why, you little punk, I said it. Ain't that enough?
We all know you're a right guy, Johnny. A big shot.
Yeah, sure.
But we don't want to make a mistake. This is an important thing. Could you give us some proof?
Okay. You, Stoolie. Empty your pockets.
Come on, Brown, do it.
Empty his pockets.
Don't tell me.
Is there a key in this stuff, Nux?
The key?
Yeah, Johnny. Here's a key.
Ask him what door it fits.
Ellery, the key you gave Bobby in headquarters.
Brown, what's this key?
Knox, it's just a key, that's all.
Yeah, just the key. The key to the apartment of Ellery Queen.
Queen, that's
Hey, wait. We gotta go ahead with our meeting, fellas. We can't keep Johnny Rack waiting.
It's okay, Nux.
Dutch, Patsy.
Yeah.
Take this rat Brown in a secret hideout. Keep him there. We'll meet you there after the meeting. And give him what's coming to him.
Come on.
Yeah,
That's a big secret hideout. Maybe that's where they're boys. Yeah. Maestro, Why'd you tear the apparatus out of the wall?
Take it all with you, Beely. Get it out of here.
Inspector, those two boys are hustling Bobby out.
We'll tell him to the hideout. Bobby'll be okay. Come on, Beely.
I bet we pick up their leader, Inspector.
Nicky, go with Dad and Beely.
What about you, Ellery?
I'm staying here. Go on, Nicky.
But Ellery...
Nicky, I'm going to show up that cheap gangster rat in front of those kids.
What?
Now get going.
You're going out there to face him alone? Ellery, you haven't even got a gun.
I mustn't have a gun, Nicky. That's the whole point. Now beat it. You mustn't be found here.
Ellery, you fool.
Well, here goes.
So you must stick with Johnny Rack and you'll...
Wind up in the hot seat, Rack. With you.
Jump him!
Nobody here. You're alone, Queen. I don't get it.
He's got no cops with him.
He ain't even healed. How do you figure it, Johnny?
Yeah.
Oh. There's one thing sure. He's here, he's alone, he's got no rod. So let's have some fun, huh, guys?
Yeah, this is gonna be...
All right, Queen. Down on your knees.
Don't be silly.
Huh? You don't seem to get it, sucker. This is a real rod I'm pointing at you with real bullets. Now get down.
Hand me that gun.
Hand you my rod? Tell you what I'll do with you. Take it away from me.
Rack, I will.
What? Stay where you are, Queen. Don't move. Don't move.
Look at him, boys. The great Johnny Rack. He's shaking.
What's the matter, Johnny? You scared of him?
Scared him? What a dirty...
And why don't you plug him, Rack?
Yes, Rack, why don't you?
I'll plug you when I get good and ready.
You're stalling, Rack.
Shut up.
You can play big bad man in front of a gang of kids hungry for excitement. But when the chips are down, Rack, you're a yellow rat.
Shut up.
You can shut me up, Rack. Just shoot.
Hey, Johnny, why don't you shoot him?
Listen, in my time, I've knocked off...
Sure you have, Rack, in a dark alley in the back. That's how rats always kill. But you won't shoot me here, Rack. You have over 20 witnesses.
Sure. I'm no sucker.
Then you're not going to shoot me, huh? Rack, give me that gun. Hand it over.
I'll take another step.
Then I'll have to take it away from you.
Stay back.
Take a look at your hero now, fellas. Anyone would think I had the gun.
Dirty lousy.
And now I have. Here, Nux. Hold this piece of junk for me.
Me? Yeah, Mr. Queen.
Now, Rack, let's see how good you are without a gun.
Hey, look here.
I'll kill you for that, Queen. I'll kill you.
Well, come on.
Up on your pants, Rack.
Johnny, you're wide open.
Hey, look at him. He's really good.
Well, get up. You were going to kill me. On your feet, Rack. Or have you had enough?
Yeah. I had enough.
Gee, look at him.
Hold it, boys. There's your tough gangster. Look at him. Pretty? That's where you guys are heading. There's something about crime that makes a rat out of a man. There's something about fighting crime that makes a man even out of a rat. There isn't a cop on the force, any rookie, who couldn't and wouldn't have done just what I did. Think it over.
Hey, Maestro.
Bobby, come on.
Sonny, all right.
Hey, Sarge, look what Mr. Queen done to Johnny Rack.
Get up on your feet, you two-bit punk.
Lay off me, will you?
Yep. Hey, what's this piece of paper just fell out of his pocket?
Let me have that, Sergeant. So, you were acting a big shot even when you told these boys about Bobby Brown, eh, Rack?
What do you mean, Ellery?
Here's how he knew Bobby was working with me, Dad. This note. Johnny Rack. Tip-off Nux O'Reilly. A guy named Bobby Brown is being taken into the Green Gorillas tonight. He's a stoolie working for Ellery Queen. He's got a key to Queen's apartment in his pocket. Signed, the Chief Gorilla. Rack, where'd you get this note?
Where'd you get it?
It was shoved under my door this afternoon. You got nothing on me.
You're wrong, Rack. We found enough hot car records in those kids' secret hideout to pin a 20-year rap on your hide. And also on these young hoodlums, Ellery.
Dad, I have a hunch we may not have to press charges against these boys. I think they're seeing things a bit differently. Right, Nux, Jeep, Shimmy, all of you?
You sure opened our eyes, Mr. Queen. The only thing is...
That secret leader of yours, Nuts? The chief gorilla? Is that it?
Yeah, Mr. Queen. We don't know who he is.
He'll take revenge on us, Mr. Queen, if we even...
But he won't, Jimmy. Because I'm going to produce him for you right now. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our mystery for tonight. Nikki, will you introduce our guest armchair detective?
Yes, Ellery. Tonight our guest is the very distinguished actor and producer, Jose Ferrer.
Hello, Mr. Ferrer.
Good evening, Ellery.
I understand that you have produced and are currently starring in the Broadway dramatic success Cyrano de Bergerac.
That's right, Ellery. I wish I were as sure of the ending of your story tonight as I am each evening of the outcome of ours.
Well, let's get into that problem of ours, Mr. Ferrer. Our question tonight is in two parts. Who do you think is the secret leader of the Green Guerrillas? And how do you know?
Well, I haven't any idea who the leader is.
Oh, now, Mr. Ferrer, don't tell me we've got
I
you
wrote down a list of the people in the story, and I don't know who on earth could possibly be the leader of the Green Guerrillas.
Isn't there anything in those notes and illustrations?
I know it isn't either one of you, and I don't think it's me, but outside of that...
Well, let's see now. Suppose we help Mr. Ferrer along. Do you think we should?
He needs it.
Or shall we let him stew it out?
How far? How far would you like to help him?
Well, let's see. Suppose we help him along by saying that he'll find out in just a minute what the solution is. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferrer.
Thank you.
And now, here is Don Hancock.
Come on, Maestro, let's hear it. What do you
All right,
say?
if you'll give me a chance. And we just found a note in Rack's pocket from the chief gorilla, the secret leader of you kids. He revealed the fact that Bobby Brown was an undercover agent for me. How did this secret leader know that?
That is funny.
Yeah, maybe he saw through that lush rolling act you and Bobby put on last night, Maestro.
Or saw Bobby coming out of police headquarters yesterday.
Possible, granted. But this secret leader knew even more than that. He knew that Bobby was carrying a certain key. He said so in his note.
Well, it's a cinch at some kid in this gang. Maybe he accidentally saw the key, Ellery.
I'll grant that possibility, too, Dad. But the secret leader knew still more, according to his note. He knew that key Bobby was carrying was a key to Ellery Queen's apartment. How did he know that? How could he have known that? It's a duplicate key I had made. A duplicate key is made of unmarked brass or some other alloy. You can't possibly identify it as Ellery Queen's key or John Jones's key just by looking at it. Dad, how did you know that was my key?
Why, you said so, Ellery, in my office at headquarters.
In other words, I identified it. Now, who was present in your office at headquarters when I identified that key as the key to the Queen apartment?
Why, you, me, Petey, Nicky, and Bobby.
Mm-hmm. And Bobby.
Bobby?
Boys, I want you to meet your chief gorilla, the secret leader of your gang, Bobby Brown. Sergeant, grab him.
Oh, no, you don't.
Let me go, you flatfoot jerk. Let me go, or I'll give you what my old man gave that other flatfoot. Let me go, let me go.
Now, let me show you fellows what suckers you've been. This kid, your great leader, the one you were all scared of, the one you took orders from. What did he do as soon as the heat was on? He knew we were out to break up your gang because by accident Sergeant Veely picked him to play undercover agent in the guerrillas. He didn't have to take the job, but he took it. Why? Because like Johnny Rack, he's a rat. He knew the gang would be broken up, and he saw a way to get in solid with the police so that after you guys took the rap, he could become secret leader of another gang and laugh at you and the police, too.
Don't believe him, guys. It's a lie.
You didn't have to write that anonymous note to Johnny, but you wrote it, Bobby, knowing you were never in danger, that we were covering you every second, and that the boys would take you to the secret hideout where the police would follow and find those hot car records which implicated the whole gang. You ratted on your pals to save your own neck. What are you guys acting so surprised about? What did you expect? Honor? One for all and all for one? Hero stuff? A pal never squeals? Malarkey, you've been reading too many funny papers. This is the way it really is. Johnny Rack. Bobby Brown. If you wanted real excitement, real pals, real hero stuff, you'd get on the other side of the fence. But, of course, that takes guts. Come on, Dad, let's get these two out of here.
Right, son. Let's go, Rack.
I want a mouthpiece. Let me talk to a mouthpiece.
You too, little Caesar.
Yeah, sure, Sarge. Just don't let those guys get at me.
Coming, Nicky?
Right, Ellery.
Mr. Queen.
Hmm? Oh, yes, Nux. What is it?
Well, the boys and me, we've been sort of...
Mr. Queen, would you mind if we changed the name of our organization from the Green Guerrillas
to the Queen Guerrillas? We'd sort of like to give it a whirl your way.
Come around in the morning and we'll talk it over. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thanks again, Jose Ferrer, for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And, as mementos of your visit with us, Anderson is proud to present to you this beautiful Gruen very thin wristwatch, this autographed copy of my new anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1946, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Now, Ellery, what about next week?
Well, next week, Don, Nicky and I run down to Florida for a short vacation from crime. But, of course, we run headlong into a case filled with a lot of thrills and a lot of laughs. I call it The Adventure of the Big Brain.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Philco Mysteries on the Air. Your chance to play detective. Win huge cash prizes in this newest, most exciting, most fascinating mystery contest. Every week at this same time, over this station, your Philco radio tube dealer brings you transcribed the great Philco Radio Mystery Contest. $50,000 in cash for the winners. $50,000 in cash for solving simple mysteries. Weekly prizes, big grand prizes. Nothing to buy, anybody can enter. You may win this contest of skill. The big free Philco mystery book tells you all about it. If you haven't already got yours from your Philco radio tube dealer, get your copy as soon as possible. Lists all the prizes, shows you how easily you can win. Contains official entry blanks. You cannot enter this contest without this free book. So get your copy now. Here's Philco Radio Mystery number 2. If you already have your Philco mystery book, be sure it's open to pages 6 and 7 while you listen to the program. Listen carefully. Take notes. Follow the action on the diagram you'll find on page 6. Philco, the beautiful girl detective, is going to solve a mystery, and maybe you will win a big cash prize for showing how she solves it. You're a detective. You're on a case. It's the missing masterpiece. It is 9 o'clock in the morning, and the National Museum of Art has just opened its doors for the day. Old Dennis Maloney, one of the trusted guards, is coming on duty at his regular station, the Gallery of Valuable Dutch Paintings. Just as he is entering the Dutch room, Dennis is greeted by the director of the museum, Dr. Benson, who has been making his early rounds.
Good morning, Dennis. Good morning to you, Dr. Benson. You're looking healthy and happy as usual. Oh, as for me health, sir, it's only me 2 feet that bother me at all. 25 years of walking around guarding oil paintings have flattened them out like 2 sheets of tin roofing.
Oh, that's too bad. I'll see to it that you get more rest periods during the day.
Thank you, Dr. Benson.
You know, I always enjoy coming into this room. Those old Dutchmen certainly knew how to paint.
Oh, indeed. And hello. What's this?
Well, what do you mean?
Why, look here, sir. This little table in front of the benches. Why, there's a crack in the glass top.
Oh, somebody must have dropped something on it.
Maybe so, but that glass wasn't cracked when I went off duty last night at 5. Say, I'll bet it was that goofy artist, Mr. Young, that done it.
Young? Was he here when you left last night?
Yes, sir. He had a permit to paint in here until 6 o'clock. And when I left, he was sitting on this bench making another copy of this little Vermeer. He, heaven help us.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
Well, look, this Vermeer, there's something different about it.
Well, you're right. This is only a copy.
Oh, the real one was here last night when I left.
That Vermeer cost the museum $200,000.
Oh, it was that artist, Farrar Young. Remember? I said he was here last night.
Yes. And you say he was copying the Vermeer?
Yes, sir. He always does. He's made more than one copy, too, during the past year. Maybe this is one of them.
Has any other artist made a copy lately?
No, sir. Not in the last 5 years. Shall I go into the hall and phone the police?
No, wait, Dennis. I'll do the phoning myself. We can't accuse Mr. Young hastily. We won't call the police, though, just yet. I'll get a friend who'll work quietly.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the phone, sir.
Oh, thanks. Dennis, have you ever heard of Phil Cole?
Cole? Oh, wasn't there a Detective Cole some years ago?
That's the one. He was famous the world over for his work in crime detection. Phyllis is his daughter. Since his death, Phil has been carrying on her father's work. Hello? Is this Phyllis Cole? Hello, Phil. This is Dr. Benson at the museum. Someone has stolen our Vermeer. Yes, the woman baking bread. Can you come now? Splendid. Goodbye.
Dr. Benson, I've taken the liberty of bringing my friend Tom Taylor with me. You see, Tom writes mystery novels. The boy's pretty good, too. I'm afraid he uses me as a bloodhound to sniff out plots.
Why, Phil, darling, I pursue you because you're a charming woman, as well as an efficient plothound.
Oh, that's enough, Tom. I'm here on business. Now, Dr. Benson, please tell me everything.
Well, I entered this room an hour ago with Dennis Maloney here. He's been guarding our Dutch masterpieces for years.
Indeed, and I have, Miss Cole.
The first thing we noticed was a crack in the glass top of this small table.
I see. Go on, please.
What are you going to do with that magnifying glass, Phil?
Well, I'm going to examine the crack in the glass top. Go right on, Dr. Benson. I'm listening.
Well, then we discovered that our Vermeer was gone, and in its place, only a poor copy.
Oh, Dr. Benson, I found something interesting in this cracked tabletop.
Yes, Phil?
Now, Dr. Benson, the Vermeer was a small canvas, and that's why you hung it fairly low, about 7 feet, I'd say.
That's right.
The person who took it from the wall pulled this little table over and stood on it. That's what cracked the glass. I found some grains of sand wedged into the crack in the glass. Whoever stood on this table had been walking through sand not long before.
That sounds like an excellent clue.
Tell me this. Was anyone in this room after Dennis went off duty last evening?
Yes. There was a rather shabby artist who frequently comes in to copy our Vermeer. His name is Nelson Young. The museum closes to the public at 5, but Young had one of our special permits to stay till 6.
Do you suppose this copy is the one that he made?
Well, I can't say.
Dennis, are you certain this artist, Mr. Young, was here after 5 last evening?
Yes, ma'am, he was. I examined his late permit, and when I went out, I left him sitting there on the stationary bench, painting away with his long, gangly legs doubled up under himself like a pretzel.
Who checks up on the late permits when people leave the museum after the regular closing hour, Dr. Benson?
The night watchman at the side door.
Well, could an artist with a large portfolio easily walk right out with the picture?
Yes.
Well, who in addition to this chap Young had late permits yesterday?
Well, there were 2 others. I picked their permits up at the office while I was waiting for you to arrive. Here, their names are on them.
Oh, thank you. Marcia Bedell. Oh, who's she, Dr. Benson?
She's the daughter of old Amos Bedell, the retired banker. She's about 19, only child, and as in most cases of that kind, her father's a bit too indulgent. She's a spoiled young lady, and if I were her father, I'd turn her across my knee. And that shouldn't be difficult either, because she's a tiny little thing.
This other permit is signed by Richard Duncan. What sort of a chap is he?
Well, he's a very fine portrait painter. Has a mania for collecting, too. Now, I hesitate to say this, but I believe Duncan would mortgage his soul to gain possession of a fine painting.
Duncan sounds like an all-round good fellow.
He's just the kind of a chap most men instinctively dislike.
You mean he has a way with the ladies?
Exactly. He's the lean, dark type. Always looks well in evening clothes. Tall, good-looking.
Well, Dr. Benson, I think we'd better get those 3 over here immediately. Nelson Young, Marcia Bedell, and Richard Duncan. An interesting trio. I think we may find them very enlightening. Please don't be so impatient, Mr. Duncan. We'll be finished here as soon as possible.
But, Miss Coe, I tell you I left an important client to answer this insulting summons.
And I had to give up an appointment with my hairdresser.
Don't worry, Miss Bedell. Your hair looks lovely.
Well, maybe it does, but I got it full of salt water yesterday at the beach, and it feels very uncomfortable. You know what sand and salt water do to a girl's hair? Or don't you remember?
Yes, I think I do. Now, I'll be as speedy as I can. Well, Mr. Young, you've had sufficient time to examine that copy of the Vermeer. Is it one of yours?
Yes. Yes, it is one of mine. I recognize my own work, of course. But the Vermeer, I can't realize that it's gone. It was so beautiful.
If only Vermeer himself could have heard you saying that. It would have made him so happy.
Oh, you needn't sneer, Duncan. After all, you bought one of my copies.
Is that true, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, I did buy one of his awkward daubs.
Daubs? How can you talk like that? Just because you waste your time painting the vacant faces of the rich, you think you can
Shut
talk...
your mouth.
No, be quiet, you two, please.
Yes, for goodness sake, stop
Please,
fighting.
please, everyone. Miss Coe is doing her best.
I apologize, Dr. Benson. Proceed, Miss Coe.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. You've admitted that you purchased a copy of the stolen Vermeer from Mr. Young, yet you called it a daub. If you thought that, why did you buy it?
He continually whined about his lack of money. So I finally gave him $100 and took the copy so that I could have some peace while working here.
Mr. Young, have you sold any other copies?
Yes. Marcia Bedell bought one, too. She praised my work.
Poor fool. I only bought it for the same reason Mr. Duncan bought his. I pitied you.
I see. I see. It was all just charity.
Mr. Young, how many copies of the Vermeer have you made?
Only 3. Mr. Duncan's, Miss Bedell's, and one which I kept myself.
Can you identify this copy left here on the wall by the thief?
No, I'm sorry, but I can't. All 3 copies were practically identical.
Come, Miss Coe. We're wasting valuable time. Surely you've discovered some clues. What are they?
Well, the person who took the painting from the wall stood on this table, cracking the glass top. The person also obliged us by leaving a few grains of sand in the crack.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
But aren't there any fingerprints or anything like that? There always are.
Unfortunately, Miss Bedell, the fingerprints we're looking for are probably on the stolen Vermeer. Now, Mr. Duncan.
Well?
Where is the copy that you bought from Mr. Young?
I sent it to an acquaintance of mine in Amsterdam. A Dutchman with very little artistic perception.
And where is your copy, Miss Bedell?
I gave mine away last Christmas.
To whom?
My sister. She lives in Buenos Aires.
I see. Now, Mr. Young, where is the copy which you kept for yourself?
I put it in storage with my furniture.
Now, I have here the permits which the 3 of you turned in last night. Mr. Young left the museum at 5:35. Marcia Bedell went out at 5:50. And Mr. Duncan left exactly at 6. Are those times correct?
Yes.
Mr. Young, where were you working between 5 o'clock and the time you left?
I was in this room, of course, studying the beautiful Vermeer. I was here all afternoon.
And you, Miss Bedell, were you in the museum all afternoon, too?
Oh, no. I didn't feel very well yesterday, so I stayed in bed at home until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then I got up and had lunch, wrote some letters, and came here in a taxi. I got here about 4 and spent the whole time in the room across the hall, sketching some Rodin figures. There, you have my entire day.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, you were the last to leave here.
How dramatic. I suppose you want an account of my actions?
If you please.
I worked at my studio until noon. After luncheon, I came here to the museum and spent the balance of the time studying the Matisse in the French gallery. Voila. Doubtless you will now proceed to turn me over to the police.
No, Mr. Duncan. For today at least, the police will not be interested in you. My job is finished. It's quite obvious who took the Vermeer from this room.
Who, Miss Cole? Who is the thief?
Perhaps Miss Marcia Bedell can explain her motive more clearly than I can.
Oh!
Marcia Bedell.
Well, Miss Bedell?
Yes, I took it. But I still have it. I'll bring it back. I swear I will. Only don't have me arrested. It would kill my father. I only took it to save him. He's lost everything. He needed money so desperately. Give me a chance to bring it back. Please bring me a chance. Give me a chance.
Well, you never can tell. That Bedell girl might have got away with it, too, if it hadn't been for Phil Coe, the famous girl detective. You have just heard Phil Coe discover who stole the missing masterpiece. How do you suppose she found the guilty person? That should be easy for you. You heard what happened. You know everything Phil knew. Why did Phil suspect Marcia Bedell? Can you give 3 reasons for her suspicion? Sure you can. Then write down those 3 reasons just as well as you know how, and enter the Phil Coe Radio Mystery Contest. $50,000 in cash prizes for the winners, over 2,000 weekly prizes, and 51 mammoth grand prizes. All the details are fully explained in the Phil Coe Mystery Book, which your Phil Coe Radio Tube dealer will give you free. Be sure you get your copy of this book. It contains the official entry blanks. You cannot enter this great contest without this free book. Besides, it will help you win. It's filled with diagrams, explanations, and all the rules and details. Follow carefully all the contest rules as they are explained in the Philco book. It should be easy for you to answer the contest question. Maybe your skill will make you a winner. Listen every week at this time over this station to Philco Radio Mysteries. Don't miss a single program. Ask your Philco Radio Tube dealer for any other contest information you want. While you're there, too, better have him check up on your radio tubes. $50,000 in cash. That's a lot of money. Next week, you have another opportunity to win your share of it. Philco, the girl detective, is going to solve the mystery of the death ray tube. Listen and see how good a detective you are.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Dan Duryea in a story based on fact. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. A young man holds up a shop, is cornered, kills. You've read the story in your newspaper. Tonight, Autolite recreates it and calls it Remember Me? Our star, Mr. Dan Duryea. Well, Hap, it's April again. What does that remind you of?
Why, showers, of course, Harlow. And what does April remind you of?
An Autolite Stay Full battery, Hap. But then every month reminds me of that bright, brisk, and brawny battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. That especially energetic super starter that gives longer life as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And I suppose in April you can get an Autolite Stay Full at the same place as always?
Why, sure, Hap, at your nearest Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries and has an Autolite Stay Full in case a replacement is needed for your car. To find your nearest neighborhood dealer, just call Western Union by number.
And ask for me, Operator 25. I'll tell you where you can get an Autolite Stay Full.
The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Remember Me and the performance of Mr. Dan Duryea, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
In 3 minutes, it'll be over, Harry boy. No longer than it takes the Iceman to make a routine delivery. All you have to do is walk in and wave a gun, and then you got money in your pocket again. Easy. Funny how they always turn to jelly when they see a gun. The light's still on in the window. The street's dark. Nobody around. Just right. And there he is. Inside, counting money.
Oh, you just made it. I was closing. What can I do for you?
This is a stick-up.
What?
A stick-up. Come on, I want the money.
No, you can't do this. You can't.
This says I can. Now, put all your dough in a paper bag and hurry.
But I don't have much money. This is a small business.
Come on, empty that register.
I won't. You get out of here.
Out of the way. I'll get it myself.
No.
For a small business, you do okay.
You can't take my money. I won't let you.
crazy old man. Get away from me.
You can't rob me. You can't. You dirty hoodlum.
Old fool. Asking for it. Gotta get out of here. Where's my hat? Up.
Didn't think you'd still be open, Mr. Who are you? Where's Mr. Leibowitz?
He, isn't here. He had to leave.
Is Mrs. Leibowitz sick again?
Yeah. Yeah, she's sick. Again. I've been watching the store for him. I was just closing.
Oh, well, maybe I better run upstairs and see if there's anything I can do.
No, he took her to the hospital. They aren't here.
Gee, I'm sorry to hear that.
What are you looking at me for?
Don't I know you?
No, you don't know me. Look, I'm closing. You'll have to come back tomorrow.
Harry Norris. Sure, we went to school together.
You know me?
Sure, from Stuyvesant High. I'm Ruth Shaw, remember?
No, I don't remember you.
No, I guess you wouldn't. But I remember you, Harry.
Yeah. Guess you do.
I just need a few things before you close. Here's the list.
Yeah. You pull down the shades on the windows and throw the latch while I get them.
Sure. Of all the people to run into, I haven't seen you since high school.
Let's see. Bread. Oh, here. Coffee. Oh, where's the coffee?
Right there above you.
What?
The coffee.
Oh.
And potato salad in the refrigerator.
Look, do you have to have all this stuff right now?
Well, of course I do. What's the matter?
Nothing. I'll get the potato salad.
You haven't changed a bit, Harry. I'd know you anywhere. You know, I never forget a face. Especially yours.
It's too bad. She's kind of a pretty girl, but she had to walk in on me. She does remember me. She could put the finger on me, but fast when they find old man Leibowitz's body. Too bad. Now I gotta kill her, too, but not here. Somebody might have heard the shots and called the cops. I gotta get out of here and take her with me. But I gotta be careful. Make her think I belong here. Get the rest of her stuff and get out of here. Potato salad. What else do you... Oh, I thought you were pulling the shades down.
They're down.
What else do you need?
That's enough for now. I have more than I can carry as it is.
That's all, then?
Yes. How much is it?
3.5, even.
Here, 2, 3.5.
On the nose.
Well, it was nice seeing you again, Harry. I'll run now and let you close.
Wait, don't rush off.
I'd better. I've kept you as it is.
Oh, that's okay. I'll walk you. We can talk about old times.
Don't you have to do anything before you close?
No, all done. Here, I'll carry the groceries for you.
Oh, that's okay. I can carry them. I only live around the corner on 3rd Avenue.
Well, I'm going that way, too. I'll carry this for you. Come on. Well?
I forgot. I need flour, too.
Flour?
Yes, the large bag there on the stand. I'll get it.
Okay.
Got it. Here, 60 cents.
We'll charge it. Let's get out of here.
I can carry the flour.
All right, but you do need help with all this other stuff.
Want me to get the light?
Yeah, please.
There. Nice of you to carry the packages for me, Harry.
It's nothing.
Surprised I haven't run into you before, around the store.
Well, this is the first time I watched the store for Mr. Leibowitz.
He must have left in an awful hurry.
He did. His wife was pretty sick.
Do you have to walk so fast?
Oh, no. Sorry. Where did you say you lived?
On 3rd Avenue, just around the corner.
You live alone?
Yes.
You know, it's been a long time since high school. You've got a good memory for faces.
I know.
I don't remember you.
You wouldn't. You didn't know me too well. You used to say hello sometimes when we passed in the halls.
Oh?
You were a big shot, football player and all that stuff. All the girls had a crush on you, Harry.
Did they?
Sure.
Been living in this neighborhood long?
Too long. But the rent's cheap and I'm not far from work, so I stay here.
I know what you mean.
That's the place up ahead with the ivy on the fire escape. Groceries getting heavy?
No. I gotta think fast. It's no good here on the street. Too many people around. Like she said, she lives alone. I have to get inside with her, alone in her apartment. Then I can get rid of her. I wish she'd quit talking. She asks too many questions. And this potato salad stinks. I hate potato salad. I gotta get inside that apartment.
This is it. Pretty crummy, huh?
What's it like inside?
Just as bad. I fixed my apartment up some, but it's the smell these old places have. Can't get rid of it.
I'd like to see it, see what you've done.
Well, I don't know. The landlady is funny about visitors, and it's kind of late.
Oh, come on. You can't carry all this stuff alone. After you, Ruth.
Well, okay. No, you go on up. I have to throw the light switch.
Which way?
Upstairs.
Right. The groceries are getting heavy.
It's the first door on your right at the top.
You could use more light on this stairway.
That's not all this place could use.
This it?
Yeah. Here, I'll unlock it. Go ahead. Well, this is it. Home.
Not bad. You fix it up by yourself?
Yeah. Here, let me take the bag. Sit down while I put this stuff away.
Sure. Yeah. You fix this place up okay. Nice view, too.
Yeah, the L. Goes right past the window. But you get used to that, too. You should have seen it when I moved in. Really a mess. Then I went to work on... I thought you were in the other room.
What are you doing?
I got flour on my skirt.
Oh.
I put some water on for coffee.
Good idea.
Come in the other room, Harry. I want to show you something.
What?
A picture of you.
Of me?
In a football uniform yet. I still have our class book. Your picture's in it. Sit down.
Yeah, sure.
Funny running into you. I was going through the book a couple of weeks ago, and I was thinking about you. Wondering whatever became of you.
You were thinking about me?
Uh-huh. You didn't know it, but I had a big crush on you when we were in school.
No, I didn't know. I thought I was a big shot in those days. I couldn't see anything.
You sure did. Look, here's a picture of the 4th of July dance in the gym.
Yeah.
Do you remember it?
I'm not sure.
You asked me for a dance that day. Oh, was I surprised. We no more than started, and they stopped the music to take this picture. You ran off to find Mona Stark.
Mona?
You remember her?
Oh, yeah, I remember Mona.
You were going with her when you quit school, weren't you?
Yeah.
What happened?
We broke up.
Why?
I borrowed a car from a pal so we could drive up to Connecticut and get married. It was a big yellow convertible. Wanted to make a big impression. Mona liked to be impressed. Only my pal forgot to tell me it was a stolen car.
What happened?
Never saw her again. Saw a picture of her, though, on the cover of a secret detective magazine. She had a gun in one hand, a bottle in the other, and some guy was choking her. She looked good.
Well, enough of the good old days. What are you doing now, Harry? For a living, I mean.
Me? Oh, nothing worth talking about.
How do you happen to know Mr. Leibowitz?
Mr. Leibowitz?
He's the sweetest old dear. He'll take credit right up to his ears. But people always get around to paying him. You must know him pretty well to be left in charge of the store.
Well, What's that?
It's the L. Goes right past the window.
Shakes the whole building. How do you put up with that?
You get used to it. Noisy, huh?
Yeah.
You could fire a cannon in here when it goes by and you wouldn't hear it. You get used to it. I think the coffee's ready. Only take a minute.
You could fire a cannon, and I'm only carrying a .38. Sure, All I have to do is sit and wait. We'll drink coffee and chat about the good old days. And when the L goes by again, I'll be able to walk out of here safe and sound, with nothing to worry about. Ruthie won't be up to remembering anything. She'll be dead.
Autolite is bringing you Dan Duryea with Charlotte Lawrence in Remember Me? Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, how can I get some action around here?
Why, it's simple, Hap. Just get a dandy, dependable, and dynamic Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. You'll have instant action, quick starts for a long, long time, because the Autolite Stay Full battery is protected by fiberglass retaining mats to reduce shedding and flaking, and give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Where do I get this famous battery?
Just visit your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. He's the man who services all makes of batteries. To quickly learn his location, just call Western Union by number...
And ask for me, Operator 25. I'll gladly tell you where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Dan Duryea in Elliot Lewis's production of Remember Me? A dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Coffee will be ready in a minute, Harry. I'm not much of a cook.
Let her make coffee. Let her do anything she wants. She's only got a few minutes to live. Only until the L goes by again. Goes by with a big noise so no one can hear the little noise of my 38 going off. And then Ruthie, who remembers me so well, will be out of the way. Then I can get out of here, safe and sound, and nobody knowing anything. They'll just find 2 bodies a couple of blocks apart, and I'll be miles from here.
You hungry?
All I have to do now is wait for the L.
Harry, you hungry?
What?
I asked you if you were hungry. I could make
No, thanks. Just the coffee.
Okay. Hot coffee coming up.
Good.
Sugar?
Black.
Here. It's hot.
Yeah. Good.
Mm-hmm.
How long you lived here, Ruthie?
Over a year.
I wouldn't last overnight with the L going by the window like that.
I'm used to it.
Does it go by often?
Never stops. I'll warn you the next time I hear it coming.
Yeah. You do that.
Harry Norris, here in my apartment.
What?
I can't get over running into you like this.
Yeah, well, you never know.
Are you married, Harry?
No.
Funny. I pictured you married by now and with a family. But here you are. A little older, but about the same.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes.
What do you do for a living?
Oh, nothing right now, but I got plans, big plans. I'm going to be running a lot of guys around this town someday, and I'm going to have money, lots of it.
I don't doubt it. You say you have plans. Tell me about them, Harry.
What's there to tell? I'm after big money, that's all.
You'll have it. If you're the Harry I remember, you'll get whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I remember how you were around school. When you saw something you wanted, you got it. Nothing could stop you. I remember a football game with Astoria High. You got knocked out and they carried you off the field. We were losing the game and you came back in all bandaged up and put us ahead.
Yeah.
I was very proud of you. I thought you were wonderful.
You? But, we hardly knew each other.
I knew you. Well. I waited outside the gym that night to see if you were all right. I saw you leave and you had a little bandage right there. Where the tiny scar is now.
Oh, this one?
Uh-huh.
So, You waited around to see if I was okay, huh?
Yeah. I even followed you home that night. I was afraid you might pass out on the street and there would be no one to take care of you, so I followed you.
I remember that night. But not much of what I did.
Instead of going home, you stopped in at a pool room. I waited outside for hours.
You did?
Then it started to snow. And I went home.
It's funny. I don't remember seeing you, and yet you were around so much. It's funny.
Well, I was a pretty horrible-looking kid then.
Maybe. And there's nothing wrong with you now, Ruthie. What time is it?
I don't know. The clock's in the bedroom.
Oh.
I wonder how Mrs. Leibowitz is doing.
Mrs. Leibowitz? You can call in the morning and find out.
She's been sick a lot lately. Poor old Mr. Leibowitz has been worried to death about her.
You like the old man?
Sure. He kept me in groceries for a long time last year while I was looking for work. And he's done the same for other people in the neighborhood. What's the matter, Harry?
Nothing's the matter.
Then sit back and relax. You're sitting there like a tiger about to jump on something.
Yeah, sure. You, like living alone like this?
I love it.
Don't you get a little lonesome?
Sometimes. But I have friends in the neighborhood, and we get together and have crazy times.
How come you never got married, Ruth?
Never met the kind of man I'd want to spend the rest of my life with, I guess.
No boyfriends? No one?
It's kind of your fault, Harry.
My fault?
Mm-hmm. When a girl has a crush on a fella and nothing happens, she goes on thinking that maybe someday something will happen. And in the meantime, the other fellas just don't mean much, I guess.
Ruth, I don't get it. Did you feel this way about me?
I did, once, when we were in school. But I got over it.
Did you?
Sure, I guess.
You're a funny kid. I don't get you.
Forget it, Harry.
Wish I could remember you. What you looked like.
Like I said, I was pretty off.
What are you looking at?
Your scar. It's no larger than a match head.
Yeah.
I can hardly feel it. And you have another tiny scar on the side of your nose right here. Where'd you get it, Harry?
A fight, I think.
Always a tough guy. That's why the girls liked you so much. You treated them so rough.
Did I?
And you ignored them most of the time.
Yeah.
The way you're ignoring me right now.
Am I?
Only inches between us and you ignore me. Ignore this if you can, Harry.
Ruthie.
And this.
Ruthie, baby.
Harry. Honey.
Hmm?
That was the L that just went by.
I heard it. I heard it.
Now you can relax for another 5 minutes.
Another 5 minutes? Ruthie,
What's the matter, Harry?
I don't know. I must be going soft in the head. I came up here to do something. Now I can't. The things you said, the way you act, you make me feel like I mean something to you. All the time I didn't know you were alive. If I really mean anything to you, you'll help me. I need help. Ruthie, can I trust you?
Ruthie, are you home?
Who's that?
I don't know.
Honey, it's Jimmy. Ruth.
Jim.
Don't make a sound.
What's going on up there?
Mrs. Dooley, have you seen Ruth?
Oh, I heard her come in a while ago. I didn't see her, though. What are you banging on her door for?
She doesn't answer. Do you have a key?
A key? Oh, I think so.
Well, get it.
I don't know what you're so excited about. Maybe she's asleep.
Look, Ruthie, you're gonna do as I say or you're gonna get hurt. See this 38?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be against your side like this. Act like you've been asleep and answer that guy and get rid of him, understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm taking my hand away from your mouth. Now be careful. I don't want anybody to know I'm here. Get rid of him.
All right, Harry. I'll get rid of him.
Ruth?
What? What's going on out there?
Ruthie?
Jimmy? Is that you?
Yeah. Are you all right?
What do you want? It's late. Of course I'm all right.
Why didn't you answer when I knocked?
I've been asleep. What do you want?
Well, nothing, honey. I was worried about you, that's all.
Worried? About me?
Sure. You said you were going to stop by old man Leibowitz's place for groceries on your way home.
I did stop there. What about it?
Well, was everything okay?
Tell him yes.
Yes. Everything was all right. Why?
Mr. Leibowitz was held up tonight. He was shot.
Oh.
Mrs. Leibowitz came down to the store and found him dead behind the counter. Ruth?
I heard you, Jimmy.
The neighborhood is full of cops. They say it happened less than an hour ago. You can see why I was so worried.
Get rid of him.
I'm all right, Jimmy. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, sweet. Hey, don't I get a good night kiss?
I'm not dressed. Good night.
Okay. Good night, honey. Well, Mrs. Dooley, forget about the key. She's all right.
You killed him.
I killed him.
You're going to kill me.
I'm going to kill you.
Yes, you have to. I could fix you good with the police.
Yes, you could. You almost got it before, but you got me mixed up a little. You made me forget what I came up here to do. Trying to make me think you cared about me.
Harry, I did.
Yeah? Does everybody in the building stop by for a good night kiss?
Jimmy's only...
I don't care who he is. Only, why the routine with me? What were you after?
Harry, why don't you give yourself up? You heard Jimmy. The neighborhood is full of police. You can't get away.
I've been in tighter spots than this. I always get away. Here it comes, Ruthie.
Harry.
Sorry, baby.
I won't tell anyone, Harry.
Sorry, baby.
Don't kill me.
Sorry, baby.
It's all right, miss. It's all right.
Is he dead, officer?
Yeah.
I didn't know whether you'd get here in time.
We finally found that trail of flour you left from the store up here. We hit the door just as the L passed. Close.
That was quick thinking, lady. That trail of flour. Did you see him shoot the old man?
No. When Harry opened the refrigerator to get some potato salad, I saw Mr. Leibowitz's legs sprawled out on the floor. And when he came from behind the counter, he left tracks of blood.
Yeah. Hey, how did you keep him here so long without him killing you?
We had a lot to talk about. I knew Harry a long time ago. There were things I remembered about him. But he didn't remember me.
Suspense. A story based on fact, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Dan Duryea.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Last week, it was the very great privilege of Autolite to salute leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment in the Parade of Stars automobile show in the Grand Ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. Here, in a colorful setting, were presented brilliant new car models produced by members of the Autolite family. On the opening night, the show was presented to millions at Autolite's Suspense television time in the first national television preview of an automobile show. Later in the week, the show was attended by thousands from all over the world, as well as by leaders in the automotive industry and stars of the entertainment world. All members of our Autolite family joined in this salute and were proud to have had this opportunity of expressing appreciation to the distinguished members of our family and to their dealers for our many years of association.
Next week, a true story of a murder on the high seas, a classic of documentary American crime, in which our star, Mr. Richard Widmark, will appear as Mate Brom. The dramatization is based on Edmund Pearson's famous essay and will be presented on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Remember Me was written for Suspense by Gus C. Bays. In tonight's play, Charlotte Lawrence was heard as Ruth. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Ruth Parrott, Lee Millar, and Charles Calvert.
For the location of your nearest battery or spark plug dealer or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. My name's Diamond. If you spotted me on the street, you'd probably figure me for an average working man. But you'd be wrong. I fit the description all right because I break my back 6 days a week to keep my piggy bank nice and stuffed. But my occupation puts me in a class by myself. I'm a private, honey, nothing in this world but detective. You probably say, so what? The average working man comes under the heading of a lot of different jobs, and you'd be right on that count. But there's one little thing that puts me in a class all by myself. Trouble. Mr. and Mrs. Average John Doe work 6 days a week to keep clear of it. I put in the same time playing footsies with it. It's a kind of silent partner with references dating all the way back to the year one. People get in trouble every second, and I count on a small percentage to come to me to get them out of it. The rest, odds and good advertising. As an example, take the other night in a little bistro over on 48th Street. A couple of guys sitting at a back table were getting set for a special brand of trouble. The big kind that you find under the heading of murder.
Oh, Bert, old boy, this is turning out to be a wonderful evening.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, George.
Yes. Say, who's a blonde over there in the booth?
Well, I've never seen her before, but she's cute.
Yeah, she sure is. Good evening, baby.
Oh, George, take it easy.
What?
Maybe she's waiting for someone.
Oh, don't be silly. Look, she's smiling. Let's ask her over to the table.
Well, I still think she's waiting for someone. If you want to take the chance, go ahead. You ask her.
All right, I will. I said good evening.
Good evening.
My friend and I noticed you were sitting alone, and we wondered if you'd join us.
Oh, I don't believe I can. You see...
Oh, please, just for a few drinks?
No, really. Thank you just the same.
Well, if you say so, but I'll be unhappy for the rest of the evening.
Hi, baby.
Tony.
I'm sorry I took so long, but... Hey, who's this guy?
Not Tony.
I said, who's the guy?
If you'll excuse me.
No, you, wait a minute.
George, come on. I think we'd better leave.
This guy a friend of yours?
Yes, he is.
Was this guy making a pitch, man?
No, he only asked me over for a drink.
Oh, he did, huh?
Now, wait a minute, pal.
Please, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
So you made a mistake. Well, I don't like jokers that try and pick up my girl. Hey, wait a minute. You didn't have to slug him. Maybe you'd like to do something about it.
Maybe I would.
Loud enough.
That's the first time Tony ended up on the short end of a fight in a long time.
You all right, George?
Yes. I think I cut my head.
Yeah, you're bleeding all over the place. You better get out of here, mister. I saw the manager duck in the back room. He's probably calling the cops.
Here, let me give you a hand, George. Here, now, take my hat and wear it over the cut until you get home.
I'm getting out of here, too. You want me to drop you off?
What about your boyfriend? He's still unconscious.
He was that way when I met him. You want the lift or not?
What about you, Bert?
Oh, I'll be all right. Now, go on. Let her take you somewhere so you can get cleaned up. I'll grab a cab and head for my place. I'll call you in the morning.
But I don't
Now,
want
stop
to...
arguing. You can't afford a scandal.
All right.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Well, this very nice apartment.
You better go get cleaned up. Back to that room. I'll get a couple of drinks.
I can sure use a drink. I won't be long.
Take your time. Yes. Tony, get out of here.
Where is that
Go
guy?
on, get out of here.
Why, you cheap little... I'll beat it out of you.
Let go of me. Take your hands off me.
You take your hands off her.
No.
I'll kill the both of you.
Help! There's a gun in the stairs.
A gun? All right. I'll wring your little neck. Oh!
You shot him.
I did?
You better get out of here.
Yeah, but what about you?
Go on, get out while you can. I'll think of something.
Yes.
Leave the gun. I'll throw it in the river or something.
Huh? Oh, all right.
Now go on, beat it. You just killed a man.
Yeah, come in.
Hiya, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Hennessy, what did you do, wreck your cab?
Nah, it's down in the front. Hey, that's a warm magazine you're reading there.
Yeah. Listen to what it says here about women's bathing suits.
Huh?
1949 suits allow maximum exposure to sun. Note plunging neckline. Note. Who's going to miss it? If it plunged in the lower, it'd wind up at the bends.
Yeah. Mr. Diamond, would you mind shoving it in a drawer? The picture distracts me.
Not at all, no. I don't blame you, Hennessy.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind?
This.
A hat?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I can do you much good. What did you bring it to me for?
I found it in the gutter over in Flatbush.
So what? Some guy loses a hat. Don't tell me you want me to find him.
No, I just got to worrying a little, you see. I found this beside you.
Oh, a 38. Well, let's have a look.
Take a look at the hat, too. It's got blood all over the inside.
Yeah. And initials on the inside. BK. Gun's been fired. You can still smell the powder in the barrel. Why didn't you take this to the police?
Oh, I didn't want to get mixed up in it. You see, I got to pick up as many fares as I can. I ain't got nobody to drive my cab for me, and I didn't want to spend the day answering questions down at headquarters, you understand?
Well, you'll probably have to anyway. I'll have to notify them.
Yeah? Well, I thought maybe you could find out who owned the hat and maybe solve the case before you notify him, you see? That way I wouldn't have to spend too much time. I could just tell him I found it and beat it.
Well, I can't withhold evidence. It'd take away my license. And if you did, they'd lock you up.
Okay, I just thought
well,
maybe...
I can check the hat store before I get to the 5th precinct.
Yeah, well, won't that be a tough job? There's a lot of hat stores,
well,
you
this
know.
hat's got a label. Besides, when someone finds a bloody hat with a 38 lying next to it, I get interested. Particularly when there isn't a corpse to go with it.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go, Mr. Diamond. Thanks a lot. You got a free ride anytime you want it.
I may take you up on that. So long, Hennessy. Well, there you are. What did I tell you? When you're working with trouble, something always shows up. Sometimes it's just a routine case. A guy knocks off his wife and he comes to you because he suddenly found out that he had that lonely feeling. Or maybe you get a real screwy one. A taxidermist that got tired of stuffing animals and went to work on a neighbor. Or then you get one that gives you the same feeling you get when you pick up a poker hand and the first 4 cards you look at are all spades. Well, I was holding 2 cards. A hat with blood on it, a gun that had been fired, and all I needed to fill out the hand was a body. By all rights, I should have taken the evidence right down to my friend, Lieutenant Levinson, at homicide. But I didn't have anything to do, so I decided to see what kind of pieces I could fit into the puzzle. The label in the hat was from a store on 5th Avenue. It wasn't far from my office, so I walked it.
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
Yeah, stop munching your sen-sen and tell me if this hat is from your store.
Well, let me see it. These glasses are not telescopes, you know.
Yeah, here.
Well, if you're planning to return this merchandise, sir, I can assure you the store will not accept it. You've been bleeding on the sweatband.
Look, Rosebud, I just want to know if the hat is from this store.
It most certainly is. It's one of our custom models.
Who did you sell it to?
If you found this hat, we will be glad to return it to its owner. We are not supposed to give out the names of our clients.
I have a small badge here that should cut this conversation down to a few words. See?
Oh.
Now, would you mind telling me to whom did you sell this hat?
Well, just because you're a detective, I am not impressed. However, under the circumstances, I'll give you the buyer's name.
You're a real sport.
I suppose you wear a shoulder holster, too. Or is that bulge your tailor's fault?
Psst. Come here. I really keep a midget in there.
You don't say.
Yeah. He spits through the lapel at stupid hat clerks.
Oh, really?
Now, come on, Bright Eyes. Who bought the hat?
Well, if you'll just hold your horses.
That's the new line, if I ever heard one. Come on, Bubbles.
Yeah. Here it is. This hat was sold to a Mr. Bertram Calmus. We make all his hats for him.
Well, bully for you. What's his address?
430 Sutton Place. Now, will that be all, sir?
Yes, that will be all, and thank you. You've been a brick through the whole ugly mess. I left him watering his gardenia and headed for the residence of one Mr. Bertram Calmus. The apartment house was about 10 blocks away, and with the money I had in my pocket, all taxicabs started looking like iron claws with 4 wheels. I walked.
Yes?
How do you mean that?
Yes, I don't want any.
Oh, and I've got a pretty good sales talk.
I never buy anything unless I have a demonstration.
My middle name is Semper Paratus. Like the Coast Guard, I'm always prepared.
I suppose I could top that, but I'm getting tired of trying to close the door on your foot. What is it you want?
I hate to admit it, but I'm looking for Bertram Calmus.
My husband.
Good for him. Is he in?
No, but he will be any minute. What's it about?
This hat, I believe, is his.
What blonde's apartment did it turn up in?
It was found in the gutter in Flatbush.
Well, Flatbush is a little out of his territory, but the gutter sounds familiar. What's that stain all over it?
Blood. Does your husband bleed a lot?
Not recently. We've been getting along. Are you from the police?
I'm a detective.
Oh. Come in.
I'd hate to be selling brushes.
I'd have slammed the door on your face.
Oh, well, then I made an impression.
Perhaps. Let's just say you're waiting for a sacrifice to move you to second base. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. What happens when I round third?
That depends on your batting average, Mr.
Diamond, Mrs. Calmus.
That fits.
Now, getting back to a very dull subject, does this hat belong to your husband?
I don't know. It looks like one of his. Has it got any initials in the band?
Mm-hmm. BK.
When did you find it?
I didn't. The cab driver picked it up this morning.
And it isn't my husband's blood. He left about a half an hour ago to do some shopping, and it was very bloodless.
No cuts on his head?
No cuts. He came in around 2 this morning. He'd been drinking, but he wasn't cut up. Oh, there he is now. I hope we can discuss baseball another time.
Oh, I got all the things you wanted, and...
Bert, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a detective.
Yeah? Well, how are you?
Fine, Mr. Calmus. Tell me, is this your hat?
My hat? Let me see it. Why, no, it isn't.
The hat store on Fifth Avenue says they sold it to you.
Well, I can't help what they say. That's not my hat.
Are you sure, darling? It was found in a gutter.
I don't care if they found it on a Yale man in the Harvard Club. It's not mine.
Well, I guess I'll have to take your word for it.
Wait. Isn't that blood on the hat?
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Calmus. Mr. Calmus. Nice meeting you both.
I'll see you to the door.
I can do it.
I know you can, dear. Coming, Mr. Diamond?
Sure.
Goodbye. Come back again, Mr. Diamond.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Calmus.
Where can I call you?
What?
I can't explain now. Where can I call you in about a half an hour?
My office. It's in the book.
You'll hear from me, but please don't do anything until then.
Okay. Half an hour. Then I go to the police with this hat. Wuss.
Mr. Diamond, this is Bert Calmus.
Yeah?
Yes, I couldn't say anything to you in front of my wife. That is my hat.
Well, I thought so. Why did you deny it?
Well, I was out with a pal last night. There was a fight over a girl. I didn't want to mention it in front of my wife.
Oh, how did the blood get on the hat?
My friend got hit on the head, and I loaned him my hat to cover up the wound.
What was it doing in a gutter in Flatbush?
I really don't know. My friend left with the girl, and I went right home.
Well, who is this friend of yours? I think something may have happened to him.
Well, I called him this morning, and he seemed very nervous about something, and he asked me to come over. I'm in the lobby of his hotel right now.
He's probably just worried about the girl he picked up. As long as the blood on the hat was from a cut on his head, I don't think there's too much to worry about.
No, Mr. Diamond, I think it's more than that. He's my employer, and I know him pretty well. I do wish you'd come over.
Well, all right, Mr. Calamus. What's the address?
The Whitsett Hotel on East 54th Street. I'll meet you in the lobby.
Don't ask me why I started getting that lousy feeling when all I had was a bloody hat, a gun, and a pretty good explanation for one of the items. But there it was. That jammed-up feeling in the pit of my stomach, like I just swallowed a whole pineapple. Something was wrong, and I wanted to find out what. So I hurried over to the Whitsett Hotel and met Calamus in the lobby.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Diamond. I just put in a call to George's room, and someone else answered.
So what?
Well, the man asked a lot of questions, like who I was and what did I want with George, and...
Oh, I take it George is your friend of last night.
Yes, George Watkins. He's the president of the firm I work for.
Well, let's go up. When someone starts asking questions like that on the phone, it begins to sound like the police have moved in. Come on.
Yeah?
Oh, hello, Walt.
Rick, what are you doing here?
Fair question. I'll answer yours if you'll do the same for me. I came up to see a Mr. George Watkins.
So did I.
Well, what's the matter? Is George in some kind of trouble?
Who's this guy?
Oh, he's a friend of Watkins, works for him.
Oh, yeah? Well, come on in.
George, what's going on here?
You better let the lieutenant tell you, Bert. I can't think anymore.
What's the charge, Walt?
Murder.
Murder?
We got a call from a girl last night who said a man named George Watkins killed someone in her apartment. When we got over there, we found the girl dead, too.
Oh, well, you must have the wrong man, Inspector George.
Lieutenant. And I'm sure you think George wouldn't, but he just confessed.
George? Yes, Bert, I killed the man. But I didn't kill her. The man came in and tried to strangle her. She told me to get the gun in the drawer, and when the man wouldn't let her go, I shot him.
That isn't what the girl told us. She said she took this guy home after he'd been in a fight, and when they got to her apartment, he made a pass just as her boyfriend came in. Then Watkins shot him and ran out. We figured he got excited, and when he had time to think about it, he went back and killed the only other witness.
I didn't kill the girl. I never went back there at all. I came straight here.
Walt, Mr. Calamus here was with him up until the time he left with the girl.
Is that right, Mr. Calamus?
Why, yes, sir.
Now, there was a previous fight, and Watkins got that cut on his head. Mr. Calamus loaned him his hat to cover the wound.
That's right, sir.
And, by the way, Walt, what caliber was the murder weapon?
.38, but we haven't found the gun yet.
Here, check this one with ballistics.
How'd you find this?
Cab driver named Hennessy brought it into me this morning. Found it lying with a hat.
Did you ever see this gun before, Watkins?
No, I told you I don't own a gun.
Walt, what time do you figure he killed the man and the girl?
The coroner fixed the time of death about 1 o'clock this morning.
How long were you at this girl's apartment, Mr. Watkins?
Why, about 5 minutes before her boyfriend came in. I shot him and left immediately.
And you don't remember taking your hat or the gun?
What are you getting at, Rick? This is an open and shut case. He admits killing one of them, but he won't admit the other killing because he knows it was premeditated.
Just a hunch, Walt, just a hunch. Mr. Watkins, would you mind telling me just what happened after the girl's boyfriend started choking her?
Well, I grabbed a gun out of the dresser near the kitchen, and I shot him. And the girl told me to get out, that she'd take care of things, so I dropped the gun and ran.
Did you hear anything else? Anything unusual?
No. But, yes, now that you mention it, I did hear something, but it slipped my mind until now.
What did you hear?
Well, I don't know whether I can describe it or not. It sounded like someone had opened a bottle of flat champagne.
What are you getting at, Rick?
Oh, wait a minute, Walt. When did you hear this noise?
Right after I shot the man. I remember wondering if someone hadn't opened a bottle in the kitchen.
Is that where the noise came from?
Yes, I think so.
All right, if I go over and case the scene, Walt?
We've done that.
Yeah, but you weren't looking for something. Why don't you come with me, Mr. Calamus? I'd like to talk with you. What's the address, Walt?
16 West 113th Street.
Well, now, look, don't worry too much, George. I can handle the business, and in the meantime, I'll do everything to get you off.
Thanks, Bert.
Now, you wait a minute, Rick. If you think you know something...
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
Calmus and I went downstairs and took a cab over to 16 West 113th Street. It was a middle-class apartment house in Flatbush, a 4-story brownstone. I let Calmus pay the fare, and we went in. I wonder what floor it's on.
Well, should tell on the mailboxes. Yeah, here it is. Nan Phillips, 206.
Well, let's go up. Oh, what do you do for Mr. Watkins?
I'm his vice president. That's why I took him out last night. I wanted to interest him in a new account. I just can't imagine him killing anyone, but I guess people do funny things when they lose their heads.
Oh, 206. Oh, here it is.
Yeah?
Hello.
Oh, no.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
What do you want, Diamond?
Well, I want to stand out here in the hall and count the hairs in your 5 o'clock shadow. Now, let us in. The lieutenant said it was all right.
Okay, comic.
Mr. Calmus, beat Sergeant Otis.
How are you?
Hello, Sergeant.
Otis, make like a policeman and point out the circumstances in this killing, will you?
Well, I don't know why I should, Shamus, but if the lieutenant sent you over, I guess I'll have to. 2 bodies was over there by the window, lying pretty close together.
Uh-huh.
The killer, that Watkins fellow, was standing about here in the center of the room.
With his back to the kitchen door.
Yeah. He shot them both from about here. Hey, what are you looking for?
Oh, I like to get out on my hands and knees. It's cooler.
Well, it won't do you no good to start looking for fancy clues. The guy already confessed.
Well.
Hey, what do you got there?
Just a wad.
So, you got some wadding from the murder gun. You better give it here.
Sure. But hang on to it, Otis, and be sure to give it to the lieutenant. Maybe you haven't noticed, but murder guns don't throw this much wadding unless you can kill someone with a blank cartridge.
What?
Don't let it throw you. Mr. Calmus, I've got some things to do. Can I drop you somewhere?
Well, no, thanks. Now that Mr. Watkins can't take care of the office, I'd better go down and check over some things. But I'll keep in touch with you, Mr. Diamond.
You do that.
Now, wait a minute, Diamond.
Oh, stop trying to figure it out, Otis. You'll snap your wig. I was getting close to something. I wanted to tie the ends together before it caught up with me. I had a big, fat hunch that Watkins had been framed good, and the more I found out, the more it looked like a killer was still loose. The whole setup had been screwy from the first. Why would a guy lose his hat and drop his gun in the same place? Or, if he threw them both away, why wouldn't he burn the hat and throw the gun in the river? Nobody's frightened enough to lay them side by side in the gutter. I learned a lot since this morning, and I was certain of one thing. The killer tried to make it look good, but he was an awful amateur. I knew something else, too. Amateurs can be awfully mean sometimes when you corner them. I put in a call to Walt and told him what I had, and then I asked him to give me half an hour and meet me at Mrs. Calmus's flat. I grabbed another cab, and 20 minutes later, I was sitting on a long couch next to Mrs. Calmus. It's easy to get that crowded feeling, even on a long couch. You just both sit on the same cushion.
Comfy?
Oh, yeah. What kind of perfume is that?
My sin.
Past or future tense?
A rounding second. What brought you back, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I want to ask a couple of questions.
Past or future tense?
What time did your husband get in last night?
I told you about 2 o'clock. Why?
Do you know if he knows a girl named Nan Phillips?
I really don't know.
Oh. Well, all right. Just a few more questions, and then we'll get back to that perfume.
I'll think ahead.
You said you'd been getting along with your husband. Would you mind explaining that?
Certainly I like nice things, and lately he's been buying them for me.
Oh. What's your husband's salary?
About $15,000 a year.
Oh. Could he afford to buy you these things?
Well, he told me he was getting a raise, and he'd gotten a bigger fan. What's this all about?
Maybe I'd better tell you.
Bert, I didn't hear you.
I did.
What are you doing with that gun?
I'm going to use it. I found Mr. Diamond making passes at my wife, and I shot him.
Are you crazy?
Don't ask him that. He's allowed to start thinking about it. You can't shoot me and get away with it, Calmus. What are you going to do with your wife? She won't back you up.
No, I guess she wouldn't. All right, both of you, get up and walk downstairs to my car.
Bert, what are you doing?
Your husband killed 2 people last night, Mrs. Calmus. Now he's going to try and cover because he guessed I knew how it was done.
You're not going to kill me, too.
Get moving.
Bert, please.
Go on.
Better do as he says.
Why did you kill anyone, Bert?
He wanted to frame his boss. I'll bet when the company checks, they'll find out he's had his hand in the till.
They won't find out, Mr. Diamond. With Mr. Watkins booked for murder, I'm next in line for president. I'll be able to fix the book so it will look like he took the money, too.
Is that where you got the money for all those things you've been buying from me?
You shot the man and the girl from the kitchen with a silencer, didn't you, Bertram?
That's right. I knew you were onto something when you discovered that wad from the blank cartridge.
I was onto something a long time before that.
Yeah? All right. Come on. Over to that gray sedan, and remember, I've still got this gun in my pocket.
Ah, you're an amateur, Bertram.
Is that right?
Sure. I knew you had something to do with it when we got over to the girl's apartment. I didn't know what floor it was on, and you looked in the mailboxes.
That's the best way to find an apartment, isn't it?
Yeah, but not once at any time did anyone mention the dead girl's name. But you knew it and found it on the mailbox.
All right, stop right here. Open the door, Gene, and get in first. The front seat.
Please.
Get in. All right. Now you, Mr. Diamond, you're going to drive.
You know, I left my license in my other suit.
Stop stalling.
I had to do something to stall for just a second because over Bertram's shoulder I spotted a prowl car sliding up to the curb, and good old Walt was climbing out. Bertram, would you mind answering just one question?
What is it?
The gun that Watkins thought he killed the man with was loaded with blanks, wasn't it?
Sure. I killed the guy from the kitchen with a silencer.
The whole thing was rigged, huh? The man and the girl were supposed to stage that fight, and Watkins was supposed to shoot the guy with the dummy slug.
You said one question. Now get in the car.
All right, Thomas, don't move.
What? Why, you...
Duck, Rick!
That was a close one.
You're so right, Walt. Take his gun. I think you'll find it's the one that Watkins fired the blanks from.
How is he?
On his way. Hey, Bertram.
I'll go call the wagon.
Bertram.
Yes.
You want to tie the ends together?
I paid the girl and the man to stage the fight. I told them I wanted to frame George and blackmail him.
So you framed him with a double murder instead. Why?
I'd been stealing money from the company. How'd you know it was me?
Well, knowing the girl's name, for one thing, and your wife told me you'd gotten in about two.
Oh.
You told me over the phone you went straight home after the fight in the cafe. The killing took place about 1. Watkins said he'd been at the girl's for 5 minutes. About 15 to get to her place, so that meant you all left the cafe around 12:30. It doesn't take an hour and a half to get... Hey, Bertram.
Diamond,
Huh?
I don't think Bert can hear you.
Yeah. Well, it was a pretty dull story anyway. Well, the wagon got there, and I briefed Walt on everything that had happened. They took Mrs. Calamus home and released Watkins. It was a stinking hot afternoon, and I needed something cool to bring me down to normal, so I headed for 975 Park Avenue. A tall lemonade with a mind of its own, and a curvaceous redhead with the same gimmick.
Yes? Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
Afternoon, Francis. Miss Asherin?
Yes, sir. She's in the study, reading.
Thanks, Francis. Oh, how about something cool?
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Wow, you look cool enough. That's a nice getup.
You like it? It's the newest thing.
Yeah, I saw it in the magazine. What do you do if it shrinks?
Oh, silly.
No, I'm concerned. You might get raided.
Don't you like it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think of me?
Oh, you're adorable. You're beautiful and you're cute.
Hey, that sounds like a song.
Uh-huh. Come here.
No, not sing it. It's cute.
That's too hot.
I'm rather cool.
Well, I was only lukewarm until I spotted that play suit.
Go on. A, you're adorable.
Okay, but then I want to play. Get it? Play suit.
That was then.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Go on.
Hey, you're adorable. B, you're so beautiful. C, you're a cutie full of charm. D, you're a darling. And E, you're exciting. And F, you've got feathers on your arm.
Oh, Rick.
G, you're a good to me. H, you so heavenly. I, you're the one I idolize. J, we're like Jack and Jill. K, you're so kissable. L is the love light in your eyes.
Rick.
Do you want me to finish?
I love you.
Oh, you're sweet. Come here.
Just one moment, sir.
Yes, Francis?
I'm not going to be embarrassed again. Here's your lemonade.
Thank you, Francis.
Oh, it's nothing, sir. A, you're adorable. B, you're so beautiful. C,
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Byron Kane, Lorene Tuttle, Paul Freese, and Wally Mayer. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Before opening tonight's file, this first broadcast of 1946, this first week in January, is a good time to look forward into the future and back at the past. We of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States are happy to report that the end of World War II finds our society in a stronger position than ever before. Our membership, our assets, and the amount of life insurance owned by our members increased during the war years. So the Equitable Society has weathered this war as successfully as it did 3 previous wars and 7 major depressions. We wish to report also that in the future, as in the past, the premium dollars of Equitable Society members will be invested in ways that benefit the entire country. And by serving its members, the Equitable Society will continue to serve America. Tonight's file, Crime in the Roaring '20s.
This week, as America begins the first year of another post-war era, she faces here at home, just as she did some 25 years ago, those many grave problems which grow out of war. But of them all, none is a greater menace to the right of American citizens to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness than that problem which is splashing more and more black ink across the front pages of our newspapers every day: crime. Addressing the International Association of Chiefs of Police recently, Director J. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, your FBI, uttered this warning.
After every great war, there has been a recession of moral fortitude. This one will be no exception. I hope, as you do, that the racketeers, the overlords, the desperados, and the criminal scum who characterize the Roaring '20s will not come back to the American scene. I fear, however, that this is wishful thinking. Once they get a start and find they can succeed, we shall face very serious trouble. It is the delinquent youngster of the war years who is now graduating into the ranks of seasoned criminals. They are now becoming the postgraduates of crime and are committing the more despicable offenses.
It was the delinquent youngsters of 1917 and 18 who graduated into the seasoned criminals of that post-war era, who made the Roaring '20s roar. roar with the explosions of pistols, machine guns, and pineapple bombs. Will it happen here again? This is how it happened then. This is how one delinquent youngster of 1917 became a postgraduate of crime in the roaring 20s. In a cellar room of the Black Cat Club, a roadhouse just outside a large Midwestern city, the slot machines and dice games, as usual, were taking more than giving. While upstairs on the main floor, the young hip blast set were drinking bootleg liquor in dim corners and dancing the black bottom to a pasty-faced orchestra. Presently, young Red Martin and two companions sweep into the room and take over a booth in a corner.
Hey, waiter.
Yeah.
Give these guys a setup and bring me a Coke, will you?
Okay.
What's with the Coke? Why don't you take a real drink, Red?
None of that rot gut for me, pal. You can't make dough out of it, and ulcers, too. And I'm going to make dough out of it.
Yeah? How do you mean?
Tell you all about it in a minute.
Hey, look.
Yeah?
Couple of dames over there making a big play.
Forget 'em. I'll show you something with real class.
Where?
That blonde.
Huh?
There she goes now, toward the back.
Hey.
That's for me, fellas.
Are you kidding, Red? You know who that is? That's Legs Miller's dame.
I know.
Guy that runs this joint?
Yeah. Look, stupid. Don't you know who Legs Miller really is?
Yeah, I know. He does a little bootlegging.
A little? He ain't in the pint and quart business. He runs the stuff by the truckload.
Yeah?
Sure. And he's the guy I'm here to do business with.
Are you kidding, Red?
Where's your setup, boys? Your Coke, Red.
Okay, say, tell Casey I want to see him.
Sure.
Now, before this Casey gets here, I want to tell you guys something.
Okay.
Up to now, we've just been playing a nickel and dime rackets. It's time we graduated.
How?
We'll hook up with a gang like Legs Miller's, make some real dough, and if we're smart, we'll have our own business before you know it, okay?
Well, gee, Red,
What's the matter, you yellow?
No, of course not.
You want to see me, Red? Yeah.
What about?
You know what about, Casey.
Yeah, but Legs ain't...
Don't give me that. He's here. I saw his dame go back a minute ago.
Look, Red, the guy is busy.
I want to see him. Now.
Okay, kid. Come on.
Stick right here, boys. I'll be back with a deal.
Legs.
Yeah, Casey?
Hey, you got a minute?
What is it?
I got a guy here who wants to talk to you.
Okay. Bring him in.
You want me to leave?
No, stick around, honey.
Go ahead, Red.
Okay.
This here is Red Martin.
Hiya.
Hi, Legs.
What do you want, kid?
I want to talk business. I'm not a kid.
He means now he's shaving, honey.
But where did he get those big shoulders?
You like him, sweetheart?
What do you mean by that, crack kid?
Darling, he means do I like him? And I do.
Look, Legs. Do you want to talk business or don't you?
Okay, Mr. Martin. What kind of business?
Did Casey tell you anything about me?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I got a proposition for you.
Yeah?
You've been doing pretty good for yourself, but you could be doing a whole lot better.
No kidding.
Yeah. Now, here's my deal. This'll really put you on top. I got some guys, you got some guys. I bring my guys in and join up with you and work on a commission. Before you know it, everybody in the whiskey business is working for us.
That's your proposition?
Yeah. How's it sound to you?
Casey.
Huh?
Bounce this bum.
Wait a minute.
I said bounce him.
Keep away from me. I'll walk out of here under my own power. But I want you to remember something, Legs. Next time you and me get together, it'll be you that gets the bounce.
What?
And your dame here will get to stick around and try out these big shoulders.
Boy, you... What happened, Red? Did you make a deal?
No. But I made a promise. So let's get started on it.
What are we going to do?
First, we're going to get lots of power on wheels somewhere. Come on.
Crime, like history, repeats itself. This juvenile delinquent product of World War I has his counterpart today. Somewhere in the nation, a youngster like Red Martin may be planning a similar career of ruthless violence. Let him listen, then. Listen and learn. The first report on Red Martin is received in the local office of the FBI.
Special Agent Brown speaking.
Morning, Mr. Brown. Police headquarters. Had
think this is one for you FBI fellas.
All right. What is it?
Morristown across the state line last night.
Yes?
3 young fellas stuck up an all-night garage and auto storage, slugged the man on duty, and escaped with a black Cadillac sedan.
Mm-hmm.
Believe they came back across the state line with it.
What are the details?
The garage man gave a pretty fair description of him. I've got all the facts about the car.
Good. What do the thieves look like?
One of them was about 5 feet 11, big shoulders, red hair, seemed to be the leader. The other two...
Give me your light, will you, Casey?
You better wait. We gotta stop for this railroad crossing, you know.
Don't worry. I ain't taking no chances with a load of legs booze. Well, looks clear to me. Give me that light before I
Okay, put your hands up and get out of that
What
truck.
is it?
Hey, what's the idea?
Shut up and get out of there quick.
They ain't fooling, Casey. We better haul out.
Yeah. Go ahead, kid.
Right.
This is for not moving when I told you. Drag him over to the ditch, Al, quick.
Okay.
You know where to drive the truck, Joe. Get at it.
Sure.
Casey, I guess we better rough you up a little, too, so everything will look on the up and up for you when your pal comes out of it.
Okay.
And you better not ride the next load we knock off. Legs might start wondering. Just tip me off about it.
Right.
Hey, you know something?
What?
Knocking off this truck makes me and Legs partners after all.
What's the story, Bob?
It's the Cadillac we're looking for, all right. And I've got some fingerprints.
They abandoned it right at the scene of the hijacking?
Yes. The watchman at the crossing who saw it take place said one hijacker drove off with a truck. And while he was calling the police, the other two disappeared on the run down the tracks.
What about the 2 men in the truck?
He was sure one of them was slugged. But by the time he made the call and got over there wasn't a sign of anybody or anything but the Cadillac.
Since the victims didn't bother to report to the police, that tells what was in the truck.
Liquor.
Exactly.
But why did the hijackers leave the Cadillac there?
They don't have to worry about a hot car anymore. They can buy their own now. They obviously stole it to pull this job and get a stake.
The start of a new gang, eh?
Yes. So let's get busy and find out who they are and see how soon we can stop them.
Hiya, Red.
Oh, hiya, Joe.
I've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter?
Huh? Nothing. I just thought we might get a couple of dames and go dancing.
I'm a scratch.
Why?
I already got a date.
Oh, yeah? With who?
Legs Miller's dame.
Huh?
Yeah, I sent word to her. I told her I'd be here.
Oh, you did, huh? What makes you think she'll come?
She'll come.
You know, can mean plenty of trouble, Red.
This kind of trouble I like.
Yeah, but if Legs finds
Wait a
out...
minute.
Huh?
She's coming in the door. Blow, will you?
Okay, but take it easy, will you, Red?
Hello, Shoulders.
Hi, honey. Sit down.
Thanks.
You want a drink?
No.
Okay. How's Legs?
He's all right.
Did you, tell him you were coming here?
Now, what do you think?
Well, he's got to know sooner or later.
What do you mean?
About us.
You're wonderful.
That's right.
What about us?
We're in business, baby.
Just like that, huh?
Look, I had this figured months ago. And when I got ready for you, that's when I sent you the word.
Really?
Yeah. You see, there was a lot of things I had to do along the way. Get cars, which I got. Get dough, which I got. And now you.
Which you ain't got.
Don't be a sucker, baby. I'm your kind of guy.
How do you figure that?
You hear that music? Hear what the guy is playing?
Yeah. That's my favorite song.
That's why he's playing it. See the box there?
Yes?
It's loaded with them orchids. Your favorite flower. And I got an order in with the jeweler for a ruby ring. That's your favorite rock.
How did you know all this?
I done research on you, honey. Now you see what I mean? I'm your kind of guy.
You're forgetting something, Red.
What's that?
Legs.
What about him?
He's gonna have something to say about this.
I figured that too, honey. You know something? I'm gonna give him a chance to say it. Gotta pay a call on Mr. Legs Miller tomorrow night.
I found the dealer finally, Jim.
Good.
He sold them 2 second-hand Cadillacs. Here are the descriptions.
Registered in what name?
Jack Smith, obviously an alias.
What did Jack Smith look like?
The one with the red hair, according to the dealer.
There's a report from Washington. Those fingerprints, Jim.
Thanks.
Did we get anything?
On the redhead, yes. His name is George Red Martin. Served 6 months in a reformatory in 1917. Here's the full description and photos on the way.
Good.
I think I'd better get over to police headquarters and see if they have anything on the private life and public habits of said George Red Martin.
All right, you guys, listen to me a minute, will you? Now, here's what I figure we do. Yeah?
Hello, darling.
Oh, hi, honey. Come on in.
Hey, what is this, Legs? A convention?
No, sweetheart. It's sort of like a reception committee.
For who?
Mr. Casey.
Oh,
The boys here got some kind of bad reports on him.
like what?
He's been hanging around with that punk Red Martin, which just about accounts for a lot of that liquor we've been losing lately. Yeah?
Hiya, Legs.
Come on in, Casey.
Okay. What is this, meeting or something?
Yeah. A real important meeting. It's about you.
What do you mean?
Where have you been tonight?
Oh, I was just down collecting a little dough I had riding on an egg. Why?
Let's see the dough.
Oh, sure. Here,
Get up.
Oh, wait a minute, Legs. What's the matter with you?
The horse's name was Red Martin, wasn't it?
Red Martin? I don't know what you're talking...
Okay, boys. Pick him up and take him out for a little ride.
Now, wait a minute, Legs. Give me a chance, will you?
Get him out of here, quick.
All right, get him in the air, everybody. Cover him, boys. First one he makes a move for his heater gets a belly full of this. Hiya, honey.
Hello, Red.
Legs, this is what I told you would happen, remember?
Yeah?
I want all you guys to listen to me. I'm in it, I'm taking over. Any of you don't want to play ball with me, line up against the wall, and I'll check you off right now. Okay, then you're working for me.
Hey, you come just in time, Red.
Casey, get over there with Legs.
What?
I said get over there.
Oh, sure, but what's the idea?
There ain't going to be any double crosses in my outfit.
Huh?
You double-cross Legs, you might double-cross me. Now take it, both of you.
Oh, all right, wait a minute.
Honey, from now on, as long as you play it straight, these big shoulders are yours.
Now, for a moment, let's talk about another kind of youngster. The kind of clean-cut American boy in a typical American home who is going to be one of America's worthwhile citizens. This week at the Equitable Society, one of the agents told me a story that gave me quite a kick. It seems that when he got home the other evening, his young son, Jimmy, aged 8, was chewing candy. Well, like fathers everywhere, he said, "Don't eat that candy now, Jimmy. You'll spoil your dinner. Where'd you get the candy anyway?" "Fred gave it to me," said Jimmy. "His father's in the candy business, and he brings home samples." "Say, Dad, why don't you ever bring home some life insurance samples?" Well, Jimmy's dad tried to explain. "Look, son," he said, "life insurance isn't like candy. Candy is something you can see and feel and touch and taste right now. But life insurance, well, now let's suppose that Fred's dad should die. There wouldn't be any more candy unless Fred's dad had arranged for life insurance to keep Fred supplied with candy and food and clothes. Well, Jimmy thought a minute, and then he said, I get it. Life insurance is candy for when the samples run out. Candy for when the samples run out. That's something to think about. Life insurance is candy for future delivery, security for tomorrow. Well, thinking about that makes us of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel pretty happy about the work we do. There's a real satisfaction in being in a business like this. You see, we always know that what we're doing today will benefit boys like Jimmy and millions of other young Americans far, far into the future. Yes, this week and every week for more than 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the file on crime in the Roaring Twenties.
Red Martin and his companions, delinquent youngsters of 1917, had now graduated into major crime. And together with thousands like themselves, whose potential counterparts after this war were to be far greater in number, had added the explosions of their guns to the roar of the Roaring Twenties. It is now some 30 or 40 minutes after Red Martin's blazing Tommy gun put him on the little throne which had been occupied by the man called Legs Miller. The murdered man has been discovered. The police notified. They, with special agents of the FBI, are now viewing the bodies.
That's Legs, all right.
The other one, I've heard him call Casey.
Who did it, waiter, do you know?
Let me answer that, officer. It was Red Martin, wasn't it, waiter?
Well,
It's Red Martin and his gang who've been knocking off Legs Miller's trucks. Is that right?
I've seen Casey and Red Martin together.
But why did Casey get it?
I guess Martin doesn't want any double crosses on his staff. Find anything, officer?
Couple of slugs on the floor that went clear through him.
I'd like to have them for a lab check, if you don't mind.
Here you are.
Obviously, Martin doesn't intend to do business here.
No, he'll probably set up a new headquarters.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Did Legs Miller have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Is this her picture on the desk here?
Yes, sir.
With all my love, Honey.
That's what she was called.
We're taking this picture along, too, officer.
All right, Mr. Brown.
I guess we can go now. And let's keep our fingers crossed. This picture could be the clue to the whereabouts of Red Martin.
Assuming you mean that when Red Martin takes over, he takes everything over.
Right.
Red,
Yeah?
what time is it?
Little after 10.
Thanks.
Matter, you tired?
No, darling. Bored.
What's the matter?
Well, these past few days haven't been what you might call exciting.
Now, look, honey, I told
I
you.
know. We have to stay here until the heat's off. Couldn't you have picked someplace else for a hideout? Did it have to be 2 dingy rooms above a garage?
We ain't gonna be here forever.
We already have been.
Who is it? Come on in.
Hi, Blondie.
Hello, Junior.
Want to see me, Red?
Yeah. Tell the boys that tomorrow we start expanding.
We do? How?
We're gonna start taking over Mr. Cicero's customers.
It's a big order.
I'm a big guy. Tomorrow the boys start calling on Cicero's customers to tell them from now on they're buying from us, okay?
It'll be okay until Cicero decides to pay us a visit.
That's what I want. It'll be a quick way to take over. We'll be here waiting for him. Pass the word on, Al.
All right. See you later.
After Mr. Cicero, do we hide out again?
Come here, baby.
Well?
Look, just play along with this for a few more days, will you?
Oh, I wish you didn't have those big shoulders.
What luck, Bob?
Enough, I think.
What do you mean?
I checked the photographer this morning who made this picture of Honey.
Well?
He said all he knew, she was a nightclub singer.
Mm-hmm.
So I checked with the booking offices, and I finally got this address.
Whose?
Her mother's, on the north side.
I'm bound to see her mother once in a while. We'll keep a 24-hour surveillance on the house and wait for Honey to show up. Brown speaking.
Jim, the girl just came home to see her mother.
Yes?
Better get over here so we can follow her back and pick up Martin.
You follow yourself, Bob, and then come on in.
Why?
I want to pick up everybody at once.
Yes, but how?
You keep tabs on Honey and find Martin's hideout. I think I've got a way for seeing that everybody is at home when we go calling.
Joe?
Yeah?
Stand over there by the window.
Right.
Al, find yourself by the door.
Okay.
And don't take any chances. Have your rods on that door when she opens. And, honey,
Yes, darling.
for the 10th time, go on back home to your mother's.
Nothing doing. I'm staying here.
Look, baby, that was Cicero that called and said he was coming over, not a magazine salesman. Cicero.
I'm not afraid of Cicero.
So I suppose you like his shoulders, too.
Darling.
Okay, then get out of line of that door anyway.
Hey, Red.
Yeah.
They're here.
How many?
3 cars full.
Get set for anything. They'll be upstairs any minute.
But they won't all come up here.
Never mind what stays downstairs. Just take care of what comes in that door. That's all we have to...
Listen, Red.
Only one guy coming up.
Yeah. Must be Cicero himself.
Gonna try talking first, I guess.
Shall we let him have it when he comes in?
I'll take care of him. Come in.
Evening.
That's not Cicero. Hey, who are you, pal?
I'm Special Agent Brown of the FBI.
FBI? You better get out of here. There might be a lot of shooting in a minute.
There'll be an awful lot if any of you starts at Martin. Those are FBI agents down there, and they're ready to blast you to kingdom come.
But Cicero
I'm
just...
afraid I'm guilty of impersonating Cicero, Mr. Martin.
What?
We just wanted to show you how easily you boys can be taken over, that's all. Now, drop your guns and file quietly downstairs. We'll go to headquarters and arrange futures for one and all.
Young Red Martin's short and unprofitable career of crime ended with his death in the electric chair. The members of his mob were sentenced to long terms in prison. That was a page out of the Roaring '20s, part of the criminal aftermath in America of World War I. Already the criminal aftermath of World War II is splashing black ink across the front pages of our newspapers. It happened before. It can happen here again. The FBI and your local law enforcement officers will fight it day and night. But it must be fought by all the people if it is to be licked. What are you doing about it in your community?
Before we tell you about next week's case from the files of the FBI, a word about a man worth knowing. To the FBI, America looks for national security. And to the Equitable Society, 3.25 million Americans look for the financial security of life insurance. These 3.25 million people are the sole owners of the Equitable Society. Because, you see, the moment they purchased life insurance through an Equitable Society agent, they became part owners of this great mutual organization. Yes, like your FBI, the Equitable Society representative in your community is constantly working for the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Innocent Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated, but all other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Countdown for blastoff. X minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, X minus 1. Fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, No Contact. It was in the year of 1982 that spacemen first discovered the Great Galactic Barrier. In the past 10 years, rocket travel to the moon and the nearer planets had become commonplace. And then men fixed their sights on a more distant star, the remote planet known as Volta. 5 exploratory ships went out, and none came back, each in turn disappearing mysteriously at the same vanishing point, at an invisible wall somewhere in the vast outer reaches that became known as the wrecker of spaceships, the Galactic Reef. And yet, the explorers refused to admit defeat. It was on June the 2nd, 1987, that the rocket Star Cloud made ready for takeoff, the 6th to attempt to crack the barrier and win through to Volta.
Now hear this. Condition green. 2 minutes to blast off. Condition green. 2 minutes to blast off.
Well, Lewis, this is it. I don't suppose you'll be needing the ship's doctor up here on the bridge during blastoff.
I think not, Smitty. There's little chance of acceleration bends in these new overdrive ships.
I'll be in my office then, counting vitamin pills if you need me. It's only a few steps. Good luck, Lewis.
Thank you, Smitty. Lieutenant Collier.
Yes, sir?
You're relieved. You'd better get down to navigation control and take over.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
We've never flown together before. This is your first flight in a space vessel as big as the Star Cloud.
Yes, sir, but I was trained in oversized jobs at the Naval Academy.
Well, if you're half as good a navigator as your father was, you'll do fine.
Thank you, sir. Did you ship out with my father?
I served under him on one of the first rocket runs to the moon.
I see.
I almost went along on his last trip to the barrier. Too bad about that.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Collier.
Lieutenant Paulison.
Get me the ground control tower on the field. I want to talk to Colonel Harrison.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. I've patched in the bridge speaker.
Colonel Harrison?
Yes, Captain?
We're standing by for takeoff in 30 seconds.
Good. The field is cleared of all personnel. We'll try to reestablish radio contact immediately after takeoff. In any event, there'll be a 24-hour ground monitor.
Fine.
Good luck. Hope you make it.
Thank you. Bridge to navigation control.
Nav control, Collier.
Ready, Lieutenant?
We're ready, Captain. The course is in the integrator for takeoff at 1200 hours.
All right. Stand by for blastoff. Bridge to engine room. Fire up your rocket chambers. Take off at exactly 1200 hours. I'll read you off. 20 seconds. 19. 18. 17. 16. Hold it. Revoke all orders. Who turned in that alarm?
Paulison, sir. We've uncovered a stowaway.
Stowaway? Where?
Hiding in sick bay. Dr. Smithson found him.
Have him brought up to the bridge. Engine room, kill your rockets and stand by.
Thorson, this is Colonel Harrison in ground control. What's holding you up?
Trouble.
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? There's a stowaway aboard.
Stowaway?
Yes, I thought your men were supposed to police this base. What's the matter with you?
Captain, take it easy.
You know what this delay can do to us, don't you? 1 minute later takeoff can throw us 1,000,000 miles off course. We'll have to reintegrate the whole works.
Well, look, how long do you think it'll take
Don't bother for me for a while. I'm busy. Stupid idiot.
Captain Thorson?
Yes, come in, Smitty.
Here's your stowaway.
Now, court-martial... Oh, Charlie.
Can you use a good radio man, Skipper?
Well, I see you two have met.
Met. Skipper and me made 50 trips to the moon together. Didn't we, Skipper?
Charlie, if you wanted to come along, why didn't you volunteer?
I did, Skipper. They turned me down.
Well, what's wrong with you?
Acceleration bends. They said my arteries wouldn't stand another trip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But they're wrong, Skipper. I got one more good trip in me. Listen, Skipper, you know that these green kids, they don't know the first thing about space radio operation. Now, you put a man like me on, and I'll be getting you bedtime stories from Mars.
Charlie, you know the regulations as well as I do. I can't take you much as I'd like to.
Colonel Harrison will murder me for this.
Well, I'm sorry, Charlie. I'll have you put aground. I'll tell you what, I'll ask Harrison to put you on as ground radio contact, and it'll seem as if you're right here with us.
He won't do it, sir.
Well, he'd better. I'll have him busted to corporal for letting you sneak aboard. Look, Charlie, you better be off. Paulison.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending this man aground. Give him time to clear the launching platform.
Yes, sir.
So long, Charlie. I'm sorry.
Good luck, Skipper.
I thought you were going to have him drawn and quartered.
If it had been anyone else, I would have, Smitty. But Charlie, well, he's kind of special. He's been with me since my first command when we began the regular run to the moon. And if he wanted to come along this time, well, it's only through loyalty to me.
You know, Lewis, I didn't realize it before, but you're almost human.
Captain Thorson, nav control, call you.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. How badly are we fouled up? Can you recalculate the course, or shall I cancel the takeoff?
I've already plotted a new course on the integrator, sir. If we take off in exactly 30 seconds, we'll need to correct for only a 1-degree deflection. I can do that before we breach the stratosphere.
That's quick work. Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Positive, sir.
All right, Collier. I'm putting it in your hands. We'll blast off on your signal. Bridge to engine room. Prepare to blast off on navigator's signal. How are we doing, Collier?
Coming on the bearing, sir. That's 4, 3, 2, 0. We've intersected the course vector.
Good work, Collier.
Course is corrected, sir. We're ready to go into atomic overdrive anytime you say.
All right. Stand by.
Yes, sir.
Now hear this. Now hear this. Prepare for maximum acceleration. Bridge to engine room. Kill your rockets.
Rockets out.
Fire up number 1 cyclotron.
Number 1 ready.
Fire up number 2.
Number 2 ready.
Withdraw your dampening rods.
Fission chamber ready. Blast tubes cleared. All generators operating at capacity. Take it over, sir.
Go into overdrive at the count of 0. 3 seconds, Mr. Collier.
3,
2,
2,
1,
1,
0.
0.
How are we doing, Collier?
On course, sir. She's running hot and true.
My compliments, Lieutenant. This job would have done your father credit, and he was the best navigation officer I ever saw.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Start your gyros. Put her on robot control. All right, the bridge is yours, Mr. Collier. If you need me, I'll be in Dr. Smithson's office.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lewis, I see you got us off the ground.
You can thank young Collier for that. Chip off the old block.
You knew his father?
As a matter of fact, I knew him very well. First-rate spaceman.
Oh, is he the one
Yes. He was lost in the galactic barrier on the second ship we sent out to Volta.
Lewis, just what do you think this galactic barrier is?
Oh, your guess is as good as mine, Doc. All I know is that 5 ships have gone into it, and none of them have come back out.
You think it's a nit? How about Mestrovic's theory that it's a time warp in space? That the ships reach it and slip into another dimension?
I think that's a lot of rubbish. My theory is that the galactic barrier is nothing more than a radioactive layer of some kind.
Why do you say that?
Well, we know that radar signals bounce off it like they were hitting an invisible glass wall. And we know that it destroys our ships and crews in some way. There's no other logical explanation.
What makes you think we can get through it, Lewis?
Because we're ready for it. The others weren't. The entire hull of this ship is completely shielded with lead. We can crack through any radioactive cloud ever detected. Besides, we're equipped with some new UHF radio devices that should enable us to maintain radio contact with Earth. Nothing can happen. Absolutely nothing.
Now, who are you trying to convince?
Myself, I suppose.
Lewis, you've had your share of glory. First skipper to reach the moon back in 1962. You could have retired. Why are you risking this trip?
5 ships are missing. Men like Prentice, Margetts, and young Collier's father. I'm tired of seeing good men fed into that meat chopper.
Then why are we going to Volta?
We haven't any choice, Smitty. We're in a race, the kind of race where men and ships are expendable. According to the Interspace Code, the first nation to reach Volta can claim it.
Well, personally, I want no part
Now,
of it.
Doc.
I'll have to play physician, morale builder, and mother substitute for 112 slightly nervous men.
Well, your morale doesn't sound too good, Doc.
As morale officer, I can state without fear of contradiction, it is terrible. And something tells me as we approach that galactic barrier, I'm not going to be alone.
Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth. Captain Thorson of the Star Cloud calling Earth.
Hello, Star Cloud. Hi, Captain.
Charlie. Well, I see they haven't court-martialed you yet.
No, sir, thanks to you.
Well, it's good to hear you. You can read us the funny papers on Sunday morning.
All right.
How's our signal?
Strong. Clear as a bell.
Now, here's our log report for Colonel Harrison. You ready?
Shoot.
June 2nd, 1987. 4 weeks out from Earth. Running true. No radiation. Operation normal. Still making our approach to the galactic barrier. That's all, Charlie. See you later.
Good luck, Captain. I sure wish I was with you.
How's the morale, Smitty?
The men know we're getting closer to the barrier. They're beginning to show a little tension, Lewis.
Well, how's their physical condition? Any sickness?
About half the crew has come down with space blues.
I was afraid of that. Are they bad?
Same as usual. Lips and hands with a bluish cast. Eyes are sensitive to infrared.
I don't know. When I first started flying these tin cans, nobody ever heard of space blues.
Well, now there's a theory it's caused by the terrific acceleration of atomic overdrive. Change in gravity affects the circulation.
What do you think?
I think it's psychosomatic. I've noticed that the same men who get space blues under tension on a ship tend to get blue coloration back on Earth when they're upset. I guess it's just an occupational disease of space navigators.
You think it's just nerves, then?
Well, young Collier's got a bad case. I think it's tension from overwork.
Maybe he needs some vitamins.
Lewis, when will you realize that vitamins are not a panacea for all the troubles of mankind?
Sir, I understand that you relieved me from duty.
Well, Dr. Smithson says you aren't looking very well, Collier. I'm giving you a rest.
Sir, I feel perfectly able to continue.
Your lips are as blue as Minnetonka.
Captain, I'd like to remain at my post.
Don't be foolhardy, Lieutenant.
I'm not being foolhardy, sir. I have a special, personal reason for wanting this expedition to reach Volta.
Your father?
Yes, sir.
You think he might still be alive?
I have to find out what happened, sir.
I think I understand. Very well, Collier. Report back to duty. What's the reading, Paulison?
We're getting a +5 radar bounce now. Coming off the barrier almost as fast as we sent it out.
What's the interval?
2 seconds. Shortening steadily. This rate will hit the wall in the next few minutes.
All right. Alert the crew. Sound general quarters.
Now, hear this. Condition red. We are now approaching the galactic barrier. All hands to stations. All radiation detectors to be fully manned. Full security will prevail until further notice. That is all.
Paulson.
Yes, sir?
The radar bounce is up to +6. We'd better try to make final contact with Earth. Is Sparks still trying to raise the base?
Yes, sir, but he's not having much luck.
Oh?
Seems to be some interference. That's the radio room now. Yes? You got him? Well, cut in on the bridge speaker. Captain will take it from here.
Hello? Star Cloud to Earth. Can you hear me, Earth?
Hello, Skipper. I can barely read you. You're getting heavy static from sunspots.
That's not sunspots, Charlie. We're right on top of the galactic barrier. Getting a +7 radar bounce. Expect to hit the barrier almost any second now.
Good luck, Skipper.
If we crack the barrier and come through still in one piece, I'll try to get back to you on the high-frequency band.
Gotcha, Skipper. Don't worry. I'll be waiting.
So long, Charlie.
So long, Star Cloud.
Must be getting awfully close now, Captain. Echo's bouncing back so fast it's almost beating the signal.
Well, when they go inside, hold on to your hat. That's when we run into the wall.
Any second.
Hold on.
Oh, here goes nothing.
Here it comes.
Captain.
Nothing happened.
We made it. We made it, Captain. No radiation, no time warp, no nothing. Now, the crew's gone crazy, sir.
Let them. They've earned it. Doc, can you break out a few bottles of snakebite serum for medicinal purposes?
I sure can, Lewis.
This calls for a celebration. How's your morale now?
It couldn't be better. How's yours?
Couldn't be better. What the...
Condition red. Condition red. Radiation detectors. Condition red. Radiation detectors.
Holy mackerel. Look at the needle on that indicator.
Paulson.
Yes, I see it, Captain. Picking radiation like crazy.
What's it like?
Well, it's a strong impulse.
What kind?
I don't know. It's too long for a cosmic ray, too short for UHF. Whatever it is, sir, the ship is lousy.
Well, track it down, triangulate it, and make it fast. I want a directional fix.
Yes, sir.
Engine room.
Yes, sir.
We're picking up radioactivity. Is the fission chambers?
No leak here, sir.
Check your gauges.
Nothing here, Captain. Must be coming from outside.
Damage control. Is our lead shield leaking radiation? Well, keep at it. Paulson, how are you doing?
I've got it fixed, Captain.
Well, what is it?
Well, I'll have to recheck my figures.
Oh, hurry it up.
The angle is correct, but
Come on, man, for Pete's sake. Where's the radiation coming from?
Sir, it's coming from inside the ship.
That's impossible.
No, sir, I've checked it twice.
Well, it's got to be the engines, then.
If it is, sir, we're finished.
Engine room.
Yes, sir.
That radiation must be in the overdrive pile.
No, sir, it isn't here, sir.
Are you certain?
Yes, sir.
All right, keep checking. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Paulson, get a Geiger counter. We're going to start combing this ship inch by inch.
Yes, sir.
All right, turn it on.
Yes, sir. All right. Ready, Captain.
We'll check the atomic guns first. Come on. We'll cut through the officers' quarters here to ordnance. Now turn here.
Oh, wait a minute, sir.
Huh? What is it?
The signal's weaker now.
Yeah. Let's go back. Hold it. Seems strongest right about here.
Oh, it doesn't make sense.
Whose cabin is this?
Lieutenant Collier's.
Collier?
Oh, he's down in nav control, sir.
Oh, I'll try the door.
It's not locked, sir. Oh, it's in here, all right. Listen to that counter. Strongest over here.
Open that wall cabinet.
It's locked,
Oh,
sir.
smash it. Shut off that Geiger counter. Now, what do you make of this, Paulson?
Well, it looks like some sort of portable transmitter, sir. Must be foreign manufacture. I don't recognize the calibration symbols at all. I've never seen anything like it.
Which raises a small question. What is Lieutenant Collier doing with a transmitter in his cabin?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I intend to find out, Paulson. Get down to nav control and bring Collier up to the bridge on the double.
Well, hadn't we better find some way to shut this thing off first?
I know a way. Lieutenant Collier, I'm going to ask a few simple questions, and I want a few simple answers.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with a transmitter in your cabin?
Transmitter, Captain?
Oh, you know nothing about it.
Oh, no, sir, I don't.
Do you recognize these calibration symbols?
No, sir.
Can you think of how it might have been placed in your cabin without your knowing it?
No, sir, unless someone came in while I was on duty.
Would that have been possible?
I suppose so, if someone had a key.
I found your cabin door unlocked.
Well, I meant a key to the wall cabinet.
I didn't say the wall cabinet.
Well,
You what, Lieutenant? How could you have known it was in the wall cabinet?
Well, I just assumed, sir.
Lieutenant Collier, I find it hard to believe you would lie. Having known and respected your father, having observed the way you handle your job. However, I intend to get to the root of this thing. May I have your wristwatch, Lieutenant?
Sir?
Your wristwatch.
Yes, sir.
Paulison, turn on that Geiger counter.
Yes, sir.
Hold this watch next to it.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Lieutenant, if you hadn't any close contact with that transmitter, how do you explain the radioactivity of this watch?
Well, I don't, sir.
I think you'd better. To whom were you sending those signals?
Condition red. Condition red.
There's your answer, Captain.
What is this, Collier?
Alien spaceship approaching. Alien spaceship approaching.
Collier, who's aboard that ship? All right, now talk!
Very well, Captain. My mission seems completed.
Your mission? Are you admitting that you're an agent of a foreign power?
I am stating it.
What nation?
No nation, Captain.
What?
I am an agent of the Voltan government.
Oh, what?
The government of the planet of Voltan.
You're crazy.
Are you so stupid, Captain? Did you think your people are the only ones who can invade another planet?
What do you mean?
We've had agents operating on Earth since 1945.
I don't believe you.
What do you think happened to those 5 ships, Captain? Where do you suppose we got our information? Your language, your culture, family background.
Your appearance, you look like...
Like Commander Collier? Well, is that so surprising, Captain?
You see, Captain, we had a living model.
I ought to kill you.
That would be very foolish, Captain. I would advise you to surrender without delay.
Alien ship now coming into ordnance range.
I'll deal with you later, Collier. Paulison?
Yes, sir.
Put this man in irons, take him away.
Don't worry, sir. We'll take good care of him.
Carpenter,
Gunnery.
Gunnery, Richardson.
What's the range?
10,000 meters. They're closing fast.
Put your guns on radar tracking.
Tracking. Coming on the bearing.
Fire. Fire, Richardson. Richardson, did you hear me? Fire! What's the matter down there? Did you hear me? Richardson, answer me.
it's no use to shout, Captain.
Collier, how did you get loose? Where's Paulison?
Lieutenant Paulison is dead.
All stations! Lieutenant Collier has escaped. Seize him, men!
Don't waste your breath. Your men can't hear you, Captain.
What?
Those still alive are my men.
You're lying.
No, Captain. Every ship that has ever left Earth was controlled by a Voltan crew.
That's impossible. Those were hand-picked men.
Hand-picked by us.
I don't believe you.
No? Then why not call for help?
Carpenter, Robinson, Haley, report.
You see, Captain?
Carpenter, Robinson, Haley.
It's quite useless, Captain. I would advise you to sit very quietly and do nothing.
Very well, Collier. You've beaten us. What now?
The ship will be taken to Volta for, shall we say, further experimentation.
I see. Of course, there's one thing you hadn't counted on.
Just what is that, Captain?
Carpenter! Are you in there, Lieutenant Carpenter? They can't all be dead. There must be one alive. Smitty, Dr. Smithson! Smitty! Smitty, what have they done to him?
Louis,
Dirty. Don't talk.
I must lean closer. There's not much time. Louis, space blues.
Space blues? What is it, Smitty? What are you trying to tell me?
All men with space blues
Voltams.
Well, let me help you.
No, Lewis. Get message back to Earth. Voltam, 5th column. Watch out for space blues.
Smitty. Oh, Smitty.
Captain Thorson, you can't hide from us now. Come back to the bridge and surrender, or my men will come and get you.
Hello. Star Cloud calling Earth. Oh, please, God, let me get through before it's too late. Hello. Star Cloud to Earth. Come in, please. Come in, please.
Hello. Star Cloud to Earth. Captain Thorson calling. Charlie, come in, please, hurry.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me, Charlie?
Skipper, is that you?
Are you getting my signal?
It's coming in a little louder now, Skip. Keep sending.
God, now look, Charlie, listen to me. Not much time. Get word to Colonel Harrison. Crew mutinied. Most of crew members, Fultons.
What?
Fultons.
Spell that.
V-O-L...
Fultons.
That's right. They're from the planet Volta.
Skipper, are you all right?
Now, Charlie, this is serious. They'll be here any second. Now, listen, they have a 5th column on Earth. They're planning to invade you.
You mean it?
Of course I mean it. Tell Harrison, posing as humans. You can detect them by space blues. You got that? Only Fultons get space blue. Charlie, did you hear me?
Space blue. I get you.
They're breaking in, Charlie. I'm depending on you. Warn everybody.
Captain.
They've opened the door. So long, Charlie. Tell Harrison.
Captain Thorson. Hello, Star Cloud.
What's the trouble, Sergeant?
I was just trying to raise a Star Cloud, Colonel.
Had any luck?
No, sir. No contact.
No contact, eh?
No, sir.
Nearly an hour since they hit the galactic barrier. I don't understand why they haven't tried to get a message back.
No, sir. Neither do I.
Oh, all right. I'll take over for a while.
Yes, you do that, sir. It's all yours.
Right. Oh, and Charlie, you better go out and get yourself some coffee. You look a little blue around the gills.
Tonight, X-1 has brought you No Contact, written by George Lefferts from an original story of Lefferts and Ernest Kinoy. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Captain, Donald Buca as Collier, Wendell Holmes as Charlie, and Bill Griffiths, Bill Smith, Matt Crowley, and Ken Williams. Your announcer, Don Pardo. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week. When you want to take over a world, you naturally look for its weak point, some way to catch its people off guard. We live in a world where everybody loves a parade, a world of press agents and publicity stunts. But who would ever dream that invaders from outer space would take advantage of that weakness and actually hire a press agent to advertise their coming? Who would believe it was anything but just another publicity gag? At least, not until the terrible moment when it was already too late. The moment of X-1.
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Pat McCracken at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Well, hiya, Pat. How you doing this bright and sunny afternoon? Pat?
Alvin Peabody Cartwright.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
He's called you?
Yeah, he called me.
He has a problem.
Well, hasn't he always?
Big emergency.
That's right.
Which means that you have a problem.
Oh, no. We haven't, Johnny. You have.
Oh, well, now, Pat, let's talk about this, huh?
Why does the company pass all his frantic, fantastic problems on to us?
So that you can pass them on to me?
Yeah?
Sure, so that I can collect all those fancy fees and commissions, have an excuse to pad out the little old expense account.
Now, Johnny...
After all, when you're serving a client as important as he is, why, hang the expense.
Oh, then you finally admit it.
Huh?
It's only because of the dough you collect that you put up with that wild, wacky old coot.
No, wait, that isn't true.
Oh, it isn't, huh?
Well, I freely admit I've made a lot of money handling his problems over the years, a real sackful.
Yeah?
But more important, I've grown to like Alvin P.
And I feel kind of sorry for him and all the messes he gets himself into.
Uh-huh.
So, if he's having trouble again, if I can give him a hand...
What the heck with the expense account?
Right.
Good. That'll save the company a lot of money.
No, wait a minute. I didn't mean that.
Oh, well, I wish you did. Cartwright's cost us plenty. More than any other client of any other company we act for.
Would you rather he took his insurance somewhere else?
Right.
Maybe I can arrange it.
No. Wait a minute. I didn't mean that. Now, listen, Johnny.
Okay, I'm listening.
Drive on up to Lakewood and see him, will you? Right away?
He particularly asked for me?
You know he did. He always does. So will you do it?
Yeah, sure, Pat. Only what's his problem this time?
Johnny, I don't know.
Huh? But you said he called you.
That's right.
And he didn't tell you?
Sure he did.
Well?
Well, he told me one thing, told the insurance company something else. Heaven only knows what he'll tell you. Is there anything unusual about that?
Nope, not a thing.
So go ahead, Johnny. Go over and see him. Get him off my neck.
Patrick, that I will.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the intriguing adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camels. The Camel blend of costly Turkish and domestic tobaccos has never been equal for rich flavor, easygoing mildness, real smoking satisfaction every time you light up. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
And now Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Universal Adjustment Bureau Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the merry-go-round matter. Doing a job for Alvin Peabody Cartwright was like riding a merry-go-round, a shoot-the-chutes, a roller coaster, and a razzle-dazzle all in one. Anyhow, expense account item 1, $4 for a tank full of gas, and hoping the snowplows had cleared off the highway, I headed north to Lakewood. In my humble estimation, Lakewood is one of the prettiest little towns in all of New England, especially in the wintertime. The Cartwright place where the old man lives by himself is on top of a low hill beside the lake. 3 or 4 acres, I'd say, with plenty of elms and towering oak trees guarding the sprawling old mansion. And now, at dusk, with a soft blanket of snow on everything, a group of skaters gliding gracefully over the frozen lake, and a horse-drawn sleigh loaded with happy kids circling around the edge of the lake. Well, it was mighty nice. Peaceful, too. Yeah, it was good being out here in the country again, breathing deep of the crisp, cold air. I felt real good. And I hoped the problem at hand would be no more serious than most of those that were handed to me by Mr. Cartwright. Hiya.
Well, don't just stand there letting in the cold. Don't you know it costs a lot of money to heat a place like this?
Yeah, I'll bet it does. Well, how are you?
And did you stop the snow off your feet?
Yeah, I think I did.
Don't want you tracking up the house. Now, what can I do for you, Mr.
What?
Huh? Why, it's Johnny Dollar. Oh, and I know it's a little late, but Merry Christmas, Johnny. Merry Christmas to you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Cartwright. The same to you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down, boy. Just throw your things here in the hall rack, will you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I knew you'd come. And so I saved it for you. Right in here, Johnny.
Yeah, save what, sir?
Saved what? Saved what? Why, your Christmas present, of course.
You mean to say that's why you...
Here you are, Johnny.
Oh, well, now, listen.
Go ahead. Open it up and see if you like it.
Oh, okay, but now you shouldn't... Holy smoke.
Well, do you?
These are diamonds on this
Of
thing?
course they are. What do you think it is? A piece of junk?
Oh, hell no. This is too much, Mr.
I
Cartwright.
don't see why, Johnny. Everybody should carry his money in a bill clip. Everybody. Just think how it will impress the folks.
But a bill clip studded with genuine diamonds.
Well, do you like it?
Well, sure. Well, I don't know how to thank you,
You don't need to, boy. You don't need to. If you like it, that's all that counts. So, Merry Christmas. Use it in good health. And before you go, yes, let me wish you a Happy New Year, too. Belatedly.
Yeah, well, thanks. You mean this is the only reason you call me up here?
Of course not, John. Can't you see I'm in trouble? Terrible problem. Terrible.
Better tell me all about it, then.
Come, Johnny, and I'll show you. And I hope to heaven you can help me with this.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Welcome, recording star Mel Torme.
It's terrible trying to sing with a bad cold. So I always take 4-way cold tablets to relieve cold miseries fast.
Good idea. Tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets. Fast way to relieve cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents. Now, here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Had dandruff for years? Now get rid of it in 3 minutes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair. Rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch. Embarrassing dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave hair up to 35% brighter. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the merry-go-round matter.
Better tell me what it's all about, Mr. Cartwright.
What it's all about? My nice new art gallery. What else? Now, come along.
You have an art gallery now?
Johnny, ever since I went over to Paris last summer and saw that Louvre place with all those pretty things in it, I decided I'd better have an art gallery, too. Maybe not as big, but with everything just as good.
Well, the Louvre has some pretty valuable things.
And by spending a bit of money, I have some things that even the Louvre couldn't get. Here, I'll turn on the light. Now then, how do you like it?
Wow. The gallery was 50 or 60 feet long, maybe 30 feet wide, with a high vaulted ceiling. A floor of solid marble. The tall, narrow windows were all of beautiful stained glass. Around the walls were some of the finest paintings I've ever seen.
That's a Romney, Johnny. A genuine Romney. And you see this Matisse over here? And how about this Van Gogh?
There were statues and various other sculptures, beautiful tapestries, valuable urns and vases, rare pieces of jewelry, and, well, just about everything you could think of. Cartwright must have poured millions into this place, and all within the space of only a few months.
Isn't it nice, Johnny?
Unbelievable.
And when I get tired of it, it's showing it off to people. Then I'll give all these pretty things to that big museum over in Hartford. I think they'll like them, too. Don't you?
Oh, sure. But I can see your problem, all right.
Problem? What problem?
The reason you asked for me to come here.
Well, of course I did.
Because of the possibility of theft.
Theft? It was robbery. And, Johnny, you've got to solve it for me.
You mean it's already happened?
Of course it has. Why do you think I sent for you?
What's been taken?
One of the most valuable things in my whole collection. A sacred painting, a holy picture. Only it was more than just a picture. It was an icon, Johnny. It was encrusted with emeralds and rubies.
How big was it, Mr. Cartwright?
It was 9 inches high and about 4 inches wide. Very heavy. It was hanging on the wall under that light, right there. Johnny, it was worth over $90,000.
A thing as valuable as that hanging right out in the open?
So that people could see it?
Yeah, and small enough to be hidden away under an overcoat.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, I'm afraid you had it coming, Mr. Cartwright. You're lucky that Moore isn't missing.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean you alone in this place with all these valuable objects of art.
Yeah, but
and letting
John,
all sorts of people in to see them.
Well, pretty things like these have to be seen to be appreciated.
Well, did you ever screen any of the people you let in here?
You think for 1 minute the kind of people who would come to admire these nice things would ever steal anything?
Somebody did.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I guess you're right, but you were wrong about my being in here alone when it happened.
What do you mean?
Every day, Johnny, during the hours people were allowed to come in and look at my things, I had a guard on duty all the time.
Oh, a registered peace officer?
Well, no, he just happened to be the first man who answered my ad.
Oh, great. Where is he now?
Well, after this happened yesterday, I suppose it was unkind of me, but I let him go. I telephoned him this morning, told him not to bother coming back, and I sent him a check for a couple of $100. Just severance pay.
In other words, you paid him for robbing you. You know where he lives? Anything about him?
Yeah, you know, I have his address in town.
Okay, then you better give it to me.
And he wasn't the only precaution I took, you know, sir. You see, I never let more than one person come here into the gallery at a time. And I always stayed with him. Always.
So?
It was getting late. The guard was about to leave. But there was a knock on the door. And so I answered it.
Uh-huh.
And who do you think was there?
I'll bite. Who?
A sweet little old man. He was all dressed in rags.
Oh.
He said he'd heard about the icon and he'd like to see it.
Yeah.
So I showed him in here.
And did you stay with him?
Well, no, because just then there was another knock on the door. And who do you suppose it was?
Okay, who this time?
Johnny, it was Jonathan.
Jonathan?
Yes, Jonathan Peebles.
Oh, yeah.
My oldest and dearest friend. He lives down in New York.
Oh, yes, I remember him now.
Yes, he's the oldest, most loyal friend I have.
Yeah, sure. He was the one who gave me a hand that time we all thought you were lost at sea. A bit of an eccentric, though.
Aren't we all?
Yes,
but anyhow, it was Jonathan. And, of course, he gave me the usual lecture.
Lecture?
Oh, you know, the sort of thing that you would.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You know, about it being wrong for me to have all these valuable things here in my home and being alone at night and maybe somebody might break in and try to kill me and get at them and that sort of nonsense.
Nonsense, huh? Now, you listen to me, Mr. Cartwright.
Anyhow, as we were about to come in here to the gallery, I saw that the old man was leaving. So naturally, I stayed out there at the front door to say goodbye to him. And to have the guard look him over, kind of, and pat his clothes and so forth. But then, Johnny, Johnny, that poor old man.
What happened?
He tripped over the door sill and had a terrible fall. Well, the guard helped him up and made sure he wasn't badly hurt. And, well, I just gave him a few dollars just in case. And I had the guard drive him back to town.
Uh-huh. And then you found the icon was gone.
It was Jonathan who came out and asked me what I'd done with it. And, Johnny, when I looked and it wasn't there, and I was so upset, well, the first thing this morning, I put in that call for you.
Well, that's probably too late to do any good, but give me the address of that guard you had on here and tell me what he and the old man look like.
Yeah, right. Well, the guard's name is Gummy.
Is what?
Well, that's right. It's Gummy O'Banion.
Gummy O'Banion? What's the matter with you, anyhow? Don't you remember? Gummy O'Banion was mixed up in more rackets down in New York in the old days.
Of course I remember
then why under the sun
would you... assured me that he's through with all that he's gone straight and he's retired.
And he's the one you picked for a guard? Oh, brother.
Surely you don't think that Gummy...
No. You want to bet? You know something? I'm glad that Mr. Cartwright didn't want to bet. As I said before, any case where he's involved, well, you can bank on just one thing. The solution isn't going to come from any logical process of deduction or series of sensible clues. It's going to come from way out in left field. And believe me, that's exactly what happened on this one.
Constipation is something people don't talk much about, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Now, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Well, pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The address of Gummy O'Banion turned out to be little more than the shack at the south end of town. But there was a light inside, so I parked well on down the street, then pulled a peeping Tom act at the window the light was coming from. The window was slightly ajar. Inside, sitting at a bare wooden table, guzzling beer, were O'Banion and a ragged-looking little old man. On the table between them was a stack of bills. Not only 10s and 20s, but I spotted several 50s among them as they poured them over.
I didn't know I could pick up easy money like this. I would have went legit long before I did.
Yeah, Gummy?
And you know what?
What, Gummy?
Old Cartwright says he's sending me 200 severance, too. What do you think of that, Doc?
200?
That's right. So, with that and all this dough the other guy gives us for that act we pulled at the front door...
Other guy?
Why, Doc, you and me won't have to work for months.
That's pretty good, huh, Gummy?
Yeah, Doc, that's pretty good.
Well, then open me up another bottle of that beer, huh?
Sure. There. But, Doc, I still don't get it. Why that other guy wanted us to make all that fuss for him there at the front door. You falling down and me helping you up and all.
Diversion, they call it, whatever that means.
Diversion.
Diversion?
Yeah, and what'd you say his name is, the one that give us the dough, huh?
Oh, crazy kind of name. Reminds me of a church like steeple, only it wasn't.
I didn't wait to hear that name. I didn't need to. Because things had suddenly begun to add up the wrong way. Instead of disturbing the two lucky gentlemen, I got back into my car and drove hard. And I didn't stop until I got all the way down to New York, to a fancy apartment building on East 52nd Street. It was well after midnight, and the uniformed doorman was half asleep and a little grumpy about it all.
Look, where do you think I am? Your brother's keeper or whatever it is they say? And that crazy old man.
And you have no idea at all where he might be, huh?
Your name ain't Dollar, is it?
What'd you say?
I asked, is your name Dollar's all?
Yeah, that's right, Johnny Dollar. Why?
Well, why don't you say so? Old Coot left this note for you.
He what?
Here you are.
Dear Johnny, I have tried all day to reach you by phone.
But with no success. Knowing you, I'm sure that sooner or later you will come to look for me here at my apartment. I can only ask your indulgence.
My indulgence?
And beg that when you return to Alvin Cartwright's home, you speak with me before you talk further with him.
What?
The icon, incidentally, is safely ensconced in the bottom of one of the large Roman urns there in the gallery.
Sincerely, Jonathan W. Peoples. But now, will somebody please tell me?
Huh? What's the matter, mister?
Here's a 5-spot for your trouble.
Well, thanks, Johnny. You're okay.
So I drove on back to Lakewood, to Cartwright's home, after a quick stop for some breakfast along the way. Not only was there no guard at the front door, but the door was unlocked. And I wondered, had Jonathan Peoples deliberately left it that way for me? Anyhow, I sneaked inside, and there, sure enough, in the breakfast room, their backs toward me, were the two wild old characters. Or maybe just one such, and his really good friend.
You listen to me.
Oh, fool, huh?
That's right, I'm convinced of it.
Oh, you are.
Unless you'll solemnly promise me two things.
Promise? Promise? Oh, what are you talking about?
That you'll immediately, mind you, that you'll turn this whole collection over to a museum, the way you plan to do sooner or later anyway.
But, Jonathan, I haven't got tired of it yet.
No? Well, by the time you do, somebody will come here and bash in that silly head of yours. Or at least come here and steal some of those things.
Oh, with me around there? I'd just like to see anybody try to...
Yes, that's right, the icon.
Oh, it was such a lovely thing, too.
And you'd like it back, wouldn't you?
Are you crazy? Of course I'd like it back.
Well, you'd also have to promise to have some honest, legitimate guards around here now, immediately, 24 hours a day. You and your ex-gangster.
Yes, I guess I was wrong about him.
Of course you were. He might have killed you. Unless you make those promises, Alvin, somebody will, you stupid, incompetent old...
Don't you talk like that.
But it's true, isn't it?
Of course it is. Oh, dear, of course it is. This whole thing was silly right from the beginning, and
And losing that beautiful icon, it just...
Would you,
upset
like
myself.
it back?
Yeah, I'd do anything to have it back.
Anything?
Yes, anything. You can hear, can't you?
I can give it to you, Alvin.
No, I don't care what you can do. All I care about is that... You?
That's right. I have it. I'll be glad to give it to you.
Jonathan. Jonathan
If you keep your word.
You're a crook. That's what you are.
I am not a crook.
But if you have the icon, it's because you stole it.
I did not.
You're a thief. That's what you are, a thief.
I am not.
There's only one way you could have gotten it.
No.
By stealing.
No, you silly old fool. Don't you see?
Don't I see what?
All I did was to hide it away from you in the hopes of knocking some sense into that thick skull of yours. Well, has it? Has it made you realize that you have no business keeping a valuable thing like that around here?
All right, Jonathan. I'll admit you did the right thing. You brought me to my senses. But now give it to me. Oh, come on, give it to me.
Only on condition you make those promises to me.
Didn't I say I would?
Then do so.
I do.
Cross your heart?
Yes, I cross my heart and I hope to die for there now. Now give me back the icon.
Well, I said I would, didn't I?
Well, then do so.
Well, I will.
But now!
All right.
And if you think for a minute that was the end of it, you're wrong. Those two wild old men sat there for the better part of an hour, squabbling, shaking their fists at each other, and a half dozen times they almost came to blows. But finally they ran out of breath, put their arms around each other, shed some tears of repentance, and then, as they've done so many times before, quietly, solemnly swore undying friendship for each other. What a pair. The expense account? Why bother? After all, by now, Alvin Peabody Cartwright has probably forgotten he even sent for me. So, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now our star has a few words for you about the case he'll investigate on next week's program.
It's called the Sidewinder Matter, and the whole thing happens out in the middle of the Great Mojave Desert. Believe me, it doesn't take long for me to realize the desert can be a mighty dangerous place. So join us, won't you? Right here on the station that brings you all the best in radio. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our story were Lawrence Dobkin, Howard McNear, Frank Gerstle, Will Wright, Forrest Lewis, and Joseph Kearns. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
A terrorized model races for the end of the road. Shocking drama of suspense next on the CBS Radio Network.
Better buys are your reward at Orange Motors for a Ford. Get your orange guaranteed from the largest dealer in Albany, in the heart of Auto Row. Orange is the place to go. Orange Motors has the ports, it's true, plus 44 years of experience too. Orange Motors, if you're wise, for better service, better buys.
Want a new Ford right now? Come to Orange Motors and choose from a large selection of new 1960 Fords. Orange has new Fords and new Falcons, lots of them. For a better deal, buy Ford. Buy at Orange Motors, 799 Central Avenue, Albany. Want a new Ford right now? Go to Orange Motors right now.
Better Ford buys, used or new, at 799 Central Avenue. Orange Motors, if you're wise, for better service, better buys.
Radio 59, WROW, first on the dial, serving Albany, Troy, and Schenectady.
Come in. Welcome. Nice to have you with us again here in this vault of vampires, this haven of horrors, this mansion of mystery. For within these halls today, we're going to share an experience of chilling proportions. That of babysitting. Now, I don't really mean babysitting, since our young charge is 12 years old, hardly a baby, but you know what I mean. Taking care of a 12-year-old can be more trying than taking care of an infant. particularly such a child as this. Our mystery drama, You're Going to Like Rodney, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. It's sometimes difficult for childless couples to put up with the activity of youth. They lead a life where everything is orderly and comfortable. The intrusion of a child, even for a visit, can upset the harmony of their settled lives. So it was with a certain amount of concern and yet a feeling of compassion that June and Ed Carpenter in San Diego, California, read the letter that arrived from Edgar's brother, George, a New York attorney.
Helen and I are asking a favor. For the past 2 weeks, we've been caring for a young boy of 12. A tragic case. His parents were killed in an automobile crash last month. He's been living with his grandmother, a neighbor of ours, and only 2 weeks ago, she died from a fall. We're taking care of him until I can settle things. He seems to have no one else.
Oh, what a trial for the child.
It certainly is. We're asking if you and June could possibly take care of him for us the second week in July. We're committed to attending the International Bar Association convention in Switzerland and can't take him with us. I realize you've not had much experience with children, but being my blood brother does create a bond of sympathy. Rodney is a special child, and I think you and June could give him the care he needs while we're away. It's only for a week.
I wonder what he means by special.
Bright, probably. He finishes, it will be a great personal favor to Helen and me, and I know the best for Rodney. Let's hear from you. Affectionately, George. Well, what do you think?
Well, there's no one around here for Rodney to play with. He'll be terribly bored.
Well, July's our slowest month at the office. I mean, I could take more time off. I could take him to some Padres games, the zoo, the beach.
I really feel we should help. Of course. We can keep him amused.
I don't think it'll be too bad. Agreed?
Yes. And Mrs. Nathanson will probably come in to sit when we go to the club. She's always talking about her grandchildren.
Well, then I'll tell George we'll take Rodney.
We may even get to like him.
Oh, you're going to like Rodney, Ed. You can't imagine how much Helen and I appreciate it.
Well, we're glad to do it, George. Listen, you said Rodney was a special child. What's he like? What does he like to do?
Well, he's sort of the quiet type, you know. Hasn't been much trouble for us. We'll keep him indefinitely until I can settle things with the estate. There don't seem to be any other relatives. It's strange.
You said his parents died in a car accident.
Yeah, and I've tried to locate other family members, but there just don't seem to be any. His grandmother was apparently the only one.
Who took him to her when the parents died?
I can't learn that either. I was in touch with some of the neighbors in New Hampshire where his parents lived, but apparently they'd moved in only a few weeks before the accident, and no one knew anything about them.
Well, the poor kid has had a time of it. We'll take good care of him here.
We'll put Rodney on a plane to San Diego, and you can meet him at the airport, okay?
Okay, we'll be ready.
Thanks a million, Ed. I know you're going to like Rodney.
Oh, I wish we'd left earlier. The plane's in already.
Oh, so the kid will wait.
It may upset him not to find us there.
Look, we're in time. They haven't opened the gate yet.
I'm glad George sent a picture of him. At least we know who to look for.
Well, there probably aren't many 12-year-olds traveling alone on this flight. We'll spot him.
Oh, here they come now.
Hey, there he is. Rodney? Rodney? Here we are.
Oh, he sees us.
Over here.
He's a lot smaller than I expected. He looks awfully frail.
Hi, Rodney. I'm Uncle Edgar, and this is Aunt June. How was the flight? Fun?
Would you like a cold drink or something before we start home?
Well, at least he shook his head no.
He's probably terrified from the long trip alone, and we're total strangers to him. Well, when he sees his room and the swimming pool, he'll brighten up, won't you, Rodney? Well, shall we go home?
He's still in his room?
Yes. I'm really uneasy, Ed. He just won't say a word. While I was unpacking his things, I chatted and asked him questions, but he doesn't speak. And there was one suitcase he wouldn't let me touch.
Well, I wouldn't worry yet. He's only been here a few hours. George said he's the quiet type. Give him a chance to get used to us.
Quiet is right. Completely quiet.
Listen, it can't be anything serious. I mean, George would have told us if he had a problem. He's certainly not autistic.
No, he responds all right. He nodded yes and no. He shrugged. He just won't speak.
I think I hear him in the kitchen. I'll get him out here and into the pool.
Hey, Rodney. Come on out.
Oh, you've got your suit on already. Would you like to swim?
Last one in is a rotten egg. Come on in.
Go on in, Rodney. You can swim, can't you?
Yeah, attaboy. Come on. Oh, there we go.
Get up on my shoulders now. I'll toss you. That's it. A strong little devil, aren't you? Here we go. Oh.
Ed, are you all right? Ed, what's the matter?
Get off.
Ed!
Get off.
Ed!
Help!
I'm throwing you the live ring, darling. You catch it. Hold on. Rodney, help me pull him in. Hold on, Ed. You're almost to the side. There, darling. Here, grab my arm.
I'm okay. I gotta get my breath.
Stretch out, darling. Face down. What was it? A cramp?
Lord, that kid is strong. I couldn't get out from under him.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, I know it wasn't your fault, Rodney. I put you up on my shoulders.
But, Edgar, he slipped off your shoulders.
No, he didn't. He was pressing down on me.
Well, there was so much splashing, I couldn't tell what was going on, except that you looked like you were drowning.
I think I almost did.
But he's not that heavy. He's almost scrawny, and you're 200 pounds.
I couldn't get up.
Edgar, he's gone into the house.
He probably feels guilty. I tried to tell him it was my idea.
Hello? Anything the matter?
Oh, Mrs. Nathanson. Oh, please, come in.
Well, I was in my garden. I heard a commotion. Nothing serious, I hope.
Well, yes, almost. Here, darling, sit down.
Oh. Yeah, I was playing with Rodney and nearly drowned in the pool.
Dear me, how awful. Well, I'm glad to see you didn't. Oh, by the way, who is Rodney?
He's a youngster my brother in New York took in. He's 12. We're looking after him for the week.
Ed's brother and his wife are in Switzerland for a lawyers' conference.
Oh, yes. I was in Switzerland in 1903 with Mr. Nathanson. How did you almost drown, Mr. Carpenter?
I don't know. I was playing with the boy, and I couldn't get my breath. I couldn't get to the surface.
Oh, curious. Your pool isn't that deep.
And Rodney's not that big.
Well, all's well that ends well. I'll get back to my roses.
Oh, Mrs. Nathanson, since you're here, I wonder, could we call on you to sit with Rodney, well, 1 or 2 nights a week when we go to the club?
Oh, but of course, I'd be delighted. You know, my grandson, Arthur, he's a 14-year-old. He called me the other day, all on his own, and it was just...
Would you like some iced tea, Mrs. Nathanson?
Oh, no, dear, thanks. I must get back. Glad it was nothing serious. Just call any time. I'll be glad to sit with Rodney.
Thanks so much. Well, I'd better go in and see him.
Yeah, he probably feels that it was his fault.
I'll talk to him. We've got to make him understand he's not to blame. I brought you some lemonade, Rodney. I know you feel strange here, and that's understandable. You've never met us before, but please, we're your friends. Rodney, let me ask you, can you talk and just don't want to, or are we trying to make you talk when you can't? You can shake your head, yes or no. Oh, you don't want to answer. All right, Rodney. I'll tell you what. While you're with us, you can do just as you want. We won't press you. And if you feel like talking, we'll be happy to talk with you. I'm going down and start supper now. We're having steak outside. I'll call you when we're ready. Rodney? What is it? Oh, you want to write something. Oh, good. Wait. Let's see. There should be paper right here. Yes, here, Rodney. A pad and a pencil. I'm so glad you want to say something. Take your time. If you want to communicate to us through notes, it's perfectly all right. Let's see. Rodney, what a horrible thing to write.
Your cat is going to die.
Why should he write such a cruel thing? I thought he was going to say thank you or something. I was trying to be kind.
Your cat is going to die. Strange, all right.
Do you think he means he's going to try and kill her?
Oh, come on.
Where are you going?
Going back upstairs and find out what's with this kid.
Ed, please, don't upset him anymore.
Well, he's getting me upset with that stony stare of his, mocking us with his silence. Look here, Rodney. What does this mean?
Ed.
Why? I want to know right now why you wrote this. I mean, there's the pad, and write your answer if you won't talk.
Ed, wait. He's crying.
Well, he's going to have more to cry about if we don't get an answer from him.
Rodney, what is it? You're so unhappy. You're sorry you wrote the note. Is that it? Look, he's nodding his head.
Okay. Take it easy, Rodney. I'm sorry I lost my temper.
Rodney, get into bed, put on your pajamas, and just rest. I'll bring you a light supper later. It's been a trying day for you. We won't bother you any more today. We'll leave you now. Okay? Okay.
Brother George sent us a handful.
I think you should get in touch with him right away and find out if this is Rodney's usual behavior. I don't see how they could have put up with this for even a few months.
No, neither do I.
Do you want to call him?
No, let's wait. I can't see getting George upset on our first day. Let's give it a chance. After all, we ought to be able to deal with a 12-year-old boy.
Well, maybe we were wise to wait. He's been a little better the past 2 days.
Yeah, he's getting used to us.
If only he'd talk. He hasn't even written anything since that first note.
Maybe he hasn't anything to say. We do the talking, and all he has to say is yes or no.
Ed, have you ever looked deeply into his eyes?
No, not really.
I have. Several times. I felt as though I were staring into a deep well, an abyss, into nothingness.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Carpenter. Mrs. Carpenter.
Oh, what's the matter, Mrs. Nathanson? You're all flushed. Here, sit down.
Oh, no, that's all right. I don't know how to tell you. I'll just have to say it. Under my porch this morning, I found your cat, Sylvester, dead.
It seems that Rodney's prophecy came true. He told the Carpenters a cat would die. But was it a prophecy, I wonder? Or did Rodney have something to do with it? He's such a strange youngster. Would he go so far as to kill an innocent little cat that belonged to people he hardly knew? I hope a similar fate doesn't await the other people in our story. We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. Overnight company can indeed be troublesome now and then, particularly when the company is a strange child who writes threatening notes. But then, who could be afraid of a 12-year-old child? But remember, Rodney is somewhat of a special child, an orphan whose parents were killed in an auto accident. I think we ought to have some compassion for the boy. But at the moment, the Carpenters and Mrs. Nathanson are lamenting the death of the Carpenter's cat.
There he is. I'm so sorry.
Are there any marks on him, Ed?
There don't seem to be. No. None at all.
Well, he might have eaten something.
He never leaves the yard. He couldn't have gotten any poisoned food.
Must have died last night. I'm going to take him to the vet for an autopsy. I'm serious.
I'll get a carton. I have one round back.
Do you think Rodney killed Sylvester?
Don't you?
I don't want to think that.
I'm taking Sylvester to the vet, and then I'm going to talk to that kid.
I'll come with you.
I don't know what to say to him now. You heard the vet. No apparent cause of death. How could Rodney be responsible for that?
Ed, we've got to stop blaming him and being suspicious of him. He needs some kindness.
Maybe you're right.
Well, look. What's that on the coffee table?
A paper. It's his handwriting. Look at this.
I told you so.
That evil little devil. Rodney? Rodney? Come down here right now.
What are we going to say to him?
Plenty. He's going to be around here for the rest of the week. He's not going to get smart with us. This has got to stop. Rodney? Come over here. Right here. Rodney, I don't know what you meant by this note. You didn't kill Sylvester. And writing a note like this is cruel. Don't let me see another note like this in this house again. You understand?
Look, he's going to write something.
Well, good. Let's see what you have to say for yourself.
He's not saying much. 2 words.
Well, at least we're getting something out of him.
Well, what did he write?
What did I just get through telling you?
Ed, what are you doing? You hit him.
I'll teach this.
What did he write?
Here.
You're next.
You go to your room. Right now. No 12-year-old is going to intimidate me.
Go on up, Rodney.
He's a brat we're stuck with for the week, and he's not going to scare me with those threats.
Ed, please, calm down. The child's just being belligerent. You're going to antagonize him even more.
You're not afraid of him, are you?
I don't know. He won't open his door. We'll have to go without him, if you still want to go.
Well, we'll go to the beach instead of the zoo. I got a yen for some surf fishing. If he doesn't want a good time, the heck with him. You'll be safe here alone. We'll be back in a couple of hours.
Maybe I'd better stay. I don't care that much for the beach anyway, and, well, frankly, you deserve the relaxation.
He'll be all right. Besides, I thought you were afraid of him.
Not afraid. No. I feel sorry for him. He seems a terribly disturbed boy.
Okay. Okay, I'll go alone if you don't mind.
No, I'll pack you a lunch. Maybe alone I can get closer to Rodney.
Hello? May I come over?
Oh, please do, Mrs. Nathanson.
Oh, well, I saw Mr. Carpenter drive off with his fishing gear. Tell me, what did you learn about poor Sylvester's death?
The vet couldn't say. Just no apparent cause.
Well, that's strange, isn't it? Oh, but it does happen, I guess. Oh, by the way, how is the young man who's staying with you? I haven't seen him at all.
He's all right. He stays in his room a lot.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound natural for a 12-year-old boy. Is something the matter with him?
Well, we don't know. He never speaks. He writes the most ghastly notes. There seems to be something disturbing the child.
Oh, well, what kind of notes does he write?
Well, the first said our cat would die.
Oh.
And then he left one saying, I told you so.
Oh, dear me.
And then, right in front of us, he wrote, you're next.
Oh, well, maybe it's his way of attracting attention.
We don't know anything about him. Could he have killed Sylvester? Somehow?
Oh, that doesn't seem likely. What does Mr. Carpenter think?
Well, he thinks Rodney's just a brat. He doesn't take his notes seriously.
Oh, well, the child's certainly not going to kill anyone. He's just going through a stage.
Oh, excuse me. There's the phone.
Oh.
Stay here. I'll be back in a minute.
Yes.
Hello?
June? I never made the beach. I'm at the hospital.
What? What are you talking about? What's the matter?
Lost control of the car going over to Coronado. It just wouldn't steer. It went into the water.
Ed, for heaven's sake.
I wanted you to know before you heard it from someone else. The car's in 8 feet of water.
I'll be right there, darling.
No. You stay where you are. The cops are going to bring me home. I'm okay. I got out in time.
Well, hurry, then. Hurry.
I will.
Mrs. Carpenter, what is it? You're shaking.
That was Ed. Oh, he lost control of the car. It went into the water at Coronado.
Dear me. Is he all right?
Yes. The police are bringing him home.
Oh, thank heaven.
I don't understand it. Ed had a complete annual overhaul on the station wagon last month. Well, they would have found anything wrong with the steering.
Oh, you'd think so.
Please, stay with me, Mrs. Nathanson. I'm so upset. I don't want to be alone.
I will, of course. Can I get you something?
Oh, yes. There's some aspirin in the cupboard over the sink. I could use it.
Oh, all right. I'll get it. Now, you sit right there. Oh, this is curious. Huh. Oh, here's your aspirin. I found this on the kitchen table.
Oh, no.
It says... missed. Just the one word, missed.
It's his writing. Rodney's.
What does he mean, missed?
On top of Ed's accident. He's a fiend.
Oh, but the child couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the car.
I am beginning to wonder.
Mrs. Carpenter, I think you're letting yourself
I don't want Ed to see that paper.
Oh, do you still have the other notes?
Yes.
I wonder. My sister is quite good at handwriting analysis. Now, she's helped the police department several times. Perhaps if she looked at Rodney's writing, she could tell us something about his character. It's quite revealing.
That is a good idea. Would she?
And how is Mr. Carpenter? That accident yesterday shook him terribly.
He's staying in bed today. We have to go to the club dance tonight. He's the president. We can't miss it. Oh, I wish we could cancel.
Oh, now, don't worry. Everything will be fine. And don't forget, I'll be sitting with Rodney. But I really came over to tell you what my sister says about his handwriting.
Oh, yes, what?
Well, she couldn't be as thorough as she usually is because the letters are printed, not written.
Yes?
Of course, I didn't tell her a thing about who Rodney is. She didn't even know he was a child.
What did she say?
Now, this is so curious. She said she got the impression, just the feeling, mind you, that the person was a very old man.
An old man?
Now, she admitted it was just a feeling.
But an old man? What did she say when you told her Rodney's only 12?
She looked rather strange and said, I'd never have guessed it.
Hi. Couldn't stay in bed another minute.
Oh, how are you feeling, Mr. Carpenter?
Shaky, but okay. Hey, those look like Rodney's notes.
They are, Ed. Mrs. Nathanson's sister analyzed his handwriting. She's an expert.
Oh, you didn't tell me about this.
Oh, well, she did it last night. I just brought them back.
And what did she say?
She thought that Rodney was an old man.
What?
Well, she couldn't tell much because the letters were printed.
No. Mm-hmm. Did June ask you about tonight, Mrs. Nathanson?
Oh, yes. I'm happy to come over.
I got to go downtown and see about the car. I'll be home around 2.
Please, drive carefully. I still feel uneasy with that child in this house.
Well, he's troubled, and it's understandable after all he's been through. But really, Mrs. Carpenter, I hardly think he's dangerous.
Well, Mrs. Nathanson, we won't be late.
That's all right. Enjoy yourselves. Heaven knows you deserve it.
I wouldn't even go to this dinner dance at all with Rodney here, but as president of the club, I have to be there.
You know the club number if you need us.
Of course. But nothing's going to happen. If Rodney does come down, maybe he'd like a game of checkers. Don't have to talk to play that.
Let's go, June.
Well, goodbye, and relax. Everything's going to be all right here.
Oh, help yourself to anything in the refrigerator. There's a fresh cream pie and coffee's in the pot.
Oh, thank you. Have fun. My, that pie does look good. Oh, you startled me. You're Rodney. Well, I'm glad to meet you at last. I'm Mrs. Nathanson. You're just in time for some delicious cream pie. You don't want any? Oh, I'm surprised. I thought all 12-year-old boys had an empty pit. I wish you wouldn't stare at me like that. You're going to write something? Oh, good. Let's see. Do I like butterflies? Oh, why, yes. I think they're very beautiful. Another note. Would I like to see your collection? Oh, I'd love to, Rodney. How many do you have? Oh, it's upstairs. Okay. Lead the way. So this is your room, Rodney. It's very nice. Oh, but it's so hot and stuffy. Oh, dear me, let's open a window. It's midsummer and you have all the windows closed. There, that's better. Now, let's see your butterflies. Well, aren't you going to show me your collection? Rodney, why are you staring like that? Rodney, don't come any closer to me. I don't like it. Rodney, what's the matter with you? Rodney!
As I said at the start of our excursion into the macabre, babysitting can be an experience of chilling proportions. Rodney is indeed a handful, and he still has 2 more days to spend with the Carpenters. Frankly, I'd take him over my knee and give him what he deserves. We'll find out what else Rodney is up to when I return shortly with Act 3. The Carpenter household, once so quiet and serene, hasn't been the same since Rodney arrived. The Carpenters expected that the routine of their lives would change when they agreed to take care of the child for a week, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine just how drastic the change would be. At the moment, they're trying to enjoy the dinner dance at the club without much success.
Edgar, can't we leave?
I'll only be another hour. What's going to happen?
I don't know. I just would feel better if we were back home.
Call if it'll make you feel better. Talk to Mrs. Nathanson.
I think I will. But do you think I should, warn her?
Now, don't scare the poor woman. Rodney's certainly not going to threaten her.
I'll be back in a minute.
Hello?
Who's this?
Well, who is this?
Oh, excuse me. I must have the wrong number.
Wait a minute, ma'am. Who did you want?
The Carpenter residence, Mrs. Nathanson. Who are you?
I have to know who you are, ma'am.
Well, I'm Mrs. Carpenter. Mrs. Nathanson is babysitting for me.
Oh. I'm police, Mrs. Carpenter.
Police?
Officer Dugan.
What is it? Good Lord, what's happened?
An accident, Mrs. Carpenter. Can you come right away?
Yes, right away. I can't believe it. Mrs. Nathanson.
A neighbor out for a walk saw the body lying next to the house. We think she fell from the upper window.
Rodney's room.
We haven't been able to get a word out of the boy. I'm glad you're here.
If only we'd stayed home.
The boy doesn't talk, officer.
Doesn't talk? He's your son?
No. He's my brother's ward, temporarily. We're taking care of him for a week.
Well, you think we can get anything out of him?
We'll try, but he's a strange kid. We'll need a pad and a pencil.
Oh, I got it right here.
Rodney, you've got to answer some questions. What happened to Mrs. Nathanson?
He's shaking his head no.
Yes, you do know, Rodney. You were here with Mrs. Nathanson. She was found on the ground outside your bedroom window. Now, what happened? Answer me.
Yeah, the kid's frightened, and it's getting late. Put him to bed. We'll try to talk to him in the morning.
Okay. Go to bed, Rodney.
I'll take him up.
Well, there'll be an autopsy. It'll probably show she died of injuries from the fall. I hope that kid can tell us what happened.
Ed, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Ed, Rodney's just gone downstairs.
What time is it?
4 o'clock.
Well, I'll get up and see what the kid's up to. Rodney?
I'll come with you.
Rodney, where are you?
He can't answer. We'll have to find him.
I don't trust that kid wandering around the house. You know, he's liable to come at us with a butcher's knife.
Ed. The front door. He went out.
Turn on the light.
Why would he be going outside?
Rodney? Get in here.
Can you see him?
No.
He might be running away.
Huh. We should be so lucky. Rodney, we know you're out here. Now, come on in. Right now.
I don't like this. I'm getting frightened.
You go in. You're cold. I'll find him.
I don't want to be alone.
She could be hiding anywhere. Shrubs.
The front door.
Little devil tricked us. He doubled back inside. Come on.
What's he trying to do to us?
Rodney! Rodney, come here. Right here, right now.
Oh, this is giving me the willies.
He's deliberately trying to bait us.
I'm not going back to bed until I know where he is.
Well, we know he's in the house.
Do we?
And we heard the front door slam when we were outside.
That's all we heard. How do we know he actually came in?
Well, when you put it that way, how do we know he actually went out?
But why is he doing this?
Because he's a malicious brat, that's why. We're not playing into his hands anymore. It's ridiculous to be terrorized by a 12-year-old.
I keep thinking about Mrs. Nathanson. Oh, this whole night's been one horror.
Well, Rodney knows damn well what happened, but how do we get it out of him?
But what can we do?
We're going back upstairs.
I couldn't sleep if my life depended on it.
Yeah, well, it won't. I don't know what he's up to, but there's nothing he can do to us. Look, I'm not looking for him anymore.
It's starting to get light.
Might as well get dressed. The police will be back later this morning. And if Rodney's not here, I don't give a damn.
Ed. His door's closed.
There's no way it could be.
But he's in bed.
Hello?
Ed, it's George. How's it going?
You should ask. Where are you?
New York. Flew in last night, brought a visitor from England back with us. Listen, how'd you get along with Rodney?
Why didn't you tell me he was a little fiend?
What do you mean?
Well, he never said a word the whole week.
Oh, I know. He writes notes to us, too.
That's only half of it.
Well, anything happened to you?
Yeah, we had a tragedy. Our neighbor was sitting with Rodney when we went to the club. She fell out the bedroom window.
What?
And our cat died.
Sylvester? Hey, you have had a week.
Yeah, and it all happened with Rodney here.
Come on, he's just a kid. You don't think...
I can't get into it now, George, but the minute he gets off that plane, find someplace else for him.
Ed, what's the matter with
I'm telling you, the minute he gets off that plane, take him to some welfare agency or whatever.
Sure, Ed, sure. You put him on the plane tomorrow. It's flight 704.
With the greatest pleasure.
Okay. I'll meet him at this end.
You're welcome to him.
I'm sorry you think he caused you so much trouble. Anyway, I appreciate you taking care of him. I owe you one, Ed.
Forget it. I'm trying to.
Okay. I'll meet him at Kennedy tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, George. Bye. Oh. Rodney. I didn't hear you. You're going back tomorrow. You want to know something, kid? I still think you pushed Mrs. Nathanson out the window. And I still think you had something to do with the cat. No response, huh? I can't prove it. I wish I could. Come here. Closer. Yeah, June's right. There isn't anything behind those eyes of yours. What are you? Well, I don't mind telling you, kid. I'll be glad to see you off tomorrow.
Can't find Rodney. We've got to leave in 10 minutes.
Oh, it's another one of his tricks. Like Thursday night. If it's the last thing I do, I'll get him on that plane.
Maybe he's afraid to go back.
Oh, he's not afraid of anything. I'll put his stuff in the car. We'll find him.
After all that's happened, I still feel kind of sorry. He seems such a lost little boy.
Lost my foot.
Oh. Why, there he is. He's sitting in the car. I never thought of looking there.
Good. He's as anxious to get out of here as we are to see him go. Okay, Rodney, you're on your way.
Well, there it goes.
Bye-bye, Rodney. I had to see that plane in the sky before I'd leave. Now let's go home.
That's funny. There's a note on the back seat. I didn't see it when we took his stuff out.
A note?
I can reach it. I can't imagine when he put it there.
What's it say?
Goodbye. It was.
Goodbye, it was?
Well, he must have meant to finish the sentence like, it was nice or it was awful.
Just goodbye and it was?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's the last of them anyway.
I wish I knew what he was going to add. You know, maybe he was trying to thank us after all.
Fat chance of that. It would have been something sinister. You can bet on that.
I'm still sick over Mrs. Nathanson. We have to go to her funeral this afternoon.
I know. What the...
Ed, you went right through that red light.
The brakes are gone. I'm down to the floor.
For what?
I'll try to gear down.
Stop, Ed. Stop. That truck's coming right on through.
I can't.
Well, I'm glad you could come to the airport with me, Mrs. Parker. Helen hates the trip.
Oh, well, I'm here to see New York. I want to see as much as I can.
Passengers are coming through the gate now. There he is. Hey, Rodney. Over here, Rodney.
Rather a pale young lad, isn't he?
Well, I feel sorry for him. I hope they find him a good home soon. His parents were killed in a car accident.
Oh.
He was living with his grandmother until she died from a fall.
How tragic. And it's nice of you and your wife to take him in.
Rodney, I want you to meet Mrs. Parker. She's from England, and she's staying with us for a while.
How do you do, Rodney?
She'll be sharing your room with you. You don't have to be embarrassed. Mrs. Parker has grandchildren older than you.
Just think of me as a grandmother. I'm sure we'll be good friends. Won't we, Rodney?
Oh, I think so, Mrs. Parker. You're going to like Rodney.
Well, I certainly don't. I've been thinking over that last curious note Rodney left the Carpenters, Ed and June. Just goodbye, and it was. Too bad they didn't realize in time, just before their deaths in that terrible crash. Ed had said he'd get Rodney on the plane if it was the last thing he did. Now we know Rodney's cryptic reply. It was. More about Rodney when I return in just a moment. Who is Rodney? The bad seed? A bad boy who can't help himself? Or perhaps a demon from another time, destined to spend eternity causing identical tragedies wherever he goes? The empty eyes, the extra strength, and that curious mistake of Mrs. Nathanson's sister, thinking he was very old. Or was it a mistake? We can only speculate. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Tony Roberts, Bryna Raeburn, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is the Ford Theater, an hour of radio drama presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and motor coaches. Today's play, Ellery Queen's The Adventure of the Bad Boy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Howard Lindsay speaking. Welcome to the Ford Theater, which begins today its second calendar year. During 1948, if you care to join us here each Sunday afternoon, you will encounter at this hour just about every sort of dramatic entertainment possible to radio. In the Ford Theater, the play's the thing. And in choosing plays, the management aims at quality, contrast, and variety. Last week, an original radio comedy. Next week, a great motion picture adapted for radio. And this week, mystery. This week, the Ford Theater presents The Adventure of the Bad Boy by ELLERY Queen. Now, there's a man I've always envied, ELLERY Queen. He gets around so much, meets so many different kinds of interesting people, alive and dead. In the last few years, on paper and on the air, ELLERY must have averaged one mysterious murder case per week, each neatly solved in the end with the culprit delivered over to justice. And not only does young Mr. Queen solve the mystery, he writes the story, too, between calls for help from the homicide squad. Also, of late, he's found time to edit an excellent magazine for detective story fans, to pen learned dissertations on the gentle art of mystery fiction, and to publish, just last month, an anthology of choice crime tales. He's a versatile man, ELLERY, and a busy one. He is also, by this time, a legendary hero, an American Sherlock Holmes, with thousands of worshipful followers. We know that he's the son of gruff, steely-eyed, snuff-using Inspector Richard Queen, who can always be reached at police headquarters on Center Street, Manhattan. And we know that he employs as his secretary the beautiful, worshipful, long-suffering Nicky, who even now is typing up a forthcoming chapter in the multitudinous works of ELLERY Queen. Meanwhile, ELLERY relaxes in an armchair, deep in thought.
Because, Mr. Figgerson, nature is maddeningly logical, said ELLERY Queen. A bird flies, the sun rises, a river flows, and a wound bleeds. Underline, and a wound bleeds. End of chapter. Ellery? Ellery, where are you?
In the armchair, Nicky.
I'm finished.
Lucky girl.
Are you kidding?
Huh?
Well, all you have to do is dictate these foul mystery masterpieces of yours. I have to type them, remember? I said, remember?
What, Nicky?
Oh, skip it. You haven't actually seen me for years. Now you don't even hear me.
Nicky, I'm sorry.
Think nothing of it. After all, who am I? Bertha the typing machine girl. Even in the sweatshop, the boss made a pass once in a while.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but I've been deep in thought.
Really?
About a little boy, Nicky.
About a what?
A little boy.
Why, Ellery.
Yes, it's time I did something about that situation.
You're the screwiest character, Ellery. You would find a different way to do it.
Do what?
Oh, now we're being coy again. Most men would start the other way around. With the little boy's mother.
Very nice woman, I'm told.
Why, thank you. Coming from you, Ellery, that's a lavish compliment. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Oh, you don't have to think about it, Nicky. It's really my problem.
Why, you egotist.
Well, I didn't think you'd be interested.
Ellery, why do you think I've held on to this thankless, frustrating job all these years? Interested? The first thing we'll have to do is tell your father.
Dad? Oh, no, Nicky, not quite yet.
Not yet? Well, why keep it a secret from the inspector?
Because I'm not familiar with all the facts, Nicky.
Facts?
Yes, it might not even be a matter for the police at all.
Police?
Yes, I'll know more about it as soon as Dr. Melton gets here, which, incidentally, ought to be any minute now.
But Ellery,
Nicky, would you clear away all this truck? Of course, if you want to sit down on it, I'll be very glad to have you make notes.
Ellery Queen. Exactly what little boy were you talking about?
Bobby Hayes.
Bobby Hayes, And the nice woman?
Bobby's mother, of course. Frances Hayes.
I see. You fiend.
Why, Nicky, what's the matter?
No, nothing. Nothing at all. No, don't you dare come near me.
I don't seem to follow this at all. Oh, of course. You don't know a thing about this case, do you? And here I've been talking as if you knew all about it.
Yes. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, you just sit right down here by the fire, and I'll tell you the whole story. That is, if you'd like to hear it, Nicky.
Oh, I'm simply fascinated.
Well, to begin with, I first got to know about it when Dr. Melton phoned me. And he got the story from the principals. His landlady, Sarah Brink, a spinster, who owns a small apartment house in Greenwich Village. And Sarah Brink's unfortunate sister, Frances Hayes. Mrs. Hayes and her little boy, Bobby, who's 8, live with Sarah Brink. I think it was 4 nights ago that it began.
Bobby? Bobby?
Yeah?
Yeah. Can't you say yes, Auntie? What is it? Bobby? Bobby Brink.
My name is not Bobby Brink.
Well, it is in this house.
It is not, Aunt Sarah. It's Bobby Hayes.
Bobby, how dare you take that tone with me?
It is so, Hayes. That's my father's name. That's Mommy's name. So it's my name, too. I know my own name, I guess.
Your father's a bad man, Bobby. He ran away. Left you and your mother alone.
He did not. Mommy says he's dead.
Well, it'd be a mercy if he were. At least you and your mother'd have his insurance.
Insurance? What's that, Aunt Sarah?
Never you mind. Bobby, put the funnies down for a minute.
Do I have to?
Bobby, dear, don't you feel just a little bit grateful to Aunt Sarah?
Huh?
When Auntie takes her sister into her home and her sister's little boy gives them nice, soft beds to sleep in and good things to eat, even money to spend. Don't you think the little boy ought to sort of, love his auntie?
Oh, I don't get so much money to spend.
Oh, you're a wicked, ungrateful boy. What have you been up to in here while I've been making supper in the kitchen? Answer me, Bobby. Some mischief, I'll bet.
I'm not doing nothing. I'm just reading the funnies.
Chasing the cat, most likely.
I was not. I've been reading a radio page.
Oh? You miss all those nice programs since your mother's radio got broken accidentally. Don't you, Bobby, dear?
Aunt Sarah, couldn't we have it fixed? I gotta ask the fellas all the time what's happening to Superman.
Fix it? Now, Bobby, listen to me. How would you like Aunt Sarah to buy you a nice new radio? Maybe a television set. Just for you.
Gee, Aunt Sarah, would you? Wow.
Well, maybe, if you gave me a real big kiss once in a while, Bobby. Who's there? Francis, is that you? Yes, Sarah. Oh, Bobby.
Hi, Mom.
Wow.
Superman, that's some hug. Darling, what did you do today, huh? Oh, something wrong, Sarah?
Yes, he was a bad boy, Francis, as usual. I declare I don't see why you don't...
You're always snitching.
Bobby.
Mom, I played with the fellas in the park, and a cop chased us just because we were climbing an old tree.
Well, you might have fallen, dear.
And that's not all.
Yeah. Snitch some more, Aunt Sarah. I threw a rock, Mom.
Oh, Bobby, you did.
Just a little hunk of rock. Couldn't have hurt nobody. And it just happened to break a window.
There, Francis. Are you satisfied now?
Well, that was wrong, Bobby. And I've told you so many times, you mustn't talk to your Aunt Sarah this way.
If you'd stay home and take care of your child, Francis, instead of prancing round all day.
I wasn't prancing, Sarah. I was walking my legs off looking for a job.
Oh, you and your jobs. Your first duty is to your child. You know you don't have to have a job, Francis, as long as you live with me.
Yes, Sarah. I know.
Coming home at all hours. Supper's ruined. It is my stew. It's burning. Oh, just in time.
I don't want your old stew. I don't like stew.
Bobby, why, Bobby, you're not having stew. What would you say to a nice raspberry jelly omelet?
Jelly omelet? Wow.
Well, just as soon as I set these 2 plates of stew down, I'll fix your omelet, Bobby. Francis, hurry, will you? For pity's sake, Bobby, now you stop playing with that canary's cage.
Oh, Bobby, didn't hear what Aunt Sarah said. Now stop it.
Oh, okay, Mom. And can I have prune juice too, Aunt Sarah, huh?
Why, certainly you may, Bobby dear. Bobby Brigg, now see what you've gone and done, leaving the canary's cage open.
Oh, Bobby, there goes the canary. Sarah, catch him.
Oh, of all the spoiled, misbehaving brats.
If we could only...
There he is, Francis. Catch him. Catch
I
him.
got him. No. Oh, dear. Now he's flown up on the chandelier. Oh, Bobby.
Come down here, drat your
Sarah,
down.
shut the dining room door. He'll fly out.
Shut the window, Francis.
Yes, Sarah.
Look out, the cat. Columbus. Columbus. Stop that, you bad cat, you.
Sarah, I think I could... Got him.
Well, it's about time.
You naughty canary. Back you go. There.
Are you quite finished, Francis? Well, now, Bobby Brink, suppose you tell me why you opened that canary's cage and why you've been sitting at the supper table and haven't so much as lifted a finger to help catch him.
I don't care. I was just playing with the old bird. He flew past me, the dirty old bird.
Bobby Hayes, what's come over you? Bobby, come here.
What?
Son, you've always been so kind to Aunt Sarah's pets. But now you chase Columbus, torment the canary, go fishing in the goldfish bowl. Do you like tormenting animals and birds and fish?
Oh, Mom, I didn't hurt him.
Well, I suppose that lets him off. Kindness, reasonableness. Trouble is, Francis, you don't discipline him. If he were mine,
But he isn't, Sarah. Son, we'll talk about this after supper.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, eat your stew, Francis.
Yes, sir.
I suppose I might as well eat mine, too, even if it is icy cold by now. Well, what's the matter, Francis? Isn't my stew good enough for you?
Bobby's omelet, Sarah. You've forgotten.
Oh, have I?
Bobby, I'll make it for you.
Sit down.
Sarah, please.
I've told you 1,000 times, Francis. I won't have you or anybody else messing in my kitchen. Bobby'll wait for his supper, since he's spoiled ours.
Well, Sarah, the stew can be reheated.
As if my gas bills aren't high enough as it is. He'll wait.
Bobby, I won't eat until...
Oh, go ahead, Mom. I can wait. I'm not hungry anyway.
Thank you, son.
Every time we sit down to eat, that awful fiddling starts. I declare that foreigner does it on purpose just to annoy me.
That's only Mr. Weber downstairs, Aunt Sarah. He likes to play that song.
Bobby. Oh, I must have been insane when I rented that apartment to him. Fiddle playing. I'll have him evicted, that's what I'll do. I'll have him thrown right out into the street. Him and his nasty fiddle.
Well, don't stop there, Ellery. What happened then?
Then, Nicky, they finished their supper. Sarah Brink made Bobby a jelly omelet, which he devoured with great relish, while his mother began to clear the table.
Boy, that was good.
Oh, you liked it, Bobby.
Better than that old stew.
Bobby Brink.
Bobby. The stew is delicious, Sarah. Bobby, you may leave the table.
But, Mommy, why can't I have a piece of apple pie? I'm especially hungry for a piece of apple pie.
I've already told you, Bobby, if your mother won't punish you, I will.
You're just mean.
Oh, I am I?
Bobby, please, I told you to leave the table.
Oh, okay. Mom, may I go downstairs and see Mr. Gordini? I promise.
You certainly may not.
Sarah, aren't you forgetting that I'm Bobby's mother?
I've told you and told you, Francis. Letting a young child spend all of his time with that worthless, greasy actor.
He's as nice as anyone you know, Sarah. Bobby, you may visit Mr. Gordini for a half an hour, then come upstairs to bed.
Gee, thanks, Mom.
Bobby, wait. Bobby, I forbid you. I forbid you. Do you understand? You are not to go downstairs. And Francis, just as long as you live in my home on my money, you'll do as I say. Is that clear?
I can't stand this anymore. Always throwing up to me how dependent I am on your charity. Trying to run my life, my child, because we have no other place to live. So I'm going to leave.
I'd rather starve. Oh, stop that silly crying, Francis. If you'd listened to me, you wouldn't have been deserted by that no-good husband of yours and left penniless to support a child. I was good enough to take you in, and I'm good enough to dictate what's best for you.
No, I'll take Bobby and get out of here.
Well, if you want to live in the street, I suppose you're of age, but you're supposed to love this child. What are you going to feed him on? Kisses?
Bob, I don't want to see Mr. Gordini. It's okay. I'll go right to bed, Mommy.
It's all right, Bobby. You may go downstairs. Please, Bobby. Go on now, dear.
No. He's staying here. Bobby Brink, if you set foot outside this apartment, Oh,
Sarah.
Oh, why, Francis, I feel so funny.
Sarah, what's the matter?
Mommy and Sarah fell down.
Sarah!
My throat, stomach, on fire. Can't breathe.
Bobby, run downstairs for Dr. Melton. Quick!
Attempted poisoning.
I'm afraid so, Nicky. Curious case.
Not that I condone it, but it seems understandable. What an old bat. She owns the house, huh?
Yes, one of those old 3-story brownstones facing Washington Square Park. She's converted it into a 4-family apartment house. The Brinks apartment's on the top floor. Dr. Melton lives on the ground floor. And the intermediate floor is occupied by 2 tenants. Weber, a refugee who teaches the violin, and Gordini, who seems to be an actor.
But, Ellery, they can't possibly have anything to do with it.
Ah, that's Dr. Melton.
I'll go. Yes?
I'm Dr. Melton, and this is Miss Sarah Brink.
Come in, Doctor.
Dr. Melton and Miss Sarah Brink, Ellery.
Well, how do you do?
Evening. Miss Brink's the patient I phoned to you about, Mr. Queen. Easy now, Miss Brink, please.
Here's a chair.
Thank you.
Sit down, Dr. Melton. Oh, this is my secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do, Miss Porter?
How do you do?
I must say I'm a little surprised, Doctor, to see Miss Brink with you.
She's still pretty shaky, but I thought we'd risk it, Mr. Queen, even though it's only 4 days since...
The accident.
Now, don't excite yourself,
I
please.
told you, Dr. Melton, it was some sort of accident. Oh, I don't know why I've let you bring me here. A detective.
Miss Brink, it couldn't have been an accident.
Oh, dear.
What do you suspect, Doctor?
I don't suspect. I know. Miss Brink was poisoned.
By accident.
You're asserting that not as a theory, Doctor, but as a fact.
Judge for yourself. I know you've had some experience with these things, Mr. Queen.
Yes?
Miss Brink ate on an empty stomach. About 10 minutes later, she fell writhing to the floor.
Symptoms?
Burning pain in throat and stomach. Intense thirst. Collapse. Cyanosed skin. Difficult respiration. Cramps in the calves of the legs.
Arsenical poisoning.
Yes.
How awful.
I suppose you had the remains of Miss Brink's portion of stew analyzed, Dr. Melton.
Of course. It was heavily dosed with arsenic.
Miss Brink, who are your heirs?
My heirs?
Yes.
Well, my sister Frances. She's my only living relative.
Your sister and her little boy, you mean? He's your nephew, isn't he, Miss Brink?
Yes.
Comfortably fixed, are you?
Well, I own my own house, have a few $1,000s.
Any domestic help?
I do my own housework and cooking. Can't afford servants.
I see. Dr. Melton.
Yes, Mr. Queen?
I believe you said Mrs. Hayes, Miss Brink's sister, ate stew that evening and showed no ill effects.
None at all.
Well, obviously, then. Only the stew on your plate, Miss Brink, was poisoned. Was your sister in the kitchen at any time during the preparation or cooking of the stew?
Why, Frances was away all day. She didn't get back till a few minutes before I fetched the 2 plates of stew from the kitchen and set them on the dining room table.
Was your nephew in the kitchen while you were cooking?
Bobby?
Yes.
Oh, no, not at any time.
And after you set the plates down on the dining room table, Miss Brink, did your sister have an opportunity to drop arsenic into your plate?
I tell you it was an accident.
Did she?
No. Just as I set the plates down, Bobby let the canary escape, and Frances and I began to chase it.
I know that, Miss Brink. I just wanted to be sure. By the way, what was your nephew doing while you and Mrs. Hayes were chasing the canary?
Bobby? Why, Bobby was seated at the table.
Alone and unobserved.
No, I mean, yes, he was, but...
Miss Brink, please.
That's horrid, Ellery.
Facts very often are, Nicky.
Dr. Melton, take me home.
Miss Brink, you can't let this drop.
I won't have another word said about the entire matter, understand?
You may have no choice, Miss Brink. This is attempted murder.
It's not. It's not. Anyway, if you interfere, Mr. Queen, I'll deny everything. Yes. And you needn't try to send me a bill. I won't pay it.
Brr.
Well, Mr. Queen, I didn't realize who was involved. I think you ought to know, though, that she's concealing her real financial status. She owns half a dozen buildings in Greenwich Village, and she's one of the wealthiest women in the neighborhood.
I'm sure of that, Dr. Melton.
Well, I'd better get her back home. She's still pretty weak, you know, and at her age, it was a narrow escape. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ellery, isn't there something you can do?
If she denies the story and refuses to press charges, Nicky, I'm afraid not.
But I just can't believe it. It's frightening. An 8-year-old boy, Ellery.
Yes. Apparently, the boy released the canary deliberately to lure his mother and aunt away from the table so that he could poison his aunt's stew unobserved.
I don't care how much of an old witch Sarah Brink is. To do a thing like that, a boy of 8, he must be a fiend, Ellery.
Psychopathic case.
Well, something ought to be done about it. The woman's in danger.
That's quite true, Nicky. Unsuccessful poisoners usually repeat. Nicky, what kind of stew did Sarah Brink say she cooked that night?
Kind of stew?
Yes.
I don't know, Ellery. I don't think she said.
Oh, careless of me. I should have asked her. Well, about all we can do, Nicky, is to try to interest some social service agency and hope for the best. Hand me the phone, will you?
But it wasn't to be. Everything was closed for the New Year's weekend. And then it was just yesterday afternoon. Ellery Queen's residence?
Naturally. Hello, Nicky.
Oh, Inspector Queen.
Nicky, put Ellery on.
Right. Ellery,
Yes?
your father.
Oh. Yes, Dad.
Son, you'd never forgive me if I didn't let you in on this.
In on what, Dad?
Cockeyedest case I ever saw. Can you get down here in 15 minutes? I'll try and hold him.
Hold him? Hold whom?
Witnesses to the crime. About 3 dozen of them.
3 dozen what?
Fact. If you don't hurry, there'll probably be 300 of them.
Dad, I don't see what...
36B, Washington Square North. Make it snappy, Ellery.
36B, Washington Square North.
What are you mumbling about, Ellery? What did the inspector want?
Nicky. Nicky, that's the address of Dr. Melton's poison case.
Sarah Brink?
Yes. And Dad says there's been another crime. Come on.
Three dozen witnesses. And Inspector Queen, usually the coolest cop between the Battery and the Bronx, is in a state of considerable excitement. We'll meet the witnesses and Queen the Elder in Act 2, along with Sergeant Veely and a quorum of suspects. In the meantime, and in the intermission, we'll meet with Kenneth Banghart, who speaks for the Ford Motor Company. Ken?
Among the hardest working and most respected people in our nation are the country doctors. The men and women who bring healing knowledge and skill to even the most remote farms and homes. Day after day, in all kinds of weather, they make their rounds through forests and mountains and deserts, going wherever they're needed. And because their work is so important and their travel is frequently difficult, the Ford Motor Company is proud that so many doctors prefer to drive Ford cars. One of these is Dr. H.F. Lawson of Crossville, Tennessee. The people who live and work in the hills around Crossville know Dr. Lawson very well. Summer or winter, dust or snow or mud, over the roughest roads and steepest hills, Dr. Lawson gets there when he's needed. Recently, Dr. Lawson wrote to the Ford Motor Company to say why he preferred to drive a Ford. He said that he can always start his Ford in any kind of weather, that it rides comfortably, that his Ford always takes him where he wants to go, no matter how bad the driving conditions. My Ford has never failed to come through, he wrote. As a rural doctor, I am qualified to say that no other car can beat a Ford for all-round performance under all conditions. That's the kind of service and dependability that millions of Americans have learned to expect from Ford products. That's the kind of performance you can expect
from any product made by Ford. Act 2 of The Adventure of the Bad Boy will be presented after a brief pause for station identification.
Ford Theater, The Adventure of the Bad Boy, Act 2. Our intermission turned out to be just long enough for Ellery Queen and Nicky to hail a cab, hop into same, and head for 36B Washington Square North, the scene of the crime. We picked them up as they swing around the lower Fifth Avenue corner of Washington Square.
Hop it, Nicky. Come on.
Gentlemen, wait for ladies.
Excuse me, please. Mind letting us through?
Or you might carry me.
Pardon me. Officer.
Huh? Hello, Mr. Green. Here, one side, you people. Stand back there. Stand back. Here.
You still with me, Nicky?
It's not your fault if I am. Ellery, you don't think there's been another...
I'm trying not to.
Come in, Maestro. Come in.
Oh, Billy, it's about time.
Well, you all set for a little surprise?
What's happened here, Sergeant Bealey?
Uh-huh. Right this way, folks. Inspector's waiting for you.
Billy, what's all the mystery about?
I got my orders, Maestro. You'll see.
A surprise, you said, Sergeant?
I'll say it's a surprise. One more flight.
Huh. The Brink apartment.
That is correct. Hey, you know the old dame, Maestro?
That Ellery, Billy?
Yes, sir.
Dad.
Hello, Nicky.
Hello, Inspector.
Wait till you see this, son. You won't believe it.
Try me.
Inspector?
This way, please. This is the upper hall, Ellery. Doors off here all lead to various rooms of the apartment. It occupies the whole floor. Here we are. You men ready?
Yeah.
Billy? Flint?
Yes, sir.
Take it, Hagstrom.
Yes, sir. We do a repeat, huh?
Oh, but Inspector Queen, we don't have to go through all that
You'd
again.
think once would be enough, Flint.
I'm not mad. They are, all of them. Dad, will you please...
It's a joke, isn't it, Inspector?
Some joke. All right, boys. Take your positions just outside the door.
All right, take it, sir. Come here.
Ellery, this is exactly what we found when we got here and opened this door.
Yes?
Open it, Bailey.
Now, remember, fellas, this is all for dear old NYU. 2/14/89. Hep.
There's one getting away. That one, you fine.
Come here, you little devil.
Rabbits! Rabbits!
Rabbits? Yes, rabbits. Herds of them. Spent half an hour chasing through the house trying to recapture the blasted bunnies. They all came out of this bedroom, Ellery.
Whose room is it, Dad?
Woman named Sarah Brink. Owner of this house.
Sarah Brink?
No, Nicky. Stay in the hall.
Yep, son. That's just what we found when the rabbits scooted past us.
What?
Sarah Brink, Nicky. Dead.
Yeah. Now, let's see. In the appearance of these bedclothes, Doc, looks like there was a struggle.
Sure there was a struggle, Inspector, with old man Death. Yeah, you'd struggle, too, if you died of what she did. Now, let's see.
Well, what was it, you cadaver mechanic?
No, Dick, your blood pressure.
Say, this is a fine time for a fiddle to be scratching.
Yeah, who's that?
Some fiddle teacher that lives downstairs named Weber.
Well? Well, Prouty?
No, it's no use, Inspector.
The family lunched on rabbit stew today,
Yes, and right after lunch, the old girl came in here to lie down for a nap.
Had some victuals in her stomach, I'll bet, before she ate that stew.
Otherwise, she'd have passed out at table. Well, gentlemen, it's arsenical poisoning.
Ah. Well, if it ain't the maestro.
I was beginning to think we weren't speaking, Ellery. Yes, sir. Arsenical poisoning.
You're positive, Dr. Prouty?
Sunken features, cyanose skin, irritation of eyelids, and skin eruption.
There can't possibly be a mistake.
Doubt, my boy, is the deity of science. But in this case, I'd stake my professional reputation it was arsenious oxide.
White arsenic.
Better do an autopsy right away, Prouty. Make sure.
Naturally. Runch's test will do the trick. She'd have been luckier if she'd been born a rabbit. Arsenic won't kill them. They're immune. Okay, call the wagon.
On the way, Doc.
And here's your removal order.
What's this?
What's what, son?
This top hat on Sarah Brink's night table, Dad.
Ah, you've spotted it, Ellery.
What was she, a male impersonator?
Interesting, huh, Maestro?
Well, I'll be. Observe, I have nothing up my sleeve. I insert my right hand in the hat. Hocus pocus, open sesame, till Erlenspiegel, presto, a rabbit.
Very interesting. So what?
Merely one bunny too scared to run away when you boys opened the door, Sergeant. Took refuge in this silk tupper. Top hat and rabbits. The murder must have been committed by a magician.
What'd I tell you, Veely?
Maestro, you threw me. You threw me.
Walk over that buck.
Oh, here, Inspector.
Didn't I tell you you'd say that, Veely?
I bet you framed me.
Oh, but, Dad, I wasn't serious.
Well, I am. She was poisoned by a magician, all right. I've got him in the living room right now, under arrest.
You mean there's actually a magician mixed up in this? Oh, of course. The actor.
Uh-huh. Lives downstairs across the hall from Weber, the violin teacher.
The vaudeville magician, Maestro. Calls himself Gordini the Great.
I want to see him.
Flint.
Yeah, Inspector?
Gordini been acting up?
Gentle as a rabbit.
I don't mean to tell you how to run your business, Inspector, but believe me, I didn't poison Sarah Brink.
I know, Gordini. You're just a victim of a plot. This is my son, Ellery. He wants to talk to you.
Mr. Gordini, I'm very much interested in Sarah Brink's death. I'm told you were home today in your apartment around noon when she was poisoned.
That's right, Mr. Queen. I'm temporarily at liberty.
You could have used your time to better advantage, man.
Just a moment, Sergeant. I'm told, too, Mr. Gordini, that the fire escape makes it possible for you to have been just outside Sarah Brink's kitchen window while the 2 plates of rabbit stew, which Miss Brink and her sister, Mrs. Hayes, ate for lunch today, stood on the serving cabinet near the kitchen window.
Yes, Mr. Queen, but the kitchen window has an iron grill which can only be opened from inside. All the windows at the back of this house have. How am I supposed to have got past those bars?
With this thingamajig, Gordini.
Where'd you get my lazy tongs?
Is that a lazy tongs? And what are they, Inspector?
It's like a pair of scissors, Veely. Opens and shoots out in crisscrossing slats. Like this.
What? You missed my schnoz by half an inch.
Well, I missed, didn't I?
Be careful.
You got the idea, Ellery?
Yes.
This is part of Gordini's magic equipment. Comes from his stuff downstairs. Gordini, you stood on the fire escape outside the Brink kitchen window and dropped arsenic into Sarah's plate of stew from the end of these tongs through the grill.
What can I do but deny it? It's not true.
And the top hat. It has pockets inside, Gordini. A regular magician's hat. You admit it's yours?
Of course it's mine.
If you're innocent, how did it get into the Brink woman's bedroom?
I don't know.
Dad,
hold it, son. Gordini, I've had you checked this afternoon. Your real handle's Gordon, Algernon Gordon. And you were a chemist before you became a stage magician. Then you'd know all about arsenic. Wouldn't you, Mr. Gordon Gordini?
I see I'm to be convicted on coincidence.
It's no coincidence that you've been quarreling with the murdered woman, Gordini. The whole neighborhood knows about it.
Quarreling about what?
Well, it seems the old lady told him to keep away from her sister Frances and the kid Bobby.
Oh, well, that's pretty circumstantial, Dad.
Is it? And bat this around, Ellery. I've got a witness who lives in a McDougal Alley house opposite the back windows here. My witness says she saw Gordini standing on the fire escape outside Sarah Brink's kitchen window at just about the time that rabbit stew must have been poisoned.
Is that true, Gordini?
Yes, Mr. Queen, I was there, but I was, snooping.
Why?
I'd rather not say.
Pretty lame, Gordini. That's the best you can do.
Dad, there's one fact you've overlooked that punches a pretty big hole in your Gordini theory.
What's that, son?
Frances Hayes had stew for lunch today, too, didn't she?
Yes?
She wasn't poisoned, was she?
No.
But both plates of stew, you say, the one which Sarah ate and the one which Frances ate, were on a serving cabinet near the kitchen window, accessible to Gordini on the fire escape through the lazy tongs. How could Gordini have known which plate was Sarah's?
Yes, how could I have known?
Maestro's got something there, Inspector.
Yes.
As for Gordini's top hat being in Sarah's bedroom, Bobby Hayes told me he brought it there this morning.
Yes, I'd forgotten that. That's quite possible. Bobby often plays with my paraphernalia.
Furthermore, the rabbits aren't Gordini's. They were Sarah Brink's. She sometimes fed them in her room. I think that pretty well explodes the circumstantial case against Gordini.
Thank you, Mr. Queen.
But I'm not through with you, Gordini.
What's that?
You're obviously concealing something. What is it?
I don't know what you mean.
Gordini, I think you know who poisoned Sarah Brink. Do you? You do, don't you?
No talkie.
See if you can make Gordini change his mind, Dad.
Where are you going?
Oh, to snoop around.
I knew something horrible would happen in this house. I knew it.
Oh, Mommy. Mommy.
Please, Mrs. Hayes, you've got to control yourself.
Yes. Son, it's all right. Don't be frightened, baby. Aunt Sarah's just gone away, Bobby.
Oh, she's dead, Mom.
Bobby. Who's that?
It's probably an officer. Come in.
Oh, Nicky.
Ellery. Well?
Glad you're with Mrs. Hayes, Nicky. Hi, Bobby.
Hi.
Miss Porter's been a great help, Mr. Queen.
You are a real detective?
Well, sometimes I wonder, Bobby. Mrs. Hayes, all the pets in this house, canary, cat, goldfish, they were your sister Sarah's, weren't they?
And the rabbits, too, Mr. Queen.
Oh, yes, the rabbits. I assume she didn't quarter them in her bedroom permanently. Where did she usually keep them, Mrs. Hayes?
In the backyard.
In a real rabbit hutch.
That's so, Bobby?
Yeah.
Sarah...
Mrs. Hayes, who fed them?
Sarah wouldn't let anyone else take care of...
You remembered something, Mrs. Hayes?
Yes. Sarah had an argument last week with Mr. Weber. She caught him feeding her rabbits in the yard.
Boy, did she tell him off.
Weber. Must be Weber playing the violin now. Excuse me. Sergeant.
Yeah, Maestro?
Have Weber brought up, will you?
Now, that's constructive. Anything to stop that fiddle.
Oh, Mrs. Hayes, you had rabbit stew rather often, didn't you?
At least once a week. Sarah was very fond of it. She killed her own rabbits. They were multiplying so rapidly.
I don't like rabbit stew. Yeah, and Mom doesn't either. She only ate it because Aunt Sarah made her.
Bobby.
Just after your sister brought the plates of stew into the dining room for lunch today, Mrs. Hayes, did anything unusual happen?
Unusual? Well, I don't think I...
Well, like the escape of the canary last week.
Well, you mustn't think Bobby's a bad boy, Mr. Queen. He's just mischievous, like most boys of his age, and he didn't
Then
need to do
something
anything...
did happen at lunch today.
Oh, you can tell him, Mom. I pushed over the fishbowl.
Oh, Ellery.
Sorry, Nicky. And while your mother and aunt were rescuing the goldfish, Bobby, what were you doing?
Sitting at the table. Aunt Sarah was yelling at me. She said just for that I couldn't have chocolate cream pie. I'm glad she's dead, old yeller.
Bobby, you mustn't talk that way about...
Yeah, come on.
Well, Inspector, Sergeant?
Dr. Melton and Herr Weber.
What's this now, Ellery?
Oh, we've just been chewing the fat in here, Dad. Mr. Weber, you're the violinist we've been hearing all afternoon?
Yeah. Mrs. Hayes, I'm terribly sorry about your Schwester, Miss Brink. I hear what happens.
If you're sorry, why have you been playing your violin? And my sister lying dead up here.
Aber das ist doch, how do you say, sad music, Mrs. Hayes. I have sad feelings. I play sad music. What I am, from where I come, it is all sad. Everything. Everyone. Even here, I cannot forget.
Mr. Weber, I understand you fed Sarah Brink's rabbits last week.
Yeah, mit lettuce.
And she was very angry with you.
That's so.
I sit in the backyard, thinking of Köln, Stuttgart, Zwickau. I play my violin. I lay it on the bench. I feed the bunnies. Miss Brink, she comes out, she takes my violin, she breaks it in little pieces. She is like a crazy woman. That is my good violin. The other, the one I play now on, that is not so good.
Sarah had a vile temper. I'm sorry, Mr. Weber. I didn't know about that.
Natürlich. I want she shall pay for my instrument. I am poor. But she says no. I should move. Also, I move. Tomorrow. Herr Dr. Melton, he is moving also.
Oh, really?
That right, Dr. Melton?
Yes, as soon as I can find new quarters in this neighborhood.
Why are you moving, Doctor?
Well, my patients are all pretty poor, Mr. Queen. They don't pay very well. I've been behind in my rent. The other day, Miss Brink said she wouldn't wait any longer, that, well, I'd have to get out.
Dr. Melton, I didn't know that either.
I know, Mrs. Hayes.
I suppose I own this house now. Oh, you don't have to move. You've been here so long, Doctor.
Why, that's very decent of you, Mrs. Hayes.
And you too, Mr. Weber. You stay on. And as soon as I can, I'll pay for your broken violin.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön, gnädige Frau.
Blast it.
What, Dad?
This racket is 1 part luck and 99 parts waiting. Reports. Where are they?
Why, Inspector, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Kicking that cat. Here, Puss, don't let the nasty old man hurt your feelings.
Cats, goldfish, canaries, rabbits, regular zoo. Don't look at me that way, Nicky. I didn't kick the confounded beast. I didn't know he was there.
There, he's apologized, Puss. He's a nice, nasty old man.
Ellery, what's the answer to this blasted riddle? If Gordini didn't poison the stew...
I've got a notion, Dad. Just the vaguest notion.
Oh, the great man has a notion. Imagine that, Puss. Suppose it'll ever grow up to be a great big idea.
Hey, who swiped my gun?
What, Billy?
My gun, Inspector, my rod. Somebody lifts it right out of my holster. Was it one of you? Come on. Was it?
Why, Sergeant, I'm ashamed of you.
You better find it, Bailey, before it turns up on the scene of a crime.
It wasn't one of you?
No.
I'll never hear the end of this.
That's the funniest thing. Oh, where's my handkerchief? That's funny. I'm sure it was in my bag.
Your handkerchief missing, Nicky?
No, Ellery, my compact. Why, it isn't here.
What's this now? You'd better take a look at yourself, son.
My fountain pen. It's gone.
Hey! My snuff box.
What?
Inspector.
Oh, Flint, what is it?
Well, Doc Prouty just phoned from the morgue. He said something about submucous hemorrhages showing up in the PM or something. Anyway, the old dame died of arsenic poisoning, he says.
Well, that's progress. Flint, when knew that?
Well, there's a report from the city toxicologist, too. You know that white stuff looked like flour we scraped up from the floor of the rabbit hutch?
Dad, you found a white powder in the backyard rabbit hutch?
Sure, son, before you got here. So what, Flint?
Well, the toxicologist says that's arsenic, too.
Arsenic in the rabbit hutch? Why didn't someone tell me?
Hey, Inspector.
Huh? Oh, it's you again.
Hey, I found my gun.
You did, Sergeant?
Where?
On the downstairs hall table. My gun and your snuff box, by the way.
Oh, give me that. Thanks.
You didn't find a compact by any chance, Sergeant?
I sure did. Is this yours, Miss Porter?
Well, thank you.
And don't tell me, Maestro, this fountain pen is yours.
Yes, Sergeant. Thanks. They were all on the downstairs hall table, huh?
Something awful funny around here.
Someone swiped something from each one of us. Leaves them in plain sight to be found.
Thief who returns his loot.
But if he didn't want the stuff, why in time did he steal it in the first place?
That's it.
What did he say?
Huh? What, Ellery?
The key to the whole case.
Ellery, you mean the one who stole
Yes,
it?
Nicky. The key to the whole case.
The key to the whole case. Somewhere around this point, I believe, it used to be novelist Queen's practice to challenge the reader to name the culprit with all the pertinent facts at his disposal. My guess always goes wrong. And in this case, I suspect so is yours. Act 3 will, shall we say, let the cat out of the bag, or the rabbit out of the hat. And so you might just as well give up, stop guessing, and relax, and listen to Kenneth Banghart for the Ford Motor Company.
During the past 44 years, the experience of millions of people has proven countless times that Ford products are outstanding for their reliability, economy, and service. 3 generations have recognized the name Ford as an American symbol of quality and dependability. And now there is another definite scientific proof of Ford quality on a large scale. A recent study conducted by independent life insurance experts determined the life expectancy of the 5 largest selling makes of trucks. The experts tabulated and studied the histories of almost 5 million trucks and established the average life expectancy of each make. That study proved that Ford trucks last 10% longer than the average truck. It proved that Ford trucks last up to 19 6/10% longer than their 4 principal competitors. This scientific study is conclusive proof of what Ford truck owners have known for a long time, that Ford trucks last longer. It's an unusually important tribute to the quality of Ford products. But even this outstanding record is not good enough. True to the Ford tradition, Ford trucks are constantly being improved. Soon there will be new model Ford trucks with new power, versatility, and beauty. They will be built on a basic principle of engineering which assures even longer life for Ford trucks. And you will be served better because the organization that has built more trucks than any other, Ford, builds trucks stronger to last longer. You can depend on Ford.
As the previous act ended, you will recall, Ellery Queen had just discovered the key to the whole case, to which, as our curtain rises once more, Nicky makes reply.
You know, Ellery, you're the most exasperating man alive. You mislead people. Me, for instance.
What, Nicky?
Oh, I know you're not listening. You never do. You make people think things, then it turns out to be something entirely different. The inspector can't help himself. After all, he's your father. But someday
What's this?
What?
This, Nicky.
Oh, why do I always fall for it? An old closet. Key to the whole case. What key? No answer. The great man wraps himself in mystery. Hush, hush. Top secret. Ellery, will you come out of that closet and listen?
You come into this closet and listen.
Huh?
Hear it, Nicky?
It sounds hollow. Something funny about that wall. And this is Bobby's bedroom.
Look.
A sliding panel. Sort of medieval, isn't it, Ellery?
No, Nicky. Simply 8-year-old boy. Bobby's sawn through the back wall of his closet. Let's see what's behind this panel.
Secret passages yet.
Here, give me that flash, Nicky.
Flight of wooden stairs going
Let's see where
out.
it goes.
Ellery, you wretch, you've got the flash.
Here, Nicky. Watch your step.
Ellery, doesn't that violin of Weber sound louder?
Uh-huh. This passage apparently acts as an amplifier. Wonder where it leads.
Door. It's just an old attic.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Bobby couldn't have built these stairs.
Hardly. It's an old house, Nicky. Part of the original. The stairs were probably boarded up during some renovation, and Bobby's rediscovered them. Ah, what's that?
Ellery, if you leave me here in the dark,
Come here, Nicky. Look at this sign.
Sign?
Robert Hayes, magician. Bobby's handiwork. Oh, what's this box?
An awful mess in there.
Yes. Cards, handcuffs, trick coins, wand, handkerchiefs, ropes. Collapsible knife. The usual magician's truck. Ah.
Oh, don't try to impress me. What's in that packet? Magic hofties?
I'm afraid, Nicky, it's a more deadly magic than that.
A more deadly...
A white powder, Nicky.
White powder?
Arsenic.
I can't believe it. I just can't. It's too revolting, Ellery.
I wonder why Gordini didn't tell the truth. He knew all the time. Unless...
Ellery, a boy. A boy of 8.
Well, let's go downstairs, Nicky, and get it over with.
Well, how can you know? I've seen everything you have. I've got all the facts. They don't add up to a thing.
Bad mathematics, Dad.
Unless this kid, this Bobby Hayes.
The kid? Oh, nuts. I'm in the wrong racket.
Ellery, please do it quickly. His poor mother is so upset now.
All right, let's go. We'll all be bawling in a minute. Quiet, please. Go ahead, Ellery.
Just a moment, please. Bobby, dear.
Hey, Mom, what are they going to do now? Why is everybody so quiet?
Bobby, I want you to do something for Mother. I want you to go to my bedroom and stay there.
Oh, Mom, I want to see. I never saw a real detective get his man. I want to stay.
Bobby, please go.
Mrs. Hayes.
What?
Mrs. Hayes, I'd prefer Bobby to remain here.
Remain here?
Queen, why don't you let the boy go? This is no place for a child 8 years old.
Then suppose you tell us, Mr. Gordini, who poisoned Sarah Brink. Tell us, and I'll send Bobby away.
No.
I don't want to go away.
Why won't you tell us, Mr. Gordini?
Because I've got no proof. You wouldn't believe me.
I see. Gordini, when you were on the fire escape... Bobby, you and Mr. Gordini are great pals, I take it.
Bobby, be quiet.
Oh, Mom. Sure, Mr. Queen, we're just like that.
And Bobby's at the age, Gordini, when he's most susceptible to the fascinations of secret passages, sliding panels, and magic. Right, Gordini? You've been teaching Bobby magic, haven't you?
You ought to see all the tricks Mr. Gordini showed me.
Bobby, don't say anything.
And when Mr. Gordini showed you all these marvelous magic tricks, Bobby, just what did he tell you?
That I had to practice all the time. Practicing is the way you get to be a great magician.
And Sergeant Feely's revolver, Bobby, my fountain pen, Inspector Queen's snuff box, and, Miss Porter's compact. When you took them from us under our noses, Bobby, you were simply practicing, weren't you?
Oh, no, Bobby stole things. Oh, Mr. Queen, he couldn't have. He's only a boy. He didn't know what he was doing.
I did too, Mom. Only I wasn't stealing them. I left them right in the downstairs hall table, didn't I?
That's how I knew it was you, Bobby.
I just wanted to see if I could, Mr. Queen. That's not stealing.
Bobby.
Mommy, I didn't steal. I didn't steal.
Ellery, get it over with, will you?
And, Bobby, you took that packet of white powder, too, didn't you?
White powder?
And hid it in your attic hideout.
Bobby, don't answer.
Let the boy answer, Mrs. Hayes, please. Bobby?
Mr. Gordini told me to look for packages of white powder, like flour, he said. And to take them and give them to him as soon as the coast was clear. But that one in the attic, I didn't get the chance, Mr. Gordini. I was going to give it to you, but
Bobby, don't say any more.
Why not, Gordini? What is this, Ellery?
Bobby, what else did Mr. Gordini tell you to do?
Nothing. He didn't tell me nothing.
Bobby, you can tell me. Because I know.
You do? Yeah, sure. You're a detective. Detectives know everything. But I promise not to tell.
Well, then suppose I tell you, Bobby, and then it won't be breaking a promise, will it?
Oh.
Mr. Gordini told you there was something you had to do to save your mother's life. Isn't that right?
How'd you know that?
To save my life, Mr. Queen.
And, Bobby...
My life?
You had to do that thing every time there was rabbit stew for lunch or supper, didn't you?
Yes, sir. It was something fierce. I had to watch all the time. I had to save my mother's life. I don't know why, but that's what Mr. Gordini told me.
No, Bobby, no.
And when you couldn't do this certain thing that Mr. Gordini had told you to do, Bobby, when you couldn't do it without your mother and aunt seeing you, you were a very smart boy. You decided to distract their attention.
The way magicians do when you don't want them to see their trick.
That's
yes,
right,
sir.
Bobby, that's right. So last week you purposely let the canary escape. This afternoon you purposely upset the fishbowl.
But why, son? For the love of Pete, why?
A diversion, Dad. Can only have one purpose, to mask an act. When his mother and aunt were chasing that canary last week, while they were saving the goldfish today, Bobby took the 2 plates of rabbit stew, his mother's and his aunt's, and switched them.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's what you told Bobby to do every time they had rabbit stew, Gordini. To switch the two women's plates. Because you knew, Gordini. You knew the secret of those rabbits.
What secretary? What are you talking about, Maestro?
Bobby, will you leave the room now, please?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand either, Ellery.
Dr. Prouty said today that rabbits are immune to arsenic. So if you fed rabbits lettuce or carrots which had been dosed with the poison, it wouldn't hurt them a bit. But their flesh would become permeated with it. Then, if you made a rabbit stew, you'd be arsenically poisoned. Dad, you found arsenic in the rabbit hutch. That proved the animals were being fed the poison while they were still alive. Then they were slaughtered and cooked into a stew. And yet, only one portion of the stew was poisoned. How is that possible? Who could have controlled the preparation of the stew so rigidly that one portion was cooked with poisoned rabbit and the other with unpoisoned rabbit? Only one person. The person who wouldn't let anyone else feed the rabbits. The person who wouldn't let anyone else prepare food in her kitchen. The cook herself.
Sarah. My sister Sarah.
Yes, Mrs. Hayes, your sister Sarah. She obviously wasn't trying to poison herself or Bobby, who always refused rabbit stew. She could only have been trying to poison you.
Oh, Sarah.
Gordini, you used to be a chemist. You saw Sarah Brink sprinkle a white powder on the rabbit's food in the hutch one day. You scraped some of it up, analyzed it, saw the whole thing in a flash. And to save Mrs. Hayes' life, you got Bobby to switch plates every time the sisters had rabbit stew. And Bobby did so, never realizing the significance of his act. And so you got Sarah Brink to poison herself.
But why, Mr. Queen? Why did my sister want to kill me? I have nothing.
Oh, you underestimate your wealth, Mrs. Hayes. You have a boy, a son, and all your sister's possessions couldn't buy her that.
She wanted Bobby.
Yes, Nicky. She wanted Bobby.
I'm sure that all of you are as happy as I am to learn that Bobby was not the culprit. The first time I heard the play in rehearsal, my money went down on the doctor. But as I said, I'm always wrong about these things. Our performance engaged the talents of 3 members of the original cast of the ELLERY Queen series. Hugh Marlowe, prominent star of the Broadway stage and motion pictures, who created the role of ELLERY Queen. Santos Ortega as Inspector Richard Queen, and Ted DeCorsia once more in the part of Sergeant Bealey. Nicky was played by Charlotte Keene. Next week, Storm in a Teacup. As a motion picture, Storm in a Teacup was one of those all-too rare events, a comedy of solid warmth and character, a photoplay about real people. If you join us next week, you will find, I think, that the story has lost none of its warm humor in translation to radio for the first time. Next Sunday, then, you have an appointment to meet Mrs. Honoria Hegarty, her dog Patsy, and the people they stirred into a storm in a teacup.
The Adventure of the Bad Boy was written by Ellery Queen. The continuity was by George Faulkner. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Our editor is Howard Teichman, and the entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. The other players heard in today's broadcast were Brad Barker, Harold Deerenforth, Sarah Fussell, John Gibson, Averill Harris, Jane Houston, Ann Seymour, Walter Vaughn, and Guy Wallace.
Murder at midnight.
You're lying, Donner. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter. And tighter. Till you stop struggling and... Yes. And now, I've got a nice grave all ready and waiting for you. right next to your friend.
Murder at midnight.
3 graves yawning on a lonely, fog-bound island, waiting. For whom? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in tonight's story, The Island of the Dead. And now our story, The Island of the Dead, an original radio play by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. A story of a dead man who came back. It's a small island, flat and barren, lying in the middle of the river. And it's truly an island of the dead, for it's the city's Potter's Field. It's here that the nameless dead are buried. Those who have no relatives to claim them, and those who are too poor to pay for burial elsewhere. At one end of the island is the pier, where the city launch docks. At the other end of the island, in the midst of the shallow graves, is the squat stone building where the watchman lives. It's 11:30 at night now, and he's sitting in the office, reading a paper and listening to the river sounds when...
Who's there? Who's that? I said, who's there? Who the devil are you? What do you want?
I think that this is where I'm supposed to come.
What do you mean? Hey, wait a minute. Are you the new relief man?
My name is Simon.
I'm Halliday. From now on, lay off that stuff, will you? This place is bad enough without you spooking around, not answering when someone talks to you.
Bad?
The crying bells, you know what the job is, don't you? Receiving the stiffs that they send out, keeping the records and digging the graves. You'd be all alone, except for Joe, the guy that runs the launch up at the other end of the island. He only comes out when he has to.
Yes, I know.
Well, I'll go change me shirt and blow. I didn't think they're going to be able to get a relief man until next week. I'm sure glad you got out here tonight. This place was really starting to get me down. And I'll be out in a couple of minutes. Simon, where are you?
Over here.
I didn't know where the blazes you'd gone. What in thunder are you doing?
Digging. Digging some graves.
I see that. 3 of them. What for?
Because they'll be needed before the night is over.
Huh? You mean they called up and told you to get them ready? It's funny. I didn't hear the phone.
No. No one phoned.
Well, then why are you doing it?
I told you. I think they'll be needed.
You think? Look, I'm going right now. I'll be back tomorrow night. Unless I decide not to come back at all.
Wait a minute, Harry. I don't get it. Who are you talking about? And when did I see him?
The new relief man. Just came out about a half hour ago. You must have seen him. This is the only way you can get out to the island.
That's why I don't get it. If anybody did come out to the island, I'd be bound to see him. But no one did. Not tonight.
What? What do you mean?
I mean, I only made one trip out tonight. I didn't have no passengers. At least not live ones. All I brought out was a stiff.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes, speaking.
Is this Mr. Alec Marsh, the attorney?
Attorney? Well, I used to be one. I haven't practiced law
This is the watchman at the city cemetery out on Channel Island. I'd appreciate it very much if you'd come out here immediately.
Come out there? In the middle of the night? What for?
To identify a body.
To what? What makes you think that I can identify it?
I have reason to believe that you are one of the few people who can identify it. It's quite urgent. If you take the launch at River Street, I'll meet you at this end. Will you do it?
Well, I don't know. It's a funny business, but... Well, all right. I'll leave right away.
Is it much further to the island?
Nope. You can't see it because of the fog, but it's right ahead there.
Is this something new? Getting people to go out to the island to identify bodies? Don't they usually do it down at the morgue?
Yeah, mostly, but once in a while I get some dope after the body's been shipped out to the island.
Oh. Well, I don't like it, any part of it. Getting a man out in the middle of the night. This trip, especially with a river like this. Not being able to see anything. Just the whistles and the foghorns. And then landing there on the island where... Oh, for 2 cents, I'd go right back with you. Not go ashore at all.
Well, here we are. Just let me make a fast. Okay. Well, you getting off?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. The man that phoned said he'd meet me. I'll go up to the end of the dock. If he's not there, I'll come back.
Okay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes? Was it you who phoned me?
Yes. Will you follow me, please? This way.
How the dickens can you see where you're going when it's so dark?
You get used to it. Just as you get used to anything. As a matter of fact, it's probably just as well it is so dark.
Why? It couldn't be worse even in daylight, when you can see the graves. But how did you happen to call me on this business anyway?
I told you. Because you're one of the very few people who can be of any help. Weren't you the attorney for the defense in the Sloan case?
Sloan? Sloan? I can't remember. Simon Sloan.
Yes.
I'm not sure. If I was, it was a long time ago.
More than 15 years. But you should remember.
Yes, I think I was. He was convicted on a charge of murder in the 2nd degree and got 20 years. With time off for good behavior, he's probably out now and... Wait a minute. Is that who you want me to identify? Is he dead?
Here we are. Watch the step going in.
Well, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to put on the light?
No, not yet.
What was that? The door. You locked the door. What's the idea? What are you trying to do?
That's just so we won't be disturbed.
Disturbed? Well, who's going to disturb us? I insist you put on the light. Open that door immediately.
We were talking about the Sloan case. You admitted that you were the attorney for the defense. Do you feel that you did a good job of defending him?
How do I know? How do you expect me to remember? The fact that he was convicted doesn't mean that it was my fault. Besides, what's that got to do with you?
Did you think that he was guilty?
How do I know what I thought? What difference does it make? He pleaded guilty.
He wasn't guilty. He didn't want to plead guilty. Who made him change his plea?
I did, so what?
Very well.
There. Where it... You. It's you. You're Simon Sloan.
A dead man on the island of the dead. 3 waiting graves. As the clock moves steadily towards the witching hour, prepare yourself for murder. now to go on with the story of the island of the dead. It's just a moment later. There is silence in the small, bare room as Marsh stares at the strange figure that stands opposite him. Then slowly, his face pale and drawn, he sinks into a chair.
You shouldn't have done this to me. I told you I'm not well. I've got a bad heart.
Why did you do what you did to me? Why did you make me change my plea to guilty?
I had to.
Why?
Because Donna, the district attorney, made me. He wanted the conviction to build up his record. And he had something on me. An attempted bribery in another case. What are you going to do to me? I've got to get away from here. I'm a sick man, I tell you.
I'm not going to do anything to you. You can go now. If you can. There. The door's open.
Why are you looking at me like that? You think I can't make it, don't you? And that's why you're letting me go. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you. I just have to take it easy and...
No, I didn't think you would make it. That is why I'm not angry at you. Now I have a place for you. Right outside here. For you. And for some others, too.
Hello?
Mr. Donner?
Yes, who's this?
This is the watchman at the city cemetery out on Channel Island. We have a body out here that we'd very much like you to look at.
A body? What for?
We think that possibly you may be able to identify it.
And what makes you think that?
Well, after all, you were district attorney for several years.
What? Why, I haven't been DA for... What's that got to do with it?
It may have a great deal to do with it. Will you come? The launch leaves from the foot of River Street.
Yes, I know. Something very strange about this, but... All right, I'll come. Will there be someone to meet me at the other end?
Yes, Mr. Donner. I'll meet you. I'll be waiting for you.
Is it usual to have someone try and identify a body when it's already in a grave?
Oh, no, it's very unusual. But this was a rather special case. I'm sorry I haven't any flashlight, but I do have a candle. There.
Good Lord.
Then you do know him?
Yes, I know him. His name is Marsh. Alec Marsh. He was disbarred about 10 years ago. When did he die?
About an hour ago.
But that's impossible. He couldn't have gotten here so quickly.
Not if he was dead. But when he came here, he was still alive.
I don't understand. Why should he have come out here in the first place?
Oh, because I phoned him. I asked him to come out. Just as I asked you to come out. You see, I wanted to talk to him about this Simon Sloan case.
The Sloan case? But what? How? Wait a minute. Lift that candle up. You're Sloan.
Yes, Donner. I'm Sloan. What's left of him after 15 years in jail. And you're the man who sent me there when you knew I wasn't guilty.
You can't blame me for that. After all, it was my job to prosecute. And when I did find out the truth...
You did find it out, eh?
When I did, it was too late. You'd already been convicted and sent up, and I've got to get away from here. Let me go.
No, Donner. Not yet. There are a few more things you're going to tell me first. How did you find out I wasn't guilty?
The detective in the case told me. A chap named Richards. Bill Richards.
Richards? Yes, it would be Richards. But afterwards, when you found out the truth, you could have ordered a new trial and gotten me out. But you didn't. You let me stay there and rot.
No, I couldn't. It was just Richards' word. He said he wouldn't testify.
You're lying, Donner. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter and tighter. Until you stop struggling and... Yes. Now I've got a nice grave. All ready and waiting for you. Over here, right next to Marsh. And one more. For our friend, Richard.
Guess we'll leave it out?
Yes. Now, you wait right here for us, Joe.
I'll see it as it's you, Hardy, I will. Be sure I've had my belly full. What a night.
Well, look who's talking. Me, I've got to go traipsing all over this bloody island just because your friend here comes into the station house with a story nobody will believe except the captain.
For crying bells, Richards. You think I made it up? What about those 2 other guys Joe said he brought out here? What about those 3 graves this guy Simon was digging?
Well, where are they? Did you dream them up, too?
I didn't dream anything up, Richards. They're right over here.
They do look like graves. I got a match here someplace. Let's take a look at them. Good.
Good Lord. There's a body in this one. And in this one here, too.
I see them. This one here looks like... What is Marsh? Alec Marsh. And that's John Donner.
Well, now am I crazy? Now was I making things up?
Shut up. This guy that came out here. You said his name was Simon?
Yes.
Was he, let's see. He must be about 50, 55 now. Probably looks older. Tall, thin face, gray hair.
That's right, that's him. Do you know him?
Yeah, I know him. Look, I was ribbing you before, but that man's dangerous. Killer. I'm going to stay here and try and find him. But I'll probably need help. You and Joe take the launch back to shore, get hold of the captain, and have him send out 3 or 4 more men. Fast.
Okay, Richards, right away.
Sloan! Sloan! Where are you? I know it's you. And you know you can't get away. That building. Went in there, huh? Wonder if he's got a gun. Yeah, so see. Stick him up, Sloan. I'll let you have it. Reach, did you hear me?
Yes, Richard. I hear you.
Put on the light.
There isn't any light in here. But I've got a candle. Just a second.
So, it really is you. I heard you were out of stir, and I was sure it was as soon as I saw Marsh and Donner out there. You killed them, didn't you?
Yes, I killed them.
This is really funny. I'd like to hear someone now say there isn't such a thing as fate.
Yes, it is funny. I tried to get you on the phone just the way I did Marsh and Donner. But of course I couldn't. Then you come out here on your own.
You thought you'd get me too, huh? Well, that's okay. I tried to get you, and I would have if that jury hadn't gone so panty-waist and given you just 20 years. You know that it was me that framed you, don't you?
Yes, I know it. I just don't know why.
Why? Because I've always hated you, that's why. I was just a flatfoot and you were a gambler, pulling in big dough. I never could touch you on the level. That's why I hated you. That's why I framed you. Well, I didn't get you then 15 years ago. But I've got you now.
Have you, Richard? I guess maybe you ought to look around. See where we are.
What do you mean?
We're in the room where they keep the stiffs until they're buried. Kind of an icebox. And if you'll notice, there's no handle on this side of the door. That means there's no way of getting out.
What?
Why, you... So what? Someone will be along sooner or later.
Well, when anyone does, it'll be too late. Because that door is airtight. That means that as soon as we use up the air that's in here now, we're finished. Both of us. And it's starting to get bad already. Feel it?
I mean, you trapped me. You got me in here deliberately. Well, you won't get away with it.
No good, Richards. That won't hurt me. Not any more than I'm hurt already. You see, I'm all gone inside. That's why they released me. I must have passed out in the street last night, and my heart was so bad that they thought I was dead. They sent me out here for burial. But I wasn't dead. I couldn't die until I evened things up. The boat, they waited till they put me ashore. Now I've done it. Gotten all three of you.
No. There must be some way out. The smoke. I can't breathe.
No, Richards. It's getting worse every minute. There's no way out. That candle. That's our life, see? When that goes out, we're finished. And it's starting to flicker. Turn blue already.
Help. Somebody, please.
There's no help, Richards. This is it. There. The candle's gone out. You might just as well lie down and take it quietly, like me. Well, there's just one thing. One little thing. You see, I only dug 3 graves for the 3 of you. Now, someone else will have to dig mine.
And so, as 2 gasping bodies drop to the floor, the mission of Simon Sloan is completed. First, Marsh, then Donner, and finally Richards succumb to
murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death stalks the wicked, as the clocks strike 12 for
murder at midnight.
because I've assured them that you have more than adequate federal security clearance. After all, you were permitted to investigate that missing missile matter.
Now, wait a minute. What?
So, in spite of the fact this sort of thing isn't exactly covered by the insurance we've written for them, well, I wish you'd go over there right away.
Wait a minute, will you? Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. This emergency and all. This is George Reed, Floyd's of England, here in Hartford. Now, Johnny, if you're
free... George, don't tell me you're in your office at this ungodly hour.
Johnny...
It isn't even 9 a.m. yet.
I know. I just got here a few minutes ago.
Well, what's the big emergency?
A phone call I just received from Dr. Paulus Rayburn. Do you know him, who he is?
Rayburn? No.
He's the head of Nuclear Processors Incorporated.
Where's that?
Out on Woodland, beyond the north end of town. You know, that large group of concrete buildings at the edge of Piney Woods?
Nuclear Processors, huh?
Yes, that's right. Now, we handle all the insurance on the place and its equipment, though I understand there's no actual coverage in this specific instance. Nonetheless...
What do you mean?
Nonetheless, because they're a client, in view of our reputation for extraordinary service at all times, plus the sizable premiums we collect from them, well, I hardly think we should let this call...
Yeah, well, what's bothering this Dr. Rayburn out there?
Something very important has been stolen, he tells me.
Like what?
I don't know, he wouldn't say. But he did imply it's something vital to the outer space rocketry program.
Okay, George.
So, in view of the fact you have security clearance...
Yeah, I said okay.
And the fact it'll take some hours for an investigator to come up from Washington...
Yes, George.
Plus the fact he made it plain the time element is
George.
most important. And since you're right here within a few miles...
George, stop yammering and hang up that phone so that I can... Okay, baby. Oh.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Again, for the 11th straight year, Camel outsold every other cigarette, filter, king size, and regular. The best tobacco makes the best smoke. So if you're smoking more now but enjoying it less, change to Camels. Get more real satisfaction every time. Start to really enjoy smoking again.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, North American Office, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the nuclear goof matter. Expense account item 1, 40 cents for some coffee and a couple of soggy donuts along the way during my drive out to Nuclear Processors. A tall, heavy wire fence surrounded a group of squat, windowless buildings, partially hidden by the huge oak and fir trees of Piney Woods. At a sort of glorified sentry box beside the gate stood not one, but 3 armed guards. One of them was chewing out the other 2. But he stopped long enough to look over my credentials, make a phone call from inside the sentry box, then open the gate for me. He directed me to a big steel door in the otherwise unbroken face of one of the nearby buildings. There, after I'd parked my car, another guard took me inside. He led me through a perfect maze of long, narrow corridors with heavy wooden doors at the sides, all of them closed. From somewhere in the building came the almost ominous hum of machinery. Big, powerful machinery. Or maybe I felt it rather than actually heard it. Finally, we came to a door with a single name Rayburn on it.
Come in, Mr. Dollar.
Dr. Rayburn?
Come in and sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks. Only how do you stand it in here, Doctor?
I beg your pardon?
Well, compared to this place, the city morgue is real cheerful.
I'm afraid these buildings were put here not for decoration, but to carry on the very important scientific work we have undertaken.
Yeah, something to do with rocketry, I understand.
Partially.
And does that mean space probes, lunar shots, atomic missiles, and so on?
Yes, something of the sort. Now, the time is of the very essence, Mr. Dollar. I take it Mr. Reed of Floyd's of England was somewhat vague about why I asked for you?
Oh, that's the understatement of the week. But he told me something's been stolen.
Yes. A minutely small quantity of a highly radioactive substance that is vital to a new concept in cyclotrons. That is to say, atom smashing.
Oh, something like radium or uranium or strontium or...
Yes, something like one of those elements. The point is that outside of the protective paramagnetic field in which we keep it here, it can become dangerous, terribly dangerous, within a matter of hours.
Oh, how dangerous?
The tiny amount in the container that was stolen. That container, made of lead, is no larger than this book, by the way. Well, Dollar, although its chain reaction is limited, there's enough in that container to wipe out a small city.
But you said within a matter of hours, Doctor.
The chain reaction could begin in anywhere from 4 to 6 hours from the time it left here, depending on temperature and whatever shocks and vibration to which it might be subjected.
Then unless it's found, brought back here.
Exactly. That is why I was afraid to wait for the men to get up here from Washington.
But you have told them about this.
I've told them everything. They promised to have men up here immediately.
Do you know exactly when the stuff was stolen?
It's now 9:34.
Yeah.
Dr. Rallinoff left here with this material at exactly 7:46.
Rallinoff?
Dr. Igor Rallinoff, the man who stole it from us.
But if you know...
If only he knew the terrible potential destructive power of this thing he's carrying about with him. You must find him, Mr. Dollar. It must be returned to us before it's too late.
Here's Hollywood star Mona Freeman.
Who feels like acting with a miserable cold? I relieve cold distress the fast way with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains and headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When a cold strikes, do what I do. Take 4-way cold tablets. It's the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents. Now, here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Does dandruff dull your hair, leave scalp itchy? Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo and get rid of unsightly dandruff in 3 minutes. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, unsightly dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Nuclear Goof Matter.
Yes, Mr. Dollar. Dr. Igor Sergei Rallinoff, whom I myself called in to work with us on one of our important secret projects. But it was one that had nothing whatsoever to do with this dangerous radioactive material he has stolen from him. He does not realize the potential death and destruction he's carrying about with him.
He doesn't know what it is? Then why did he steal it?
Not knowing what it was, not knowing its destructive power, he nevertheless must have realized it would be of importance to, shall we say, to a foreign government.
Rallinoff.
You see, because of pressure from Washington on the project to which I had assigned him, well, I had employed him. I alone am responsible for bringing him here before obtaining a final security clearance on him.
Oh, then I guess you're in real trouble.
If you can find him, if you can return that leaden container with that deadly material in it...
And you have no idea where he might have gone when he took off from here?
We have only his address and a list of the names of some of his friends here in Hartford.
Then let me have them.
Yes, of course. I'll have my secretary get them for you right away.
I don't know who your contacts in Washington are, but have you notified the FBI of this?
Not yet. After all, Mr.
Then do
Dollar...
it right away. Call the New York office. If nothing else, they'll at least be able to tell you if this Rallinoff is a spy.
I'm afraid he can be nothing else. If only the guards had questioned his leaving so soon after he got here.
If only you hadn't hired him in the first place without getting a proper clearance on him.
But his recommendations were excellent. His references. I got no negative
Oh,
reports.
let's face it, Doctor. You're in trouble, whether we find him or not.
I know.
To say nothing of what'll happen if heat or vibration or something triggers off that chain reaction you were talking about. Or even just the passage of time.
I know.
Give me those names and addresses.
And more important, this, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, what's this?
A detector. A sort of adaptation of the Geiger counter, in very compact form. It reacts only to this material that was stolen.
Then if I get near him and he has the stuff with him?
It will make a clicking sound like a Geiger counter. This tiny needle will move and indicate the degree of radioactivity.
All right, good.
Provided, of course, this switch is on.
I see.
But be very gentle.
Oh?
It's extremely delicate, like a fine watch. So be very careful. Very gentle with it.
Okay, Doctor, I'll take care of it. Now, give me that list of names and addresses. Expense account item 2420 for a tank full of gas, and I really stepped on it getting back to town. The delicate little instrument on the seat of the car beside me. Simple-looking device. A tiny metal box with a switch on the front, a dial on the face of it with a needle pointing at 0. Even when I turned on the switch. Even the radium on the dial of my wristwatch got no response from it. I decided to go first to Rollinoff's address, way the other side of town, south of Colt Park. Then it suddenly occurred to me that in all the rush, I'd failed to get a description of the man I was looking for, or even a photograph of him. Oh, sure, with a name like Rollinoff and a scientist, it wouldn't be too hard to picture him mentally in a general sort of way. And if there was a landlord or landlady at the place he lived, even a neighbor, I could get all the description of him I'd need. Nonetheless, within a few blocks of the place, I decided to stop somewhere and telephone Dr. Rayburn. You know something? That decision got me nothing but trouble and delay. At the next corner was a drugstore. I knew there'd be a phone booth. I watched a bus pull away from the corner, then drove in to park, not seeing the young fellow who just stepped off the bus until it was too late. Good Lord, I've killed him. All right, folks, please, listen. Look, it was an accident. Now, look, he'll be okay. Come on, help me, somebody, will you please? Pick up his bag there, and I'll get him to a hospital. Help me, will you?
Here, I'll help you, mister. You think he's still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. He'll be all right. Please, open the door for me.
For sure. And here's his briefcase.
Toss it in back.
Sure. There.
Now, when the police come, tell them I've taken him over to General Hospital, please, will you?
Yeah, sure.
The nice-looking young blonde fellow I'd struck down was still unconscious when I got him to the hospital, but apparently had no broken bones or internal injuries. I showed my credentials, told them to notify the police of what had happened, that I'd be available whenever they wanted to question me. I told them to give him the best possible care, that I'd foot the bill. Then I went back to my car and took off again, cursing the delay that my own carelessness had brought about, because I knew the terrible danger to wherever Rollinoff might be because of the deadly package he was carrying, because of the... And then I saw it, where the shock and impact of my sudden stop had knocked it to the floor when I'd struck the young blonde fellow. The delicate device that could have been the one, the only way of detecting that radioactive material. My one sure way of spotting Rollinoff. It was ticking merrily away. Switch on or off, it didn't make any difference. Ticking away. Broken. Utterly useless.
We'll continue with the third act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in exactly 1 minute.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Nuclear Goof Matter.
Driving fast, but a lot more carefully, I went to Rolinoff's address. On a nondescript sort of side street, it turned out to be a rather cheap-looking rooming house. Hardly the kind of place you'd expect to be the residence of an important scientist. But it was the address Dr. Rayburn had given me. And if I could find there some clue as to where he was, where he'd gone. Come on.
What's the matter with you? This door ain't locked.
Listen, ma'am.
You Mr. Parker, the man that telephoned?
Parker? No, listen. Dr. Rolinoff's room.
Room? Oh, he's got 3 of them, regular apartments.
Yeah, where?
Only you won't find him there. Not him, anyway.
Where, I said. Please, come on.
Well, it's up on the 3rd floor.
Okay, thanks.
That's the whole floor he has.
Okay.
Who are you? What do you want, anyhow?
Oh, great. I didn't get the key from her. Well, there's no time for that now. Here you get it. The shades and drapes were tightly drawn. The room was dark. I felt my way along the side of the wall looking for a light switch, then gave up and headed over toward one of the windows. I never got there.
You're not Parker.
Huh?
I thought not.
Yes, sir.
No bag with you, so you weren't Relinoff either. Okay, then, buddy, let's have some light in here and see who you are. If you're one of his pals, come here to... What? No, you can't.
Oh.
Brother, you certainly look like... Well, maybe you got some identification. This card case of it. Holy smoke, it is.
Now, you just listen here, mister.
Come here.
When I let you in here, you didn't say
Will you
anything
listen to
like
me?
this was going to happen.
I haven't got time to explain. Just get me some water and a towel and a washcloth, please. Go ahead.
You listen here.
Will you
mister.
please do as I tell you? Now, go ahead.
Sir.
Johnny. Come here, Johnny.
Hi.
Look, I'm sorry, old man. I had no idea it was you that you'd be coming up here. Johnny boy, can you hear me? Johnny. Here.
Stace.
That's right. Now, come on. Take it easy there.
Stacy Ringler.
That's right, Johnny. Look, I'm sorry.
FBI.
No, Johnny, I'm with Nucleonic Investigation Department now. Easy, baby.
Then it's you I gotta thank for this.
Yeah, Johnny, and I'm sorry as the devil. I had no way of knowing it. You all right? All right, now listen to me, Johnny.
Yeah, Stacy.
Listen. You're working on that stuff that was stolen from nuclear processing?
Yeah, that's right.
Harry Parker and I came up from Washington on it.
Yeah,
We
Parker
came in by jet. Now listen. Rolinoff must have thought he had plenty of time, that they wouldn't miss that stuff until tomorrow when they planned to work on it.
Uh-huh.
Well, rather than arouse suspicion by galloping out of town, he was taking his time. But we got here in a big hurry.
All right.
I holed up here in his rooms, and Parker was checking on how he'd get over here from that plant in case he came back here. Are you listening to me?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
He was there in the drugstore at the bus stop. He was about to close in on Rolinoff when you ran him down.
When I what?
You ran him down, Johnny. Rolinoff, with your car.
That young, good-looking blonde guy?
Yes.
That was Rolinoff?
That was Rolinoff.
And Stace.
Parker couldn't get through to him with that crowd around him. He didn't have time. He just saw you pile him into your car and take off.
And I, not knowing who he was.
Thanks to a couple of traffic cops where you tore through some red lights, he traced you to the hospital. You'd left, but he put the cuffs on Rolinoff. And you didn't know who he was.
Oh, I was kicking myself for my goof and running
baby,
him
that's
down.
the greatest goof you ever pulled.
Well, now, wait, Stace.
Yeah?
The radioactive material.
Well, that we haven't got yet, or any sign of it.
Then somebody in that mob
That's right, Johnny. But don't you see, unless we can find that stuff.
I know, and there isn't much time. Come on, Stace. The only thing we can do is start the search for it there at the bus stop.
Johnny, unless we can locate every one of the people who were there. And Parker said there was a big crowd by the time he got out of that drug. Hey, where'd you get this?
Detector for radioactivity.
Yes, I know. Where'd you get it?
Dr. Rayburn gave it to me. Thank heaven the darn thing is run down now.
It's what?
It fell off the seat. It must have got busted.
What do you mean?
It was clicking like mad, even with the switch off, busted.
No.
Huh?
Busted or not, Johnny, there's only one thing in the world that could have made it operate. So don't you see, until it ran down the tiny battery that was...
You're sure of that?
Of course I am. Now, where was it when you heard it make the clicky? Johnny, what's the matter?
Good Lord.
Well, yeah, come on.
Look, behind the seat.
What is it? Is the briefcase of yours back there?
Stace, the man who helped me put him in the car.
This thing? It weighs a ton.
Gently, Stace.
What?
Not mine. Rolinov's.
Then it's weight.
The lead container with the stuff in it.
Then your goof really paid off. Oh.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's 11:38. 39.
Would go off in 4 to 6 hours. After 7:46 this morning. That means we have exactly 7 minutes.
Yeah. Johnny, you think we can make it back to the plant in time?
Unless some sudden change in temperature, some shock or vibration sets it off. I'll drive as fast as I dare.
Okay, Johnny.
Hold it gently, Stace.
Yeah.
And maybe you'd better pray a little. So, by some miracle, we made it. But only seconds before that tiny mass of nuclear destruction was due to become critical. Yeah, we made it by the skin of our teeth. But after all, what more could you ask? Expense account total... Oh, so what? I needed a tank full of gas anyway. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now our star has a word or two for you about next week's show.
Thank you, Daniel. You're a good man.
Well, thank you, Johnny.
We're going to miss you. Next week, well, let's face it. The case I have to work on has more twists and turns and angles than anything you can imagine. It's called the merry-go-round matter, and believe me, the name fits. It all starts out with the loss of a valuable object of art, but from the collection of the wildest, most unpredictable old character I've ever known. What's more, he has a friend along, another character, just to complicate matters. And I'll tell you this, you'll get more than one shekel out of the whole affair. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, G. Stanley Jones, Bartlett Robinson, Sam Edwards, and Stacey Harris. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Better buys are your reward at Orange Motors for a Ford. Get your orange guarantee from the largest dealer in Albany.
In the heart of Auto Row, Orange is the place to go.
Orange Motors has the parts that suit, plus 44 years of experience too. Orange Motors, if you're wise, for better service, better buy.
Talk about service. Do you know about Control Tower service? Come to Orange Motors, 799 Central Avenue, and see the most efficient automobile service department in eastern New York. 44 years of experience. Get quality work and get it fast at Orange Motors, 799 Central Avenue, Albany.
Better Ford buys, used or new, at 799 Central Avenue. Orange Motors, if you're wise, for better service, better price.
Radio 59, WROW, serving Albany, Troy, and Schenectady. 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 Schenectady.
Dark fantasy. Death is a savage deity.
Is that you, Dolores?
Yes, Warner. Don't stop playing. I heard the music coming from the conservatory, so I stopped by. What are you playing?
Just a simple melody of my own.
So weird. I thought possibly you were playing a dirge.
A dirge?
Yes. Or Andrews.
I fear neither dirge nor prayers nor candles burned on the altar will do Andrews any good.
Oh, Warner, what made him do it? He was always so happy, so full of the love of life. Why did he do such a thing?
He was blind. He couldn't stand the thought of being without the use of his eyes, so...
Yes, but if only...
I cautioned him. Over and over again, I warned him to take care of his eyes. But he wouldn't listen to me. Now he's dead.
Poor Andrews.
I suppose you and James will postpone your marriage a while, Dolores?
Yes, I think it best, don't you? It wouldn't be quite decent to have a funeral today and a wedding day after tomorrow, would it?
I wouldn't permit it in my home. And this is still my house, you remember. Oh, now, who's that? Yes, come in. All right, Alma, what is it?
Beg your pardon, Miss Jarvis.
All right, out with it. Don't stand there stammering.
Yes, Miss Jarvis. It's for Miss Dolores. Mr. Harvey's here.
Oh, Jim said he'd drop by.
Shall I show him in here, Miss Dolores?
Yes, please do.
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, Alma.
Yes, ma'am?
How does your head feel today?
Not so good, ma'am. It ached me all night long. I didn't get much sleep to speak of.
Perhaps you should go to a doctor, Emma.
I did, Miss Dolores. Yesterday. He said there was nothing wrong with me, but I know better. My head hurts something fierce all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll show Mr. Harvey right in.
Hello.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, Dolores, my dear, you look tired. How are you, Miss Jarvis?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, Jim, I'm glad you stopped by. We've rather had the doldrums around here the past day or so.
Yes, I know. I thought I'd stop by now and be here for the funeral this afternoon.
Poor Andrews. You loved him too, didn't you, Jim?
Yes, dear. I guess I did. I've known Andrews almost as long as you have.
Well, all I can say is I warned him again and again. If he'd only listened to
Auntie,
me...
please. Jim, let's go outside and get some air. I've been in the house all day.
All right, dear.
You'd both better stay around close. I may need you.
All right, Warner. We'll probably be in the garden.
Very well. Oh, Jim.
Yes?
Remember about the lily pond?
Oh, yes, of course I will.
It's dangerous, you know. Be careful of it, Jim. Don't get too near to its edge.
Yes, I'll remember. Come, dear.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
What did she mean about the lily pond?
Oh, don't you remember that the railing around the pond was taken down for repairs? Hasn't been replaced yet.
Yes, I know, but it's been down for almost a month. Here, let's walk on the grass, shall we? Why does she remind you about it now?
Well, she probably doesn't want us to fall into it and soil our pretty clothes.
But she seems so insistent. She said it's dangerous for you to be careful of it. For you not to go too near its edge. You, Jim, not me.
Oh, she meant both of us, silly. She just addressed me because she wants me to take care of you.
Does she?
Why, of course she does. What do you mean?
Jim, I've had the impression for a long time now that she doesn't want us to be married.
Oh, nonsense. She's delighted.
No, she's not delighted.
But Dolores...
I've wanted to tell you this for a long time. But I've hesitated to say anything. I thought I might have been mistaken. Now I know it's true. She hates you, Jim.
Juana hates me? Why, of all the silly things I've ever heard of, Juana and I are great friends.
Oh, darling, you're wrong. Juana has no love for you. I don't know why, but she'll be perfectly delighted if you and I never marry.
Dolores.
Jim, I want to be married just as soon as we possibly can. Then I want to go away from here.
Away? Where, dear?
I don't care where. Just so it's someplace else, anywhere but here.
But, darling, I thought you loved this place.
Love it? I despise it.
Dolores.
I do, Jim. Oh, darling, I'm so upset. There's something terrible going on around here. I don't know what it is. But it was responsible for Andrew's death.
Darling, how can you say that?
Because I know.
You know what?
There was nothing wrong with Andrew's eyes.
What?
No. Nothing at all wrong with them.
But he went blind. The autopsy proved it. Well, that's why...
I know. He died blind, yes. But I went with him to an optometrist about a week ago. Andrews had perfect vision in both eyes and no sign of defect or weakness.
But, Dolores, that's not possible.
I know, but it happened.
But how? How, dear?
I can't answer that. Oh, Jim, look out.
Good Lord.
Oh, dearest, the lily pool. You almost walked right into it.
Yeah. I thought it was over farther to the east end of the garden.
I don't know why we should be so frightened of it. It's quite shallow. Even if one of us did accidentally fall in, we'd only get a bit wet.
Is that all that would happen?
Jim, what do you mean?
I wonder. Come on, dear. We best be getting back to the house. I want to brush up a bit before the crowd begins to drift in.
Dolores, will you play the organ a while? I'd like some music.
Do you mind if I don't, Auntie? I'm rather tired.
Look here, Dolores. How about a swim down on the beach? The moon's up. It's quite warm tonight.
Jim, I think I'd like that.
Certainly, if you're too tired to play the organ, you're too tired to swim.
Oh, it'll be good for her, Miss Jonas. She needs some fresh air and exercise.
Yes, Auntie. You don't mind so much, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Good. Is there a suit in the men's quarters of the bathhouse I can use?
Yes, you'll find several there, James. Take your choice.
Oh, fine. Come along, Dolores.
No, let's not go that way, Jim. Let's take the back door and cut through the garden to the bathhouse.
All right, dear.
We won't be long, Auntie. Just a plunge, and we'll be right back.
Very well. Oh, James.
Yes, Miss Jonas?
Remember about the lily pond.
Oh, yes. All right.
It's still quite dangerous, you know. Don't get too close to its edge. You may fall into it.
Yes, all right. We'll be careful, Miss Jonas. We can see it all right in the moonlight.
Come on, Jim. There. You see? She keeps reminding you about the lily pond.
Oh, well, that just proves she doesn't want anything to happen to me. I told you she doesn't dislike me.
Jim, don't you think for a moment she doesn't. She dislikes you terribly. I think she even dislikes me.
But why? Good heavens, Dolores. She took you in when you were a mere infant, less than 3 years old. She's kept you. Clothes, a fine home, everything.
Yes, I know. And still, she hates me.
Dolores, I don't understand. If you've known this all along, why didn't you say something to me about it?
Because it's just recently she's changed. I don't know why she's changed, but she has.
Well, dear, suppose we forget everything for a while. This has been a trying day for all of us. Come on. I'll race you down to the bathhouse.
Well, Jim must not be dressed yet. It's odd. He has plenty of time. Jim? Jim, do you hear me? Are you in the bathhouse, Jim? Jim? What's that over there? Surely it got... Oh, no. Jim? Jim? The lily pond. It's head beneath the water. The lily stems around his throat. Oh, Jim. Jim, my darling, what happened to you?
Please, try not to think about it. It's all over now, and there's nothing to be helped by thinking about it.
But how did it ever happen to him?
Dolores, you heard the coroner's verdict. Jim must have wandered over to the lily pond while waiting for you to finish dressing. He apparently stumbled and fell, striking his head on a rock, becoming unconscious. He fell with his head underwater, and it strangled him.
Oh, it was so sudden. If I'd only been a little quicker dressing, I might have saved him.
Don't think of that, dear. We can't help what's happened. Lie still, dear. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, Mr. Evans? Yes? Very well. I'll come to your office right away. Yes, within the hour. Very well. Goodbye. Oh, Dolores, I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave you a while. That was my lawyer, and there's some very important papers I must attend to immediately.
I'll be all right, Auntie.
I'll send Almain to take care of you. But I'm afraid she won't be of much help. She's been complaining of headache constantly, night and day.
Did you call me, Miss Dolores?
Yes, several times. You were so long answering.
I'm sorry, Miss Dolores. I was downstairs. Can I do something for you, ma'am?
Yes, Alma. I want the key to this room.
That room, Miss Dolores?
Yes, and I want it right away. My aunt has kept this room locked for 18 years. She's always told me she wants no one in there because her father died in that room.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. Nothing else.
I'm not so sure. I intend to go inside that room now. Get me the key.
Oh, Miss Dolores, I beg you, ma'am. Don't go into that room. Whatever you do, ma'am, in the name of heaven, don't go into that room.
Why not? Tell me, Alma. What's in there?
It's frightful, ma'am. Please listen to me. My head's a-splitting. I'm a sick woman. I'm almost a dead woman. But with the life that's left in me, I plead with you not to enter that room.
Alma, stop this nonsense.
It's not nonsense, miss. There's worse than the devil in there.
Alma, do you have the key? Answer me. Do you have the key to that room?
Yes, ma'am. That I have. I stole it from Miss Chalmers a month ago.
Then let me have it. Give it to me. At once.
I'll open the door. There you are, ma'am. I'll turn on the light.
Why? Well, this room is empty. Nothing here but an old table covered with a huge black cloth.
That's all, miss. Come now. Let's shut off the light and lock the door.
No. Wait a minute. What's on that table?
Please, Mr. Lawrence, don't go near that table.
I want to see.
I ask you not to, Miss Dolores.
Dolls. 4 little dolls. Each about 12 inches tall, lying here on the table.
Please come away, Miss Dolores.
Good heavens. This doll looks exactly like Andrew's. Look. Lying there on his back. With a common pin stuck squarely in the middle of each eye.
He went blind, Miss Dolores.
Good heavens. An exact image of Jim Harvey. Lying with his head submerged in a miniature lily pond.
Mr. Harvey died in a lily pond. In the garden.
This doll. Alma. It's an image of you. With a pin stuck into its head.
Oh, Miss Dolores, ma'am. My head's killing me with its aching.
Alma. This 4th doll.
It's you, Miss Dolores.
With another pin. Stuck into the doll's body so it pierces the heart.
Don't you feel pains in your heart, Miss Dolores?
Alma, what in the world does all this mean?
It's witchcraft.
Witchcraft?
Black magic.
But I don't understand.
It's Miss Jonas, your aunt. First, she convinced Andrews he was going blind. Then she convinced Mr. Harvey he'd die in the lily pond. And now she's trying to kill me with a headache. And you with a heart attack.
But how? How?
They use it where she came from, miss. Where she came from years ago.
Where was that?
Haiti.
Haiti?
Yes. When you've got an enemy in Haiti, you want to get rid of him. You make a doll that looks like him. You put hair from his head on the doll's head. Cloth from his clothes for the doll's clothes. Then you stick a pin in the part of the enemy you want to make hurt. And it works.
Alma.
It does, Miss Dolores. Look at Andrews. Blind because of the hex. Look at Mr. Harvey. Dead in the lily pond. Look at me. Me with my terrible headache. And the pin sticking in the head of that doll.
We'll pull out the pin.
Oh, no, don't. If you do that, I'm sure to die. Right away.
Alma, tell me how you know all this.
I've been listening, Miss Dolores. And watching. For years. I've been watching. And listening. And... Oh, Miss Dolores.
Alma. Alma, what's wrong? Alma, speak to me. Are you all right? Alma. She's dead.
Mr. Lawrence, you feeling better?
Yes, much. How did I get here in my bed, Doctor?
Your aunt found you here, unconscious.
Oh, then I did manage to get here before I fainted. Have you found Alma?
Yes, poor girl. Dead. Brain hemorrhage.
Brain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Where did you find her, Doctor?
In her room. She must have died in her sleep.
No. No, she didn't die in her bed. My aunt must have placed her there.
Dolores, you know the truth.
Do you, Dr. Seabrook?
I've known it for years. I've been watching Warner, your aunt, for years. When Andrews died, I became suspicious. When your fiancée perished in the lily pond, I was convinced. Convinced that Warner was using her ancient jungle powers.
What?
Let me tell you a story. She was married to a wealthy plantation owner in Haiti about 18 years ago. One day, she decided to rid herself of him. So she fed him poison. When he realized what she had done to him, he went off into the jungle to die. But first, he made a will, leaving all his money and property to the baby daughter of his closest friend, a man who died of jungle fever and whose baby had been taken to America by friends. Juana's husband left his fortune to that baby girl. That girl, my dear, was you. Before the poisoned man died, he sought out a jungle witch doctor and had him make a charm. It was a doll-like image of the woman who had poisoned him. He took a lock of her hair from where he'd always carried it in a gold locket, and the hair became the doll's hair. Then he took a long needle, dipped it in the most potent poison, and plunged that needle again and again into the body of the doll image. The poison was one that brings about instant and complete paralysis of the human muscles.
Paralysis?
Yes. It's a poison well known in Haiti.
He cast a spell upon her, just as she's been casting spells on us.
Precisely.
But her spells were effective. His wasn't.
No spell is effective unless the victim is made aware of its existence. Just a few moments ago, I told your aunt the same story I've told you.
You mean you told her about the spell that was cast upon her years ago?
In an offhand manner. I passed it on to her as just a story I'd heard from a friend of mine in Haiti. I pretended I didn't know that she was involved.
Where is she now?
You feel like getting up?
Yes, I'm all right.
This door leads to your aunt's room, doesn't it?
Yes, it's not locked. Here? Is she in here?
Yes, she's in there.
Oh, she's ill. And Juana, Doctor, look at her.
The spell she cast upon you is broken now. Your aunt is dead.
But look at her.
Yes. She died instantly of complete paralysis.
Death is a savage deity. Dark fantasy.
ELLERY, Queen. In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united States, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you ELLERY, Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not merely crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents a new series in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the prominent radio and motion picture actor Gerald Moore. And now, here's Ellery Queen himself, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we tell you the story of a man who was surrounded by enemies. 10,000 of them. I call it The Man in the Street.
I'm not tickling you, Marner. This is a frisk. Stand still.
I'm a little nervous, Sergeant.
He's a little nervous, Inspector.
It's that crowd outside.
Stand still, Marner.
Why don't you chase them away? Where's my brother, Joel? Why didn't Joel come home from our office tonight?
Because he was smarter than you, Elias.
Leaving me to face this mob alone?
Fickle, ain't they? Marner, stand still.
Yes, Elias. only a few days ago, the man in the street was calling you his benefactor. You and your brother had a great idea, Elias. Build a model town, Mana City. Cheap, good housing, co-op stores, fine schools and playgrounds for the kids, a great modern hospital. Everything shared by the community. Utopia for Joe Dokes. No wonder they were giving you and your brother testimonial dinners.
Oh, please. They'll try to break in here. There's only that window between...
Stand still, Marner.
How many people did you and Joel rope in, Elias? 10,000 from this area alone, wasn't it?
10,000 suckers. You're going to stand still.
But Mana City turned out to be some rotten marshland in a Long Island swamp. Those 10,000 investors will never see a cent. Wiped out, Elias. Only it came out too soon, didn't it?
They're throwing rocks. They're going to... Oh, that one almost hit me. Inspector, you've got to get me out of here.
Through that mob, we'll wait for the reserves, Elias.
They'll tear me to pieces.
If it'll make you feel any better.
Lock the shutters. Lock them.
Okay, Inspector. His wallet, papers, jewelry, everything, even his small change.
You better get him ready. Where's that butler? Butler?
Yes, sir?
Come in here.
Yes, sir. Inspector Queen, sir. I'm just an employee.
Yes,
I'm sure you...
Yes, you've got nothing to worry about. Get Elias Marner's hat and coat.
Well, go on. Whom are you staring at?
Why, Mr. Marner, you're frightened.
Didn't you hear the inspector?
The voice of the people. How you and your brother used to laugh at them. Suckers, you call them. And now the suckers don't make you laugh anymore, Mr. Marner.
Get my hat and coat.
Mr. Marner, sir. Get your own hat and coat.
Take that, Mr. Marner, sir.
I'll get my things myself. They're just in the hall out here.
Too bad his brother smelled a rat, really, and took a powder before we could grab him.
Look at this roll I just took off Elias, Inspector.
Chicken feed. Joel's got the real poke, I'm afraid. They're really getting ugly out there. Hey, Marner, hurry up. I said, Marner, hurry up. There's the reserves. This is our chance.
Marner, where are you? Marner!
Marner!
Inspector!
Marner! Not in the hall, really.
Hey, you, butler.
Where'd Marner go? You see him?
Why, yes, sir. He went to the rear, the kitchen.
The slide.
Not in the kitchen.
That back door, Veely. It's open.
Alley. Runs right through to the side street, Inspector. He got away, like his brother.
Send out a general alarm. I see. Okay.
Inspector, was that...
Nothing, Veely.
But I don't understand it. Where can he be?
I don't get it myself. I frisked him dry. Elias didn't have a red cent on him when he gave us the slip, Miss Porter.
A man needs money in New York.
Especially one on the lam. Unless Inspector Elias and Joel had fixed up a meeting place beforehand, and Joel had plenty of moolah.
I don't think so. It happened too quickly.
Then maybe a friend.
They ain't got a friend in the Western Hemisphere, Miss Porter.
Well, any relatives? Blast it. We're covering every car, road, bridge, tunnel, railroad station, airport. The city sealed tight. But where is he? Ellery.
Huh?
2 con men floating around the city with 10,000 yowling suckers after their hides, and you sit on your spine in my office reading the morning paper.
Aren't you interested, Ellery?
In saving the Marner's lives, Nicky? Oh, yes.
Well, don't sound so sincere, Maestro. They're hardly worth the effort.
No, I disagree, Sergeant. Saving their lives is one of the most important jobs you'll ever be called on to do.
Why, Maestro? Keep a couple of highbinders from getting what's coming to them so they can lay around in the cell for a few years and think up some more finagles?
Oh, Sergeant, the Marners didn't merely steal money. They stole hopes, plans, Years of hard work on the part of a lot of ordinary people. They stole Johnny Doe's first payment of the house, Mabel Brown's wedding money, the operation that Bill Smith's wife may need a year from now. That's why the Moners must be kept alive, Sergeant. Kept alive to give back that house and that trousseau and that operation. Oh, by the way, Dad, seen this ad in the personals column?
What ad?
Let me see. It's addressed to Dear Dot. Dot. I suppose that's short for Dottie or Dorothy. And signed Dash.
Dot Dash. Who cares? I want the Honor Brothers.
Dot Dash.
Dot Dash. Hey, that's the basis of the Morse code.
Calligraphy? So what, Maestro?
I believe the Monner brothers used to be telegraph operators.
A code, a hidden message. Read that ad, Nicky.
Dear Dot, sorry had to run off before get-together. If P.X. Jones will engage room at Haven Hotel between 2 and 4 this afternoon, we'll contact him there to arrange export details. Dash.
It's from Joel Monner to Elias.
Joel must have read in the late extras last night that Elias escaped.
Without a cent. Not knowing where Elias is hiding, Joel puts this ad in the paper.
To get Brother Rat to come to the Haven Hotel under the alias of P.X. Jones.
Where Joel will join Elias and arrange export details. For both of them.
They're going to skip the country.
I believe that's what Joel had in mind, Nicky.
All we have to do is watch the Haven Hotel. Keep an eye on Elias when he checks in as P.X. Jones this afternoon, and wait for Joel to contact him. Cinch, Feely.
Maybe not, Inspector. The Haven's like Grand Central. 1,000 rooms, crowds pouring in and out all day. Even if we spot him, Elias knows our pusses. He'd run like a rabbit. Maybe we'd lose him again. And Joel, too.
Yet I don't feel like trusting this one to the boys. Our spotter has to be somebody smart. Somebody the Moners don't know. Somebody who can keep him alive long enough for us to get him safely in a cell.
Ellery.
Hey.
What do you say, son?
I would consider it a privilege.
How much longer are you going to park in my hack here?
My friend ought to be along any minute now, driver.
And it's your dough. Hey, what do you think of this Monner deal? Look at here. Look at them mushes in the paper, the dirty crooks.
Ellery.
No, Nicky. The Monner brothers? Oh, the cops will catch them.
Yeah, they better work fast.
Why? What do you mean, driver?
Yeah, there's an awful lot of people in this town got hooked, lady. If one of the victims spotted those crooks...
Hey, stupid, who you bumping into, you? Hey, get that keep out of the way. Oh, yeah.
Ellery, do you suppose that's why Elias hasn't shown up at the Haven here?
Could be. He knows he's surrounded by enemies. 10,000 of them. Might be too scared to come out of hiding.
Imagine not knowing who your enemies are. Might be a newsboy, a stenographer, even a policeman. Anybody on the street.
Wait, Nicky.
What's the matter?
That old man shuffling toward the hotel entrance.
Where?
Right there.
Bundled up to the ears. Dark glasses. Hat pulled down over his eyes.
Several days' growth of beard. Nicky. That's Elias Monner.
But he's carrying a suitcase, Ellery. He had no money.
It's an old piece of junk, Nicky. He might have picked it up. Here he comes.
Ellery, that fat woman with the shopping bag, she's going to stop him.
Keep back, Nicky. I may have to jump out.
Sorry, mister. Excuse me.
What?
Could you be telling me which way to the subway?
Oh, that way.
Or
wow. For a second, I thought that woman was going to...
There he goes. Into the Haven.
Driver!
Driver!
Yeah, what is it, mister?
Here you are. Keep the change. Come on, Nicky.
Hey, but you...
Can you see him, Ellery?
Calm down, Nicky. There he goes. He's heading for the desk. Easy, Nicky.
Maybe he's not alive.
He is if he registers as P.X. Jones. No. Stop right here, Nicky. Pretend to be looking at the magazines.
Yes, sir. I want a room, please. Yes, sir. Single and back. Do you have a reservation for me? What's the name, sir? P.X. Jones.
Ellery.
Read that magazine, Nicky.
P.X. Jones. Why, no, Mr. Jones. We have no reservation listed for you. Oh. Well, give me a room. Any room. Register here, please. Yes, of course. You know, you're lucky at that. A convention just checked out. I don't want conversation room, clerk. Where's my room? Yes, sir. France. Yes, sir? 1409, boy. Here's the key. Yes, sir. I'll take your bag, sir. All right. Elevator's right this way.
Not yet, Nicky. All right. Now.
Fourteenth floor. Watch your step, please.
Thank you. Nicky?
Thank you. 1409, wasn't it?
Yes. That's to the left, I think. Oh, there, Nicky. Bellboy just came out. Wait.
Why, Ellery. He's putting his ear to the door.
Here, you, boy. What do you think you're doing?
Huh? Oh. Hey, you see that old crumb I just brought up to 1409?
Yes?
Know who I think he is? Elias Marner.
Oh, he couldn't be.
Of course not. Press the elevator button, will you, Dad?
All right.
I tell you, he is.
Why, I just heard that Marner was seen heading for Mexico.
Horse feathers. I tell you, that guy looks just like the newspaper photos of Elias Marner.
I wouldn't spread that story around, young fellow. You might get a harmless old man into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but gosh, he sure looks like him.
Going down, please.
Yeah, Joe. Say, Joe, you know that old boy I just brought up?
Not so good, Ellery. He'll talk.
Yes. Nicky, I'll watch 1409. You run over to that hotel across the street, the Universal. Dad and Veely are waiting in the lobby there. Tell them to join me up here right away.
So in a case like this, I always go to the manager, the top. Can you do it?
Well, Inspector, just a moment. Give me the desk. Naturally, hotels aren't crazy about this sort of thing. Hello, desk? Manager speaking. Is 1407 occupied? Then how about 1411? Hold 1411 open. All right, Inspector Queen. You can watch 1409 from 1411. It's next door.
Thanks a lot.
There wouldn't be a communicating door between them, would there?
Why, yes. It used to be a two-room suite.
Couldn't be better. I want the key to 1411, manager, and also the key to the door between the two rooms.
And, keep this under your hat, please.
Naturally, Mr. Queen. But tell me, is it true this man Jones in 1409 is Elias Marner?
What?
Marner?
One of my bellboys claims he is.
Nothing so exciting.
I wish he were. Now, get me the keys, huh?
Yes, I'll be glad to do.
You should have strangled that bellhop, Ellery. Must be all over the hotel by this time. In a half hour, it'll be all over New York.
Well, we can't take Elias away from here either. Not if we expect to nab Joel, too.
Maybe it'll work out. With Veely and the squad covering the 14th floor, you and me in 1411 listing it. Where you going, son?
To have a little talk first with the chief operator of the hotel.
You want to be notified the second there's a phone call to or from 1409. Is that it, Mr. Queen?
That's it, operator.
We'll be in 1411.
Not you, Nicky. You'll be in...
Here's 1409 now.
See what Jones wants, operator.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
This is PX Jones in 1409. Have there been any phone calls for me, operator?
Phone messages are sent to your room box at the desk, Mr. Jones.
But I just spoke to the desk. They said there's no message in my box.
Then I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. If there'd been a call, you either have got it directly or found a message in your box.
Oh, yes. Well, ring me here in 1409 the moment I get a call. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Operator, how late are you on duty?
Well, all the day shifts in the hotel are from noon to 8 p.m., Mr. Queen.
Then I'm leaving Miss Porter here with you.
Doing what?
Yes, Nicky. You can operate a switchboard, and this young lady can arrange to leave you in charge when she goes off duty tonight. The fewer who know about this, the better. Now, remember, operator, I'm relying on you to keep this Jones business absolutely hush-hush.
Oh, I won't tell anybody, Mr. Queen. I realize that Mr. Marner... I mean Mr. Jones mustn't know he's being watched. Oh, pardon me. Hotel Haven, good afternoon.
Ellery, she's heard the rumor, too.
Well, you keep her from shooting off her mouth, Nicky. I'll be in 1411 with Dad. Don't tell me you haven't heard a thing through that door since he phoned room service for some food.
He just keeps walking around in there like a caged weasel, Ellery.
Yeah. What time is it, Dad?
6.
Why no word from his brother? I don't understand it.
Unless Joe's got cold feet, or some of these blamed rumors got to his ears. Ellery, take another look into the card.
Uh-huh. Not a thing. Oh, yes. Here comes a hotel waiter pushing a table.
Must be that chow Elias ordered. A little wider, son.
Okay, Dad.
Son, could that waiter be Joel Marner in disguise?
No, Dad, no. Too short.
Shh.
Yes, who is it?
The waiter.
Oh, food I ordered. Just leave it outside my door, waiter. I'll take it in myself.
I got to collect it, sir.
Put it on my bill.
Well, then you got to sign for it.
Oh, yes. Oh, hang it. 1 second.
All right, waiter, quickly.
It's true what they say. You are a light miner.
No, waiter. You're mistaken.
I'm making no mistake, Ladrone.
Out of my way!
Making a break for it, Dad.
Can't lose him again. Billy! Inspector, what's the
on.
matter? Hey!
Sergeant, help me.
All right,
He's
break it
a
up,
light
break it
miner,
up.
the crook.
Stop that fool waiter's tongue. Get them both in Mana's room, quick.
Stop it, Mana.
In here, both of you.
I don't do that.
That's it, Maestro.
Let me go. They'll kill me.
Nobody's killing you, Mana.
Sit down.
Yes.
Waiter,
Yes, you please.
we're police. This is not Elias Mana. He's Santa Claus. You understand? You forget this.
Don't shoot off your mouth. Capiche?
Yes,
Really
yes.
pass them along to the boys. Have them
It's
sent
going.
home.
Come on.
All right, I don't know what I...
Well, Mana, now that the cat's out of the bag, we may as well keep you company here till your brother shows up.
Yes. Only don't leave me. You don't know what it's been like. Man can face anything when he knows who's after him, but this, me, there are thousands after me. Don't let them get me.
Oh, then you'll play ball, Elias. You'll help us grab your brother when he contacts
Oh,
us.
anything, Inspector, anything. Only don't let them get me.
Oh, that's a mighty fine spirit. Isn't it, Ellery?
Where's Joel? Where is Joel?
Stop it, Ellery. It makes me tired just to look at you.
What time is it now, Dad?
10 minutes to 9. Wait a while longer.
You're not going to leave me.
Would just about serve you right, Elias.
Why doesn't Joel call? Why doesn't he
The phone in 1411.
Nicky from the switchboard. Nicky?
Just got a call on the board for PX Jones. Not even sure it's a man's voice, all muffled.
Uh-huh.
Ellery, what'll I do?
Tell him you're trying to reach Mr. Jones, Nicky. Meanwhile, ring operator and have her trace the call. I'll hold on here. Dad?
Joel Mana?
Think so?
My brother?
Elias, when that phone in 1409 rings, you answer and stall. Do you understand? Hold your brother on the line. Try to find out where he's calling from.
I'll do my best.
Nicky?
Yes, Ellery?
Having the call traced?
Yes.
Good. Now ring 1409.
Back in the other room, Elias.
Very well, I'll do as you say.
Now, if he won't say where he is, Elias, get him to come to the Haven.
All right.
Now, answer it.
Yes, I... Hello? Joan. You'll have to speak up. You'll have to speak loud. I can't hear you.
Feely, shut up. That's Joel Mana calling.
Oh, yeah? Where's he calling from? Slab 8?
What are you talking about, Sergeant?
Joel Marner's body's been fished out of the East River.
Why, are you sure
You
that-
heard me. 3 rifle slugs in him, rubbed out. Joel's been dead at least 48 hours.
Dead 48 hours.
Yes, now.
Who put that ad in this morning's paper?
Yes.
Who's that on the
Yes,
phone?
Mr. PX Jones
Dad, it's a
speaking
trick.
now.
Mana, drop that phone. Get away from that window.
What, Mr. Queen, you...
Mana, rifle shot from a window of the hotel across the street. Billy, get over there and grab the sniper, right?
Ellery, is Elias...
He's dead.
No!
All we know is we found a smoking rifle in this room at the Universal Hotel, under an open window. Same gun that killed Joel Marner night before last. Killer got away before my boys could cross over here from the Haven. Now lay off and let us walk, will you?
Inspector, it wasn't anybody's fault.
From this 14th floor window, the killer had a perfect view of Marner's window on the 14th floor of the Haven. Across that narrow street, you could have plugged Elias with this rifle, Nicky.
Whoa, slow down, Dad. Nicky's right. No one could have foreseen this. Killer must have trailed Joel Marner 2 nights ago from his office, shot him, and dumped him into the river.
Then he must have gone gunning for Elias, but by that time, Elias had escaped and disappeared.
Yeah. Somehow this killer found out, maybe from something on Joel's body, that the brothers used the code words dot and dash for secret communication.
So he got the idea of luring Elias out of hiding by placing that ad in the paper as if from Joel.
Yes, and when Elias fell for the trick and checked into the Haven, the killer simply waited for nightfall, drew Elias to the phone at his window by calling from this room at the Universal. A clever touch, that. And then when he was sure it was Elias on the phone, simply shot him from across the street and made his escape.
But who, son? No clue in this rifle. It's a hock shop job. Killer must have brought it in dismantled in this suitcase we found here. But the suitcase is also a pickup. There's not a print in the room or a single witness who saw the killer after he checked in.
Come on, Inspector, give us that. Let me through
Oh,
here.
really?
Inspector.
Yes. Really?
Here, I
Find
got
out
his-
anything else?
Yeah, I got his hotel registration card, Inspector.
Now, give me.
When did he check into the Universal, Dad?
Huh. On the stamped date down here, same night he bumped Joe 2 nights ago.
As who?
J.J. Jones, Chicago, in block letters. Of course, it's a phony.
But there must be a description. The bellboy who carried his bag up here.
What's on that, Billy?
Description, sort of short, bellhop says, or maybe not so short. Age around 25 to 50. Wore dark glasses, sort of medium-colored hat and coat. Hat pulled over his eyes. Held a handkerchief over his mouth when he talked. Bellhop remembers him fine.
Well, that might be anybody, even a woman dressed up as a man.
Any one of the 10,000 victims of the Manners con game blasted.
What do we do now, Inspector? Start checking 10,000 alibis?
I don't think, Sergeant, that's going to be necessary.
You don't?
What other way is there?
And I suppose, son, you picked the killer of the Manor brothers out of the whole city of New York, just like that.
It's one of the people we met in the course of the investigation.
It is? Well, how do you know?
And what people? Whom have we met?
A butler?
A taxi driver? A woman on the street?
Some hotel employees?
Room clerk, manager, waiter, telephone operator, bellboy, elevator man. Oh, come off it, Ellery.
We didn't even get their names.
We don't even know if any of them was a victim of the swindle, Maestro.
Just the same, I know exactly who murdered the Manor brothers. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Nicky, will you do the honors?
Gladly, Ellery. Our guest tonight is Mr. Gerald Moore, the prominent wolf.
Nicky, is that nice?
No, but it's true, Ellery. Mr. Moore plays the title role of the lone wolf in the Columbia picture series of the same name.
Thanks for the explanation, Nicky. I'd hate to have anybody get the wrong idea.
Well, I know radio microphones are no new experience to you, Jerry. You also play the part of Bill Lance in the Adventures of Bill Lance over ABC every Sunday, don't you?
Yeah, that's right, Ellery. We do our share of tracking down criminals, too.
Good. Now, suppose you draw upon your experience as a clue chaser
Uh-oh.
and, well, it has to be done, and expose the killer in tonight's mystery. Tell me now who killed the Manor brothers.
Well, your solution was incomplete. You see, I'm alibying myself in advance.
Oh, I see.
But
my solution has not yet been offered. So...
No, that's what I mean. I have 2 favorite suspects.
Tell me quickly now.
Yeah, I have the butler and the bellhop.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is the correct one. Now, here is Paul Masterson.
Save wheat, save meat, save the peace. This, in simple terms, is the slogan adopted for the World Food Emergency Campaign. We live to realize here in America the rather grave food crisis in the majority of countries throughout the world. A world food crisis that could easily precipitate another major conflict among nations, because the seeds of discontent are forerunners of intolerance among nations and are greatly influenced by hunger and malnutrition. A healthy, properly educated nation breeds healthy, intelligent minds, minds that work in unison for a better understanding of world problems and world peace. Each individual in this great country of ours is an integral part of the whole scheme of things. Your responsibility now may avert an irresponsible act in the future. Your part as an individual may seem small and inadequate compared to the greatness of the task ahead of us. But it is to you, Mr. and Mrs. America, that a world struggling in the agonies of hunger and despair looks for hope. Think over this slogan: save wheat, save meat, save the peace. And you'll begin to realize the pressing need for food conservation at home, a conservation that will help make world security a reality today.
Strictly logical. Now, what do we know about those 2 hotel rooms involved? The room the killer checked into at the Universal and Elias Marner's room at the Haven. Well, we know that both rooms are on the 14th floor of their respective hotels, that their windows face each other across a narrow street. In fact, that the killer's room commands a perfect view of Elias' room, as you yourself pointed out, Dad.
Yeah?
Now, could that have been chance? Accident? Oh, hardly. Obviously, the ideal relation of these 2 hotel rooms to each other was a planned element of the killer's plot. And that tells us who the killer is.
Not me, it don't.
Well, that's, Sergeant, plus one other fact. Which room was hired first? The killer's or Elias Marner's?
Killer's registration card indicated he checked into this room at the Universal 2 nights ago.
And we saw Elias check into the Haven this afternoon, Ellery.
So the killer's room was hired first. But if the killer checked into this room 2 nights before Marner checked into the one across the street, how could he know in advance that Marner was going to draw a room at the Haven on the corresponding floor? A room from which Marna would be a perfect target.
Say.
In other words, how was the killer able to control Marna's getting room 1409 in the Haven Hotel?
Maybe he reserved 1409 for Marna.
No, he didn't, Sergeant. We actually heard Elias Marner ask at the desk if a room had been reserved for him, and the clerk said no.
But if there was no reservation, it's impossible, Ellery. When a transient walks into a hotel, there's only one person controls the room he gets. The man behind the desk.
A room clerk, Maestro.
Exactly.
The room clerk.
Undoubtedly one of the 10,000 victims of the Marna swindle. And the present repository of all that stolen money. Well, it's another example of the folly of taking the law into your own hands. And it's going to land Mr. Room Clerk in the usual place. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Mr. Gerald Moore, for occupying our guest detective's armchair this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery, don't go away.
Huh? Oh, Paul, what's the matter?
I don't want to put you on the spot, fella, and maybe it's none of my business, but how long has that yum-yum girl, Nicky Porter, been your secretary?
Nicky? Oh, quite a while, Paul. Why?
Maybe it's news to you, Ellery, but I'm told your friends out there are sort of worried.
Worried about what?
About what gives with you and Nicky, son. You two don't seem to be getting anywhere.
Oh. Oh, Nicky.
Yes, Ellery?
As a special favor to Paul, Nicky, would you announce the title of next week's case?
Oh, yes. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Ellery Queen presents the case of Nicky Porter, Bride.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night until next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program were fictitious and do not refer to real people, either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Larry Dobkin, Virginia Gregg, Alan Reed, Herb Butterfield, Ruth Parrott, Jack Lewis, Charlie Seal, Peter Leeds, Paul Freese, and Jay Novello. Music was by Rex Corey, direction by Dick Woolen. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. In a government office in Washington, D.C., a moving picture is being shown to a select group of men. A top-secret film made at heavily guarded radar testing fields in the Arizona desert.
Important test of the electronic brain in this radar-guided airplane is the landing. No personnel was aboard during these shots. The electronic brain performed all functions.
Mr. Thurston, the possibilities of the electronic brain are almost limitless.
Yeah, Colonel. For both good and evil.
Why, what do you mean by that, Thurston?
I just think what might happen if that little device fell into the wrong hands.
The men you see now are some of the foreign scientists brought to this country to work with us in developing this remarkable invention. They, as well as our own experts.
That man in the film. Left at the end of the second road. You know that man?
Why, yes, Thurston. That's Professor Hosmer.
Hosmer?
A famous French scientist now working at the Arizona testing grounds.
Colonel. 3 years ago in France, I was caught in a bombing raid. So was Professor Hosmer. He didn't come out alive.
Well, of course Hosmer's alive, Ken. And his papers, when he came over here, were in perfect order.
Chief, I tell you, I saw his laboratory in Calais blown to bits. His death was never reported for security reasons.
Well, then who's the man you saw in that picture? The one supposed to be Hosmer?
That's just it. I don't know. That's why we got to check on this thing.
Yes, Ken, maybe you've got something there.
The electronic brain is our secret now, for use in peacetime aviation. But if it got into the wrong hands, it could be turned into a terrible weapon for destroying lives instead of saving them.
Ken, you're right.
Okay, then, Chief. I'm heading for Arizona.
Yes?
Well,
What is it you want, please?
they tell me Professor Hosmer lives here. I'd like to see him.
Who are you?
My name's Ken Thurston.
Ken Fit. Come in, please.
Oh, thanks. Well, looks like you're doing some packing. Photographic gear, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, pretty valuable stuff, too. That infrared equipment, for instance.
Mr. Thurston, perhaps you'd care to state your business here?
It's with Professor Hosmer. Maybe I better tell him.
He's not around right now. I'm Jean Alexander, his secretary. I'm sure I can handle it for him.
Oh, I don't mind waiting. I'll stick around till he gets back.
You'll have a long wait, Mr. Thurston. Professor Hosmer died last night.
Well, pretty sudden, wasn't it?
Very. Heart attack. There was nothing his physician, Dr. Brenner, could do to save him. It was a great shock to us.
Yeah, I can see it's still a tough way to talk about it. Took you long enough to tell me. At least I should pay my last respects. Where can I see him?
I'm afraid you can't, Mr. Thurston. According to the wishes of his sister, Evelyn Hosmer, the body has been cremated. The ashes were shipped to her in San Francisco this afternoon.
Oh. Well, thanks anyway. I'd say goodbye, only I think I'll be seeing you again. Quite soon, Miss Alexander.
Will you? I don't think I'd advise you to try it, Mr. X.
Attention, please. Flight 7 for San Francisco, now loading at Ramp 3. Flight 7, now loading at Ramp 3.
Mr. Thurston, wait for me.
Well, what?
Don't go, wait.
Oh, no.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Hey, Gonzalschmidt, what are you doing in Phoenix?
What a question. I'm here to stop you from taking that airplane to San Francisco. What else?
What?
Mr. X, it's positively official. The chief sent me.
That yarn's wearing thin, Pagon. Better get another.
But the chief did send me, Mr. Thurston. He learned that some professor kicked the bucket, so you didn't have to go hunting for him no more. And won't you back in New York?
Well, you'll have to wait a while, Pagon. I've got to help the poor bereaved sister, Professor Hosmer, bear up under her sorrow when she receives his ashes.
Huh? The chief won't take that for an excuse.
Well, I think he will, Pagon, when he remembers that electronic brain and the fact that our files show Hosmer hasn't got a sister.
Mr. Thurston, why are we flying to San Francisco? It's the wrong direction. New York is on the west coast.
If you don't think this is the right direction, ask Miss Jean Alexander.
You mean that cute little cookie sitting up the head there?
Yeah. See you later, Pagon.
Mr. Thurston!
Hello, Miss Alexander.
I was wondering if you were going to annoy me, Mr. Thurston.
If you want me to say that he stops annoying you, Jean.
That won't be necessary, Dr. Brennan. He's going away.
Dr. Brenner. Oh, yes, Professor Hosmer's physician.
Well?
Must have bothered you quite a bit to sign his death certificate, or did it?
Rest assured, Thurston, there was nothing wrong with that diagnosis. I'd stake my reputation on it. A post-mortem would easily bear me out.
A pretty safe bet, isn't it, Doctor? I never have heard of a successful autopsy on a pile of ashes. Pagon, you stay here while I go to see Evelyn Hauser. If Dr. Brenner drives up and starts shooting, just holler, and I mean holler.
Don't you worry about the thing, Mr. Thurston. Huh?
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, you know me?
But of course, I have been expecting you. Come in, won't you?
I never refuse a lady's invitation when it's backed up by a cold automatic.
You are very sensible, Mr. Thurston. The living room is that way. You will go first, please.
I see your brother got here all right, Miss Husband.
You are referring to the urn containing his ashes, no doubt. It arrived quite safely.
Oh, so did that projection machine. For picture slides, isn't it?
Part of my dear brother's photographic equipment.
What's it doing here?
You do not have to answer that, my dear.
Hello. When did you come in?
A moment ago, my dear Thurston. But before we continue this conversation, you have seen my gun, no doubt. Lest you are tempted to indulge in foolish heroics, please turn your back to me.
Why not?
Thank you, Mr.
What are you doing here? Who are you?
My dear Evelyn, that's nothing for you to be alarmed about. I'm your dear dead brother, Professor Hosmer.
Brother?
I've merely dropped in to collect my ashes.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. It's a few minutes after the startling appearance of Professor Harzma in the apartment of his sister Evelyn. Ken Thurston is just starting to come.
Wake up, Mr. Thurston. Please wake up. Why do you have to lie there like a dead corpse?
Pagon.
That's right, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon. Where are the others?
That Evelyn Harsma came running downstairs a few moments ago with her grandfather, so I came running up and found you out like a dark light.
Yeah. Only that grandfather was Professor Hosmer.
But he's dead.
The real professor, yeah. He died in Calais 3 years ago. The man you saw was his half-brother.
Oh.
He came over here on the dead professor's papers and wangled his way into the electronic brain project.
Huh?
He was once suspected of selling military secrets to the enemy. Could be he's still at it.
Oh, corpses, half-brothers, electrical brains. Mr. Thurston.
Look there. See the metal tag on that projection machine?
Tag? Oh. Patterson's Golden Gate Photo Service?
Yeah. That's where we're going to answer your questions.
Thurston, there's no lights in the picture shop. Nobody home.
Patterson's delivery truck parked out there. So he's probably around somewhere. Try this back door. Come on.
It's dark like the inside of coal here.
This flashlight will help.
Look at this place. What a mess. Cameras. Hey! Mr. Thurston.
Pagon, that's Evelyn Hosmer.
Oh. But who did it? And why was she killed here?
Maybe that projector will tell us. Looks like she was operating when she was shot. Still a transparency in the film holder. Let's see.
Look. There's a picture on the screen. It's that luscious little lady who was on the plane with us.
Yeah, so it is.
And look at that lovely bathing suit she's wearing. Mr. Thurston, did you have to turn off this light so soon?
Let's switch on another one, Pagon. This one.
Huh? What's that?
An infrared tube attached to this projector. And I have an idea. Let's see.
Double feature's no good, Mr. X. This one's got nothing but squares and lines in it with funny figures.
That's an infrared photo of a blueprint, Pagon. A blueprint of part of the design of the electronic brain.
It is?
Yeah. Pasted between two identical ordinary transparencies. Takes infrared light to show it up.
Imagine that.
Hosmer made infrared photos of all the plans, then cooked up a fake death to clear himself of any suspicion. And the urn contained negatives instead of ashes. A perfect way to ship him safely.
Wasn't so safe for that Sister Evelyn.
She wasn't his sister. Just someone they'd hired. Because she had the same name, to help him trip up anyone who got suspicious and might have checked on him. Yes?
Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston, somebody's coming in the front door.
Yeah, quiet. Okay, I've got the negative. Now to the back door fast. Shh.
Oh, that fool. There's nothing in the machine. Hello, this is Brenner. I'm at the shop. There's no negative in that projection machine. All right, I'll look around. We haven't any time to waste. I'll drive the truck over as soon as I make a final check.
Okay, Pagon, I've heard enough. Let's go.
That's all right.
Pagon, I'm going to get into the back of the Patterson Company's truck. There's a chance I'll be hitchhiking a ride to where Hosmer is and the plans.
What am I supposed to do?
Call the chief. Tell him to send out a coast-wide arrest order for Hosmer and Brenner on a charge of espionage. Now, beat it.
Okay, Mr. Thurston, you can depend on it.
Yeah. Oh, it's too dark in here to see, but that perfume tells me I've got company in this truck. That right, Miss Alexander?
Yes, that's quite right. Won't you sit down and make yourself comfortable, Mr. X?
Go on, Jean.
Can Professor Hosmer planned this fourth step to protect himself from enemies, foreign agents who'd known him overseas. They were after him because of his knowledge of the electronic plane mechanism. And I think Dr. Brenner is one of those enemies.
That's why you followed into the photo shop and hid in this truck?
Yes, I've got to find out the truth. For Professor Hosmer's sake.
What about me? How do you think I fit into the picture?
I'm not sure, but as long as we're both trailing Dr. Brenner, I'm willing to work with you. After that, Wait a minute. I think he's stopping at last.
Yes.
Ken, what if Brenner comes back here before we get out?
Somebody's liable to get hurt. We'll know in a minute. Looks like he's gone. Come on, Gene.
Fog out here. It's so thick you can't see 5 feet away. Where could we be?
An hour out of San Francisco. All this fog, surf, and the smell of pines. We could be somewhere near Half Moon Bay.
Quite right.
Professor Hosmer.
We are at Half Moon Bay. Unfortunately, the fog prevents you from seeing it, but I can tell you that it's a beautiful place in which to live. And even a beautiful place in which to die.
Have you had any luck with those ropes, Ken?
Not yet. It's so dark in this room, I can't even see if there's anything around that might help.
Do you think he'll keep us in this old house very long?
I doubt it. The films are no good to him until he gets them out of the country somehow to sell. If we... Listen.
What's that?
Shortwave radio set in the next room. Now listen.
Do you know what it means, Ken?
Yes, listen. Yes. Rendezvous. South American freighter. Down the coast. At a place they're calling CR.
CR?
Yeah. He signed off.
And he's made his contact. He won't need us anymore.
Looks like it. Our only chance is to get out of these ropes before we...
Ken, who is this?
Easy, Gene, easy.
Mr. Thurston.
Pago.
Mr. Thurston, then you are here.
How'd you... Oh, never mind. Save it for later. Get out your knife. Cut these ropes.
It's as good as done. You realize, of course, Mr. Thurston, I couldn't leave you on the perch that way. So I followed you. Believe me, that taxi cost a fortune. There.
Good. Now cut Gene's.
Ah, but you'd cook in a bathing suit at pleasure.
What did the chief say when you called him?
When I called who?
So you didn't call him. I might have known.
But, Mr. Thurston, that Dr. Brenner was driving the truck right away. You wouldn't want me to desert me.
Ken.
Come on. They came for the next room. Stay behind me, Gene. Well.
Professor Hosmer. Dead.
Yeah. Brenner didn't miss.
Brenner?
Sure. Hear that car? He's beating it. Come on, Pagon. We're going after him.
Sure. My taxi.
But, Ken, with all that fog out there, how can you tell where he's going?
That's not too tough, Gene. He's going to be the South American freighter. At a rendezvous called CR. it, Pagon. The Cape Cedar Lighthouse.
And you think that Brenner the Good is out here?
It figures. Down the coast from Half Moon Bay. CR for Cape Cedar, and there's his car. Here. Look out to sea. There, where the wind's lifting the fog.
You mean that little light out there? Blinking on and off?
Yeah. The freighter is signaling its position. And there, up in the tower, an answering light. That's where Brenner is. Come on, Pagon.
But, Mr. Thurston, we haven't got any guns. And he likes to shoot people. Why don't we go back to Half Moon Bay and join that lovely gentleman?
Quiet. We're going into this lighthouse.
There's no lights in here, except from the top of the place.
Yeah. The light tower. And that's where Brenner is.
Where's the lighthouse keeper?
This is an automatic light. Come on. Up the stairway.
But it's 2 stories high up there. I get dizzy in high places. A kleptomaniac, you understand? Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Who is it? Who's down there?
It's him. He's seen us.
Who's there, I said?
It's Thurston, Brenner.
Thurston?
That's right. I'm coming after those films.
You're wrong, Thurston. You'll never live to get them. You're a fool, Thurston. You can't climb those stairs and live. All right, you asked for it. You're mad, Thurston. Go back. All right, you've had your last chance. This time you're close enough so I can't miss.
Mr. Thurston!
So you wouldn't listen to me. All right, you see how you got paid off. You were a sucker, Thurston. You... No. No, you can't. That bullet struck home. I know it did. Thurston!
3 shots at Hosmer. 3 at me. Count 'em, Brenner. That gun of yours is empty. All right. Now let's have those films.
No. No, I've got an ace up my sleeve. The sea ladder out on the light walk.
Come back here, Brenner. You'll never make it down the ladder in that wind.
You haven't won yet, Thurston.
Brenner, that ladder's as slippery as ice. You can't make it.
Goodbye, Thurston. I've taken the last trick after all, like. Thurston! My foot slipped. Help, I'm going to fall. I'm going to...
Yeah. The last trick, Brenner. The very last.
Mr. Thurston! Oh, there's blood on your sleeve.
I'm all right.
Oh, the Dr. Brenner. What happened to him? Where'd he go?
Into the sea, Pagon.
Then he's gone for good. And Professor Hosmer is gone, too. Ha! Nobody else left for us to worry about.
Oh, no, Pagan.
Huh?
As long as there are men on Earth like Hosmer and Brenner, there's plenty to worry about. It's not the film they killed for that matters. It's a more tragic film. The greed that covers the eyes of men like that. Blinded them to the fact that peace is the salvation of mankind. They've got to be made to see that. All of them.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Written in the Sands. It's packed full of excitement and mystery, and I think you'll like it. As usual, Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return, without a cold, as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Ken Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. My name's Diamond, and I'm known along the big street as a guy who manages to keep his nose pretty clean and still make a few bucks while I'm doing it. Oh, sure, it gets a little grimy, but you gotta expect that. I'm a shamus, private eye, gumshoe. To the guy who hasn't ever been worried because he tripped over a corpse in his breakfast nook, I'm known as a private detective. And to some guys, I'm known by a lot of other names. Not the kind you'd find in a book on manners and social usages. But there are times when you might turn up on your desk calendar under the heading of what I must do today. Who hires me? How do I make a living? Well, maybe this will give you an idea.
Fred, why don't you eat your toast? It's getting cold.
Why don't you stop worrying about the temperature of my breakfast? I'm trying to read the paper.
Did anyone ever tell you how charming it is to have breakfast with you every morning?
Yeah. My ulcers.
I'd like to go shopping today. Will you leave me some money? Fred, did you hear me?
Mary, I'm reading.
Well, stop reading and listen to me for a minute. I need some new summer clothes, and I want to go shopping today.
Here. Here's $10. Buy yourself a bathing suit.
Oh, that's very funny.
Hmm?
I need more than $10. I want $500.
What kind of a bathing suit are you going to buy, Mink?
I'm not going to buy a bathing suit. I need some new clothes. Will you put down that paper and listen to me?
Well, I see you made Jimmy Cello's column again, my darling.
What?
What prominent socialite is fighting with her wealthy husband and crying on the shoulder of a big-time playboy after the arguments?
Is that's supposed to be me?
Can you remember 5 minutes in the past 5 years when we haven't been fighting?
Are you accusing me of running around with some playboy?
Running around is right. I expect one of you to be the first to do a 4-minute mile.
How dare you?
How dare me? Why, you lushed-up little tramp.
Tramp?
Yeah, tramp. Everybody in town knows you're seeing Lorne Oliver.
All right, so I've been seeing him. We're just friends.
Well, that kind of friendship is grounds for divorce in this state.
Why, you dirty...
Stop. I'm sick of this whole rotten mess, and I'm going to do something about it.
You're going to do something about it? Why, you conceited, pompous... You're going to do something, are you? Well, you better hurry up, because I've got some ideas of my own.
Yeah?
Lorne.
Yeah, you married?
I got to talk to you.
What time is
10
it?
o'clock.
Well, it's still the middle of the night. Call me back
This
later.
can't wait. Fred found an item about us in Jimmy Cello's column this morning. He stormed out of here like he was going to kill somebody.
Well, you're just the gal who can recognize the symptoms.
Well, that's a nasty line.
What do you want at 10 in the morning, Longfellow? Look, honey, I'll take care of Cello, and if that husband of yours gets out of line, I'll take care of him, too.
You see what I mean? If things like that didn't happen, I'd be out of business. I'll lay you 8 to 5 that before 3 o'clock this afternoon, one of those charming people will be walking into my office begging for help. Yeah?
Rick?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby.
Hi. You gonna take me out tonight?
Sure. I'll be over later. We'll have a quiet evening.
No. I want to go dancing tonight. If you don't take me, I'll throw a tantrum.
But, baby, I don't have the cash. I'm tapped this week.
Well, if you won't let me take you, borrow it from Francis. You told me yourself he was good in a pinch.
Yeah, but he's already black and blue from those 3 lunches at Lindy's. Besides, he's not only your butler, but he's a darn good businessman. He wants security.
Well, give it to him.
He's already got my badge, my book on the 10 best ways to sneak through transoms, complete with illustrations, and my gun.
Haven't you got something else?
Yeah, but I'm saving the right eye in case of an emergency. Keyholes, you know. Look, honey, let's go take in a quiet movie and...
I want to get dressed up and go to a nightclub. It's summer. The flowers are blooming, and the fox has left his lair.
His what?
Oh, I've been hibernating all winter, and I want to get out into some nice, smoke-filled dance floor.
Why, Helen.
Why, Helen, nothing. Please, Rick.
Hold it. Someone's knocking at my chamber door. Come in.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, pull up a chair. I'll be right with you.
Who is it?
I'm afraid to look. I haven't paid the light bill.
This is a detective agency, isn't it?
You, sir, have just won yourself a new economy home-size murder sampler, complete with a matching set of bodies.
Me?
No.
I haven't got time to listen to your bright remarks, Diamond. I want to hire you.
What did he say?
He doesn't like my bright remarks. You won't even admit they're bright.
What else?
Oh, something about wanting to,
Something about what?
What was that last statement, sir? It sounded rather cozy.
I said I wanted to hire you.
What?
I'll call you later, baby. Bye.
Wait a minute.
Now, Mr.
Sears.
Mr. Sears, what can I do for you?
I want you to follow my wife.
Will I like the view?
She's running around with another man.
Well, if they're just running around, don't worry about it. It's when they get tired and slow down that things start to pop.
There was a veiled article in Jimmy Cello's column this morning about my wife and this man.
Yeah, I know Cello.
So do I, but I'm not interested in Cello at the moment.
Well, what do you want? Enough on your wife so you can get a divorce?
Yes.
Oh, well, that comes kind of high. I don't like cases like this, and I usually turn them down. If you want me to swallow my pride, it'll take a $200 retainer and $100 a day in expenses.
I'll write you a check.
Oh, just like that, huh?
I am quite wealthy. That's why I want the divorce, Mr. Diamond. There you are.
Yes, sir. There I am. Now, what's the man's name that your wife is seeing?
His name is Lorne Oliver.
Well, this is turning into a family gathering.
You know him?
Sure, runs the Monarch Club.
That's right.
What's your wife's name, and we're going to get a look at her?
Mary Sears. You can see her tonight at the Stork. We'll be there for dinner, 9 o'clock.
I'll be there. Oh, incidentally, that comes under the heading of expenses, in case you have a short memory.
I have a good memory, Mr. Diamond. You can send me the bill.
Oh, address and phone number?
45 East 65th Street.
45 East 65.
Evergreen 41793.
41793.
Now I've got to be going. Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
Goodbye, Mr. Sears. Yeah?
What'd you hang up on me for?
Honey, this is because you always give me an argument. You never want to go anywhere. I'm getting tired of shows and hot dogs. I want to go dancing.
What?
And I don't mean Roseland. I want to go to the Stork. I'm a growing boy, and I like to see the bright lights and throw my money around.
But, Rick, you
I'll pick you up at 8:30, and this time, don't wear slacks.
You're an idiot.
Bye, idiot. Yes, that's the way it goes, just as I told you. The word private in front of detective means you're married to all the troubles in the world, and that includes everything. So if a guy turns up who's unhappy with his wife, you listen to him howl, and if he's got enough money, you take the job. It's for better or for worse. And until Mr. Sears came in, it was decidedly one-sided. I'd teach cooking to a bunch of headhunters for a fee like the one he'd given me. When I looked at his $200 check, I started getting that big man complex again. So I closed the office and went back to my flat. We'd probably be up late, and Helen always had some extracurricular activities after we'd get back to her place. You know, roasting marshmallows, fast game of canasta, or an exciting round of immies on the living room rug. Anyway, I always got home pretty late in the a.m., so I spent the rest of the afternoon taking a nap. At 6 o'clock, I got up and dressed, and at 8:30, I picked up Helen. Wow. And at 9 o'clock, we were sitting at the Stark Club bar, right on schedule.
Rick, when are you going to ask for a table?
Well, honey, the drinks come faster here.
But I want to dance.
Oh, now. Mustn't overdo it, lover. How do you know? Maybe some mountain climber will ask you on a 20-mile hike tomorrow. Think of your feet.
I am. And I want to move them around that dance floor. Oh, Rick, I know you. If you do something, you do it all the way.
Yeah, let's neck.
Oh, now you stop that. You're on a job, and you don't want to go in there because you've got to watch somebody.
Well, Helen Asher, how are you, darling?
Well, hello, Lauren. How have you been?
Oh, couldn't be better. Why don't you ever stop over to my club? I'd like to show you around.
She just brought a seeing-eye dog.
Oh, hello, Diamond.
You two know each other, don't you?
Yes. How did we make such a grisly mistake, Oliver?
I don't know. I tried taking penicillin for it, but it didn't do much good.
Well, it probably helped out in the other things. Why don't you try hanging yourself?
Rick.
You always did think you were a pretty funny man, didn't you, Diamond?
It's easy being a comic. You just find an idiot for an audience. How do you like the performance?
Stinks. Pardon me, Helen, but I see some people I know. You'll excuse me, won't you, Diamond?
Oh, sure, yes. But the next time you drop around, bring some airwick, huh?
Rick, even if you don't like him, you shouldn't say those things. It's liable to start a fight.
Oh, he wouldn't take a swing at a midget if he was riding an elephant.
I wonder who his friends are. They don't seem to be too glad to see him.
The name's Sears.
Is that who you're watching?
Yeah, the wife.
I don't know whether I approve or not. She's very attractive.
Isn't she, though?
Rick.
This is business, baby. Business. I'm only drooling because I haven't had anything to eat since this morning.
Well, then let's get a table. You've seen her. You've observed what she's doing. Now let's get something to eat.
Wait a minute. Here comes somebody else I know.
Where?
Standing at the check room.
The little man?
Yeah, here he comes.
Who is he?
Name's Cello,
Oh.
Jimmy Cello. Writes a gossip column.
I read it all the time.
Yeah? Hello, Jimmy.
Well, a Broadway shamus. Who's the lovely redhead, Diamond?
Helen, meet James Cello, but be careful what you say. Jimmy, Helen Asher.
Hello, Mr. Cello.
How do you do? Is this an item, Rick?
If I don't get us a table soon, she's going to make me give back her sorority pin.
Oh, speaking of tables, I see some people I know. Nice meeting you, Miss Asher.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Diamond.
Bye, Jimmy.
Rick, he's going over to Sears' table.
Hello, Walter. Hi, Doll. Hi. Well, good evening.
What do you want, Cello?
Oh, I just dropped by to see how the happy little family was getting along.
Well, just drop away. Nobody asked you to stop by.
Yeah, why don't you do that? And take Oliver here with you. Nobody asked him to stop by either.
Fred, keep your voice down.
This is my table, and I don't like a lot of crumbs lying all over it.
Who's a crumb?
Come on, Lorne. I guess Mr. Sears has forgotten a few things.
I haven't forgotten a thing, Cello. When you print one thing in that lying sheet of yours, and I'll have you sued for libel.
Listen, Sears, if I did print anything, they'd put you away so far they'd have to pipe air into you.
Oh, do go on, Mr. Cello. This is getting interesting.
You'd better get out of here, Cello.
No. Go on, Cello. What have you got on old Moneybag?
He's a lying, dirty gossip monger. He doesn't have a thing.
Wait a minute. I don't like that. Why don't you ask your husband about North Africa sometime, Mrs. Sears?
Just a minute.
Fred, stop it. Fred.
All right, now pick yourself up and get out of here, Cello.
Maybe you're right. I've got a column to get out. It'll be all about you, Sears, in big type.
Go on, get out.
How about me? You going to throw me out, too?
You can bet your life I am.
I'm getting out of here.
You stay right where you are.
Don't talk that way to Mary.
I'll talk any way I like to my wife.
Lorne, maybe you'd better leave. Here come the waiters.
Now it's I'm going to push his fat slob's face in.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Lorne, don't.
Pushing, boys. All right. Come on, break it up. Come on. Hey, waiter, give me a hand. Come on. Take your hands off me, Diamond. Now, calm down, Mr. Sears.
I'll kill that slob.
Oliver, you shut up or I'll pull your pants up over your head and shove you in a glass like a breadstick.
I don't like people meddling in my affairs, Diamond. You're fired.
I'm what?
You heard me. Now take your filthy hands off me.
Well, they were lily white before I palmed that check of yours this morning. You can have it back. Here, eat it.
What? I'll have you in jail for this, Diamond.
Why? It isn't every day you get to eat a $200 check.
Oh, Rick, let's get out of here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, baby, but that's what happens when you go to work for a hyena like Sears. You think he's a nice guy because he laughs so much. But you find out later it's only because he chewed your leg off. We left Sears still spitting out pieces of the check I'd shoved down his throat and headed for Helen's apartment. I was sore. When I get hot under the collar, I don't make for good company. So I dropped her off with a kiss and went back to my flat and climbed in the sack. I smoked a dozen cigarettes before I got to sleep. And when I finally did, it must have been with a big smile on my face. All night I kept dreaming that Lorne Oliver and Fred Sears were beating themselves to death with hot paper sacks. Yeah.
Diamond?
No, this is Sunshine Market. Locks Popovers, our specialty.
Now, you stop clowning and get over here right away.
Walt?
Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh. Where are you?
I'm in your office.
Yeah? What if any clients come in, give them a good sales talk. Tell them how many people you've killed or something.
There's a guy in your office now.
Prospect?
Depends on what you're talking about. I think his name is Fred Sears.
Tell him to go home. He canned me last night.
I don't think he'll listen.
All right. So he's sore.
He's got a right to be. He's dead.
Stop acting like an idiot, Walt. You know I didn't have anything to do with it.
I know you didn't, but we find the stiff in your office, and we get a report that he fired you last night, but you had a fight with him. I got to tell the commissioner something, Rick.
Tell him Sergeant Otis is teething.
Now, you stop that.
No, what do you know about the killing?
The coroner just left. He said that Sears had been dead about 8 hours. The cleaning woman found him at 9 this morning and called us.
That puts the time of the murder around 1 a.m.
We found this clenched in the dead man's hand.
What is it?
An article torn out of the morning papers. Here, read it.
Jimmy Cello's column.
Read it.
All right, I will. Don't yell at me. Fred Sears, wealthy import-export man, is having troubles. He's finding it hard to explain about his past doings in North Africa, and at the same time, he's finding it just as hard to explain his wife's interest in the local playboy, nightclub owner Lorne Oliver. He got so mad at the Stork Club... Oh, I was there. He got so mad at the Stork Club last night that he took a poke at your columnist and then tried to beat up Lorne Oliver. Will this lead to a rematch between Oliver and Sears?
We're having a whole bunch of them picked up.
Walt, before you do that, give me a couple of hours, will you? Try to dig up your killer?
I can't. You know what we've got to do. It's routine.
Well, the commissioner's already having fits every time he hears my name.
Now, look, Rick.
Walt, I got a business to protect. And if he finds out the stiff was killed in my office, he'll probably haul in my license.
1 hour, Rick. That's all I can give you. I got a job, too.
Thanks, Walt.
I suppose you've got an alibi for 1 o'clock?
Call Helen. We were toasting marshmallows. Well, I had 3 good suspects. Lorne Oliver, Cello, the columnist, and Mrs. Sears. One of the 3 was built just right for the electric chair. An hour isn't much time to dig up a killer, so I grabbed a cab and headed for Lorne Oliver's office in the back of his club.
Yeah, come in.
How are you, Oliver?
Oh, what do you want, Diamond? Not particular about who comes into my club.
Oh, I'm surprised you can operate with that kind of policy. People probably see you in here every night.
I think I'll have you thrown out.
Where were you at 1 o'clock this morning?
None of your business. Herman.
Yeah, boss?
Come in here and show a guy out of my office.
Oh, we get rough, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you tell the cops who knocked off Fred Sears.
Hey, this the guy, boss?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Did you say someone knocked off Fred Sears?
That's right, but don't start crying about it. It makes me feel so helpless.
I'll tell my story to the cops.
They'll get a lot tougher than I will.
You won't get tough at all, Mac.
Oh, stop flexing, Herman. You'll snap your girdle.
Well, I guess it doesn't make much difference as long as Sears is dead. I was with his wife from about 12 o'clock to well, it was a long time after 1.
Well, where were you all that time?
At my place. And I'll take a walk, Shamus. You got my alibi.
One more question. Did you go out at all?
Yeah, I went out and got the late papers. So what? I like to read.
Okay. You don't mind if I stop by and see Mrs. Sears, do you?
No, go ahead.
I'll see you later. Oh, Herman.
Yeah?
You can let the air out now. Your muscles are lovely. Well, Oliver had a good story if it checked, so that left me with 2 more stops. Cello's newspaper office was the closest, so I grabbed another cab, and 10 minutes later I was sitting at his desk.
Oh, you don't think I had anything to do with it, do you, Diamond?
Where were you at 1 this morning?
I was covering a party at Richard Gray's. I was with friends from about 11 o'clock till after 3. You can check. Go on, check.
Look, Poison Pin. Sears had your column from the late edition clenched in his hand.
He did, huh? Well, you don't think if I was going to kill a man, I'd leave anything like that around?
I don't know.
Well, obviously, someone is trying to make it look like I did it. Have you talked with Oliver and Sears' wife?
Oliver's got an alibi, and I'm headed for Mrs. Sears' place right now. You know the address?
Yes. 45 East 65th. But Mrs. Sears couldn't kill her husband. I know her too well.
No? Well, thanks, Cello. I'll check your alibi. If it stands up, then I'll have to really go to work on Mrs. Sears.
Yes?
Mrs. Sears?
Yes.
Oh, you look even better up close.
What's on your mind?
You mean right this minute?
Well, aren't you nice? Don't crowd me, though. I can keep up a pretty good average in this league.
I'd say about 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
May I come in?
I think so, if you keep talking. I like to hear nice things.
Well, you deserve them. But I can think of some nice things to say about a panther.
We'll talk about my family some other time. Can I buy you a drink?
It's a little early, unless you got some milk.
Milk?
Where's your husband?
Oh, you know about him, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It looked as though it might work into quite a friendship.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since last night. Why? Is he a friend of yours?
He's been using my office.
Oh?
Yeah, he died there last night.
What?
Everybody is so surprised.
But, how? Who did it?
That's what I'm trying to find out, lover. Where were you at 1 a.m.?
That's none of your business.
Okay, let the law drag it out of you. Goodbye, dear.
Wait a minute. All right, I'll tell you. I was with a man named Oliver, Lorne Oliver.
Oh, for how long?
From about 12 o'clock to, well, much later.
That's what Oliver says. Did you go out at all?
Just to get the papers.
That checks with Oliver's story, too. Did you go out alone?
Why, no, I went with Lorne.
He says he went out alone.
Oh, well, yes, he did.
I thought you said you went out with him.
Well, that was later. Lorne was the one that went out to get the papers.
Okay, what time was it?
About 2.
When you both went out or when Lorne went out to get the papers by himself?
When Lorne went out.
Oh, yes. Now I see. Well, I'll see you later.
Come back again.
Oh, I'll do that after you get over crying for your late husband.
I'll keep my emotions down to a minimum.
I'll bet you will. I left her standing in the middle of the room, looking after me like a vegetarian with an eye on a green salad. I closed the door and started down the hall for the elevators. For some reason, I never seem to get where I'm going.
Hello.
Oh.
Now, while you're still tuned in, Diamond, I'll give you some advice. Stay away from Mrs. Sears. Now, I want you to be sure and get the point.
Rick, come on, snap out of it.
I'll go away.
Come on, you don't look so good.
It matches the way I feel. Oh, here's a new line. Where am I, Walt?
In Mrs. Sears' apartment.
Hello, handsome.
She heard the scuffle in the hall, came out, found you, and called me.
Swell.
Who did it?
I didn't see him, but his voice sounded like a thug that Lorne Oliver keeps around to patty cake with.
Oh, that was probably Herman. Lorne is so jealous.
Well, your hour is up, and now I'm going to haul them all in, including this Herman.
Oh, do you know Herman, Walt?
Sure, Herman Sharp. Got a record a mile long.
Walt, if a guy wanted to hire a killer, where would he go?
You know all the stoolies as well as I do.
Yeah. Mrs. Sears, what was the fight about last night at the Stork?
Oh, a columnist named Cello threatened my husband that he was going to print something in his paper. He said something about North Africa, and Fred hit him.
North Africa? This is really getting mixed up. Was your husband ever in North Africa?
Yes, during the war. He was a captain in the Army.
Walt, can you get me this Herman Sharp's address? He's the boy I want.
Sure, but I'm coming along.
Have your boys pick up Cello, Oliver, and take them both down to the station along with Mrs. Sears here.
Well, you don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?
I've known Jimmy Cello a long time. About 5 years ago, he used to run around with a little dancer named Mary Carroll.
Sure he did. I married Carol, but I broke up with him when I met Fred.
Yeah. Well, you'll see him at the station. You can pick up where you left off. Come on, Walt. We went down fast and climbed into the prowl car. Walt put in a call, got Herman's address over the two-way radio. 20 minutes later, we were standing in front of Herman's door. It was an old apartment house on the Lower East Side. I started for the door, but Walt had other ideas.
Rick, we can't go in there.
Why not?
Because I haven't got a search warrant.
Well, you got to go in if you want to crack this case.
Not without a search warrant.
Search warrant for what?
To go in.
What do you want to go in for?
I don't want to go in. You do.
Do what?
Go in.
Well, go ahead.
I haven't got a warrant.
Well, what are you looking for?
Herman Sharp.
He's probably in there.
He is?
Sure.
Well, what are we waiting for? Oh, what did I do that for?
For that.
What?
Herman Sharp.
Oh.
Is he dead?
Yeah, been shot. What are you looking at?
Newspaper on the floor. This morning's. Oh. Cello's column's missing. Been torn out.
Then Herman's your killer.
Swell. Who killed Herman?
Don't you know?
I'm not going to start that again. Walt, go on back to the station. I'm going to check something and make a phone call. I'll be down in half an hour and point out your killer.
Now, calm down, everybody.
This is ridiculous. I want my lawyer.
You'll get one later.
Relax, Oliver. They can't hold us much longer. How do you feel, Mary?
I don't like this any more than you do.
Well, good afternoon, and happy Father's Day.
Rick, where the devil have you been?
Made a phone call to Washington, Walt. Mrs. Sears, did you know that your husband had a dishonorable discharge from the Army?
Why, no.
You knew it, didn't you, Cello?
That's right, but I kept it quiet. He got it for running a black market.
What's this got to do with the death of Sears?
Oliver, you told me you went out to get the papers last night.
That's right.
What time was it?
A little after 2. You know what time the late edition comes out.
How about you, Mrs. Sears?
What Lorne says is correct.
How about it, Lorne? Were you the one to go out and get the papers?
Yes.
Then, Mrs. Sears, why did you tell me this afternoon that you also went out to get the papers?
Well,
Mary, don't say anymore.
You don't have to. The stories don't check, so you couldn't have been together last night.
Look, Diamond, what is this
Oh, now you look, Oliver. You're both liars. But that doesn't make either one of you the killer.
Oh, but Rick, Cello's alibi checks right down the line.
Sure it does, because he was at that party. But the killer wasn't.
Oh, we know that. He couldn't have been.
Yeah, but the man who hired the killer to knock off Sears was.
What are you talking about, Diamond?
Oliver, where was your hired gun if last night?
You mean Herman?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He was with me until 6 o'clock, then he left.
Walt, when you find Herman's gun, ballistics will probably say that it was the one that did the job on Sears.
Herman?
Yeah. Cello, you hired Herman to kill Sears, and then you killed Herman.
You're out of your mind. I didn't even know this Herman.
We found the newspaper next to Herman's body. It had your column torn out of it.
That doesn't pin anything on me. It just shows you that Herman probably stuck that article in Sears' hand after tearing it out of a newspaper.
That's what you wanted to make it look like. You knew Herman. You knew about the clipping, so you killed him and tore the column out of this morning's newspaper.
Of course I knew about the clipping. You told me about it this morning in my office.
That's right. But you were the only one I told about it.
You couldn't convict Jack the Ripper on that kind of evidence.
I'm afraid he's right, Rick.
Cello, what time does the late edition come out?
About 2 o'clock.
Walt, what time was Sears killed?
Around 1.
Say. Yeah. The killer couldn't have gotten hold of that column at 1 o'clock. The papers weren't even out on the street.
Well, then how did he do it?
Only one man could have gotten that column before 1 a.m., the man who wrote it.
Jimmy.
He tore it out of the galley sheets. The proofs that are made up before the paper goes to press. Cello hired Herman, gave him the clippings, and then went to the party.
Oh, you're doing great, Diamond. Keep it up.
You're still in love with Mary Sears. You were jealous of Oliver, so you hired Oliver's boy Herman, figuring the cops would pin Sears' murder on Oliver. How am I doing?
You're a good liar and a rotten detective.
You knew I'd go to see Mary Sears, so you sent Herman to beat me up and make it look like Oliver was behind it. What? You tried to frame Oliver all along the line.
Why, you cheap little scandal snooper. I'll fix it so you
Now,
don't blame anybody.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, all right, break it up. Come on, break it up. Break it up.
Hey, Walt.
What is it, Rick?
Bye.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Evening, Francis. Miss Asherin?
Yes, sir. She's in the library. She's a little tired from last night. I think she's taking a nap.
Well, I'll walk her on my tippy toes. How about a glass of warm milk, Francis? I'm a little tired, too.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Well, look at the little baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hers in dreamland. Poor little tired baby. The evening breeze caressed the trees tenderly.
Oh, Rick.
The trembling trees embrace the breeze tenderly. Hello, baby.
Don't stop.
All right. Close your pretty eyes. Then you and I came wandering by.
Oh, wonderful.
And lost in our sigh were we.
Ricky.
The shore was kissed by sea and mist tenderly.
Ricky.
I can't forget how two hearts met breathlessly.
Ricky, come here.
Your arms opened wide and closed me inside.
Ricky, come here.
What is it, dear?
Just this. Here's your milk, mister. Oh, my goodness. Now, this time I refuse to blush.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Joan Banks, Parley Bear, and Sidney Miller. Music was under the direction of David Baskerville. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents X minus 1. Tonight's story,
Shanghaied.
Okay, very funny, very funny.
Think it over, boy. Tomorrow the old ball and chain.
Yeah. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you commit matrimony.
Come on, look. Oh, come on. We came down here to Scully Square to have a little fun. We might as well be at my mother's musicale in Beacon Street. Oh, the problems of the rich. Hey, tell me, Jeff, just where does the coffin fortune come from? Pirate treasure? No, I guess it started in Nantucket. My great something or other used to be a whaler. Oh, whaler, there she blows.
A dead whale or a stove boat. Watch my trusty harpoon.
Hey, well, look out for the fort. Oh, my. Hey, where's the money now? Oh, I don't know. We've got a lot of commercial holdings, mills, import, export outfits, rocket lines, you know.
Mere trivia.
All right, now look, why don't we get out of this dump? We go up to the Copley Plaza. It may be stuffy, but at least the glasses are clean.
Well, you're the condemned man.
All right, you two go ahead and get in the car. I'll settle.
All right, meet you out in front.
Right. Excuse me.
You want something, Bud?
Yeah, the check.
Okay. Hey, Milton, check. He'll be right out.
Right, thank you.
Hello, mate. Nice night, eh?
Oh, yeah, I suppose so.
I've been watching you. Celebrating?
Sort of.
Yeah, so am I. Just got off a deep space run out to Centaurus.
Oh, that's a 15-year run, isn't it?
15 and 3 blooming months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how'd you know? You a spaceman?
No, not exactly. Where's that check, barkeep?
Hang on to your hat, Bud. Milton's slow, but he's sure.
Fill it up, Charlie. Say, why don't you join me, matey? Yeah, Charlie.
Oh, no, thank you.
Oh, come on. Won't take off him, Mo.
Well...
Celebrate whatever it is you're celebrating on me. Pour it, Charlie.
Okay.
Well, all right, thank you. I guess I might as well.
Cheers.
Yeah, right, cheers. Oh, what was that, Martin?
Charlie's special brand, eh, Charlie?
Yeah.
Well. Oh, say, look, Charlie, would you get that waiter out here? I've got to meet...
Hey, what's your hurry, matey? You got plenty of time.
Sure. Sit down.
Take it easy. You don't look so good.
No, I don't feel so good.
Yeah, now, sit right here. You feel chipper as a blooming grasshopper in a sec.
No, I've got to get outside. The car's in a hurry. Where's the check? The check? Oh.
All right, matey. Up on your feet. Wakey.
Oh, all right, let go of me. What's the idea?
Rise and shine and greet the dawn.
What? Where am I? What's going on here?
Now, come on now, matey. Up in there. Wakey.
No, wait a minute. So you were at that bar, Scully Square.
Come on now, up on deck or you'll be in trouble.
Deck? What are you talking about? Where am I?
It's hard to say exactly. Offhand, about 8 hours out of Atlantic Spaceport.
Atlantic Spaceport? Well, look, what kind of a joke is this? If Alan and Peter think this is funny... What ship is this?
R.S. Michael M. Rafferty, Coffin Line.
Oh, Coffin Line. Well, that makes it easy. Now, you've got to put back to port.
Forget your toothbrush, thanks.
No, listen, you runt. You take me to the captain or I'll tear you apart.
Here, darling, come and check it.
All right, get moving.
Sure, mate, dear. I'll take you to the captain. But you're going to be sorry.
Morton, what the devil are you doing on the bridge? Get below before
Right away, sir. Only this here gentleman asked to see you.
Yeah, that's right, Captain. There's been a mistake made. I'm afraid it was supposed to be a joke.
Oh?
Yes, you see, I'm going to be married today, and I suppose the boys thought it'd be funny to make me miss the ceremony. I'm sure it won't be too much trouble to have you drop me off back at the Atlantic Spaceport.
What? Morton, what is this?
Well, it's simple, Captain. He wants you to turn the ship around, that's all.
Now, look, if there's any trouble with your superior, I'm sure I can fix it up. You see, I'm Jeff Coffin.
Yeah?
Well, you don't understand. My father is Cyrus Coffin. He owns this ship.
Oh, he does, Morton, get this drunk below.
Now, just a minute. I can understand you not believing me, but I can identify my... Hey, where's my wallet? I've been robbed. Oh, now, look, Captain, wait a minute. All you have to do is radio back and check.
Mr. Black, remove this man from the bridge.
Yes, but...
Aye, sir. You heard the captain, Buster.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Let go of me. This is no way to treat a passenger.
Passenger? Huh. Wake up, sonny boy. You're one of the crew. Now get below.
All right now, mate. Grab yourself a buffer. Get to work on those deck plates.
But they can't get away with this. This is kidnapping.
Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Now get this here deck nice and shiny, and we might even see about some grub. I'll be back in 2 hours. And mind you, I want to be able to see me bloomin' reflection in it.
Better polish that deck plate.
They can't get away with this.
Well, the law says once you sign on, you're under absolute orders. I looked it up.
Yeah, but I didn't sign on. I was kidnapped.
You won't be able to prove it. Come on, mister, please. I didn't get anything to eat yet today, so give me a break, huh?
Oh, all right. What do? Run the buffer over it?
Yeah, that's right. Like this.
You sign on?
Yeah, I ran away from home.
How old are you?
16. 30 when we get back.
Yeah. What do you mean 30? We're headed for Mars, aren't we?
Only to refuel. We're outbound to Centaurus.
Oh, no, it can't be. Well, that's a 15-year run. Martin! I've got to get back.
No use.
I'm getting married. My bride-to-be will think I'm dead. Martin! Martin!
What's up here? You want me to call Mr. Black again? He'll give you what for.
Listen to me, Morton. Listen, I've got to get back to Earth. I can't disappear for 15 years.
Oh, is that the flat?
Look, we stop at Mars, right?
Yes, and you'll be below decks under lock and key.
Listen to me. If I can make it worth your while, will you get me off at Marsport?
Jumping ship, huh? That's real naughty, mate.
$1,000?
Why, what would I tell me poor old mother in to say?
2,000.
5 in advance.
What do you mean in advance? You're probably the one that rolled me for my wallet.
I'll find a way. They don't believe your young coffin, but maybe I know better. All right, it's a deal.
Look, Mr. Coffin, can you take me with you? I didn't realize what it would be like. I can pay my share. I could work it out for you, or maybe borrow money. I couldn't stand 15 years. I'd go crazy.
All right, sure. What about it, Morton?
Oil cost you another 1,000.
You cheap swindler.
Here now, Mr. Coffin. I'm all what stands between you and a lovely pleasure cruise for 15 years. So I'll thank you to treat me with a respect and politeness what a gentleman like myself deserves.
Stand by. Stand by for landing procedure.
All right now. Listen careful. This is the cable locker for the grappling anchor.
Right.
When she lands, this hatch will open. Cables go out. Don't get yourself caught in them. You'll be tore apart.
All right, we've got that.
Are you sure we can get out?
Now, you just do what I say. We drop down to the blast pit. Nobody'll be there. Lie low in the pit till dark. Got that?
Right. And look, Morton, I'll tell the patrol you helped us get away. That'll help you when they catch up with this gang.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. I've got to get to my station now. Luck.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Morton.
Well, there's a landing horn. Now keep clear of that cable, Joey. Here we go. Right. Hold on tight.
There goes the grappling cable.
Yeah. All right, come on. Drop through the hatch. It's about 6 feet. All right, it's clear. Hurry up.
Here I come. Oh.
You all right?
Yeah, twisted my ankle. It's all right.
All right, there's the blast pit. Get going.
Right.
Now, we're all right so far. The ship hides us.
Here's the pit.
All right, now get down so they can't see you. Wait a minute. I hear somebody coming. Keep still.
Maybe we better look.
Look, if we stick our heads up over the edge, they'll see us short. Now keep down and keep still.
I hear him.
Shh.
Well. Look what we have here. 2 little babes in the wood. Now, you two move and I'll shoot you in the belly. Morton, you got good eyes.
I told you so. I'm coming this way, Mr. Black. Jumping ship. My, that's a terrible thing to do.
Mr. Black, inform the ship's company that these 2 men have been found guilty of attempted desertion.
Desertion? You kidnapped me, you dirty crook. Don't you talk to Captain Howell that way.
I'm sentencing them to 24 hours hull watch. Take them away.
Morton, take him to the aft lock.
Aye, sir.
You'll calm down after 24 hours hull watch.
What's hull watch?
Very simple. We put you 2 in spacesuits, shove you through the airlock on the end of a line. You sit out there and watch the hull for 24 hours. No food, no water, and the eating units in those suits are just a little bit defective. Makes it interesting along about the 18th hour.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Here we are, gentlemen. The airlock. You Get in there. Got 5 minutes to get into them suits before we blow the air out. See you in 24 hours. Maybe. Welcome back to our little home.
Water.
Thirsty, eh? You should control these animals' instincts.
Get water.
Right, yeah? Yeah. Slopping like a bloody animal.
Joey passed out. Help him.
He'll be all right. Teach a lesson, both of you. Take my advice and behave yourself. You've got 15 years to go on this here ship. You might as well make the best of it.
Hey, Martin! What do you call this mess?
That's your supper, matey. Food concentrates.
What's the idea? Only 2 months out and on concentrates already?
You complaining?
Yeah, I'm complaining. If Captain Howell's chiseling on the manifest, that's his business. But when he tries to take it out in our hides...
You keep quiet or I'll turn you into Mr. Black. Concentrate is what you get to eat from here on out. Now shove it into your face and keep quiet.
Suppose I shove it into your face and see how you like it. What's going on in here? What's going on? Morton.
He struck me, that's what.
48 hours hull watch. All right, what are you all looking at? Get back into your places. Morton, bring that man down to the aft airlock.
It's murder, that's what. Plain murder.
Space Code gives a 30-hour limit for punishment.
They didn't even have a burial. Just shoved them out the lock.
Well, if the owners knew about this, they'd stop it.
Fat lot of good that's going to do us during the next 15 years.
Wait a minute, we could get the ship back to Mars.
No, 2 weeks after we landed, we'd be hung. That's what Space Code says about mutiny. And if they catch you in the act, they shoot you down and no questions.
All right, I'm willing to take that chance. We're going to let Black and Howell kick us around for 15 years? Why don't we take over and head back? Right.
I'm for it.
Let's go.
You bet. Going to rep something, gentlemen. Discussion? Talking about the captain, maybe.
Grab him.
Here, because
Throw him into the jet. Come on.
Oh, have you all out of the oil and shifts? Also, you'll have rations. That's what
Show him my oil rag, Morton.
Well, that's done it. He's an officer.
Who cares? Yeah, we've got to move now. Joey? Yeah? You get up to the radio room and smash the set before they can get a message out.
Right.
Pop, you get aft. Tell the engine watch.
Yes.
The rest of us will go up on the bridge.
How about this rat?
Tie him up. Speed counts now. We've got to take over before they know what hit them. All right, careful. We've got to surprise him.
Don't worry, we'll get him cold.
Jeff,
Shh, quiet.
Sparks were sending when I got in, but I knocked them out and smashed the set. We're okay.
Good boy. All right, come on. Right past the bulkhead.
Look out!
The blast bulkhead.
Yeah, we're cut off from the bridge.
We'll never get through that.
They must have found out somehow.
The intercom. Black can turn it on from the bridge. You heard the whole thing.
Well, we better get out of here.
What'll they do?
I don't know.
We got all the controls up there. We can shut down the driver, but we can't steer.
Yeah. You better dog down the hatch behind us.
All right, men. Captain Howell's giving you 1 minute to give up quiet.
In a pig's eye, Black.
You'll hang for mutiny, every one of you.
What do we do now?
Quiet. They can hear everything on the intercom.
If I pull the jack out.
That's the boy. Look, we've got to get through to the bridge.
It's a Mexican standoff. We can't get at them. They can't get at us.
What's that?
It's an air leak. The pressure's down.
It's Howell. He blew the hatch on the mess hall section. Just opened her up and let the air out.
Morton, do you know what Black's going to do? He's going to bleed off the air down here.
Serves you all right. If I had my way, I'd see you all out on the hull till you froze stiff.
You're forgetting something, Morton. You're back here with us.
What do you mean?
If Black and Howell blow out compartments one by one or bleed the air off, you'll get it too.
They'll take care of me. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, you think so, huh? Joey?
Yeah.
Plug that intercom back in.
Right.
Captain? Captain?
Giving up?
We've got Morton back here.
Yeah?
If you try anything on us, he'll get it too.
What am I supposed to do, cry?
You don't care if he dies?
That's his problem. We're going to drop the oxygen level 5%.
Don't do that to me. Captain! Captain!
It's unfortunate that you were captured, Morton, but the security of my ship comes first.
You mean you don't care? You'd see me dead.
Precisely.
Well, you can't. It's murder, that's what. I'm not one of them. You can't kill me. You can't.
Joey, pull the intercom plug. All right, there you are, Morton. They'd kill you just as soon as look at you. Now listen, we've got to get through that bulkhead. You know this ship. There must be some way. Morton, we're your only chance. Get us through the bulkhead.
All right. All right, why shouldn't I? They'd kill me.
Well, then there is a way to get through.
An emergency release.
Uh-huh.
They don't tell crewmen about it to keep them from breaking through in an engine blast and leaking radiation to the bridge.
Well, then let's get going. We've got to get through that bulkhead before Howell cuts the air down and gets us all. Here's the bulkhead, Morgan. Where's the release?
Under the floor panel. You can pry it up.
All right, hurry. I got it.
Yeah,
she's up.
Wax on a K. Ready?
All right, Morton. Open it up.
Here goes.
Morton! He's dead. Electrocuted, and the bulkhead's still closed. They didn't even get to turn that key. It killed him instantly. Harry. Yeah? Have you got your watch gloves? They're insulated. Oh, yeah, sure. Get Morton out of the way. Don't touch him, Joey. He's got the current through him. I'll shove him away with the gloves. All right, now. Stand by. Here goes a key. All right, let's go. Get him.
Come on in. Stand back there.
Come on, get him.
Stand back. All right, Flexi, how you like this? All right, grab the guns. Joey, look out.
Let go of that gun, Hal. All right, hold them both.
You don't have to worry about Black. I got him square with a wrench.
We better tie up the captain.
Yeah. Well, what do you think you're going to do now?
We're going to turn around and go back home.
I don't think so. I burned the navigation tapes, and none of you can recalculate them.
Why, you'll
just wander in space till the fuel gives out. You'll die right here on this ship.
Jeff, the interceptor screens went on.
Meteor?
No, it's a ship. A patrol ship coming up on us.
Oh, they must have got an SOS off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not so sure that's bad. Wait a minute. We don't have to worry. We can just tell them the truth.
You're not familiar with space code, young man. Mutiny is punishable by immediate execution. In other words, they don't ask questions. They just shoot.
He's right, Jeff. We're through. Can we get away? Not from a patrol ship. Already sent us a heave-to flash. If we run, they'll blow us out of space.
I'm afraid your mutiny is about over with, gentlemen. They'll be aboard in an hour. And 10 minutes after that, you'll all be dead.
Nobody move. Sergeant, take a squad and secure the ship. Collect all weapons and post a guard in the engine room.
Yes, sir. You, Brown, William, Osinski, come on.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Major. I wasn't quite sure my SOS had gotten through.
Oh? You're Captain Howell?
That's right. And I can swear out the affidavit of mutiny.
I don't think a mutiny charge will stand up, Howell. Not with a relief of command warrant out for you. I think we'll just forget about it.
But you can't do that. Space code is clear. You recorded my SOS.
No, we didn't, Howell.
Then how'd you get here?
They sent us after you to get Jeff Coffin. Where is he? I'm Jeff Coffin.
Jeff, we had a missing persons alarm for you, and then when a check you signed turned up at Marsport.
A check?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. I gave one to Morton to help me get away.
And he sold it to a fence for half face value. We traced it back to the ship.
Coffin, I've got orders to escort you personally. We're taking you back to Earth.
Can I send out a message, Major?
Of course. Oh, that reminds me, Jeff. I've got one for you from your fiancée. She said to tell you that she didn't object to a bachelor party in principle, but she did think 6 months was stretching it a bit.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Johnny Dollar.
Henry Bascom, Johnny, at Four State Insurance Company.
Well, hiya, Hanks. It's been a long, long time.
Yeah, I know. Johnny, are you free to come down here and look into something for us?
Henry, as long as somebody pays my expense account, and of course a nice fat fee, I'll go anywhere.
Johnny, for once, you're not going to be able to pad that freewheeling expense account of yours.
Any bets? Why not?
Because the investigation I want you to make is right here in New York City.
Oh, well, there's always the fee to fall back on. How much?
Usual percentage of the face value of the policy.
Okay, only how big is the policy?
Johnny, hold your hat. It's about 200... Well, I mean, it's
What?
just under...
$200?
Johnny.
Listen, Hank, my cut on a policy as small as that wouldn't buy me a sandwich and a cup of coffee.
No, listen.
And I suppose you'll question every penny I put on the expense account.
Look, you didn't...
Why don't you just pay it off and save you and me and the company a lot of time, labor, and soap? What kind of a policy is it?
Straight life.
Huh?
But listen, you didn't let me finish. The face value of this policy is a little under $200,000.
200... Oh?
Yeah. Well?
Hank, my buddy, my bosom pal, for an assignment like that, for the nice commission it's going to pay me, I'd walk to New York.
Only maybe you better grab a plane or a train instead.
Right. I'll be there.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camels. The Camel blend of costly Turkish and domestic tobaccos has never been equaled for rich flavor, easygoing mildness, real smoking satisfaction every time you light up. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Four State Insurance Company, New York City office. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the evaporated clue matter. Expense account item 1, $5.25 for a taxi out to Bradley Field. Item 2, $13 even for a plane to New York and a limousine to Grand Central Station. Then I walked over to Henry's office at 500 Fifth Avenue at the corner of 42nd Street.
Johnny, you really made time. Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. That's because of the tempting offer you made to me over the phone. A policy worth $200,000.
$189,000 to be exact.
Straight line.
Mm-hmm.
On whom?
Mr. Jonathan R. Kenworthy.
Kenworthy?
Very, very wealthy. Retired some years ago after selling off the Kenworthy copper mills.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Been living here in New York for the past 20 years. Big fancy apartment overlooking the East River. 714 East 52nd Street.
Expensive neighborhood.
Oh, I told you he was loaded.
So what happened to him?
He was murdered, Johnny.
Oh?
Yeah.
And who's the beneficiary of this nice, juicy hunk of insurance?
His grandson, Carlton M. Kenworthy. And that's the answer to your next question, too.
Now, what do you mean by that? I was going to ask you if you or the police have any idea who might have
killed him.
Yeah, that's right.
And I told you, this young Carlton Kenworthy, his grandson, who is also the sole heir to all the rest of his estate.
Oh, no, wait a minute. That's a pretty strong accusation, Hank. You have any proof?
None whatsoever. Nor have the police.
But I take it you figure that Carlton had the motive and the opportunity.
And a perfect alibi.
Oh?
Yeah.
Then what makes you think he did it? And the police, too?
And the police, too.
Well?
Motive, Johnny. It's as simple as that.
All right, keep talking.
It's simply that nobody else in the world could possibly benefit by old Mr. Kenworthy's death.
Well, now, Hank...
Plus the fact that he had no enemies. None whatsoever, Johnny.
You sound pretty sure of that.
I am. I not only knew him, but I knew a great deal about him.
Oh, but after all, a man who's been head of a company as big as Kenworthy Copper Mills, some disgruntled employee with some imaginary grievances.
Over 20 years ago?
Well...
But even if he'd only retired from that business last month, I'd still say no. Kenworthy was one of the best-loved men I've ever heard of. As for his employees, why, they're the ones he left the business to. He never had a strike, any other kind of labor troubles, despite the size of his plant, because he treated every one of his employees like one of his own kids. This sounds pretty unusual, Johnny, I know. But he was an unusual man.
Oh, I see. But now about this grandson, Carlton Kenworthy.
Well, about as useless a hunk of human being as I've ever seen.
How old is he?
Oh, 30, 32 or 3.
What's he do for a living?
Well, that's the point. He doesn't. Nor has he ever done anything. Despite the fine education, all the world travel his grandfather lavished on him. Johnny, if you want a perfect definition of a playboy, I can give it to you in 3 words. Carlton Manson Kenworthy.
And he gets the whole estate as well as the insurance.
He's known in every nightclub on Manhattan Island. He and that leech Alan something or other who pals around with him.
Alan?
Yeah, Barker or Baxter or something. Theaters, nightclubs, expensive restaurants, all the racetracks when they're open, wherever they're open. And they toss money around like confetti.
Where does Carlton get it?
From his grandfather, who's always sponging off.
What about this pal of his, this Alan, whatever his name is?
Barker. That's his name, Alan Barker.
Well?
He sponges off Carlton. Oh, they're quite a pair, Johnny.
Well, did the grandfather approve of this kind of stuff?
I don't think he really knew what was going on. According to the old man's attorney, who was a friend of mine, he was led to believe that Carlton was investing in various business ventures. Oh. The point is, the boy needed money. And the surest way of getting it, plenty of it, was by having his grandfather dead.
Yeah, well, you've built up quite a case, Hank, but it still isn't enough to hang him, not by a long shot. Have the police been able to pin anything on him?
Not yet, apparently. I told you he has a perfect alibi.
When did it happen?
Last Tuesday.
Who's handling the police investigation?
Lieutenant Randolph Singer at the...
Randy Singer? Great. Randy just happens to be one of the best homicide men in this fair city of yours.
Well, he certainly hasn't impressed me.
If they've got him working on it, and if you have got a case against Carlton Kenworthy, Hank, I'll see you later.
Where are you going, Johnny?
Over to see Randy Singer.
Sure, Johnny, I'm just as sure as your friend Hank at the insurance company.
Why, Randy?
Well, the way that boy played around. Cost him a fortune. Even more than his grandfather gave him.
You're sure of that?
What do you mean?
Well, the way I get it, Grandpa gave him plenty.
Yeah, but Carlton is up to his ears in debt. Every time the boys raid a plush gambling joint, there he is. He and that hanger-on of his, Alan Barker. Like peas in a pod, those two.
Then he probably welcomed the raids.
Hmm?
Sure. Probably kept him from having to pay off some of his losses.
Yeah, he's still in up to his ears. And as long as he's the only one who could possibly benefit from Grandpappy's death, as long as we're sure that nobody else had any reason for killing him, and we are...
How and when and where was he killed?
Tuesday night in his apartment. He was struck on the back of the head with a heavy wrought iron poker from the fireplace. One good wallop, and he was done for.
Hank says that Carlton has an alibi.
Yeah, airtight. I checked it every way I can. From here, that is.
Then where's your case against him?
But if you can break that alibi...
But, Randy, if you've checked it
I
out...
said from here. But if that company of yours will pay your expenses to Alaska...
Alaska?
That's right.
Oh, look, with such flimsy evidence...
Will you do it, Johnny?
But now listen,
Just
Randy...
to, let's say, to get me off the hook.
But I'm still not convinced that...
Johnny...
Okay, Randy, sure.
Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Meet star Stuart Irwin.
Nothing's worse for an actor than a nasty cold. To feel better quickly, I take wonderful 4-way cold tablets. The fast way to relieve cold distress.
Right. Tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
Take my advice. For your next cold, take 4-way cold tablets. The fast way to relieve those cold miseries.
4-way, only 29 cents.
And now here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. To get rid of embarrassing dandruff in 3 minutes, change to Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch and embarrassing dandruff's gone. At the same time, Fitch can brighten hair up to 35%. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the evaporated clue matter.
But why Alaska?
Because that's where Carlton Kenworthy says he was when his grandpappy was murdered.
Well, Randy, that ought to be easy enough to check out.
So I did, Johnny. He made the airline reservation. He was aboard the plane. He got the Juneau on Monday afternoon. He got himself a room at the Baranoff Hotel.
You checked that with the hotel?
By telephone.
Why was he up there?
Who knows? But the hotel says he was.
Well, what did he do with himself?
Apparently took in some of the night spots and flew on back here on Thursday morning. Checked him all the way through.
And his grandfather died on Tuesday.
Oh, Parker.
There's a report on that poker, Lieutenant.
Oh, good.
The prints were pretty badly smudged, but they managed to nail down a couple of them.
Oh? Whose?
Yeah, look at this, Johnny.
Yes, sir. One print from the deceased
and a couple made by Carlton Kenworthy.
Yes, sir.
And why not, Lieutenant?
What? Kenworthy.
After all, as I told you several times, I've often made up the fire for my grandfather there in his apartment. So is there any reason why my fingerprints shouldn't be on that poker that was used to kill him?
He's got a point there, Randy.
Well, listen.
Of course I have.
The fact remains...
And didn't this officer say the prints of both myself and my grandfather were badly smudged?
Yes.
So, whoever did it wiped off his own prints and part of ours.
Quite possible, Randy.
The fact remains,
The fact
Kenworthy...
remains that I was in Alaska when my grandfather was murdered.
Why, Carlton?
Just a little trip, a little fun, just... Who are you?
Johnny Dollar, investigator for the insurance company.
Well, Dollar, I certainly hope you can accomplish more than these stupid police have.
Listen
of all the
to me.
stumbling, bumbling. Well,
That's all, Parker.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lieutenant, that silly look on your face.
Because I think you killed him. Because you're the only one with any reason
But I
to.
didn't, of course. How could I?
Hey, tell me this, Carlton.
I'll tell you anything I can, Mr. Dollar, if you'll get this incompetent flat put off my neck.
Kenworthy.
And, of course, help to solve the murder of my poor, sweet, kind old grandfather.
Okay. Did you make that trip to Alaska alone?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thanks.
That's all?
That's all. For now.
Very well. And will you keep me advised, Lieutenant, if by some stroke of luck you should happen to make some progress for a change?
Get out, Kenworthy.
Gladly.
Just be sure you stay around, that you don't leave town.
Don't be silly, Lieutenant. Why should I?
Johnny, so help me, if that guy... If I have to...
Okay. Just give me one thing, Randy, an address.
Huh?
Yeah. I could see why Randy'd harbor no love for Carlton Kenworthy. His attitude there at headquarters got under my skin, too. Expense account item 3, $1 even for a cab to Alan Barker's apartment. And I saw immediately why Randy had said they were like two peas in a pod, despite the fact Carlton was a good deal huskier. They were so much alike, I wondered if there was some blood relationship.
Hardly, Mr. Dollar. We're simply good friends, that's all. Our tastes are alike in liquor and women. We like to do the same things, and... well, that's why we get along so well together, why we're known as the Inseparables.
Alan, did you know that Carlton was going to Alaska?
I certainly did. I drove him to his plane on Monday, and on Thursday I met his return flight and drove him back to his flat. Missed him like the very devil, incidentally.
You keep a car here in the city?
In the garage down in the basement.
What did you do while he was away?
Felt terribly at loose ends, but then I had my car washed and greased and took a long trip.
Oh, when?
I left Monday evening.
Where'd you go?
Oh, I drove several hundred miles. Took little side roads and byways that probably aren't even on the map.
Think perhaps you could retrace your route?
Good heavens, no. Oh, I did end up somewhere near Albany before starting back Wednesday morning.
Uh-huh. Did you stay in Albany?
My memory's a bit vague, Mr. Dollar, but I'm quite sure I didn't.
Well, where did you stay over?
Well, this may sound fantastic to you.
Where?
But I haven't the least idea. I took a couple of bottles with me. And they, coupled with the fact I was in completely unfamiliar country and that at night one little roadside motel looked as good as any other, well, I just don't know.
You know, you make things sound pretty bad for yourself, Alan.
I beg your pardon?
Considering the way you've been sponging off Carlton Kenworthy, well, offhand, I'd say you had as much reason to want his grandfather out of the way as he did.
I beg your
And without
pardon.
a very good explanation of your whereabouts at the time of the murder.
Now, look here, Dollar.
But you know something? I don't think you have enough guts to have made those lily white hands of yours wield that poker.
Horrid thought.
And yet, on the other hand...
Well, yes, Dollar?
As an accessory.
Accessory?
That's right. I'll see you later, Alan.
Now, look here.
Just don't leave town. Carlton? Possibly. Alan? Well, I don't know. I don't pretend to be an expert judge of character. But I'd swear that Alan wasn't capable of killing a man. And yet, as Randy had said, unless we could somehow break Carlton's alibi. And then I got an idea. It would take time. It would be expensive. But with $189,000 of insurance involved, yeah, I decided to take a flyer. Stick my neck out all the way.
We'll return to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in exactly 1 minute.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 4, $489.54. That's a round-trip plane ticket to Juneau, Alaska, by way of Seattle, Washington. It wasn't until we got there that I suddenly realized I'd been pretty stupid. In spite of the fact that Alan looked very much like him, I should have taken along a picture of Carlton Kenworthy. And certainly I should have taken along a set of his fingerprints for comparison with any I might be able to pick up. Or even a sample of his handwriting. But I didn't, so I'd have to work things out the best I could. Item 5, $10 for miscellaneous taxi fares. Item 6, $10 for a room at the Baranoff Hotel. And yes, I get the same story Randy Singer had about Carlton's having been there, having spent plenty of time at the bar and the bubble room, at nightclubs all over the town. But then it was item 7, $8.50 for some drinks and dinner in the main dining room that finally did the trick. Yeah, that pointed out the one small, seemingly insignificant way in which I could either prove or disprove Kenworthy's alibi. Believe me, seldom has the solution of a murder case hung on such a slender thread. Anyhow, less than 36 hours after I'd left New York, I was back at Idlewild Airport. Item 8, 10 cents for a phone call to Randy Singer. Item 9, $7.50 for a fast taxi into 18th Precinct headquarters.
Johnny, where you been anyway?
Did you get in touch with Carlton?
He's right here in my office.
Good boy, Randy. Well, hello, Carlton.
Ungodly hour to drag a man out of bed and over here.
Yeah, have a bad night of it?
Alan and I did do the town a bit. Have you found some lead, I believe you call it, on the killer of my grandfather?
Yeah, maybe.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Maybe you'd better. Where were you when your grandfather was murdered?
Why, I've told you, Juneau, Alaska.
You know Alaska pretty well?
I know nothing about it. This is my first trip and a very brief one.
You stayed at the Baranoff Hotel?
That's right. Check with him, and you'll find I was there on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Did you eat there at the hotel?
My dinners, yes. But I fail to see what that could
Just answer my questions, will you, please?
Why not?
Okay, now. Monday night. Cocktails in the bubble room?
That's right. But what difference could that possibly...
And what did you have for dinner?
Now, that's a stupid question.
Yeah? But if I can prove you weren't where you say you were when your grandfather was killed...
If you can, Dollar, and I know that you can't, but if you could, I would gladly confess to this murder, regale you with gruesome details, tell you anything you like.
Wise guy.
I asked you what you had for dinner Monday night there at the Baranoff.
Oh, I see. You think if I say I had something that wasn't on the menu that
Just
night...
answer my question.
Or perhaps you'll check to see if the dinner was put on my bill, so I'd have to sign for it, leave a sample of my handwriting. But I paid cash for everything.
I asked about your dinner. Well?
Dollar, of all the asinine, idiotic... Shrimp cocktail, a salad, a steak, and some coffee.
Get that stuff anywhere.
But now, Dollar...
Mike?
What?
The coffee.
Really, if this is detective work, if this nonsensical questioning...
Well?
No, Mr. Dollar. I had my coffee with cream and sugar.
Oh, you ordered cream?
I used the cream that was on the table. Look here, now, of all the silly, absurd, childish
Cream was on the table?
Of course it was.
Real cream?
Yes, and the sugar was real sugar.
That's beside the point.
But what you hope to gain by all this, stupid... Oh, you mean you solved this heinous crime without knowing about the sugar, little boy?
That's right. Because you'd already told me you were never there.
What?
Because Alan went up there instead, didn't he? Using your name to establish an alibi for you.
Now, what miraculous deduction leads you
Because of your certainty about that cream on the table.
Of course I'm certain. Doesn't any decent restaurant put cream on the table?
No, not up there.
What?
What's that, Johnny?
But he didn't tell me that.
I don't know why, Randy. Maybe no big dairy farms yet. Maybe just plain habit. Maybe they like it better.
Dollar, how did you find out about
But on
that?
every table, even in the best places, you'll find no cream. But a little can of evaporated milk. Like to check on it?
Well, I'll be doggone.
It was Alan. Did Alan tell you that? Did Alan give me away because he thought he could get the money if I knew he was my friend only because of the money I could give him, but listen... He's as guilty as I am, Mr. Dollar.
Is he?
Of course he is, because he helped me kill my grandfather. Well, isn't he? I'll prove it. I'll prove I couldn't have killed him without his help. Do you hear me, Dollar? Do you hear me?
You think that's going to help you in court? Believe me, if I were to put down all I think about the Allen Barkers and Carlton Kenworthys and all the rest of that rotten... why bother? What's the use? Expense account total, including incidentals, the trip back to Hartford, $574 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star with a word or two about next week's program.
And a welcome to a couple of more stations that have joined us. WBRK in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and WKNY over in Kingston, New York. We're glad to have you with us. And, man, how this network grows and grows. As for next week, well, I wonder just how you'd feel sitting on top of a nuclear explosive device knowing the darn thing may go off any second and blow you to kingdom come. I know how I feel. And I'll tell you all about it on my program next Sunday, as usual, right here on the CBS radio station that brings you all the best in programming. The story's a real cliffhanger, and I'm sure you'll like it. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Harry Bartell, Herb Vigran, Carlton G. Young, Herb Ellis, and Jack Edwards. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cumberly speaking.
Suspense follows on the CBS Radio Network.
Better buys are your reward. Red orange holders for a Ford. Get your orange guarantee the largest dealer in Albany.
In the heart of Auto Row, Orange is the place to go.
Orange Motors has the parts that's true, plus 44 years of experience too. Orange Motors, if you're wise, for better service, better buy.
It's easy to have a new Ford Falcon in your garage. Orange Motors has an excellent choice of Falcons in all colors, automatic or standard shift, 2-doors or 4-door. For a nominal down payment, you can own a Ford Falcon for as low as $50 a month. Think of it, a new Ford Falcon for only $50 a month. Want one? Come to Orange Motors in Albany.
Better Ford buys, used or new, at $7.99 Central Avenue. Orange Motors, if you're wise, for better service, better buy.
Radio 59, WROW, first on the dial in Albany, Troy, and Schenectady. Today.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Almost every malefactor starts yelling, "I was framed," as soon as the law puts the arm on him. And sometimes they have been. Nobody will ever know how many inmates of state's prisons are there because of circumstantial evidence. Of such a one is our story concerned. Listen then as Charles McGraw stars in The Silver Frame, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, honey.
Uh-huh.
Joe, darling, put down the paper. I've got something important to ask you.
Okay.
Joe.
All right. What?
How many savings bonds do we have?
What kind of a question is that?
A good one. How many?
I'm not sure. I'd have to count. And I'm reading the paper. Now, what do you want to know for?
Have we got enough to make things comfortable for us?
Very comfortable. That's why I buy on a payroll savings plan. A bond a month will give us quite a nest egg for the future.
Enough for a college education?
Eventually. But who's going to college?
Our children, silly.
We don't have any yet.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Better buy some more bonds, honey.
Daphne, you mean?
We've got a new investment.
How about that?
And now, The Silver Frame, starring Charles McGraw. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
They checked me out with the $10 bill and the $22.50 suit that the taxpayers give you when you leave. I took a quick look back at the place where I'd left 2.5 years of my life in a cell. Just because a Southern California district attorney had to have a pigeon in a hurry once. Had to bad enough to frame a guy and get a conviction his favorite way. Circumstantial evidence. I started walking. Just walking with no walls or iron bars or guys with sawed-off shotguns to stop me. And somebody yelled after me. It was a reporter. A little rat named Melvin Lester who'd crucify his own mother to get a headline. I kept on walking.
Steve, wait a minute.
I got nothing to say to you, or the crummy rag you work for, or the morons that read it.
All right. Can't you let bygones be bygones? I'm just a guy working for a living.
Beat it.
All right. So you got nothing to say to me? So, what do you say to $1,000?
What about $1,000?
So, you say you were framed. How'd you like to get even?
With who?
The district attorney? All those wise guys down there in L.A. How'd you like to frame them for a change?
For that, I get $1,000?
Sure. That's what I'm telling you.
Come on. Let you buy me a drink. First bell to booze in more than 2 years. Okay, what's the pitch, Melvin?
Well, there's been quite a lot of cases like yours lately. Circumstantial evidence. The DA looking for quick convictions and building himself up for the election, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So my publisher's tangled with the DA a couple of times already, so we want to lower the boom on him. That's where you come in.
How?
Like this. There's a dame, see?
What dame?
Well, that's all arranged. You pay her a little social visit, see? You cut yourself a little with a butcher knife or something, and there's blood, she screams, you beat it. But you leave your hat and your driver's license
I don't have one.
So we'll get you one. The neighbors hear the scream. They see your car driving out the driveway. They call the cops. Now, the cops don't find the body, of course, but they find blood in your car.
Yeah, go on.
They pinch you, and you tell a straight story. The blood is an accident. Then you had a quarrel, and she started to yell, and you left. But they don't believe you. They book you on suspicion of murder, and we play it up big. Cops picking on ex-con, you know, that angle. You sweat it out, and you clam up.
What happens to the dame?
2 days later, the dame comes back from Palm Springs, and we splash it all over the front page. Her story, your story, circumstantial evidence, again. We bring up all the other cases. We just keep right after him. In a week, the DA don't even dare show his face on the street. He's dead. Finished. Well, how do you like it?
I like it.
Okay, kid. You're in.
Well, what about the dough?
Half now, half when we spring you. Okay?
$1,000 and the DA thrown in. Okay. Lester paid my way down to L.A., bought me a new outfit and a hat with my monogram and the sweatband. He rented me a car and checked me into a hotel. While I was soaking in the tub, he went over to his boss office, the big shot publisher, L.B. Rawson, brought back 5 bills and the dame's name and address. It turned out to be a beach house at Malibu. This was the first surprise. I sort of expected it to be some third-rate downtown hotel. But the big surprise came when the front door opened.
Mr. Gates?
Well, that's right. Are you Miss Fox?
Yes. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
What's the matter, Mr. Gates? You look a little startled.
Maybe I am.
Why?
Well, I hadn't expected you to be so...
So what?
Attractive is a polite word for it, I guess.
Why, aren't you used to meeting attractive women, Mr. Gates?
Not where I've been for the past few years.
Oh, of course, I'd forgotten. Can I make you a drink?
Oh, thanks.
Why is it you always expect that anyone who's been in prison will be lantern-jawed and have a scar on his face or something? To tell you the truth, I'm a little startled myself.
Quite a layout you have here.
It is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, right over the ocean.
Uh-huh. Look here at this window. You know, from this window, when the tide is in, you can actually dive into 30 feet of water. I've done it.
That I'd like to see.
Would you? By the way, what's your first name?
Steve. What's yours?
Silver.
Silver? What? Oh, I get it. Silver Fox. Cute.
It's my real name, too. One of Dad's ideas. Oh, he was a character.
Yeah, I'll bet. And I'm another, huh?
What?
Come on. What's this all about? What's the angle?
Well, didn't they tell you?
Oh, sure. They told me. But they didn't tell me anything about a dame living in a $50,000 beach house with $1,000 of clothes on her back.
Steve, you're hurting my arm.
Talk. I'm doing this job for a lousy grand, about what your kind would spend on a weekend in Las Vegas. Oh, no, come on. You're not in this for dough. You're in it for something else, and I'm going to find out what it is. When you little...
You were hurting me.
Well, you didn't have to bite clear through my hand, did you?
Well, anyway, now you won't have to lie about our having a quarrel, will you? Oh, it's bleeding. Here, I'll get something.
Never mind that. Just talk.
All right, Steve. I am doing it for the money, really.
What about all this?
The house is rented for only a month, and the clothes go back to Western costume.
Oh.
Steve, you hurt me.
I'm sorry.
You know what my father used to say when I was a little girl?
The character?
Uh-huh. He'd say, I'll kiss it and make it all well.
Like this?
Uh-huh. Like this.
It must have been a couple of hours later when we heard the car that was supposed to pick her up blowing its horn down the road. And I let her out the front way as quietly as I could and went back to finish up the rest of the job. I knocked over a couple of chairs and shoved the furniture around some to make it look as though she'd put up a good fight. Then I threw my new hat with the initials in the band over in the corner and dropped the bloody handkerchief that I'd wrapped my hand in on the kitchen floor. About an hour after that, I was back at the hotel. I corked off as soon as I hit the sack. Hello? Hello?
Excuse me. I must have the wrong number.
Oh, what number do you want?
Excuse me.
It was already dawn, so I got up a little later. I knew I was going to have a pretty busy day, and besides, I'd ordered all the morning papers, and I wanted to read about myself. When I opened the door to get him, there was a little guy standing out there.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Excuse me.
I looked after him for a second because his voice sounded exactly like the one who had wakened me on the phone. So what? I went back to bed with the papers. Sure enough, there it was, right on the front page, how a young woman, tentatively identified as Miss Silver Fox, had been murdered in a swank Malibu beach house, and how the police expected an arrest momentarily. And how the remains, charred almost beyond recognition, had been found in the incinerator. That's what it said, right there in black type. They'd found her body. I was still lying there, shaking and looking at the ceiling when the DA came for me.
All right, Gates. Let's go downtown and talk it over.
In a moment, we continue with the second act of Suspense.
What constitutes a symbol of heroism? When it comes to one of our best-known military medals, the Purple Heart, the symbol is a purple enameled heart within a bronze border. Superimposed is a profile of George Washington in his uniform of general in the Continental Army. Above is his coat of arms, between two sprays of leaves in green enamel. The ribbon is purple with white edges. The Purple Heart was the first American military decoration and was created as the badge for military merit on August 7th, 1782, in an order from Washington's headquarters at Newburgh, New York. Only 3 were awarded for action during the Revolutionary War, and none after that time until the Order of the Purple Heart was reinstituted on the 200th anniversary of George Washington's birthday, February 22nd, 1932. The Purple Heart is awarded to individuals wounded in action against an enemy of the United States, or as a direct result of an enemy act. The blood, often the lives of many brave servicemen, backgrounds the Purple Heart, a proud tradition of service and sacrifice.
And now, starring Charles McGraw, Act 2 of The Silver Frame.
Why did you kill her?
I didn't.
You was in love with her, wasn't you?
No.
You just got out of queue, you went to see. You found out she'd been double-crossing you, so you killed her.
Come on. Don't be a sap. Talk.
He's right, Steve. Why don't you make a full statement? Maybe there were extenuating circumstances. Maybe we can make a deal.
I've told you the whole story. I've been
framed. Sure, you're always framed. What about the blood? What about your hat? What about the body?
I don't know anything about a body. The blood was where she bit me.
You admit you had a fight with her.
Sure, but...
What about?
Look, what's the use of putting me through this routine? Call the paper like I told you and talk to Mr. Rawson.
I've got news for you, Steve. We did.
Yeah?
He says it's the most cockeyed story he ever heard in his life. In short, he says you're a liar.
Oh, Look, he's covering. He's scared. All right, then, get a hold of Malvin Lester. He's a rat, but he can't be rat enough to let an innocent man go to the gas chamber just because his boss tells him to.
I'm afraid we can't get a hold of Lester.
Why not?
He's in the morgue.
Who killed him?
That's our worry.
Oh, it shouldn't worry me a bit, huh?
Steve, be smart. Do what I tell you. Maybe we can reduce it to second degree. I can almost promise you the worst you'll get is life.
Oh, thanks.
But I'm warning you. If you make us go to trial on a first-degree murder indictment, I'll send you to the gas chamber just as sure as...
Okay. Oh, okay, I'll talk.
Well, now you're using your head. Here's a statement all made out. Just a general confession, you understand. We'll get the details later. All you have to do is sign.
I'm not going to sign anything you wrote.
Okay, write your own statement.
I don't want to write anything.
Well, what do you want? You just said that...
Look. Take me out there to her place. I'll go through the whole thing for you, just the way it happened. Every word, every move. You can have a stenographer take it down, and then I'll sign it.
Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with that.
It's a deal, then?
It's a deal.
It was dark when we got out to the beach. I was taking a long, crazy, desperate chance, and I knew it. If it didn't work, well, the spot I was in, it wouldn't make much difference anyway. And then we were inside of the house, and they were all standing around, and I was in the center of the stage.
All right, Steve. Do your stuff.
Well, we had a few drinks, and, well, I hadn't been in the same room with a woman for 2.5 years, and well, anyway, she fought me off, and that's when she bit me. That happened here. We were standing right here.
Then what happened?
Well, she broke away and ran across the room and to about where you were standing, only back a little further.
Here?
Yeah, about there.
And what did you do?
When she bit me, it hurt. I was startled. I backed up a couple of steps toward the window until I was standing about here.
Then what did you do?
Then I jumped.
Hey, get away! Get away! Hey, get away!
In just a moment, we continue with the third act of Suspense.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Okay, Daphne. The slides are all set. Turn off the lights.
There. Oh, Joe, isn't that pretty? Where was that?
That was Vale Pass on the Grand Divide. Remember how hard the wind blew?
I certainly do, and it was cold, too. Next time we go on a vacation, let's get an earlier start.
Well, we saved money by waiting till fall. Remember this one?
Oh, sure. That's Zion National Park. Oh, it was lovely.
We sure had a lot of fun on that trip. It was worth the money.
It was a good investment, all right. Almost as good as savings bonds.
There you go again.
Well, I just can't get over how good a bargain they are. We women like bargains, you know.
Oh, I know that. And $4 back for every 3 invested is a pretty good bargain.
Right. Oh, was that where I fed the bear?
Yeah, that's Yosemite. We were lucky the bears weren't already in hibernation.
How do they live when they hibernate?
On fat they store up during the warm months.
Just like savings bonds.
Huh?
Well, you buy a saving bond a month, right?
Yeah.
And it's a great way to save, the way those bonds rack up interest, right?
Right.
So we're just like the bears. We're storing up fat for our future use at interest rates that give us $4 at maturity for every 3 invested.
A very interesting idea.
You can learn a lot from nature.
Yeah, just imagine Smokey the Bear selling savings bonds.
Oh, Joe, show the slides.
And now, starring Charles McGraw, Act 3 of The Silver Frame.
One thing I can do is swim, and, brother, I did some plain and fancy swimming that night. Even with my clothes on, I must have made 30 yards underwater before I had to come up for air. I could see them running around with flashlights on the beach, but out where I was, it was dark as a pocket. There were only 5 of them. They couldn't cover the whole beach. I made for a little rocky point about 100 yards north and pulled myself out of the water. I could see the flashlights all huddled together down by the house, and I started crawling up the embankment to the road. At the top, I stopped for a second or two listening, and then poked my head over the edge. And right into the face of the little man I'd seen that morning in my hotel. I grabbed him hard.
Please, don't.
Make a sound and I'll kill you.
I won't. I want to help you. That's why I'm here.
You got a car?
Of course, right here. Right by the side of the road.
Then head for it. I'll be right behind you. One funny move and I'll break your neck, and I mean it.
Yeah. Oh, follow me. Here's the car. You see?
Yeah.
Well, get in. Hurry. Oh, boy. You sure led me some wild goose chase today. Uptown, downtown, out to the beach, and then you jump out the window into the ocean. Oh, boy, I sure earned my money today.
From who? Who pays you your money?
Well, the person I work for.
Who's that?
Well, someone who's interested in your welfare.
Oh, come on. What's behind all this?
Please, Mr. Gates, if you'll just be patient a little longer, I promise you that where I'm taking you, you'll get all the answers.
After climbing up through the Malibu mountains for a quarter of an hour, we turned in at a big iron gate and drove through about 3 acres of estate. I had a hunch whose place it was, and the house made the hunch look even better. Big and impressive and strictly top bracket. Milton rang the bell, but when the door opened, my hunch blew higher than a kite. Because standing there was the girl I was supposed to have murdered, Silver Fox.
Steve.
He escaped out of the beach house.
Don't let that man in here.
Don't be silly, darling. We've got to let him in now.
I kind of thought I'd find you here, Mr. Rawson. It is Mr. Rawson, the eminent publisher, isn't it?
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do.
We better kill him now, Mr. Rawson. That's the best thing to do. That's why I brought him here.
You put away that gun, Milton, and stop acting childish.
All right, now. Just for openers, who's Milton?
Well, let's say he's my brother.
All right, let's.
You're very foolish not to let me kill him now. He's a very dangerous man.
Please, don't talk about things like that.
Well, Steve, it looks as though we'll have to come to some sort of an arrangement.
You want to tell me about it?
Yes. You see, Charlie, that is Mr. Rawson. Well, he's been very good to me for the last year or so.
And the house was rented and the clothes go back to Western costume.
Well, you don't expect a girl to tell a man everything the first time she meets him, do you?
Okay, so he's been very good to you.
Yes. In fact, he even insured my life and made my brother Milton the beneficiary.
For how much?
$300,000.
Gates, I swear to you I knew nothing about this. The proposition that Lester put to you was absolutely genuine.
Well, maybe it was to start with. But, Mr. Rawson, I think I could make a pretty accurate guess as to who suggested the little stunt of framing the DA. It was Silver, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I thought so. She's a very smart girl, this one. By the way, what happened to your reporter, Malvin Lester?
Who can trust a man like Lester? Something had to happen to him.
And the girl in the incinerator?
Just a girl, a friend of mine. Nobody, really.
So you kids collect the insurance and I hold the bag. Is that the way you want it, Mr. Rawson?
No. I had no idea Silver would do a thing like this.
How long do you think an old goat like you is going to hold a doll like this one once she gets her hands on heavy dough? I think we can settle this, Mr. Rawson. Of course, there's been a couple of murders. Before we can get the cops off our necks, they're going to want somebody to pay for them.
If it's money, I can easily...
No can do. Not a murder rap. They'll want a victim. A patsy.
I don't understand.
Why not Milton here? He actually did the killings.
Why,
All right! I warned you!
Duck, Steve!
Thanks, baby. You really have got everything, haven't you? Even your own gun.
Well, a girl needs protection sometimes.
Well, there's our patsy.
Get the money, Steve. Milton's got it on him.
You got it that quick?
Big newspaper men have ways of arranging these things.
$300,000 cash.
It's pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah?
I've been thinking about something.
So have I.
You and me.
Silver.
What about your sugar daddy here?
Oh, he couldn't say anything. He wouldn't dare.
Oh, Silver, baby, how could you?
We've got the dough. Yeah, it could work.
Oh, I know it would, darling.
Okay. But you'd better give me that gun of yours.
All right, Steve.
Thanks.
Well, what are you doing?
Getting some law to clean this up. Give me the DA. He'll talk to me. Tell him it's Steve Gates. Farley? Well, I've solved your case for you. You'd better come out here. 1124 Balana Canyon. No. Two of them.
Steve!
A little stiff named Milton and a dame named Silver Fox.
Steve!
I got drunk the night she went to the gas chamber, but I couldn't get drunk enough. I heard all the reports on the radio. And you know the funny thing? Right up to the last minute, she was still saying she'd been framed.
Suspense, in which Charles McGraw starred in William N. Robeson's production of The Silver Frame by William Spear. Supporting Mr. McGraw in The Silver Frame were Tracy Roberts, Jerome Thor, Chester Stratton, John Hoyt, Dawes Butler, and Jack Crucian. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Herbert Marshall in The Long Shot. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense has been brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Those who know about such things tell us that an engine delivers little more than 50% of the energy potential of its fuel. The rest is dissipated in waste. Waste motion, waste energy, gases, ash. The same can be said of man. Has been said, in fact. Getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. If an average man were trained to use his faculties to the utmost, he could be a superman. If a superior man were so trained, what could he not accomplish? The answer is implied in the upcoming story. Listen. Listen, then, as Mr. and Mrs. Frank Lovejoy star in Man from Tomorrow, the last radio play written by the late Irving Reese, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
American folklore is filled with legends about men who were as tough as nails, like the one about Pecos Bill, who went out for a walk one day. Unfortunately, a big 10-foot rattler crossed his path. I say unfortunately for the rattler. You see, Bill was a mighty fair fighter. Why, he gave that rattler the first 3 bites just to make things even. Then he waded into that reptile and he everlastingly thrashed the poison out of him. By and by, that old rattler yelled for mercy and admitted that when it come to fighting, Bill started where he left off. Yes, that was Pecos Bill, a legendary American. Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some tall ones. Like the one about... but we'll have to save that one for the next time we travel your way. See you then.
And now, Man from Tomorrow, starring Mr. and Mrs. Frank Lovejoy. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Even in these days of so-called full employment, you'd be surprised how few job opportunities come up for an ex-jet jockey. So it was with more than passing interest that I read this ad while I was scanning the classified section of the Sunday paper. It said, wanted, ex-jet pilot. Unmarried, without family obligations, must be in perfect health and prepared for rigid tests. Successful candidate will receive good pay and be given opportunity to contribute to daring experiment and world betterment. Apply Tuesday at 10 a.m., Science Associates, 126 West Street. Well, Science Associates, you just got yourself a boy. It turned out there were quite a few boys with the same idea. By 10 o'clock Tuesday morning, nearly 50 of us were crowded in a windowless, air-conditioned room in the windowless, ultra-modern building of Science Associates.
Oh, hi. Hi, Major.
Well, hi, Randy.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. Some of the faces were familiar, guys that had been in the Air Force with me in Korea and afterward. We sat there and waited. An hour, 2 hours, nothing happened.
I don't know about the rest of you guys, but this place is beginning to give me claustrophobia. I'm getting out. Open that door. Hey, it's locked. Hey, we're locked in here.
Even before this had a chance to sink in, another door opened on the far side of the room. A guy with a white mask on his face came in carrying a Thompson submachine gun.
Hit the deck!
Everybody flattened on the floor except me. I made a dash for the man in the mask, but he disappeared as quickly as he'd come.
Hey, Major, how come you didn't hit the floor? You tired of living?
Well, he was shooting blanks.
He was shooting...
Couldn't you see that? There weren't any bullets chipping anything. Besides, I knew it was a gag from the way he held that machine gun. When those babies are loaded with live ammo, you got to fire them from the waist.
Well, I don't like this. Come on, guys, let's crash the door and get out of this rat trap.
Oh, save it, Randy. That won't do you any good. That door's as thick as a bank vault. And then something else. Thick, black, acrid smoke pouring out of the air conditioning vents. And a sound from somewhere. Of an airplane diving. Every pilot remembers with horror the smell of burning oil from a plane out of control. It hit us way back and deep down, and some of the guys got panicky. And then the blowers reversed and the smoke was sucked out quickly.
Attention, please.
A loudspeaker cut in from nowhere.
For the past 2 hours, you have been under close observation as a necessary part of this test. You were warned in advance the test would be rigid. As you file out past the guard, you will receive a token compensation for your time and discomfort. We now ask you all to leave, except the man who ran for the gunner. The door is now open. Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, Major, looks like you got the job.
Also looks like I'm going to shove it right back in their faces.
Well, I don't blame you. Well, so long.
So long, Randy. Take it easy. For a moment, I was alone in the empty room, and then an inner door opened, and I wasn't so sure I wanted to shove the job in their faces. Not in this face, anyway.
Your name, please.
Well. I hardly expected to find a blonde at the bottom of this.
You will come with me, please.
Well, I'll do nothing of the sort. Now, don't give me orders, Blondie. I want to see the guy responsible for this, and then I'm getting out of here.
I take it you have lost interest in contributing to world betterment.
Oh, yes, that's what it said in the ad. Well, whatever your lofty purpose, I don't like cold-blooded cruelty.
Unfortunately, we cannot allow personal feelings to interfere with our objectives.
Well, then your objectives are wrong.
You will be better able to judge that when you know what they are.
Well, I don't think I'm interested. And if I may indulge a personal feeling, callousness is unattractive enough in a man, but in an attractive girl.
Neither your feelings nor mine will matter in this project, Major. I believe you were addressed.
It was just plain Mr. Kentman. The war's been over for some time, Miss,
Dr. Frost.
That's appropriate.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. I sometimes mutter to myself. The last thing I said to you, Doctor, is that the war is over.
If it is possible for you to unlock your quite superior intelligence from emotional reactions common to schoolgirls and housewives, my senior colleague, Professor Baird, and I will attempt to convince you on the only basis that should appeal to the mature mind. Facts.
Well, you go ahead and try, but I doubt you'll be successful.
The second act of Suspense continues in 1 minute.
This is Johnny Baker with Communism on the Spot. The communist attitude toward faith in God is based on the statement by Karl Marx that religion is the opiate of the people. In keeping with his view, the Soviets established as a primary aim the destruction of all religious faiths. Communism can't tolerate religion, which preaches that there is a supreme being who is higher than any human authority. For communism itself is a political religion whose high priests are the dictatorial rulers of the Soviet state. They'll settle for nothing less than total control of the lives of their subjects. They're not only concerned with their victims' bodies and minds, they seek equal domination over their hearts and souls.
And now, we continue with Act Two of Man from Tomorrow, starring Mr. and Mrs. Frank Lovejoy. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was a big, aseptically bare room with an uncluttered desk at one end. Behind the desk was the cartoonist conception of an egghead. A thin, bespectacled man whose eyes were so intelligently alive that I couldn't look away from them long enough to mark his other features. This was Professor Baird, keeper of the facts.
You are asking yourself why we limited our appeal to former jet pilots. Simple. Only one man in 10,000 was able to qualify mentally and physically for jet training. The Air Force, therefore, indirectly performed the first of our processes of elimination. Fact. Additional eliminations due to flunkouts, mortality in training, and combat brings the total to 1 in 20,000. Fact. The standards we applied during the 2 hours in which we observed your every action and reaction raises the mathematical incidence of your sensory acuity to approximately 1 in 100,000.
I'm flattered.
You will have greater reason to be if our experiment proves successful. You will be the only man on Earth possessed of your powers. You will be the man from tomorrow.
How do you propose to go about that?
We will first show you how we've trained other individuals. Dr. Frost, will you proceed with the demonstration?
Yes, Professor. Come in, Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan, have you ever been in this part of the laboratories before?
No.
Would you describe it, please?
It's a rectangular room, 40 by 20. The ceiling is 18.5 feet high. There's a desk 12 feet from me, slightly to my right. There are 2 people seated at it. One has just risen.
That will be all. Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Well, Mr. Kentman.
Well, it would be very impressive if any schoolboy with normal vision couldn't do as well.
Agreed. But Mr. Logan is totally blind.
Looking back now, I can hardly believe my own impressions. The blind man was followed by a deaf mute, then a paraplegic who'd lost all sense of touch and smell. Their demonstrations were incredible.
Not one of these persons possessed physical senses above the average, Mr. Kentman. The deprivation of one sense or another, in the case of the blind or deaf man, stimulated nature's desire to compensate for the loss.
But what are you trying to prove?
That man has powers even now that are beyond his comprehension. We wish to explore those powers. Suppose one nearly perfect man with superior sensory perception to begin with could develop the extension of his 5 senses to the maximum degree we've just observed. What do you think would happen?
I don't know.
Neither do we. But it is our conviction that this man would also acquire a new sense, a 6th sense, that would endow him with a power never dreamed of before. Don't you think it's a dimension worth exploring?
Maybe. But how could anybody accomplish it?
Training. By producing the circumstances that surround the blind man, the deaf man, the handicapped. You would have to agree to cut yourself off from the outside world for 3 years. You would spend 6 months living in a pitch-dark laboratory. You would sleep, eat, function in a world of darkness.
Various sound devices will be used to train and measure your hearing responses. After that, 6 months would be devoted to simulating the world of the deaf-mute, and so on.
You will be paid $20,000 at the end of the 3 years. All the necessities of living will be provided during that time. Then a test will be made, and if our predictions are realized, you will be signed for an additional 5 years at $20,000 per year. Dr. Frost will be in charge of the training program. Do you wish to undertake it?
Well, it's a pretty serious move. I'd like to think about it.
You have all the facts, Mr. Kentman. We would like a decision now.
You think feeling might enter into my considerations, Doctor? Is that what you're afraid of?
Afraid? Fear is merely an emotion, Mr. Kentman. I have learned to control all my emotions.
I wonder.
I beg your pardon?
I was muttering again, but what I meant to say is I agree to undertake the experiment. I was led into a pitch-dark room, blacker than the blackest night. It was to be my home for 6 months. It had a bed, bathroom, closets. All I had to do was to find them. I won't waste time telling you what that was like. Just close your eyes tight and try to find your way around a room that's familiar to you, and you'll get the idea. I was still stumbling around 3 days later when I reported for my training with Dr. Frost in the adjoining laboratory, which was even blacker, if possible. Oh, dear.
Are you hurt?
You wouldn't care if I broke a leg.
There's a chair nearby.
I know. I just fell over it.
We can begin as soon as you're settled.
Lucky it's so dark, I don't have to apologize for wearing my pajamas.
Don't you like dressing?
I love it when I can find my pants.
Today's exercise will be recognition of pure tones. Here is an example. That is 1,000 cycles, or 1,000 vibrations per second, stripped of all harmonics. Now, what would you say that was?
Oh, 1,100.
It is 1,500 cycles. Now, please tell me when you begin to hear the next tone, and what the frequency is.
I couldn't make the slightest dent in that glacial reserve. I tried to match her at her own game for a while, but she loved it, and I'm human. Anyway, at the end of the 6 months, I could ramble through the whole place and never stub a toe. It was amazing how you learned to sense things in the dark and what your ears could do. 800. Out. 4,500. Out.
Good. Excellent. Mr. Kentman, your threshold of hearing is 20 decibels greater than the average ear.
Dr. Frost, I can't see you, but do I detect a note of enthusiasm in your voice?
Satisfaction, perhaps, Mr. Kentman. The experiment so far...
Dr. Frost, have you ever let yourself go?
Mr. Kentman, I am not nearly so naive as you assume, nor have any of your innuendos or mumblings for the past 6 months escaped me. I told you in the beginning that neither your personal feelings nor mine would have any bearing on this project.
You haven't answered my question.
I am fully aware of the nature of biological stresses.
In a scientific way, of course.
What distinguishes man from the animal is his understanding of these stresses, but mostly his control.
Well, control is a traffic cop with a stop sign, Doctor, but eventually the traffic has to go somewhere.
I can understand the frustration of your masculine ego, especially in this enforced loneliness of the experiment.
Oh, thank you.
We have only begun. We have 2 years or more to go. The first phase is highly successful. As a scientist, I am very pleased.
Strange, Doc. My hearing is so good, but I have yet to hear your heartbeat.
Act 3 of Suspense follows in 1 minute.
Do you know the Social Security benefits to which you will be entitled when you separate from the service and take a civilian job? Here's a tip from Social Security.
Here's one do-it-yourself project that costs you nothing and won't end up in cuts and bruises. The Social Security Administration wants each one of you that pays Social Security taxes to check up on your account to make sure you are getting credit for every dollar that's coming to you. With records of millions of people to maintain, it's a pretty big job to catch an error that you or your employer might make in reporting your wages and income. You can help by checking every 3 years to see that your record is correct. How? Easy. Simply by mailing a special postcard. Just write to Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California, and ask for Form 7004. Mail it. And in a couple of weeks, you'll receive a notice that will verify the spelling of your name, your Social Security number, and the wages credited to you for each of the past 3 years. Do it tomorrow. You'll be glad that you did.
And now, we continue with Act 3 of Man from Tomorrow, starring Mr. and Mrs. Frank Lovejoy. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Now that my hearing was phenomenal, they turned off my ears. They devised some newfangled earplugs, and I began 6 months of silence. 6 months of being deaf as a doorknob. Deaf, but not quite deaf. Because I began to see sounds, to feel sounds like waves against my skin. I began to hear with my body and with my pores. Have you ever touched a sound? Have you ever seen thunder? You get so you look at sounds and almost see the waves they make trembling in the air. Have you ever tried silence? Try not saying a word, not uttering a syllable for an hour, a day. I tried it for 6 months, until all the unsaid words piled up inside my head. They clung like unborn sounds at the back of my throat. Whoever said silence is golden never felt the lump of lead that accumulates inside you. Silence. And then the 6 months ended. The day came when she removed the fancy earplugs, and the little canyon I'd been living in widened into a continent.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Nod to me or raise your finger when you can hear the sound of my voice.
I heard you coming down the hall a minute ago.
Were the plugs defective?
Oh, no. Incidentally, I take that it's all right for me to talk now?
Yes, of course.
Have I been a good boy? Have I done everything that you've wanted?
So much so, Mr. Kentman, that we're giving you a few days' rest before we begin your training for taste and touch.
Well, can I do anything I want?
Anything, within reason.
Well, then, I'd like to have a drink. And strangely enough, I'd like to have you join me.
Perhaps that can be arranged.
Oh, that wonderful sound of the clink of glasses. And I cannot tell you how dull a piano sounds when you only look at it.
You missed the sound of music, then?
Oh, yes, music. And the sound of a woman's voice. Or maybe they're the same thing. Oh, incidentally, Dr. Frost, when I say woman, I even include female doctors.
Kind of you.
By the way, do you have a first name? Or are you only a title followed by Frost and followed by a long string of degrees?
My first name is Jessica.
Jessica? That's more like it. Jessica. Jessica. Boy, after all that silence, it's good just to say a woman's name.
Until the experiment is completely over, Mr. Kentman, it had better remain Dr. Frost.
Well, okay, Dr. Jessica Frost, plus degrees. I give you a toast. To you.
You've been very cooperative about all this, Mr. Kentman. I want you to know that I really like you very much.
Well, now, I'm sure the experiment is a success. I've finally developed a sixth sense.
Oh?
I distinctly heard a lovely lady saying, "I like you very much," and it couldn't possibly have been you. I rather enjoyed the touch tests. It was one area I'd never realized held such hidden possibilities. After a few months, my fingertips knew the difference between crystal and diamonds. I could tell if you had a suntan merely by touching your cheek. As for the taste tests, food suddenly became a symphony concert. Sourness had many degrees, and sweetness had a range as wide as the spectrum of a rainbow. And then all of my highly developed senses brought on a new perception, something over and beyond and added to the rest. By the time my training was finished, I knew I had acquired a knowledge beyond knowledge.
Sit down, Mr. Kentman.
Thank you.
Your period of training has been completed. You have passed the final tests, and we have decided to retain you. Now, will you sign the contract, please, Mr. Kentman? It's the arrangement as agreed. $20,000 a year for the next 5 years. Mr. Kentman, is anything wrong?
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong.
Mr. Kentman, what are you doing?
Well, obviously, I'm not signing it.
But why?
Because I'm afraid.
What is there to be afraid of?
Myself. And what I know now, and what I'm going to know in the future. What you and Dr. Frost may ask me to do.
Afraid to make contributions to scientific progress?
Oh, I respect science. Progress, I'm for that, too. But I can see beyond the microscopes and the telescopes and all your theories and experiments. And I don't see one important thing. I don't see happiness, only fear and falling buildings. That's what I see coming out of my super sense.
And you'd waste this great talent of yours. Throw it away, turn your back on progress?
No, I didn't say that. I'll look for a new kind of progress. Slicing an atom sideways or sending a phony moon up into God's skies, these aren't the things people are crying for. Not this year, next year, or ever. They want security, dignity, and a little peace of mind.
I suppose, then, you think that all our work is to end in death and destruction.
It might.
That's not fair.
Isn't it? Well, what happens if I sign the contract? Who makes the decisions?
These are things I can't honestly answer.
I know, and that's what I mean. It might be out of your hands then. Governments would pay billions for me. Our own country would guard me like Fort Knox. I'd be the most valuable thing in the world alive, and even more valuable for some people dead. A thing, not a man. No, that's not going to be for me. Not that way.
All this work, everything we've done doesn't mean anything, then. It's all for nothing.
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I guess you picked the wrong man for the job.
What are you going to do now, Mr. Kentman?
Pack my things and go away. I don't know where. It doesn't really matter. Jessica, I probably won't see you again before I go. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to let you down like this, but... well, so long. Well, that is that.
Oh, I was just going to...
Try and talk me out of it?
No. Yes, I was. But not anymore.
I'm glad you changed your mind.
Will you tell me something?
What?
What are you going to do?
I don't know yet. It's kind of funny. I'm going out of here almost the way I came in. One suitcase, one hat, one coat. The only difference, I've got all the knowledge of the world up here, and I don't know what I'll do with it. I haven't been able to think, not clearly. I know one thing, though. There are a lot of things I can try.
What?
Ever hear of cancer, heart disease, common cold, a dozen other things man doesn't know anything about?
Yes.
Might not be bad for a start.
No, that's not bad for a start. Do you think you might need someone to help you?
Yes, I might.
I've talked to Professor Baird. I think perhaps he understands.
Does he?
Yes. Oh, it's a little uncomfortable for a woman. I'm not supposed to say anything until you do. And you already know what I'm thinking, don't you?
Well, let's be old-fashioned. I love you. Will you come with me?
Yes. I love you, too.
I know. Come on, let's go.
Suspense, in which Mr. and Mrs. Frank Lovejoy starred in William N. Robeson's production of Man from Tomorrow, written for radio by Irving Reese. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Lovejoy in Man from Tomorrow were Mrs. Lovejoy, Joan Banks as Dr. Frost, John Hoyt as Professor Baird, Peter Leeds as Randy, and Norm Alden as Mr. Logan.
Suspense has been brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Again, for the 11th straight year, Camel outsold every other cigarette, filter, king size, and regular. The best tobacco makes the best smoke. So if you're smoking more now but enjoying it less, change to Camels. Get more real satisfaction every time. Start to really enjoy smoking again.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-Western Life Insurance Company, Corpus Christi office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Unholy 2 matter. It was a little late in the day to ride all the way to Texas, but I managed to make a pretty good set of plane connections. So, expense account item 1, $127.20, plane fare and tips, Hartford to Corpus Christi. Item 2, $4 even for a cab in from Cliff Mouse Airport to the Driscoll Hotel on North Broadway. As I was about to sign my name on a registration card for the benefit of the room clerk, well, I guess this is a pretty small world at that.
And I'm sure you're going to find this room very comfortable, Mr. Dollar.
Sure.
Okay, then, Obie. I'll see you first thing in the morning.
We are.
Thank you, sir.
Right now, I'll turn over and tell Wayne Stocks this.
Boy,
Yeah.
take Mr. Dollar's bags up to room.
Dollar? Excuse me. Did I hear the name Dollar?
What's that?
Johnny Dollar, the insurance investigator?
That's right. Who are you?
Well, the name is Doug Johnstone.
Johnstone?
Yes.
Funny. Man by the name of Johnstone dramatizes all these cases I handle so we can put them on the air.
Jack Johnstone.
That's right.
Well, I'm his younger brother, Douglas.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Well, glad to know you,
How are
Doug.
you, Johnny? Listen, I'm in a big hurry. I've got somebody waiting for me, but I hope we can get together while you're here in town and, well, tear that brother of mine to pieces or something.
Sure, why not?
If you're down here working on a case, if I can be any help to you, you know. Hey, wait a minute. Are you here to look into the Peterson matter by any chance?
Well, frankly, I haven't the least idea.
I wonder. Well, can you tell me this? Did Jack Price over at Tri-Western Life send for you?
Yeah?
Clerk, may I have a piece of paper, please?
Oh, yes, sir.
Here you are.
Sorry, I've got to rush out of here, Johnny, this way, but...
Well, who is Peterson, Doc?
Here's my address and phone number. That's both the home and the office.
All right.
Now, maybe I can be of help to you, so don't lose that. Huh?
Yeah, okay, thanks. But now,
because
Doug,
if it is on account of old man Peterson, Johnny, well, I've got some ideas about it, and then, well, they could be helpful to you. If, as I say, that's why you're here.
Well, what kind of ideas?
Well, you know he was supposed to have died because his heart gave out on him.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah. But if you ask me, well, if it turns out this is the case you're working on, well, you give me a call now, will you?
Yeah, sure. But look, why not tell me what you know about it?
Well, Johnny, after all, you may be here for something entirely different.
Maybe, maybe not.
Well, why don't you see first what Jack Price has to say, huh?
Well, now, look, Doc, you said...
Johnny, this theory of mine could be all wrong.
About the death of some man named Peterson.
Yeah, John Ridgway Peterson.
Well, come on, tell me anyhow. What is your theory?
Well, it may not mean anything to you. You may have no interest whatsoever in Peterson.
Oh, come on, stop beating around the bush, Doug. What do you think about his death?
Well, okay. Murder.
What?
Yeah, Johnny. Murder.
But because neither of us really knew if I'd become involved in it, that was all he'd tell me at the moment.
And as he said, he had to run off to meet somebody. It was late, and I was tired after the plane trip, so I grabbed a bite to eat. That's item 3, 2 1/4, then hit the sack. But first thing in the morning, I was in Jack Price's office at Tri-Western.
Well, no, I didn't mean to sound in a rush for you to get down here, Johnny. On the other hand, the hotter the trail, the easier it is to follow.
Whose trail, Jackson?
Sterling Peterson, beneficiary of his uncle, John R. Peterson's life insurance policy.
100,000 clams.
Yes.
And what's happened to him? The nephew Sterling, I mean.
He simply disappeared.
When?
About the same time his uncle died, apparently.
When was that?
5 days ago.
Funny that he should leave town when he was about to be presented with that wad of insurance money.
He didn't know that he was his uncle's beneficiary.
Oh?
No. Old John Peterson never told him. Actually, the old man didn't particularly want to leave it to this nephew, but, well...
Why not?
Oh, they never really got along, as I understand it. The old man had been a hard worker all his life, and Sterling is anything but. Nonetheless, he named him his beneficiary, so that's that.
And as heir to whatever else there is to the estate, huh?
No, that goes to Sterling's half-brother, Paul.
Much of an estate?
Certainly not as much as the insurance. The old man didn't have much use for either of them, Johnny. But since they were his only surviving relatives, since they'd probably get everything he left anyway...
Yeah, I see what you mean. Does Paul live here in town?
Yes.
What does he do for a living?
Apparently has some money in the stock market.
And Sterling?
Johnny, I don't know what he lived on. No visible means of support kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I tried to call him, tell him of his uncle's death. His landlady said he wasn't there, hadn't been there for a couple of days, that he'd simply packed up his things and left. I'll give you the address.
Yeah, do that.
Then I called his brother, but Paul didn't know where he was either.
Just disappeared.
That's right.
I wonder why.
Who knows?
Have you called the police?
Why? Just because a man suddenly leaves town? That's hardly reason to call in the police, Johnny.
Maybe not.
What?
Sterling didn't know he was beneficiary of this policy.
No.
But maybe he did think he'd get some of the estate if he were lucky and the old man turned up dead. And maybe Sterling needed money.
I understand he always did.
So if he could help the old man on his way...
No, Johnny. The doctor said it was a heart attack.
Yeah? Well, there are a lot of ways to make it look like a heart attack. Has there been an autopsy?
Why, no.
Then have one made. The insurance company's entitled to one.
But you're saying Sterling murdered him?
Maybe.
Johnny.
Just go ahead and order that autopsy. Item 5, $1.25 for a taxi. I found Doug Johnstone in his office, a small place, but with a cluttered desk of a busy man. Full of stock market reports, that sort of thing. Doug brushed him aside and got right to the point.
Yeah, I've got to know a lot about Sterling Peterson lately. Now, you see, I have interest in a handful of oil wells, a gas compressor station, and things like that.
Ah, lucky man.
Well, I spend quite a bit of time over at Merrill Lynch trading in the stock market.
You met Sterling in a brokerage office?
Well, that's where I met his brother, Paul. That's where I learned about Sterling. It seems he was always trying to get money out of Paul.
I take it Paul is pretty well healed, huh?
Hardly. He's a sharp one. He has a pretty wild idea of how to make money in the market.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, it's always flattering for someone to ask your advice.
Naturally.
Well, I'd recommend he buy something like IBM. Good, solid stuff for a stable company like U.S. Steel, AT&T.
Nothing wrong with that, brother.
No, but instead he'd throw his money into some crazy penny stock like, well, Golden Dream Uranium Company. It was being pushed by some crooked promoter, some boiler room operator.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'd suggest Union Carbide. He'd end up with some speculation nobody ever heard of, and so on. Yet somehow he managed to stay solvent. The point is, Sterling was always going to Paul for money.
Money for what?
Oh, to pay off his gambling debts. Much as I hate to admit it, civic pride and all that sort of thing, there are plenty of places in and around this town to gamble.
Yeah, so I've heard.
So when a stupid guy like Sterling Peterson simply won't learn that house never loses, well, you see what I mean.
Yeah. And Sterling never really worked for a living.
No, and he was always in debt up to his ears.
Isn't it possible he simply left town because his debts had caught up with him? Some of his creditors were getting tough with him?
Well, Sterling needed money badly, and... Well, Johnny, I think he finally reached the point where he's willing to kill to get it.
His own uncle?
If what Paul has told me about him is true, yes. Now, you remember, he thought that he would inherit part of the estate.
Which, of course, was wrong.
But he didn't know that. Not then.
Then his running away...
Well, the way I look at it, Johnny, if he did kill his uncle...
And you think he did?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Well, when he found out he wouldn't get his uncle's money, his property, after all, that he'd killed him for, nothing, he didn't know about the insurance, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Well, what was left for him around here?
I'll buy.
Nothing but a lot of creditors pounding on his door. And once people begin to think about that, they might get suspicious, start asking him questions about his uncle's death. Questions that he didn't have good answers for.
But to run out is the surest way in the world to arouse suspicion.
I know. It's stupid. Well, what do you think?
Well, I'm not sure. But thanks. I'll see you later. I took a taxi over to the place where Paul Peterson lived. That's Adam 6, $1.50. It was a nice apartment in a fairly good neighborhood. But he wasn't home. Item 7, $1 even for a cab to the brokerage house Doug had mentioned. I talked to Wayne Stockset, a friend of Doug's. He hadn't seen Paul Peterson around there for several days.
Well, Paul said something about going out of town, Dollar, to look at some of the companies he considers investing in.
I see.
When he gets the money from his uncle's property and so forth, Paul will have quite a bit to play with. And play with is the proper term, despite our advice to avoid so many cheap speculations.
I've heard he's a bit of a plunger.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well, if he does come around, Wayne, ask him to call me immediately. I'll be at the Robert Driscoll. Item 8, $2 for a late lunch. Item 9, $1.30 for a cab to Jack Price's office.
Now, wait a minute, Johnny.
Yeah?
Instead of hunting for Sterling Peterson, you're just hanging around hoping to find out the old man was murdered.
Well, give me time, will you?
But I tell you, the doctor who was with him when he died said it was heart failure.
And I tell you, Jackson, there are plenty of ways. There are medical tricks. I can't
Hold
believe...
it a minute, Johnny. Price speaking. Yes? All ready? Well, doctor, what did you... What? Oh. I see. Thank you.
What's the matter, Jackson?
How did you know?
How did I know what?
The autopsy.
Yeah?
You were right. Apparently some drug substituted for the digitalis the old man was taking.
You mean Doug Johnstone was right. The old man was murdered.
Yes, Johnny. Murdered.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Welcome, recording star Mel Torme.
It's terrible trying to sing with a bad cold. So I always take 4-way cold tablets to relieve cold miseries fast.
Good idea. Tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets. The fast way to relieve cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents.
Now, here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. To get rid of embarrassing dandruff in 3 minutes, change to Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch and embarrassing dandruff's gone. At the same time, Fitch can brighten hair up to 35%. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 10, $1.70 for a taxi to the cheap rooming house where Sterling Peterson had lived before his mysterious disappearance. The landlady turned out to be quite helpful.
Well, that chiseling, no-account tin-horn gambler owed me 2 months back rent, Mr. Dollar.
Well, if we can find him. Only I'm beginning
And
to
you
doubt
ask me there's something mighty suspicious about the way he picked up and left.
Yeah, what do you mean,
Yeah.
Mrs. Toomey?
Well, now, here, now, you look for yourself. You see all them empty hangers in that closet there, and them empty drawers I pulled out on the bureau?
Oh, so what?
Yeah, took every stitch of clothes he had. How he ever stuffed them all in them 2 little suitcases he owned would have been impossible.
So he picked up a tour over, a couple of more handbags.
Without me seeing him come in here with them?
You apparently didn't see him leave.
Well, no. Look here, in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Now, here's a receipt.
Yeah, that is funny.
Well, it sure is. Man not taking along his comb and razor and shaving things and his toothbrush and his hair tonic. I don't care how much of a hurry he was in.
Mrs. Toomey, the day that Sterling Peterson disappeared.
You mean the night he disappeared, don't you?
Do I?
All that day, he just sat around here, said he was waiting for his brother. His brother had promised to come and see him.
Oh?
Ask me, he was hoping his brother'd bring him some money to pay up his rent and things.
Did his brother come around?
At 7 p.m., his brother telephoned. I took the message.
Yeah?
Said Sterling was to meet him at some dive out on Staples Street, so he left.
And that's the last you saw him?
I heard him come back here and up to this room sometime after 2 a.m.
But you didn't actually see him.
I go to bed at a respectable hour.
Then how are you sure it
Next
was?
morning he was gone. Bag and baggage must have just plain sneaked out on me.
No, I don't think so, Mrs. Toomey.
What's that?
A couple of things I learned earlier, a couple of things you've told me, and the stuff in that medicine cabinet.
Eh?
Now, I don't think you'd better bank on collecting any back rent. Not from Sterling Peterson.
That beat.
Is he?
Of course he is.
Or is he just plain dead? I went back to my hotel. No, Paul Peterson hadn't called me. But there was a message from Jack Price, so I went to my room and I phoned him.
I just wanted you to know the police are in on this now, Johnny.
As a result of that autopsy.
Yes, they're looking for Sterling Peterson, too. Also, they've been looking for you. They're very anxious to talk with you.
Anytime they like.
After all, it was you brought this thing out in the open by suggesting the autopsy. Because you had the idea that it might be murder.
No, that was Doug Johnstone's idea, and a very good one. Have they talked with Paul Peterson?
Well, I assume they will.
Well, if he's back in town, huh? Okay, Jackson, thanks. Now, let's see. Yeah? Come in.
Dollar?
That's right.
I'm Paul Peterson. I got your message.
Wow. Come in.
I understand that you're an insurance investigator, that you're looking for my half-brother Sterling.
Ah, that's right. Who didn't know that he was the beneficiary of your uncle's insurance. Sit down.
Well, thanks. I just got back in town from a business trip, and...
That's so?
Look, I found these letters waiting for me.
Oh, from Sterling?
Yes, here.
Dallas, Wichita, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Fargo, North Dakota?
Yes, and by now he could be across the border in Canada.
Yeah, maybe.
Read it, Dollar.
Just keep quiet and give me time, and you won't have to worry about me anymore.
Yeah, the others are practically the same.
Yeah. Neatly typewritten, no signature.
I'm afraid it's obvious who they're from.
So it looks as though your half-brother is running away. Now that we know your uncle was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah, that's right.
Sterling.
Type these on your own machine, Paul? That might be pretty easy to trace.
What?
Yeah, with Sterling out of the way, you'd get your uncle's insurance as well as his money and property, wouldn't you?
I suppose so, but I don't see what you're driving at.
Oh, you did things up pretty well, Paul. Much better than your stupid brother could have.
What are you talking
and
about?
And all to play safe in case we discovered it was murder.
Dollar.
That so-called business trip. It was so that you could mail these letters to yourself, make it look as though Sterling had done the murder.
Well, he must
and
have.
What happened? Did you make the mistake of telling him you'd done it?
I? Now, look here.
After all, he would never have thought of substituting for the digitalis your uncle was taking.
Look here,
So
Dollar.
did Sterling threaten to blackmail you? Is that why you had to kill him, too?
You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
And the tiny thing that tipped me off.
What?
When you went back to his room that night, after you'd killed him, to haul away his stuff, make it look as though he'd taken a powder.
Yes?
Silly little thing. But no man, no matter how much of a hurry, would have left behind his comb, his razor, a toothbrush. And that isn't all.
I say you don't know what you're talking about. Or maybe you do.
Oh, no, easy, Paul. That gun will make an awful lot of noise in here.
No. Not when it's tied up against your back with a pillow over it. Stand up, Dollar.
And if I don't? Well?
Okay, Doug. What? Kick open the door. I'll cover him. I shut it. The police.
That's right.
All right. Look, boys. I said you're covered, Peterson. Drop it.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, Doug. You hear it all, Sergeant?
Yeah, sure did, Mr. Downer. It's funny, though.
Funny?
All I really came up here for was to talk to you. Not much point in it now, is there?
So, another day, another dollar. And I'm not talking about myself. Expense account total, including hotel bill, a flock of incidentals, and a plane back to Hartford, $287.20. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a hurried trip to Alaska to look for a clue to a murder. And say, if you've been to Alaska, if you know anything about the customs, the manners of the people up there, especially their eating habits, well, it's quite possible that you'll find a solution to the case even before I do. Or maybe you will anyhow. Because it all hangs on a tiny, seemingly unimportant clue. And yet, well, give a listen. See how well you can break down a killer's alibi. Yeah. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jack Edwards, Forrest Lewis, Stacey Harris, Gil Stratton, and Barney Phillips. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking.
Tangled secrets unravel eerily all through the long night as suspense follows on the CBS Radio Network.
This is Words at War.
This is my story, and the story of an unfamiliar sound. It is the story of many people, some great and some insignificant, as the world measures people, only a few of whom can be presented here. People like these.
I am a wealthy man. I have taken much and given little. I am part of the story.
I am a priest. I have taken little and given much. Yet men have cheated me.
I'm a businessman turned drunkard. Cheated, they've even taken my self-respect.
Me? I have tortured men and killed men. That is my way, that is my life. And I am part of the story.
Those are the people. This is the sound. Strange to your ears, the sound of tears dropping into a cup. But why? You find no strangeness in the song of a bird in a metal cage, Both are unnatural, true, but both are the doings of men. And for the sake of his eternal greed and his eternal vanity, man has eternally done unnatural things. I am the weeping wood, and I have made men kill. I've made men torture and be tortured, and I have brought joy to the heart of a child. Men travel on wheels swiftly and silently because of me. I speak with the voice of a woman because for me men have lied and cheated and worked and fought. Because of my tears, men have suffered and become poor, and men have prospered and become rich. Not a strange set of circumstances when you know me. For my tears are the source of a substance men call rubber.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, presents the 39th in this Words at War series. Tonight we offer a dramatic impression of Vicky Baum's documentary novel, The Weeping Wood.
Psst. Padre. Yes? Psst. Father Anselmus. Who calls? Ah, yes, Senor Turnbull.
Hey, you didn't recognize me just now in the Pater Provincial's chamber.
You must pardon me, Senor Turnbull. At my age, the eyes, you know.
Ah, you live in the jungle too much, Father Anselmus. Do you realize yourself how long it's been since you were last here in Para?
Yes.
Since the epidemic of 1738. 1738?
Yes.
That's a good 7 years, Father. I wonder how you do it. You should visit us oftener.
My work is not in Para, senor.
Ah, it could be. And if I had my way, it would be.
No.
But I'm only the overseer of a sugar plantation. My only voice in the church is a few gold pieces a year, which, by the way, I can ill afford.
Oh, come now, my son. Shall I go to the Pater Provincial and tell him you want your money back?
But the shoes, Father Anselmus, the wonderful elastic shoes. What did the Pater Provincial say so ungraciously when you offered as a gift the wonderful elastic shoes?
If I remember correctly, he said, "Get them out of this room. They stink."
His very words.
Well, the Pater Provincial has trouble with his gallstones, and at such times you can never hear him say yes to anything. But he is one of the great men of our society.
Listen, Father, you should not have gone to him about this elastic gum of yours. You should have talked to me first. I'm a merchant, too.
Such a thing is against our rules.
But, Father, you said there's enough of this elastic gum in the forests of the Amazons to make all the shoes you want, isn't there?
Yes.
And some of the Indians know how to treat it.
Oh, yes, there is probably more in other parts of South America.
Aye, I've seen the toys, the balls and syringes made by some of the Indians, but it never occurred to me. Well, anyway, it wouldn't have cost anything to make those elastic shoes, would it?
Well,
one could work one's slaves and give the Indians beads and things.
I do not understand what you want from me, senor.
Ah, you will. The problem is to make the Indians work. Now, you know how lazy they are.
Well, the matter is not in my hands anymore. And besides, Senor Turnbull, you do not need me.
Listen to me, Father Anselmus. I want to try to make these shoes an article of export, as you yourself suggested. I want to send them to Lisbon and create such a fashion with them that every lady and gentleman at court will wear them. I want your Indians to make me a magnificent pair of shoes for the Queen, gilt and ornate, and I'll send them to Lisbon, where I have good friends.
Until now, my son, I did not realize you had been drinking.
But how clearly the thoughts come, Father. Listen, these shoes stretch. We can make them tight as a skin. Every lady will want to wear them because they'll make their foot seem small.
No, my gum elastic is for science, not for vanity.
But we can make riding boots of this gum, and men will take them off without swearing. And that should please you, Father. Huh? And God in heaven, too. And in Scotland, mercy, in Scotland, where it rains 364 days a year, we can make these shoes so common that the Scotsmen won't understand how they ever lived without them.
I think I shall take my leave now.
No, you can't.
I cannot see that you need me for your transactions. If you think you can earn money with this gum for yourself or for the crown, why don't you do so? All you have to do is to train your own Indians. And now I will go.
Wait. Now at least let me buy those elastic shoes. Of course, they're rather hideous, and are not worth very much, as you very well know.
The shoes are not for sale, my son.
Father, I must have them. You don't understand.
Oh, yes, I understand. But they are not for sale. You shall have them as a gift. Foolish man.
I lost millions. I lost millions because I didn't do it. Oh, so sorry. So sorry, George. That's all right, Mr. Bancroft. How did you lose millions? Who said I lost my millions? You did, just now. I did not. I never lost my millions because I never made them. I am a failure. I'm a failure because I didn't do it. Didn't do what? Listen to this. This published yesterday. It says, June the 15th, 1844, to all whom it may concern, be it known that I, Charles Goodyear, have invented certain new and useful improvements in the manner of preparing fabrics of cowshaw or gum elastic or India rubber, and I do hereby declare that the following is a full and exact description thereof. Well, what does it mean, Mr. Bancroft? He's taken out a patent. That's what it means. And then he goes on to say how he did it. Did what? No, you don't understand. I put a lot of money in rubber back in 1836 and 37 because everybody said how wonderful. Everybody said, we'll be waterproof. We'll have rubber shoes and rubber boots and rubber pants and rubber coats and rubber hats. Yeah. And the summer came, and the fishermen had to peel themselves out of their rubber pants, and ladies had to scrape the sticky rubbers off their shoes. Hey, what'd you do with my rubbers? I hadn't seen your rubbers, Mr. Bancroft. Oh, yes, no, they were right here. And you have to find them because they're the new kind. Charlie Goodyear gave me those rubbers right after he found out that you could fix rubber so it wouldn't stick. Cost me millions. You ever realize that? Millions. I'm very sorry, sir. No, don't be sorry. Give me another glass of old Medford. Don't you think it's about time you were getting home to your wife, Mr. Bancroft? My wife? Huh. You know, she hates me. No, of course she don't. But she does. They talk about a gold rush. Don't tell me about a gold rush. There's a rubber rush on right now, and I could have been in it. That's what my wife tells me at breakfast, dinner, and supper. Why didn't you loan Goodyear the money? Why didn't you? It's enough to make any man drink more than is good for his body and the soul. Closing time, sir. Closing time? Well, I want my rubbers and another drink. And then I'll have to go to the Bible meeting. No more, Mr. Bancroft. Bar is closed. I want my rubbers. I want my beautiful rubbers. Charlie Goodyear gave them rubbers to me, and I will not be the victim of a thief, George. Any trouble here, George? Oh, good evening, Constable. I didn't see you come in. Mr. Bancroft here is,
Yes, I know Hezekiah Bancroft too well.
I'm on my way to the Bible meeting.
You're on your way to the station house with me. Didn't I tell you you'd end up there again for long?
Now, listen, I am friend Daniel Webster, and I'll complain about you in Congress, Constable.
Sure. Just go ahead and complain.
Oh, I'm a great sinner, brother. Great sinner I am.
So you are, brother. And liquor did it.
Nothing of the kind. Rub.
Men have been made by rubber, cheated by rubber, and ruined by rubber. As with gold and precious stones and oil, wars have been fought for rubber. To those who wanted rubber, men have sold themselves into slavery, sold themselves for a few coins. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
30 mil. There you are, Ambrosio.
Oh, thank you, Signor, thank you.
No need for thanks. You are just very lucky. Go now, have a good time. In a few days, you will go up the river with the others.
But do I have anything to sign? My name on some paper for all this money?
No, Ambrosio. You are a man of honor. So am I. Written words are not needed between men of honor. Are they?
That was how Ambrosia da Costa sold himself for 12 bitter years and became a peon in a serf, like thousands of other workers whom drought and hunger in their own provinces had driven into the cruel arms of the rubber gatherers. Yes, men have faced slavery for my sake, and death, and they have risked their lives for the tears of the weeping wood.
Ambrosia?
What is it, Englishman?
I would have died out there in the jungle if you hadn't found me. Your wife nursed me out of my fever. You shared your food, everything with me. Here, take this money.
What would I do with it, Englishman? We have no use for money. On the Amazon, you cannot pay with money, and you cannot buy anything with money. No, senor. The only currency on the Amazon is these.
Rubber.
And of it there is never enough.
How long have you been in this jungle, Ambrosio?
Oh, 12 years. Because always the rubber we gather is never quite enough to pay for the food and the things we need. But someday, who knows?
Ambrosio, you gave me back my life. I can do no less than the same for you. And I will do it if you'll go with me. You and your family.
Go with you? I do not understand.
Let me tell you who I am and why I'm here in Brazil. My name is Henry Wickham. I'm, I don't know the word in Portuguese, a botanist. A man who knows about plants and things. And I represent the Crown of England. Now, I've come here to Brazil to take rubber seeds back to my country. Ambrosio, in a few days, a steamer will wait for me and the rubber seeds at the mouth of the river. I've chartered this boat, and there'll be room for you and your family if you want to go.
If I want to go? What for do people want rubber seeds in your country, Englishman?
To plant them, of course.
Oh, plant them. Who ever heard of planting rubber seeds? And I was told that there is no sun in your country, senor. And not even enough water to drown a cow.
Well, never mind that now, Ambrosio. Do you stay or go with me?
Do I go with you? May the Virgin bless you, you and your little rubber seeds.
This is my story, for I am the weeping wood. My tears are not for the dead millionaires of the Industrial Valley in Akron, Ohio. Not for Father Anselmus, who was cheated. Nor for Turnbull, the greedy Scotsman. Nor for Hezekiah Bancroft, the drunkard. Nor for Ambrosia da Costa, the self-made slave. Nor for Henry Wickham, the fortune hunter. It is 1915. In the big cities of the world, the automobile has arrived. Gentlemen in goggles and ladies in dusters with chic veils tied under their chins are driving them at a great speed, sometimes even more than 10 miles an hour. Rubber is king, and there's a stampede, for the weeping wood weeps gold. But my tears are for an Indian dying alone in a jungle in Peru, and he is only one of many thousands killed in the madness of the rubber rush. Not yet quite dead. He hopes he will die quickly. He's in much pain.
Sirete, Sirete, I have pains.
Much pain. This morning they came. They tied him to a tree, wrapped kerosene-soaked rags around his legs, and made a fire of dry leaves under his feet, burning them into charred black stumps. And while he was burning, they beat him with the butts of their Winchesters in a manner which is not to be described. And so he dies. And as he dies, he thinks.
When I am dead and the pains are gone, I shall travel to the happy forests and hunt with my father again, as I did when a child. I was a man, and I had a wife, and we were fat and lazy and happy in the forest. And the white men, the Blancos, came. They came to visit every house in our part of the forest. They gave us wonderful big knives and small knives, and they gave us big mirrors in which we can see ourselves as in deep black water. And they gave beautiful beads to our wives. The Blancos bring us a friendly message from their great master, who owns the forests, He owns the rivers also. He invites my nation to visit him at a place called La Chorrera. There, he will give us more presents, and he will make a great feast for us. He will give us guns, and we shall be his guests and his children. The great master's only request is that we should bring him rubber, much rubber. We are happy to do this little thing for the great master, and soon we are on the trail with our families. We are going now to La Chorrera. We do not see the change in the Blancos. We have gone a long way when suddenly they use the lashes.
Hurry along there. We do not rest here. You, hurry along.
Amigo Blanco.
What do you want?
There is one back there who fought this. He is old. He cannot travel so fast with his load.
An old one, eh? Which one? That one there?
That is the one, senor. I will go and help him.
No, wait. Now go and pick up the rubber he has dropped and carry it, in addition to your own. All of you, keep moving. Hurry along.
We did not cry out with the pain of the whips, but even when they tortured and killed us through the months that followed, because they were so impatient for rubber and more rubber, they tortured and killed us, those Blancos. I will not tell you what became of my wife and my sister. Oh, there is no time, for I am dying. And the flies and the vultures, they too are impatient.
You, September 4, 1876. My dear mother, happy the day you sent me to become one of the king's gardeners at Kew. And lucky am I to be able to write you this glorious news after only a little more than a year at my work. Don't be shocked, Mother, but I'm being sent to Ceylon. Ceylon, what an enchanting name. Well, I must tell you how it all came about. You will remember my writing you a few months ago about that polite scoundrel, Henry Wickham. It was he who brought the rubber seeds here from Brazil. 70,000 of them, a whole boatload. And it was I who cursed them first and nursed them later. I'm becoming quite sharp with my pen, am I not, Mother? Well, no matter. It seems that this Henry Wickham, whom I still detest heartily, has been more than generous in praise of my work to the chief of all the king's gardeners, Dr. Hooker. And so, old Whiskers, as we call him, has settled on me to take the delicate young rubber plants down to Ceylon. Mother, there's a great plan afoot of which I can say little now. But before long it may be that the world will not depend any longer on the wild, uncultivated rubber of Brazil. Before long there may be great rubber plantations all through the tropical east, wherever the British flag waves. Ceylon, Malaya, Sumatra, even Java. Before long, England may control the bulk of the world's rubber supply. Well, Mother, I shall write in a few days, just as soon as I know my sailing date. Until then, a kiss from your excited son, Daniel Chalmers.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Listen to this letter, Wickham. Just arrived. October the 15th, 1877. Dr. Joseph D. Hooker, director, and so on. Sir, I am very sorry to have to inform you that Mr. Daniel H. Chalmers of the Henrietta Goda plantation died on October the 12th at noon. Cause of death, intermittent fevers, uremia, exhaustion. I am respectfully yours, John R. Baker, medical officer, Henrietta Goda Gardens, Compilation. I say, Wickham, this damned rubber of yours is going to keep on killing people even after we've got it civilized.
Japan, 1941. Japan, 1941. That's all. No need here for screaming shells or diving airplanes or the ugly rattle of machine gun fire or the cries of dying men. You can hear them in your hearts. Southwestward from Japan are gold and tin and oil and rubber. Japan came, Japan saw, Japan conquered. Yes, the orderly forests of the weeping wood, with tears controlled by those who cared for them, still stand, though most of those who spent their lives in the rubber plantations of Malaya and Java and Sumatra and the Philippines do not. By screaming shell, by rifle and machine gun fire, by torture and prison camp atrocity, many were killed. One who escaped was a Dutchman, a Hollander named Piet Guichens. Piet Guichens.
Ken and Margaret, do not ask me, please. This is not the setting to tell that story. For I cannot bring into a handsome New York apartment the horrible things that happened back there. There was death and destruction, but I did not destroy my trees before they came.
But you should have.
That was the order, to destroy them. But I could not do that. No. For when it is over, I'm going back to Sumatra. And you are coming with me, Ken.
Oh, no, he's not, Pete. Not my husband.
Oh, I meant that you should come also, Margaret.
No, we won't go back, Pete. We've both got our work cut out for us here. I've got a great many plans, and Margaret's going on with her work in Butanex.
Butanex?
Oh, it's got a dozen names, you know. Butadiene, Buna, Ameripol, Chemigum. It's synthetic rubber, Pete, that's all.
You believe in this artificial rubber, Margaret?
Believe in it? We're doing it, darling. We're going to have a different kind of rubber for every purpose.
To me, it is an unnatural thing, this synthetic rubber. Man should not try to duplicate a thing which is made by God.
Oh, Pete, if God didn't want us to do it, we never would have got anywhere.
Oh. And you, Ken, are you for this thing?
Not on your life. I've got other ideas.
You are rivals, man and wife?
Why not? We're both looking for the same thing, Pete. We're in the midst of a war, and we haven't got any rubber because Japan walked in and took it, or most of it.
Because you couldn't destroy it.
Margaret.
If rubber didn't cause this war, it could be the cause of another one. Margaret, with her experiments in synthetics, is one of those trying to find enough rubber to supply the whole world.
And you can?
How about a drink, Pete?
Thank you.
All right, you, Margaret?
Yes, dear.
Oh.
You know, I've been wondering...
Huh?
I've been wondering if...
Thank you.
Working on a rubber plantation was worth everything we went through together in the old days. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, no, definitely not. Oh, to you, my friends.
Thanks, Pete.
And what have you decided to do now?
Now? Work on a rubber plantation.
I knew it. I knew it the moment I received your cable from Brazil. What the devil is Ken Morton doing in Brazil, I asked myself. He is in rubber again, up to his ears. As surely as my name is Pete Gurchins, I thought.
And correctly.
But there are no plantations in Brazil, are there?
Only experimental ones, but there will be.
Well, what brings this change?
Our government and their government are working on it together. It's a great project.
Rubber from Brazil? A plantation rubber?
And Ken will do it if anyone can.
You Americans are funny people. You seem such gamblers, such crazy fellows. At least to us sober, thick-skulled Dutchmen. But you are shrewd. And you have more foresight than you would ever admit. Still, the scheme of bringing rubber back to this part of the world doesn't hold water when you look at it with the eyes of a realist.
Listen, Pete. Don't you believe this business about South Americans being lazy?
Huh?
I've got an idea that people all over the world like to work. If you give them the right conditions and something worth working for.
Oh, but you...
Oh, I know. You're going to call this whole project imperialism, too.
Well...
Ken's too much of an idealist to march under any such standard, Pete.
You know what the Indians called rubber when they first discovered it, Pete? The weeping wood. Well, it's been weeping ever since. And so have the people who have had to do with it.
Ah, yes. The reform comes now, eh?
Once you can reach and inspect every deepest jungle and forest within a few hours, and we can with planes, there will be no more remote, uncontrolled territories where rubber gatherers can be terrorized and exploited.
Oh, come out of the clouds, Ken. Is this only a dream?
Maybe. Probably it is only a dream, yet. But I'll tell you a great secret, Pete. The secret of these United States. First, there's always a dream. Sometimes a fantastic dream. Sometimes a dream that's downright ridiculous. And sometimes a dream that's pretty brave. And afterwards, there are always the men who make such dreams come true. But mind you, the dream has to be there first. And that's what makes this crazy country what it is. And if you don't know this secret, you can never understand us crazy Americans.
I am the weeping wood, and this was my story, without an ending. Perhaps the ending lies within men's dreams. For the truth is this, that the finer dreams of man are the true will of God.
You've been listening to a dramatic impression of Vicky Baum's documentary novel, The Weeping Wood, presented as the 39th program in NBC's Words at War series.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
The Martian Death March.
I've always been interested in lost causes. The revolt of the Scottish Jacobites against England, the last stand of the Cherokee and Sioux Indians, and the death march of the Martian Highlanders in 1997. There's been a lot written about that march. The UN Commission report covers 4 volumes, but the whole story isn't down on paper yet. I know it because I was on that march from the beginning to the end. There's one part of the story that no one ever mentions. The Martian Death March of 97 was led by an Earthman. Maybe you've been over the route of the march. There wasn't any highway there 30 years ago in 97. There was desert, hot, burning desert. I lived at the edge of the Kalmak Canal then with my father. He was a prospector searching the surrounding desert with sonar probe and Geiger counter, scratching just enough ore from under the Martian sands to pay for our grub steak the next year. I remember he was in the Adamson digger in the North Quadrant when I came running out that day.
There's somebody coming, Dad, across the desert.
You sure?
I saw them. They're a couple of miles out.
Well, how many cars?
They're on foot.
On foot across the desert?
Honest, Dad. I saw them.
Are you sure it wasn't a light reflection off the canal?
No. It was dark against the sand.
I don't like that. You run back and get the rifles out. I've got to pull the digger into the shed.
Is there going to be fighting, Dad?
I don't know. I got a whole year's ore piled out back in the bins, and I ain't going to lose it to no claim jumpers. You go back to the shack and break out those rifles and see they're loaded, you hear? And jump!
Dad had 3 surplus Army rifles and a couple of homemade grenades made out of ore cans stuffed with Adamson A explosives. We crouched inside the shack, waiting. The shadow of the water tower in the doorway grew longer as the quick Martian dusk settled down over the desert.
And there they come, Al. There's 2 of them.
What's that on the first one's back?
Why, I haven't seen one of those in 20 years.
What is it?
A one-man desert tank. They used to carry water that way before Adamson put out the air-still units.
There's something funny about that second one. Look, he's all spindly, and his head's funny.
He's funny, all right. Al, that's a Martian.
I never saw one off the reservation before.
There hasn't been one, not in 10 years. I don't like this.
Here they come into the dooryard.
You remember what I told you. Line up the sights and just squeeze the trigger.
Hello! Hello there!
Now, Dad?
Hello!
Wait a minute. What do you want?
Water! I need water.
Who are you?
My name is John.
John, huh? What are you doing with that spider?
His name is Cantalcar.
I don't care what his name is. What's a human doing with a Martian?
I found him in the dry bed of Calmac Canal, nearly dead of thirst.
He probably ran off from the reservation.
When our brothers are caged, they seek freedom.
Brothers? Those spiders?
All living creatures are our brothers. On Mars, as on Earth.
Hey, wait a minute. Bert Olstrom at False Wells told me there was a screwball heads preacher over there hollering about letting the spiders loose off the reservations.
Let no man call his own. No man, nor tribe, nor nation.
I guess that's you, all right. Bert told me they called you Crazy John. I don't suppose there's any harm in you. Fill your tank up at the air still. And you can even have supper with us.
We would be happy to.
We? What do you mean, we?
Cantalcar and myself.
That spider? Oh, no, I ain't having a Martian sit down and eat with me. You come on, though.
Thank you, sir. No. Where my brother is not welcome, I cannot go.
Well, suit yourself. Al, get the key to the water tower. Come out here.
All right, Dad.
And put away the guns. We won't have any trouble from these 2.
The old man filled his tank at the air-still tower, and the Martian went through the ash pile for half-burned fuel brick. When we went in the house for supper, I could see them silhouetted against the fire. The old man with his wild hair and beard, and the thin, spidery arms and legs of the Martian.
Dad?
What?
Are all the Martians on the reservation?
Yeah. All but a couple of wild ones in the mountains up north. The patrol catches a couple every year.
Why?
Well, they murder people.
No, I mean, why are they on the reservation?
Because it's the safest place to keep them. Pass this off.
How many are there?
Oh, I don't know. A few thousand. They keep dying off.
Why?
They catch earth diseases. Chickenpox almost wiped out the whole gang of them 2 years ago.
Chickenpox? I had that. It didn't wipe me out.
You ain't a Martian.
I was born on Mars.
Well, I mean you ain't one of those spiders. Now eat your food. It'll get cold.
Okay. Dad?
Oh, what now?
Were the Martians always on the reservation?
Well, since the Outpost 3 massacre, they have been.
What was that?
Oh, back before you were born, they lived wild in the mountains up north.
Were they fierce?
Fierce enough. Only place for them spiders, behind wire.
Yeah, it sure is.
Out in the dooryard, the campfire flickered at the base of the water tower. The first of the Martian moons had set. The other wouldn't rise for several hours. I could hear the sandpeepers out in the desert as I stood there. The old man and the Martian were sitting on the ground, huddled close to the fire. It gets cold fast on the desert when the sun goes down.
Is that you, boy? You can come up to the fire if you like.
My dad wouldn't like it.
All right.
But I'm not afraid of no spider.
No, there is nothing to be afraid of.
How come his arms are all skinny?
Ask him.
Does he talk?
Yes, his name is Kantalka.
It is, huh? Hello.
Hello, boy.
He talks funny.
It is not my language.
Why isn't he on the reservation? You can get in trouble helping spiders to escape.
No man has the right to imprison the innocent. They that are enslaved will be freed. They that are in sickness and misery will be comforted. They that are exiled in a strange place will be restored.
My dad says the spiders are treacherous, cowardly, murdering savages. That's what he says.
Boy, there was a time on this world when there were no earthmen, when the ships and the machinery of earth were unknown. Then the people of the highlands lived in peace. But today they are a handful, starving, dying behind the wire.
But the reservation isn't so bad.
Our home is in the mountains of the north, not the desert.
I heard a voice which cried out to me in the desert, "Go to your brothers."
Do they really call you crazy, John?
I have been called many things.
You really think we ought to let those old spiders off the reservation?
Boy, we die here in the desert. We die in the sun and of the sicknesses you have brought from earth.
That's 'cause Martians are just weak. I'll bet I could knock you down myself.
You could. We are a different people. We have not the strength of muscle of earthmen. But we will not stay here to die.
You won't get off the reservation. The patrol takes care of all that. They won't let any stinking old spiders out.
Even in the minds of children is planted the poison of evil. How long?
That night through the window, I could see the flicker of the old man's campfire. He was walking up and down now, shouting, singing hymns, verse after verse, his white beard catching the light as he passed behind the fire. The Martian sat slumped over, his thin, spindly arms folded across the huge barrel chest that had developed over the centuries as the air of Mars thinned and escaped into space. In the morning, I looked out, and they were gone. Looking back now, we wonder how they did it. The high-voltage wire around the reservation carried a fatal charge. The patrolmen in the tower had 50-caliber machine guns. The desert around the camp was mined heavily. Yet, at dawn, August 7th, 1997, they broke out. I was down at the dried-up canal bed hunting sandpeepers when my father came running after me.
Al! Al!
Here I am.
Come on, back to the house.
What's the matter, Dad?
You shut up and run.
What is it?
The spiders busted loose. Bert Olstrom radioed in.
They coming here?
They're headed this way, the murdering devils.
They kill anybody?
6 patrolmen when they busted through the wire.
What are you gonna do, Dad?
Fire a keg of Adamson A across the gate. You get in there and get the guns out.
I got the rifles and shoved a full clip in each one. Then I slipped a primer fuse on the homemade grenades and lugged them out to the porch. Dad was running lead wires back to a detonator from a half keg of Adamson A he'd set across the gate.
There. And that's it. Now give me one of those rifles.
Will they be here soon?
You can see the dust over the rise. Murdering spiders.
What'll they do?
I don't know. Now make sure you get a good sight, Al. Don't waste any bullets.
There they are, Dad. There they come.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up now. I want to get a good shot. Let him get closer.
Dad, that's Crazy John up in front. There. He's taller than the spiders. You can see his beard.
You're right. Oh, that renegade rat. He probably helped him break out of the reservation. Listen, Al. If anything happens to me, you ride out back to the shed. You can hide out in the empty ore bins till they go away. Now, you got that?
All right, Dad.
We're going to come in.
The spider's shouting something, Dad.
Probably a trick. Get down a little, Al. You're in the way. I got him clear now. Right in the head. Up a little now. Got him. Got him, Al.
Dad, look out. They've got guns.
Down. Get down.
Oh! Dad!
Get out, Al. Get out to the shed.
Dad, you're hit.
Go on. Those spiders are going to rush. Now get going.
No, I can't let you.
Shut up and get out of here. You hear? Get out of here.
I ran back through the house to the shed. Behind me, I could hear the Martians sweeping up to the dooryard. Then suddenly the ground shook, and I could feel the dull concussion waves hit my ears as the Adamson A exploded. I could hear the high, whispered screams of the Martians and the rattle of fragments on the metal roof of the shed. I dived into the empty ore bin and slammed the hatch almost shut. I sat there waiting. Then suddenly a shadow fell across the edge of light, and the hatch slid open on top of me.
You leave me alone. I'll kill you.
Boy, I've been looking for you.
Where's my dad? What did you do to my dad?
He's dead.
You killed him. You and those spiders. I'll kill you. I'll kill all those stinking, murdering spiders.
They are our brothers, boy. Your father shot without warning, and the fire was returned against my orders.
You mean you weren't going to attack us?
Our brothers came in peace. They are going home to their mountains. We came to get water for the journey.
You mean you just wanted water? You... Dad!
John, the Earth Patrol will be following us soon.
We must go.
And the boy?
We'll have to leave him here with water and supplies.
No, the Earth Patrol would question him. We need the time. He goes with us.
They tore the Adamson air still from the tower and mounted it on poles. They piled our supplies in the yard and loaded them on their backs. And then they started. I marched with the old man at the head, and the column stretched out behind us on the desert. I turned to look back at our house, but the sun was behind it, blinding red. The old man pulled me around as he marched, his eyes fixed on the horizon, where far to the north rose the cool mountains that were the ancient home of the Highlanders. 14 of the Martians died the first day. They dropped to the side of the column when they could go no farther, and died. But the march went on. On the 5th day, we swung wide to avoid a mining settlement, but not wide enough. The miners were in ambush behind a pile of rocks.
I shall lead them home, home to the promised rest, home to the mountains. March forward! March forward!
And the march went on. We wound across the desert in wild zigzags, following the paths the old man had traveled through the years. Only once a patrol plane hovered on the horizon and then shot away. The days went on, the weeks, and the Martians died. They died of exhaustion. They died of the diseases we had given. And they died of thirst. The Adamson still could produce 27 units of water an hour, no more. And on that, they died of thirst.
Here, boy, here's your water.
But that's more than the others got.
Take it.
It's yours. You're giving me your water.
It will be provided to me. He that brings justice to his brothers will drink deep of the water of righteousness. He that... Drink your water, boy.
Across the desert, from the Calmac Canal to Fever Dip, past the towering mesas of the Higgins Badlands, across the dry sea bottoms they marched. On the 54th day of the march, we halted at evening. The air was thinner, colder now. The rations had long since been exhausted. I lay down to sleep, wrapped in the old man's coat. Early in the morning, before sunrise, I woke suddenly. The ground mist that had covered the desert the night before was lifting slowly, and I saw the old man standing by the burned-out fire, the vapor swirling around his legs in the cold light of the false dawn, edging his wild beard.
Go back to sleep, boy.
I can't.
The end is near. I have led them through the wilderness, dry shod across the seas, and before us lie the mountains.
You mean we're almost there?
When the mist is taken from the eyes of man, the place of refuge can be seen.
You mean the mountains? It's over. We're there.
I have led them to their home, and I must go back to the desert.
You mean alone?
Even now, I hear a voice in the wind. Carry the message to the men of earth. Bring to this new world the message of the old. All beings created in the universe are my brothers, and he that harms my brother harms me. Goodbye. Goodbye, boy. You'll be safe now.
Goodbye, John. Goodbye.
The Martians found him 500 yards from the camp, dead. Now the mist rose, and before us towered the highlands, the tall green mountains and the cool sky. The march was over. Of the 7,000 Martians who started, 900 were alive. They gathered now on the rise of ground and faced the hills. Their thin bodies wavered as they stood, and some dropped to the ground as they stood there. But there was a light of hope in their large, staring eyes. Most of them had died, but they had died on the way home, and now the march was over. Then the patrol planes were spotted on the horizon, and within 10 minutes they had landed. The Martians stood silently as the squads piled out and set up the 50 caliber machine guns and the petroleum gel flamethrower.
All right, you spiders. Hands up and stay together. Gather in a bunch and don't try anything. Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Shoot the first spider that moves. And shoot to kill. All right, where's that boy? There was a boy reported.
Here I am.
You all right, kid? They hurt you?
No, I'm all right. John gave me his water ration.
Oh, the leader, huh? Well, I've got a warrant for him. Where is he?
There. He's dead.
Huh? Oh. Well, just as well. I'd hate to be him in front of a settler's jury.
What are you going to do to them?
The spiders? See those transport planes coming in? We're going to ship them all back to the reservation where they belong.
You can't. You can't do that.
What are you talking about, kid?
You can't take them back. They're home. John said they were home. You can't take them back. It isn't fair. I won't let you.
No,
I won't let you. I won't let you.
Hey, let go of me. Sergeant!
Yes, sir.
Peel this crazy kid off me.
All right, now, kid, take it easy. I must be shot. Can't believe he's safe now.
Yeah, I guess that's it. All right, you spiders, step it up. Move along to those transport planes. It's all over now. You're headed right back to the reservation.
They separated them in groups of 50 and loaded them on the planes. 900 out of 7,000. And soon the first big-bellied ships waddled out on the hard sands and lifted slowly into the air, headed back to the south, flying over the trail of dead and dying who started on the march to the highlands, the march to home.
Don't worry about them spiders, kid. We'll take care of them. Come on now, kid. You'll feel better as soon as you get back to civilization.
I looked once more at the green mountains towering through the mist. And then, just before the motor raced, I saw John. Crazy John propped up against a dognut bush where the Martians had placed him. The wind from the south gave the wild hair and beard a rippling life. He faced the hills, the home and rest he had promised his brothers, as he led them through the wilderness of Mars. You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I'm sorry I'm so late, Mr. Dillon.
You know, it's 5 miles to Fort Dodge and 5 miles back, Chester. Figuring the time you were gone, you traveled about 2 miles an hour.
Well, Major Honeyman kept me waiting almost 3 hours, Mr. Dillon.
Well, why didn't you leave the papers with the first sergeant?
You told me to deliver them to the Major.
Well, I should have explained, I guess.
Well, that's all right. Me and the first sergeant enjoyed a couple of beers at the Sutler's.
Oh. Well, I trust Major Honeyman didn't mind waiting.
Him? Oh, no, sir. It was me, Mr. Dillon. You see, when I got there...
It's all right. It doesn't matter. It's all right, Chester. It's all right.
Wait.
After all, it's a pretty hot day.
Oh, hot ain't nothing like it. You know, sir, I was wondering all the way back, do you think maybe someday they'll invent a way to kind of cover up the sun a little?
What? Who's they, Chester?
Well, I don't know. The people that works on stuff like that. Them fellas that goes to school and all. You think they will?
Well, I think any man that went to school very long ought to have more sense than to try to cover up the sun.
Oh, well, I didn't mean all the way up. I meant just part of it.
Oh, well, I can think of one man that's already done that.
Really? Who's that?
A fella called John B. Stetson.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, I'm serious.
So am I, Chester.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello.
Jim Hill, Marshal, from Amarillo.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
Chester?
Glad to know you.
I'm looking for a man, Marshal. Fella called Dan Gratt. You know him?
No, never heard of him. Have you, Chester?
Ain't no Dan Gratt around here.
Well, he's coming here. Told one of his girls in Amarillo he was. I'll wait for him.
What do you want him for, Hill?
Murder?
Murder?
He shot 3 men in Amarillo. 2 of them in a fair fight, but he made a mistake with the last one. Gratt didn't know it, but the man wasn't even armed.
A friend of yours?
No, I didn't know him. Some gambler.
Yeah. Then why are you after Gratt?
I thought maybe you'd heard of me, Marshal. I'm sheriff of Amarillo.
Oh, I see. Well, it's been a long time since I've been in Amarillo.
It's no quieter than it ever was. But it'll get worse if I don't stop men like Dan Gratt, no matter how far they run.
You said he didn't know the man wasn't armed. Well, why would he be running?
He found out after he'd shot him. They say it shamed him killing an unarmed man. One thing about Gratt, Marshal, he ain't no coward.
But he enjoys shooting people, huh?
He's a gunman. And I'll tell you something, Marshal. Dan Gratt ain't well known, but he's about as handy with a gun as anybody in the state of Texas. Men who watched him say he's the fastest they ever saw, bar none.
Well, I'll help you take him, Sheriff.
I only come here to tell you what I was doing in Dodge, Marshal. I don't need no help.
Well, he's just a murderer. Why take a chance?
I'm pretty good myself, Marshal. I ain't afraid of him.
Oh, okay.
And if you run into him first, save him for me. I'd hate to have made the ride up here for nothing. I'm staying at the Dodge house, Marshal, if you want to find me. So long.
So long.
Mr. Dillon, I don't quite make him out.
Oh, why not, Chester?
Well, I mean not wanting you to help him. If it's true what he says about this Dan Gratt.
The sheriff's like a lot of men, Chester. He's too proud, too confident in himself. It'll get him in trouble someday.
Yes, sir.
It's a mistake some gunmen make, too.
You mean like Dan Gratt?
Oh, I don't care about Dan Gratt, Chester. It's Sheriff Hill I'm worried for.
Evening, Matt. Sit down.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Why didn't Chester come over?
Oh, he's waiting at the bar for a friend of his.
Man or woman?
Oh, man. He owes Chester some money, he said.
Then they won't be friends for long.
That's only $2.
I lost friends for less money than that.
You must have lived among mighty poor people.
Any camp I've been in, most of the citizens went from rich to poor a couple of times every month.
Well, that beats working for a living.
You believe that? Why don't you take up gambling, Matt?
You know, sometimes I think that might be a good idea.
Well, it's safer than what you're doing now.
Instead of being safe all I wanted, I'd take up raising hogs and potatoes, Kitty.
That's about what I figured.
They told me at the bar you was Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, that's right.
I just rode into town, Marshal. You're the first man I wanted to see.
Now, what about?
It's like this, Marshal. I'm kind of free and easy in my ways. Sometimes people don't understand.
Understand what?
That they shouldn't try to stop me.
Well, nobody's stopping you, stranger. You do whatever you want. Short of breaking the law.
It's the law I'm talking about, Marshal.
All right, say it plain, mister.
Sure. I get in a fight. I kill somebody. I don't want no trouble about it. That plain enough?
Where are you from?
Texas.
Amarillo?
How'd you know?
The sheriff, Jim Hill, he's here waiting for you. Gratt.
Where is he?
I don't know. He'll probably be in here later. Why don't you wait?
No. I'll find him. After I do, we'll talk some more, Marshal.
Gratt.
What?
About breaking the law here. That includes resisting arrest.
You'll explain it to me later, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, go find Sheriff Hill and tell him Dan Gratt's in town. The least we can do is warn him.
Okay, sir.
Where's your gun, Chester?
My gun? Oh, it must be over at the office. I'll go right over and get it.
You better find the sheriff first. And hurry.
Yes, sir. I'll try the Dodge house.
Can't you stop it, Matt?
I can't interfere with another lawman, Kitty. I offered to help, but he wouldn't have it.
Why not? You too proud?
Yeah, that's right, Kitty. He's too proud.
You think Gratt's gonna kill him?
Well, I think he'll try.
You don't like not being able to do anything about it, do you, Matt?
No, Kitty, I don't. Yeah, you stay in here, Kitty.
Gratt found him, Mr. Dillon. Right there in the street. He yelled at him, and then he shot him as soon as he turned around and got set. Oh, that Grat's the one fastest man I ever saw. I mean, he's just terrible
Keep
fast.
out of the way, Chester. He's waiting for me.
Yes, sir. What's the matter, Marshal? I break one of your laws?
You just killed a man, Grat.
He ain't the first man I've killed.
Jim Hill was a lawman. He was here to arrest you for murdering an unarmed man in Amarillo.
I didn't know he was unarmed.
Your mistake.
I'd have killed him anyway. I can kill anybody. Like you. Right now. See, Marshal? How easy it is? How is he, Doc?
And I can't tell yet, Chester.
Oh, Doc.
He was hit in the head as well as the arm, Chester, and he's still unconscious. We don't know what damage it did when he comes to and not before. I've done everything I can for him.
Yeah, I know, Doc. Of course you have.
Another fraction of an inch, he'd be dead now. As it is, he may be all right in 10 days. Well, who knows? I don't.
Rat hit him first shot. I could tell. Mr. Dillon still got one off. I don't know why he had to miss him.
Of course he missed him, Chester. Matt was out on his feet when he fired that shot.
He dropped his gun before he fell.
And who wouldn't with 2 bullets in his arm?
Is it ruined, Doc? His arm?
No, it's not ruined. It'll be stiff for a while.
Doc?
Mm-hmm.
If I'd have tried to kill Grat if I'd have had my gun, I was going to pick up Mr. Dillon's and do it, but Grat kicked it away from me.
It's a good thing he did.
I wanted to kill him.
I know, I know how you felt.
It's a terrible thing watching a man like Mr. Dillon get shot that way, Doc.
Of course it is, Chester, but killing Grat won't help him now.
Well, if Mr. Dillon dies, I'll kill him. I'll get me a shotgun and I'll kill him. I'll blow him in half. Then we'll see how doggone fast he is.
No, calm down, Chester. You mustn't get it. I tell you go put some coffee on the stove right over there, yeah? We'll both need it before the night's out.
Okay, Doc. But I sure hate to think of Grat standing around at some bar bragging how he shot down Mr. Dillon. Bartender, give me some whiskey.
Coming up.
You're Dan Grat, huh?
I don't know you, mister.
No offense. I heard your name, Grat. Everybody's talking about you.
What are they saying?
How you shot the marshal and all. You're pretty fast, Grat.
The man to beat me ain't found a father yet.
How come you didn't kill the marshal?
He's still alive?
They say he is.
Whiskey. What's this, bartender?
Shot of whiskey.
I said I wanted some whiskey.
Well, that's whiskey.
Don't fool with me. Get me the bottle.
This here's Dan Grat, bartender. Fella that shot Marshal Dillon tonight.
You didn't say you wanted the bottle.
Get it.
Coming up.
What's the matter with him? You a friend of the marshal?
Some is, some ain't.
How about you?
Me? I don't care one way or t'other.
Make up your mind.
Well, sure, Grat. I'm on your side. I wouldn't be talking to you if I wasn't.
I guess I got some more convincing to do around here about who's top dog.
Not me, Grat. You don't have to convince me.
Then act like it.
Well, sure. I was asking how come you didn't kill the marshal.
He dropped his gun when I hit him in the arm.
Why'd that stop you?
I don't shoot unarmed men.
You don't?
What?
I said, don't you?
You're armed, mister.
Now, Grant, I ain't done nothing.
I don't like your talk. You know about me, don't you? That gambler should have had a gun in Amarillo.
I don't know what you're saying, Grant. I don't know nothing about you.
Take out your gun, mister. Go on, take it out.
No, Grant. No.
Do what I tell you.
But not me. No, I didn't.
Your time's up.
I didn't.
Come in. Well, hello, Kitty.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, Matt'll be glad to see you, Kitty.
He's conscious?
Oh, sure, he has been all morning, since about dawn. Of course, he's slept some since then.
Is he going to be all right, Doc?
Kitty?
Uh-oh, there's your answer. Let's go back and see him.
Hello, Matt.
That's nice of you to come by, Kitty.
I was going to make you some soup or something, but I thought I'd see what you wanted first.
Oh, good. You know, that's been worrying me, Kitty. I was hoping somebody'd come by in time to keep me from being poisoned by Doc's cooking here.
Oh, poison, but you watch what you're saying, Matt. I could decide you're too sick to eat. Yeah, I could. I could keep you starved for weeks.
It wouldn't be worth it to you, Doc. Not with me taking up your bed the whole time.
How long will he be in bed, Doc?
Oh, maybe 10 days.
5 will do it.
I said 10.
I'll make you a bet, Doc.
You ought to rest, Matt, especially with your arm hurt. You wouldn't dare go out till you can use it again.
I hear Grat killed another man last night.
Some stranger. They say Grat slapped him and then shot him down. Just like that.
And he was standing real close to him.
Why? What's that got to do with it?
Now, Grat's the fastest man I ever saw, Kitty. And that's his weakness.
What do you mean?
It makes him overconfident. He draws and shoots so fast, most men haven't got a chance. Like Sheriff Hill. He didn't even shoot back.
Well, how's that a weakness?
Well, Grat was lucky with Hill. But with me, a fraction of an inch, and he'd have missed entirely. And if he had, I'd have killed him. No, it's simple, Kitty. He doesn't take time to shoot straight. He doesn't think he has to. And he'll die for that someday.
Matt?
Yeah?
You're not going to face him again.
As soon as I'm able to.
You can't. With that arm?
Grat's so sure of himself he might not even notice my arm.
What do you mean? He already knows about it.
He does?
What?
You'll see, Kitty. When the time comes. It made Doc awful mad, but 5 days later I got up. And then for the next week I spent every day down by the river, drawing and shooting for hours on end. Doc told me I'd have a headache and the gunfire didn't help ease it, but I kept on. Grat found a fight and killed another man while I was at it. And I guess that spurred me some. Finally, I'd had enough. And I went into the office one noon where Chester was waiting for me.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, your arm won't never heal if you keep working it so hard.
Oh, my arm's in fine shape, Chester.
Well, I don't see how it could be.
And I'm hoping Grat won't see how it could be either.
I don't understand, Mr. Dillon.
Grat's so sure of himself, I'm gambling he won't notice it.
Notice what?
My gun.
Your gun? Why? You're wearing it in your belt, Mr. Dillon. What'd you do with your holster?
It's hanging on the wall over there, Chester, where it's been all week.
Well, forevermore. It's easier on your arm drawing it from your belt, is that it?
Well, that's part of it, Chester. Have you seen Grat today?
Yes, sir. This morning. Over at the Alafraganza, playing faro.
Ah. All right, Chester. Go find him, will you?
Yes, sir. But what'll I tell him?
Tell him that I'm going to arrest him about sundown. Let's say 5 o'clock. And I'll start looking for him in the plaza. That way the word will get around and nobody but us will get hurt.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, it just gives me the jumps for us to be sitting out here all alone. Ain't hardly 5 o'clock yet, and Dodge already looks like a ghost town. Ain't one person here in the plaza.
I can see a few heads peeking out here and there, Chester.
Vultures, that's what they are, waiting for somebody to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I didn't...
Somebody usually does die in a gunfight, Chester.
It ain't fair. You with a bad arm? Can't you wait a while, Mr. Dillon?
No. Grat's killed too many men already. No, I've waited long enough.
Well, I'll fight him. By golly, I'll fight him.
You would, wouldn't you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Uh-oh. There he comes. All right, Chester. Get out of the way now.
No.
You heard me, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's far enough, Grat.
I was just going to shake hands with you, Marshal.
What?
Before I kill you. You're a brave man, Marshal. I shot you down once and you're back even before you're well. You're either brave or you're crazy.
Doesn't matter, does it?
No. I'll kill you anyway.
You're pretty sure of that, aren't you, Grat?
Why shouldn't I be? I already know I can outdraw you, even without your arm being bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You can.
Never saw a man wanted to die so much as you do. What's the matter with you, Marshal? Wait a minute. You ain't wearing a gun.
It's stuck in my belt.
Oh, yeah. Well, that'll make it even easier, won't it?
Let's find out, Grat.
You got him, Mr. Dillon. You got him.
Yeah.
You hit him all 3 shots. I could see every one of them.
Well, I took more time than he did. And he took plenty. But he was too sure of himself, Chester. And that's what I was counting on.
He drawed first, though.
Yeah, he wasn't in any hurry this time, Chester. He knew I couldn't do much with a bad arm.
Well, he was sure wrong. You killed him with it.
You don't see any better than he did, Chester.
What?
The gun in my belt, Chester, the butt's pointing to the left. That's going to be weeks before I can use my right arm again.
By golly, that's right, yeah. You use your left hand.
It wasn't until I started to draw that he noticed it. And when he did, it gave me an extra second. and it cost him his life.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. Everyone agrees L&M's are just what the doctor ordered. The first filter that really does the job. And a real good taste to go with it. Maybe you'll prefer L&M King size, as I do, or L&M regular. But either size, I know you'll like them, and I know you'll stick with them. L&M's. Try.
Presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's early morning in Summerfield, and the little town has stirred itself awake, ready to greet another day. And what is the Great Gildersleeve doing?
What's that? Looking for? Oh, it's alarm. Oh, shut up. Oh, better get up, I guess. Looks like a beautiful day outside. Too nice to go to work. Well, little Robin out there. He wants to say hello. Well, hello, little Robin. Wish I were you. Then I wouldn't have to go to the office. Could just spend the whole day looking for big fat worms. It'd be nice to just loaf around the house all day. Oh, no use wishing. Only time I get to stay home from work is when I'm sick. So what's the use of it? Hey, I could call up and tell the mayor I'm sick. That wouldn't be telling the truth. Do have a little headache. Could lead to a cold. Cold could lead to pneumonia. Maybe I better stay home. Wouldn't want to catch pneumonia. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
Hey, Mr. Gildersleeve down yet, Miss Marjorie?
No, Bertie.
Well, I hope he hurries up. I'm all ready to start his eggs.
Go ahead and cook them, Bertie. I'll eat them.
I know you would, Leroy, but you've had enough. Wow, what an appetite.
Good morning, children.
Hi, Unc.
Well, for heaven's sake. What are you wearing your bathrobe for?
Well...
Aren't you going to the office?
No, I'm not going to work today. I'm going to stay home and loaf. Rest.
Rest? What for?
Well, your old uncle doesn't feel very well today, children.
You don't? Oh, I'm sorry.
Nothing serious. Just feel the cold coming on. Just thought I wouldn't take any chances.
Oh.
You really feel sick, huh?
Yes, I do, my boy.
Then can I eat your eggs?
No. That is, maybe I should force myself to eat them. Must keep my strength up, you know.
Oh. Unky, hadn't you better call the mayor and tell him you're sick?
Well, I'll have Bertie call him after a while. Guess I'll have a little breakfast now. Bertie!
Coming! Oh, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll start your... Oh, you're wearing your bathrobe.
Yes, Bertie. I'm not going to the office today. You see, I don't feel very well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It's just a little cold.
Well, you stay right here at home, and Bertie will take care of you.
Yeah, thank you. Guess I'll have my eggs now.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't have no eggs.
Huh?
Not with a cold. In fact, Bertie's not going to let you have any breakfast at all.
What?
You can have just a little grapefruit juice, and that's all.
But, Bertie...
You know what they say, starve a cold and feed a fever.
Bertie, isn't that the other way around? Feed a cold and...
No, sir, that's old-fashioned. I just read the other day, you starve a cold and feed a fever.
But, Bertie...
I don't care what they used to say. Nowadays, you feed a cold, you starve it to death.
Bertie,
That's right. All you get is grapefruit juice, because you starve a cold and you feed a fever.
Why didn't I say I had a fever? This is the life, all right. Staying home, just sitting here in my den, taking it easy. Let's see what's in the paper. Cotton.
Hey, Unc, can I have the comics?
Leroy, what are you doing here? You're going to be late for school.
Are you kidding? I don't have any school today.
No school? Why not?
They're rehearsing for the graduation exercises.
Oh, dear.
Sure. I can keep you company here all day.
That's what you think. You go on outside and play, Leroy.
Can I read the comics first?
No, you can't. Go on now. Go play with Craig or something.
Oh, for corn's sake.
That kid. Guess I'll read the comics myself. Well, Orphan Annie got away from Axel again. What the...
Belt Mills, makers of Aunt Nellie's buckwheat cake flour, the wheat cakes that buck you up, presents Kitty Kavanaugh of Keokuk Falls, a real-life story of just plain folks.
Oh, my goodness. Bertie! Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bertie, do we have to have that radio on so loud?
What's that?
The radio.
Oh, yes, that's a wonderful program, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hear it every morning.
I know, Bertie, but
I turn it up good and loud so I can hear it in the kitchen when I'm doing the dishes.
Oh, well, couldn't you just...
Can you hear it in here all right?
I certainly can.
That's good.
And now for our story.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't want to miss this.
Yesterday, just when Ronald and Kitty were walking down the aisle together to flight their trough, Martin suddenly appeared like a ghost from the past, and Ronald found out the truth. Martin had been secretly engaged to Kitty at the time when Ronald had been in love with Ruth, the adopted daughter of Ben, the town banker. Ruth, of course, is still in love with Martin, even though he told her at the picnic that he was in love with Kitty, who was about to marry Ronald. Who could untangle these lies?
Not me.
Had Martin come back to claim Kitty's hand, or was there a more sinister reason for his return?
Who cares? I'm going out in the backyard.
Or he may have just come back to say goodbye.
That's what I say. Goodbye. Nice out here. Nice time of year, all right. Yeah. Hammock looks pretty inviting. Might lie down for a while. Better get a new hammock this year. This one's getting pretty old. Ropes look weather-beaten, too. Oh, well, I guess it'll hold me. Hard to get into these things. I made it. This is comfortable. Everybody else at work, and here I am. Sky sure looks blue today. Just a few little clouds. Funny how clouds look like different things. There's one that's shaped like a goat. Reminds me of Judge Hooker. What's that? Bumblebee. What's he coming around me for? I'm no flower. Go away, bee. Go away. Looks like he's circling for a landing. I'm trapped in this hammock. They say if you don't move, a bee won't sting you. I'll just lie real still. He's coming closer. I won't move. He's around my nose. Probably thinks it's a gladiola bulb. He landed. He's walking up my nose. I'll just hold still. No, I won't. Go away, Pete. Go on, get away. Go on now. He's gone. Darn bee. Almost made me fall out of the hammock. Well, I'll get settled down again. Warm out here in the sun. Makes me drowsy. Oh, my goodness, Leroy!
Hi, Unc. Bang, you're dead, Craig. No, you're dead. I shot you first. No, I shot you first. I shot you first.
I'm going to shoot both of you. Don't get out of here.
I shot you first.
Ye got.
I shot you first. I'll make him be dead. I won't be dead.
Leroy, I want you two to stop this racket. Go play over at Craig's house.
We were playing over there. His mother kicked us out.
I don't blame her. Go play someplace else.
We don't have to.
What's that?
And you can't make us.
Now, look here, Craig.
Why aren't you at work?
Huh?
Today isn't Sunday.
Well, I don't feel very well. I'm a little sick.
If you're sick, why aren't you in bed?
Well, look, I don't have to explain it to you. Get out of here.
I don't have to.
Hey, Unc.
What is it, Leroy?
You better get out of that hammock. That rope's going to break.
Nonsense, my boy. It won't break.
It will, too. You're too fast.
Oh! Look here, you little squirt. I'm going to get...
Bang! I got you that time, Craig.
Get in that. Bang! I got you.
Bang! Bang! I got you.
Oh, I'll never get any rest out here. I'm going back in the house. There. Now, you two be quiet out here. What a morning.
I'm going to get in the hammock.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm going to get in right now.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I told you I'd get in.
Look out, Craig. The rope's going to break. You're not hurt, you little crybaby. Hey, shut up!
Leroy, what happened out there?
Oh, the hammock broke and Craig fell down.
He did? Well, that's that's too bad.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, friends, Bertie is certainly right when she says
That parquet margarine sure does taste good.
And millions of women agree. They buy parquet margarine just because it tastes so good.
My sentiments exactly.
They know parquet is a top-quality product because it's made by Kraft. They know it's nourishing because it's made from only carefully selected farm products and because each delicious pound is enriched with 15,000 units of important vitamin A.
I don't know about vitamins, but I know what tastes good.
Women have learned that this delicious, fresh-flavored spread is economical, too. Yes, parquet margarine is a real money saver.
It sure helps the old food budget, I know.
Tasty parquet margarine is the perfect topping for bread, rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles. It's nourishing, it's economical, and
like I said, it tastes so good.
Right, Bertie. Parquet is the better buy for both bread and budget. Try appetizing parquet margarine one time, and you'll serve it from then on. That's Parkay, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, the great Gildersleeve's little scheme of playing sick isn't working out very well. It's afternoon now, and the great man is in the living room. He's had no rest and no food except
grapefruit juice.
Now, you drink that, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Bertie, I've had 7 glasses already. It's running out of my ears.
You're a sick man, Mr. Gilsleeve, and I'm doing this for your good.
Yes, but if I don't eat, Bertie, I'm liable to waste away.
I wouldn't worry, Mr. Gilsleeve. You got a lot to waste away on.
Bertie, couldn't I just have a tiny little sandwich?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gilsleeve, but you know what they say. You've got to starve a cold and feed a fever.
What a day this has been. Should have gone to work. At least I could have had Bertie's starting to clean house. Yeah. Maybe I can sneak out in the kitchen, steal something out of the refrigerator. Better tiptoe. Mustn't let Bertie hear me. I'll be as quiet as a little mouse. Floor squeaks. If I could just make the kitchen. I'll open the door real easy.
Hiya!
Leroy, what are you doing in that refrigerator?
I was just getting a piece of cake.
You know you're not supposed to eat cake between meals. Now go outside and play.
What are you doing out in the kitchen, Unc?
Kitchen? Well, I lost my way. I thought this was the den. Leroy.
If I told Bertie you were out here, boy.
Well, I guess one piece of cake won't hurt a growing boy.
Thanks, Unc. The refrigerator's all yours.
Darn kid's getting too smart. Let's see here. Food. Lamb chops. Guess they wouldn't be any good raw. What's this wrapped up in wax paper? Fried chicken legs. There's some Kraft cheese. Let's see. What'll I have first?
The Gilsleeve.
Hello, Bertie.
What are you doing in that refrigerator?
Well, my head felt a little hot. Just thought I'd stick it in there and cool it off.
Well, you get right back on that sofa. You can't have nothing to eat.
All right, Bertie. That's one time I fooled Bertie. She didn't see me take that chicken leg. Got it in my pocket here. Pretty smooth, Gildersleeve. Yeah, here it is. Food at last. Who's that?
I'll get it.
Afternoon, Bertie.
Oh, hello, sir.
Oh, Booker. Who asked him over? The old windbag?
I understand our water commissioner is slightly under the weather today.
Yes, we've got a cold.
I thought I'd drop by and cheer up the invalid.
Oh, he's coming in. I better lie down, pull a blanket over me. I'll act real sick. Maybe I can get rid of him.
Hello, Gildy.
sound like you have a bad cold, Gildy.
Pretty bad, John.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, old friend. In that case, I'll just stay a minute.
Good.
What?
I mean, I wouldn't want you to catch my cold.
Here, Gildy, let me tuck you in. There must be a draft in... Gildy, what's this?
Huh?
In this wax paper here. Why, it's a chicken leg.
It is? Well, how did it get there?
Gildy, you weren't planning to eat that, were you?
Me? I couldn't eat a chicken leg in my condition.
Well, in that case, I'll eat it.
Oh.
I'll just sit down here beside you. My, it's very tasty. Yes, sir, it's really delicious.
Hooker, do you have to smack your lips like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gildy. Too bad you're sick. You'd really enjoy this chicken.
Oh, goat.
There. All finished. I'll just deposit the bone in this ashtray. Well, I really should be going.
Yes, Judge. Goodbye.
Goodbye, old friend. And I hope the morrow finds you in... Well, probably another visitor, Gildy.
I could get more rest than this at the office. Why don't people let me alone?
It's Peavy.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, sir. Come right in.
Hello, Peavy.
Good afternoon, Judge. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy.
I thought I'd drop by and inquire after your health. I left the drugstore in the care of Mrs. Peavy.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming over. I suppose you're in a hurry to get back to Mrs. Peavy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Are you feeling any better, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right now, I feel horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Gildy, if you feel so bad, don't you think you ought to call a doctor?
I don't need a doctor. All I need is to be left alone.
Well, you shouldn't take any chances, old friend. Peavy, you're a druggist. Suppose you take his pulse.
Take his pulse?
Now, look here,
Quiet,
fellas.
Quiet, Gildy. Go ahead, Peavy.
Well, I don't know if that would be ethical. I'm not an MD. I'm just a pharmacist.
But we can't refuse to help a friend in his hour of need.
Oh, well, to put it that way.
Oh,
Put your finger on his wrist.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. If I may have your wrist, please. Thank you. I feel just like Dr. Kildare.
How's his pulse?
No, I can't find it.
Well, everybody has a pulse.
Mr. Gildersleeve doesn't.
I do, too.
Oh, here it is. I feel it now. Bumpity, bumpity, bumpity.
Ye gods.
Wait a minute, Peavy. I'll get my watch out and we'll time this. When I give you the signal, you start counting. Are you ready?
Ready?
Look, fellas.
On your mark, get set, go.
Bumpity, bumpity.
No. Count, Peavy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This whole thing is ridiculous, fellas.
Now, lie quiet, Gildy. You're a sick man, you know.
I am not. I mean, yes.
10, 11, 12, 13.
Now, who's that?
Well, another visitor. When you're ill, Gildy, that's when you learn who your true friends are. Everyone that flatters thee is no friend in misery.
21, 22.
Words are easy, like the wine. Faithful friends are hard to find.
Oh, brother.
She's right in there, Miss Fairchild. Thank you, baby.
Why, it's Miss Fairchild.
Why, Throckmorton, what's this about you being sick, you poor man, you?
Hello, Adeline.
Good afternoon, Miss Fairchild.
Hello, Judge. Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Hello, 45, 46, 47, 48.
Mercy. What's he doing?
Mr. Peavy is taking Gildy's pulse with my assistance.
Well, isn't that cute, you two playing doctor?
Yes, well, I'm glad you came over, Adeline.
Well, I thought you'd be here all alone, so I wanted to come over and keep you company.
Well, I will be alone in just a minute. The judge and Peavy were just leaving. Weren't you, Horace?
Well.
Now, Throckmorton, that isn't nice to rush your friends off like that.
Friend.
And don't look so grouchy. You'll never get well that way. How would you like little Adeline to cheer you up? I'll turn on the radio and we'll get some music.
Oh.
A splendid idea. A splendid idea.
There. Isn't that pretty? I just love waltzes. Oh, I wish
we could dance, Throckmorton. Too bad you're sick.
Funny, I feel better now. Maybe I could get
Now,
up.
Gildy, you just lie back there. You're sick, you know.
But, Judge...
Miss Fairchild, I was quite a waltzer in my youth. Would you care to tread a measure with me?
Why, I just love to, sir.
But, Adeline, you came over to see me. Fine friends. Having a party while I'm sick. Well, I could be sick.
Hold on tight now. We're going to spin. Why, I feel so light on my feet, I could just fly out the window.
Not a bad idea.
99, 100, 101.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. 102, 103.
Oh, my goodness.
Throckmorton, are you in pain? Why, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves.
Huh?
Dancing and having a good time and all while you're lying here sick.
It's all right.
Oh, no, it isn't. There. You shouldn't be having a party right here in front of you. I'm going to shoo all these people out of here. Now, take them over to my house.
What?
We can carry on the party over there where we won't disturb you.
A party?
Why, that's splendid, Miss Fairchild. I am in rather a festive mood.
So am I. 138, 179.
We'll leave right now, Throckmorton, so you can get some rest.
But, Adeline...
I'll fix a pick-up dinner, and we can invite all our friends.
But can't you stay with me, Adeline?
No, Gildy. You said you wanted to be alone.
We'll miss you, Throckmorton. You get a good rest now, you hear?
But...
Gildersleeve.
What is it?
Dr. Peavy reporting. You have a pulse of 175.
Oh, what's the use? Your hat, leave your worry on the doorstep.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie. Well, how do I look?
Oh, you look fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. All dressed up and everything.
Thank you. Well, I guess I better be getting over to Adeline's party. Kind of surprise her.
My, you sure got well in a hurry.
Yeah, guess I did.
Guess that grapefruit juice did it. I knew I was right. You starving?
Yes, you were right, Bertie. Well, I'll be getting... somebody at the door.
I'll get it.
Wait a minute, Bertie. Better see who it is first. I'll just peek out the window here. Ye gods, it's the mayor. I'm supposed to be sick. What'll I do? I'll lie down on the sofa here.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what are you...
Bertie, throw that blanket over me, quick.
Huh? I thought you was all well.
I was. I just had a relapse.
Oh, you want some more grapefruit juice?
No, Bertie. Get the door.
Yes, sir.
I'll just pull this blanket up. Well, I'll get rid of him.
Good evening, Master Willis. Come in.
Good evening. Thought I'd drop by and see how Mr. Gildersleeve's feeling.
Well, he ain't feeling so good right now.
You said it.
Hello, Gildersleeve. How do you feel?
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I knew you had to stay home from the office today, but I didn't realize you were so sick.
Yeah, I guess I've got it pretty bad.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, you have your hat on.
Hat? Oh. Yes. I have to keep my head warm. Pretty drafty in here.
Oh.
Don't come too close, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't want you to catch it.
Well,
In fact, it's dangerous for you to be in the same room.
Well, maybe you're right. Perhaps I'd better go now.
Yes, good idea.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I hope you'll be up on your feet very soon.
I'll be on my feet, all right. As soon as you get out of here.
Well, I'd better be on my way. Miss Fairchild is expecting me.
Miss Fairchild?
Yes. Yes, she's having a little party tonight, and she was kind enough to invite me.
You're going to the party?
Why, yes. I'm sorry you won't be able to join us. Well, Gildersleeve, take care of yourself. And don't forget, you're a sick man.
I sure am.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back, folks. The best things that can be said about parquet margarine are said by the millions of homemakers who serve it every day. They say it's delicious, fresh, and wholesome. They say it tastes so good. Yes, millions of women all over America say parquet margarine is their favorite spread for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. Next time you shop, ask for parquet margarine. You'll love that tasty, fresh flavor. You'll like the fact that parquet is a real money saver. Try Parquet, the margarine of Kraft quality. It's the better buy for both bread and budget. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine.
Okay. What's it for? Alarm. Time to get up and go to work. Yeah, got the sniffles. Got a headache, too. This time I'm really getting a cold. Maybe I'd better stay home today. No, I'll never do that again. I'm going to work. Good morning. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson, with music by Jack Meakin and sound effects by Monty Fraser. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, don't forget Al Jolson on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it.
I won't.
Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, listen to this amazing offer. A stainless steel cake and pie knife with a gleaming 6-inch serrated blade and a handle of beautiful agatron. An honest $1.25 value, and it's yours for just 35 cents and one label from a package of Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. That's right, the perfect cake and pie knife for kitchen and table use. It's yours for less than half its regular price. Send 35 cents plus one Pabstet package label to the Phoenix Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77. That address again, the Phoenix, Phenix Pabstet Company, Box 1723, Chicago 77. Get your knife today.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight's important and exciting case will open in just a moment. First, a brief word on what's ahead for our returning soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 80 years ago, in the year 1866, America's #1 problem was the same as we face today: jobs for ex-servicemen. And in 1946, as it did in 1866, at the close of the Civil War, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is helping American business and American agriculture to create jobs and more jobs for the men who serve this country well. Funds of the Equitable Society are invested in thousands of farms and ranches, as well as in hundreds of the great basic industries on which our national prosperity depends. That is how Equitable Society dollars help provide opportunities for veterans in search of employment. That is why we say that by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. Tonight's file, The Cold-Blooded Kidnapper.
After nearly a decade of comparative freedom from his scourge, the kidnapper has gone to work again. The combination that defeated him before has gone to work again, too. The combination of your FBI working in cooperation with local law enforcement agencies. Tonight's case is the story of a kidnapping which did not make nationwide headlines. The victim was an average person. The family was a family of modest means, and the ransom demand was small. But in the eyes of the law, all persons are of equal rank, and a crime against any member of society is a crime against the whole of society. Back in the hills on the outskirts of a New England town, there's a squalid shack belonging to one Jed Monroe and his wife Clara. On a porch of this hovel, Jed is stretched out in the warm sunshine, sleeping.
Jed? You, Jed! Jed, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up, I said.
What is it, Clara? Time to eat? Huh?
Nope.
Oh, then leave me be.
Just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Now what?
I'm getting sick to death about what's going on around here. 365 days a year. You eat, you sleep, then you get up and eat again.
Well, don't go starting that again.
I tell you, I'm sick to death of it.
Oh, Clara, quit conniving.
When are you going to get to work?
I already told you. I don't like work.
Well, we need to eat and we need clothes. Working is the only way to get them things.
I know what makes you think that.
You've got some other way?
Maybe I have.
Like what, for instance?
Clara, a man don't make no real money working with his hands. He gets it out of up here, his head, thinking.
That lets you out then.
Now leave me talk. All the time that you've been yapping and nagging at me around here, I've been thinking real hard. And I got a way to make me some big money. More than you ever seen in your whole life. Now you just listen to me. Now, here's what I'm aiming to do.
Later that afternoon, a young high school girl is walking down the street in a nearby town. She nears a corner. A battered old car pulls up close to her and stops.
I beg pardon, miss.
Yes?
Could I speak to you for a minute?
Well, what do you want?
Now, I wonder if you could help me.
How?
Well, my wife's sick, and I have to work all day. She's got to have someone to look after the children.
Yes?
We need somebody to come in the afternoon till I get home.
Oh, I see.
Would you be interested in the job?
Gee, I don't know. I'd like to make the money, but I'd have to ask my mother first.
Oh, sure, of course you would. What's your name? Where do you live?
My name's Dottie Barnes. I live over on Miller Street.
Why don't you just hop in the car and we'll drive around and see your mother right now.
Well, all right.
Now, just get right up here, front seat with me.
Thank you.
Even if your mother won't let you work, this will save you walking home. Huh?
Sure. Excuse me, but Miller Street is down the other way.
Yeah, I know.
Then why are we going this way?
Because this is the way I want to go.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you taking me?
Keep quiet.
Look, you stop this car.
Shut up.
No, let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Shut up, I said.
Oh!
Special Agent Briggs speaking.
It's police headquarters, Mr. Briggs. This may be a kidnapping.
Oh?
Dorothy Barnes, 16 years old, daughter of J.A. and Mrs. Barnes, 1625 Miller Street.
Yes?
She left Central High School at 3:15 this afternoon. About 3 blocks from the school, 2 of her classmates saw her talking to a man seated in a parked car.
Yes?
She was seen getting into this car and driving away. Hadn't been heard from since.
Have you got anything on the car?
Only that it was a sedan, no license number.
How about the man?
No description of him at all.
Sounds like an abduction, all right.
The girl's father is a rug salesman at Gilby's. Not much money.
Well, some kidnappers aren't as ambitious as others.
What do you want us to do?
Well, if this is a kidnapping, officer, we must be careful to do nothing that would endanger the life of the victim. Our first consideration is the victim's safe return.
Yes, sir.
Alert your force. Furnish them with the girl's description. We'll be in touch with you later.
Right.
Wade.
Yeah, George?
I just got a report from police headquarters of possible kidnapping.
What's the story?
A girl named Barnes, 1625 Miller Street. She's been missing since 3:15 this afternoon.
I see.
I think we should set up an observation post and arrange to be near the family at all times. Now, let's get to work at once.
How are you feeling, miss? I said, how are you feeling?
Where am I?
This here's my home.
Oh, it's you.
Now, just take it easy. Cut out that crying.
Why did you bring me here? Why?
Well, it's a business deal, that's all.
What do you mean?
You stay here until your pop buys your way out.
This is a kidnapping.
I guess maybe you'd call it that.
Oh.
If pop pays off, no harm's going to come to you at all.
Oh, my head. It hurts so.
Huh? There's some cold water in the bucket here. Just fix a rag for you.
Oh, no. Go away. Just leave me alone.
Now, don't be afraid of me.
No, please go away. Please.
What?
You get away from her.
Clara, you get out of here.
I said let her alone.
What are you doing with that gun?
Just seeing that you get out of this room and get yourself into town. I didn't want to get mixed up in this, but there's some money due on this kid. Now that I'm in it, I want my share. Get started, I tell you.
Ugly old fool.
Don't get no wrong ideas, miss. It ain't that I'm sticking up for you. 'Cause that's what I think of you.
Can I get you some coffee, gentlemen?
No, thank you, Mr. Barnes.
How is Mrs. Barnes? I think I've persuaded her to try and get some sleep.
Wouldn't be a bad idea if you tried to get some rest yourself.
Oh, I'm afraid that would be impossible.
You answer it, Mr. Barnes.
Very well.
This may be the call we're waiting for. You remember your instructions.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Who's this talking?
This is J.A. Barnes. Who are you?
I'm the one you've been waiting to hear from.
Is my daughter safe? Is she all right?
You're all right. If you want to see her again, you do what I tell you. You understand?
I'll do anything. You want money, of course.
That's right.
Well, how much do you want? I haven't got a great deal, but I'll...
Hey, shut up and listen. Now, you know where the road crosses over Thompson's Creek, north of town?
Yes. Yes, I know.
Well, then you put $1,000, $5 bills in a paper sack under the north end of the bridge by noon tomorrow. You'll have your gal back by sundown.
All right. I'll have the money there.
If the police are watching, you'll never see her again. You understand?
I understand. But how can I be sure my daughter will get back all right?
You just do like I tell you. I ain't talking no more.
He's hung up.
Let me have the phone, Mr. Barnes.
Yes, sir.
Operator. Operator.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a tracer on that call?
Yes, sir. The party called from a pay station in Drake's Drugstore, 3rd and Main.
Connect me with the drugstore right away, please.
Yes, sir.
Wade.
Yes?
Take this phone, and when the drugstore answers, tell them to get a description of anybody using their phone booths, if they still can. I'm going to run out there. Hello, Wade.
Oh, hello, George. Any luck?
I've got a pretty fair description of the man.
Oh, good.
He's about 6 feet tall, middle-aged, rough clothes, and unshaven. Looked like somebody out of the hill country around here.
Anything else?
The man out in front of the store remembered seeing him drive off in an old black Ford sedan, but didn't notice any more details.
What do we do now, George?
We'll arrange to deliver the $1,000 in marked $5 bills to Barnes in the morning to put under the bridge. And after sundown tomorrow, whether the girl is back or not, we move in and go to work fast.
Jed?
Yeah?
Well, how'd you make out?
I made out all right. How you feeling, girl?
Never mind how she's feeling. How much did you get?
I got $1,000 right here in this paper sack.
Let me see the money.
Never mind. I got it.
Then you'll let me go now, won't you?
What'd you tell him you'd do about her?
You will let me go now, won't you? Won't you?
Well, what'd you tell him, Jed?
I told him she'd back by sundown.
Well, then we better blindfold her and get started. And let her out somewhere.
What do you mean, we'd better?
'Cause I'm going with you. That's why.
You ain't going nowhere, Clara.
What do you mean?
I'm changing my mind about taking her back.
Oh, no.
You
No!
ain't going to vex me no more, Clara.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm through listening to that tongue of yours and looking at that ugly face.
Jed, what you got there?
I'm getting you out of my sight for good.
Jed!
Now, young lady, if you don't do like I say from now on, same thing will happen to you.
At the conclusion of tonight's file, which we will reopen in just a moment, you will hear an important message to parents prepared by Director J. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But now let me tell you a story from the Equitable Society that I think will tug at your heartstrings as it did mine. This week at the Equitable Society, I heard a sentimental story, but sentiment that rings true. The story of a threadbare overcoat. 40 years ago, the owner of this coat was a hopeful young man with a very small salary and a very pretty little bride. Well, one winter morning, this young wife surprised her husband by handing him a little roll of dollar bills that she'd saved from her household money. This is for a new overcoat, she told him. That old one is getting too shabby for a rising young man like you to be seen in. But that night when he came home, he was still wearing the old, threadbare coat. And from one of the frayed pockets, he took out a receipt for a life insurance policy with the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. He'd used his overcoat money as a first payment, and he told his wife that it meant more to his self-respect to know that she would have the security of life insurance than buying the finest overcoat in the world. And today, after 40 years, his wife still keeps the shabby old coat and sometimes runs her hands lovingly over the threadbare cloth. To her, it's a symbol of a husband's self-sacrifice. Well, when you come to think of it, almost every Equitable Society policy we issue is just such a symbol of a husband's love for his wife, a symbol of a father's forethought for his children, a symbol of unselfishness. And that's one of many reasons why we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States are happy in our work. Happy and proud to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now, back to the file on the cold-blooded kidnapper.
Yes, the kidnapper has gone to work again. And we repeat, the combination that defeated him before has gone to work again, too. The combination of your FBI working in cooperation with local law enforcement agencies. Because the first concern of the FBI is the safe return of the victim, Special Agents Briggs and Wade stand by in the local FBI office awaiting development. Special Agent Wade glances at the clock.
It's 2 hours after sundown, George.
Yes, they've had enough time. Let's get moving. We'll phone the newspapers and press associations, tell them to release that list of serial numbers on those $5 bills.
Right.
Then let's put out an alarm with the descriptions of the kidnapper and the girl.
Here's that sketch from the artist, Mr. Briggs.
Thanks, Tom.
Hey, what's that, George?
I had an artist make a sketch of the kidnapper from the description we got from the druggist.
Boy, he's an ugly-looking devil.
Let's just hope for the girl's sake he's not too much of a devil.
Say you're from the FBI?
Yes, sir. We thought since you run the general store up here, you might be pretty well acquainted with most everybody in the hills.
Well, if they live in the hills, I know 'em.
Now, this is just a rough sketch, but do you know anybody it looks like?
Let me see now.
He's about 6 feet tall, middle-aged.
Drives an old black Ford sedan.
And it can't be nobody else. But this is a heap better looking than him.
Who?
Old Jed Monroe.
Jed Monroe?
Yep. As mean a cuss as ever was born to.
Whereabouts does he live?
Oh, he's got a little shack, him and his woman Clara, about 3 miles from here.
Can you tell us how to get there?
Sure. You just keep right on up this road a piece, take a second left-hand turn, then after a spell, you...
There's the shack.
Yeah. No sign of a lamp. Don't flash your light. Let's make it up at the door. Come on. The door's unlocked. Flash your light inside the minute I open it.
Right.
Well, doesn't seem to be anybody in there. Let's go in.
Okay. Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Look, here on this table.
What is it?
School books. Here's a name in one of them. Dottie Barnes.
Well, this must be the right place. I'm afraid we've arrived a little too late. Looks like they've cleared out.
Yeah. I guess we ought to... Hey, George.
What?
One of them didn't clear out. Look over in the corner.
Well.
Must be Monroe's wife.
Uh-huh.
She dead?
Yeah. Let's get back to the store and call the sheriff. He can send the coroner out to examine the body.
Okay.
Then we'd better catch Jed Monroe before the girl wishes she was in that woman's place.
You must be worn out. Riding all night this way, girl? Well, we're going to stop pretty soon, then you can rest up. Well, why don't you say something?
I want to go home.
Oh, now look here. I ain't meaning you no harm. You'll get home.
When?
As soon as me and your pop do a little more business.
But he's already paid you.
Well, that was just the down payment.
I'm sure he's given you all he could afford.
It ain't enough. See, the way I figure it, you're kind of like my meal ticket. Just like money in the bank. Anytime I need some, I just send word to your pop.
Then I'll never get home.
Oh, now you'll get home. Now, cut out that moping and listen to me. Now, we're going to stop at that filling station up the road. Gas up. If you do decide to start talking, don't say the wrong thing while we're there. Or I'll be doing the same thing to you I done to my old woman. You understand?
Oh, it's going on 8 o'clock, George. Not a trace of him yet.
Yeah.
That beats me. We throw a ring of police and deputies around this country 200 miles wide, and yet somehow Monroe seems to have gotten through.
I don't think he did get through, Wade.
Why not?
I think he's been moving around inside that circle.
How do you figure that?
Well, this is the only country Monroe's familiar with.
Well?
He's kind of apt to stick to familiar countries, especially if they're on the run. I'll show you what I mean. Here, take a look at this map.
Yeah?
Here's Monroe's shack.
Uh-huh.
Now, follow the circle to the lunchroom that he stopped at 4 hours ago when he cashed one of the $5 bills.
Yeah?
The circle continues around to the farmhouse where he was reported to have stopped to get water for his cow.
Yeah, he's moving around inside that circle, all right. All back roads, too.
Yes. Special Agent Briggs speaking.
Police headquarters over in New City, Mr. Briggs.
What's up?
Monroe and the girl stopped at a filling station outside of town about a half hour ago.
What? How do you know?
We checked the $5 bill he gave the station man, and it's on the list.
Which way did they go when they left the filling station?
I don't know, but they didn't come through New City or we'd have caught them.
That's all right. I think we'll catch him anyway now. Thanks a lot.
What was that?
Monroe and the girl stopped at a gas station in New City half an hour ago.
Let's see how that figures on the map.
He's following the same pattern, Wade, still continuing the same circle. Half an hour ago, traveling in an old car should take him to... Come on, Wade. I've got a pretty good idea of where we might find him.
Will you quit that sniffling now?
Oh, leave me alone.
I stopped here at this tourist camp so you could get some rest.
Oh, please, go away.
No. We've got some business to take care of.
What do you mean?
Well, it's time your pop was hearing from us again. This time, it's going to be direct from you.
How?
I want you should write him a letter.
Oh, no.
Now, look, you want to get home, don't you?
You won't let me go home. You just want to get more money from my father.
You're writing that letter.
I said no.
Now, you listen here. I don't want to do nothing mean to you, you understand? But you'd better be remembering what happened to my wife, Clara. Now, write me that letter.
Keep away from me.
I'm giving you one last chance.
Keep away, please.
Stay where you are, Monroe.
Huh? Who are you?
The special agents of the FBI.
What?
Oh, thank heaven.
And my hands are just itching for you to resist arrest.
Young Dorothy Barnes was returned unharmed to her parents' home. Although Jed Monroe could have been tried for kidnapping, he was first turned over to the local authorities, who tried and convicted him for the murder of his wife. He paid for this crime by death in the electric chair. With indications that kidnapping has once again threatened the security of the American home, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has prepared this following important message.
In case of kidnapping, regardless of the hour, contact the nearest office of the FBI, whose number can be found on page 1 of the telephone book, or contact the Washington headquarters of the FBI by calling the celebrated kidnapping number, National 7117. Keep the details of the abduction together with details on demands for ransom strictly within the family circle. Talk only to law enforcement officers. Information regarding kidnappings is not public news so long as the victim's life is at stake. Turn all letters or communications relative to the kidnapping over to trained investigators. Do not permit them to be handled by others. Do not disturb evidence at the scene of the crime. Remain calm. Do not act disturbed. Carry on normal routine so far as possible.
Mr. Hoover is asking for the cooperation of you, the citizen. You were a vital part of that army which, over a decade ago, smashed the hordes of kidnappers who preyed on you and members of your families. With your help, they shall be smashed again.
In a moment, we'll tell you about next week's exciting case. Meanwhile, remember that to your FBI agents, you look for national security. And to the Equitable Society agent in your community, you look for the financial security of life insurance. And whatever special meaning that word security may have for you, a home of your own, an assured education for your children, or a retirement income for your old age, your Equitable Society representative will gladly do everything within his power to help you reach your goal. Like your FBI, the Equitable Society representative is dedicated to the security through life insurance of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Unwelcome Guest.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated, but all other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.